Chapter 42, Land of Demons Arc, New and Improved. Naruto. Drifting. New and Improved. 3 days later. There was nothing more satisfying in the world than watching your enemies get incinerated by a tornado composed entirely out of wind and fire-style chakra. At least, that was the initial response of the man standing on the sidelines and watching on as his subordinates executed the 4 soldiers that had been standing guard over the gate that was the entrance to their main objective. Even though it was a spectacle that filled him with a sense of delight and approval, this was but a small privilege on the path leading up to his final reward, which the sinister figure was now determined to acquire. After watching one of the 4 shinobi at the bottom of the chasm extinguish the raging flames with a single swipe of his hand, the leader of the group, a man with long dark hair, light tan eyes, a facial goatee, adorned in gray attire, a black trench coat and wearing martial artist shoes, leapt down from his position at the top of the cliff to rejoin them. With the 4 men, all of them wearing similar white robes and battle GIs, moving to flank him on either side, the group then approached the temple that stood as the main barrier between them and the labyrinth beyond. Stopping at the doors, the boss instructed 2 of his subordinates to open them up, and once the large stone gates were pushed out of the way, they were immediately greeted by the sight of a dark hallway, which became lit up by an ambience of tiny flames along the walls. These mystical bulbs lit the pathway for the group, revealing a tunnel at the other end of the entrance chamber. Stepping into the shadow of the temple, the mysterious man frowned. "So, our time has finally come." Making out his path, he then spared a furtive glance to the gang of 4 standing behind him. "Wait for me here. The boundaries of the underworld lie just up ahead. Only I, who bears the name of Yomi, may proceed further." "Yes, sir," the man with long pink hair replied affirmatively. Upon receiving nods of acknowledgement from the others, the leader moved into the cave. Following the path down the corridor, which continued to light up with small flames to guide him down the steps, the figure now identified as Yomi soon passed into an even larger chamber several levels underground. It was here the shinobi found a circular room stretching for many yards in all directions with a single path to its center, the latter of which consisted of a raised platform and a shrine, surrounded by 4 pillars, all of which were lit up by an ethereal light from above that originated from what appeared to be some sort of seal unlike any other that existed in the current shinobi world. This made up the ceiling of the technique. From this aura, the man also made out several regiments worth of boulders arranged around the platform in military fashion, with seals strung up all around the place, keeping whatever secret this place held in check. Ignoring the boulders as well as the darkness that drowned the rest of the chamber, Yomi silently approached the platform. Moving through the light and up the stairs unhindered, the man faced down the shrine with a firm, unwavering expression. "You've been waiting here all this time, Moryu?" Analyzing the conventional ceiling arrangement as well as all of the elements making up the rest of the tomb, the man then proceeded on with the next phase of his plan. With the sounds of muscles popping and bones creaking, the sinister leader then held his palm towards the door and focused all of his chakra into a single point. Unsealing ceremony, commence. A loud hissing sound and a blast of dust then came off of the shrine's stone wall, an obvious response to the foreign chakra that began drilling into the seal's face. Once he had a hold of the door to his master's domain, the man shut his eyes and began to chant, reciting a series of words that was the combination to unlocking the barrier around the safe. The effort to do so placed an obvious strain on the man's body. A sweat broke out across his face and his entire body began to tremble as he focused all of his energy on penetrating the box. Eventually, upon uttering the entire incantation and gathering all of his chakra in the right place, Yomi then executed his technique, his eyes flying open followed by a blast of purple chakra that struck the shrine's entrance. The paper seals placed all over the gate burnt away in the blink of an eye, leaving the door defenseless as its final latch gave way. Then, after several cracks formed in its face, the barricade exploded outwards with a howl of rushing wind that nearly knocked the spellcaster off his feet. Once the aftershocks and gales eventually died down, Yomi looked up to the now open container, where he saw a black, sifting void staring back at him through the gap he'd created. The black clouds and sickly, purple aura within pulsed and crept across the whole, presenting an almost haunting sight. But Yomi was unshaken. A low sigh of relief followed the opening of the shrine, followed shortly by the disembodied voice it was attached to. How nostalgic, the human world. It's been a while. Lowering to his knee, Yomi bowed to the black void with an honest smile spreading across his lips, one he was not afraid to cast. "After so many years, it is an honor to finally be in your presence, Moryu-sama. And, you are? Have you forgotten? It is I, Yomi, a descendant of the clan of shinobi that used your dark power to create the ghost army." The voice murmured thoughtfully before speaking up again. "Why have you summoned me?" Yomi smirked and raised his head up higher. "The stars are aligning. It is time for us to join forces again, and at last create the 1,000-year kingdom that both of us have been dreaming about. But where is my physical self? With only my spirit intact, I will scatter to the winds. I cannot leave this place, lest I wish for my soul to continue returning here." "Do not worry. You may use me as your temporary vessel," the dark ninja replied while rising to his feet. Still smiling, Yomi unbuttoned his top and pulled back his trench coat, revealing a series of surgery equipment stashed in his pockets. "Using my dark medical ninjutsu, I will take hold of your soul and transfer it to the confines of my body." Spreading his clothes and exposing his chest and stomach, the man drew a scalpel from his arsenal and, without even flinching, stabbed it into his chest. Drawing the blade and cutting a straight line down his front, the man then used a pair of small hooks to peel back the skin and open up his body, showing no organs underneath his flesh, but another black, swirling void. "Now come." "Very well. Permission given, a dark mist then suddenly shot out of the stone box, slamming Yomi in the center of his gut and pushing him back along the ground. The fast-moving spirit and blasting winds hitting the shinobi nearly shoved him over the edge of the platform. However, with steadfast forcefulness and balance, Yomi stopped himself from moving until the purplish-black cloud that was the soul of Moryu had completely entered his chest. Upon which he then took a pick, needle and thread, and sewed his chest and stomach shut, making it seem like he hadn't even been cut. A proud smile then drew across Yomi's face and his eyes shone with a new, eerie light, ceremony complete. With a wide grin coming into play, the man then let out a manic laugh that bounced off of the surrounding walls before turning his attention to the rest of the chamber, throwing his arms out at the same time. Arise. Arise, my army. His holler echoing across the room, purple chakra exploded from his body in beams, causing a shockwave to visibly ripple across the legions of boulders littering the cave. The surge of energy reverberated off of every object in sight, causing an earthquake to start shaking the entire valley. With these tremors, the boulders began to chip and break apart, the excess chunks falling off and giving shape to the inert masses of stone. Eventually, enough of the rock fell away to reveal concealed within each and every single one of them an army of terracotta warriors composed entirely of granite, all of them fashioned and outfitted for war. As soon as the regiments of soldiers unveiled themselves from the rock, spears, swords and all, white eyes flashed into view underneath the visors of their helmets, before their heads jerked upright at attention. The sight of the hundreds of warriors giving him their attention brought a smirk to Yomi's face, before he gestured grandly to them all and held his hand up. On your feet. With a thunderous rumble, the entire army rose from the ground and brought their weapons to bear in almost robotic fashion. As soon as every single one of the stone soldiers was present and accounted for, Yomi approached the edge of the platform to properly address his legions of followers. Even though they were fashioned from rock and seemed like they acted without consciousness, the commander didn't shirk or stammer, and spoke to them like how a general would speak to their troops. Let us embark to the shrine where our master's body is sealed. No, the voice of Moryu suddenly echoed throughout the chamber, drawing the shinobi's and the army's gaze toward the upper levels where his words descended from. First, there is an enemy you must destroy. Seek out the priestess of Oni no Kuni, land of demons. She alone has the power to undo me. Frowning, Yomi nodded and turned his gaze back toward the army. Understood, my lord. Good. Once I have been fully resurrected, I shall annihilate the 5 great shinobi nations and establish a single kingdom to rule over all of the world. As if responding to their master's will, the entire army of soldiers slammed a foot into the ground with a loud, earth-shaking stomp, saluting their commander-in-chief. Like the chime of a bell, the powerful demon from another world proclaimed war upon the rest of the world, along with the decree that the 5 great nations would come to kneel at his feet. Like the villages didn't have enough problems to deal with already? Oh. Later that day. Elsewhere? It was winter and as expected for a country like Yuki no Kuni, land of snow, the conditions were simply unforgiving, especially this high up in the mountains. Against the howling winds battering them from all sides, the fog of cloud cover drifting in from the west and the blasts of snow hitting them on the slipstreams, the 2 men that were trekking up this part of the mountain ranges were now beginning to have second thoughts about coming all the way up here. The fact that they were thousands of feet above ground level on a narrow ledge and could barely see 5 meters ahead of them gave the daring duo even more reason to be concerned. However, it was at the insistence of the head scout that kept the 2 intrepid explorers on course, even though the weather was absolutely dreadful. And it wasn't just any head scout that was leading this mission either. Recognized for his work in cinema and with the great Yuki Fujikase, the sunglasses-wearing director adorned in a thick winter coat, gloves and boots, along with his assistant and head of DOP of years past, marched along the path they'd chosen while at the same time hugging the wall running alongside them. With their backs loaded with hiking equipment and spikes keeping them pinned to the icy wall, the 2 valiant adventurers were ideally dressed for the conditions. In spite of all of their preparation and equipment however, one of them was still uncomfortable with their current situation. This storm came out of nowhere, the assistant shouted, at the same time keeping his eyes trained forward where he could see his chief scaling the path just a few feet ahead of him. Boss. We should stop and rest for a bit. Wait for the winds to calm down a little. What? You want us to stop while we're so close to our objective? The director yelled back, at the same time glancing over his shoulder at his assistant. Nonsense. How can we call ourselves the best film crew in the world if we let a little blizzard slow us down? But, the DOP gulped, at the same time bracing against the wall when a particularly strong gust of wind hit them. Shivering at the cold, the man shook off the snow from his head and looked back at his boss pleadingly. Sir, we can't even see where we're going. And the winds are just getting stronger. I know you want to find him as soon as possible, but it'll be a lot easier if we hunker down and wait for the skies to clear up. Shinobi are difficult to find even in good weather. Murmuring distastefully, the director nevertheless listened to his assistant's plights and turned to fix his gaze on him once more. All right. We'll set ourselves down around the next bend, and wait for this blizzard to settle. Brightening up at his boss finally seeing reason, the DOP gave a nod of delight before starting to shuffle over to where the man was waiting for him. However, just as the 2 crew members were about to get moving again, a distant explosion followed by an earth-shaking tremor suddenly drew their attention towards the storm around them. Bracing up against the wall when the ground beneath them shook violently, both of them stared off into the distance where, through the howl of the blizzard and the white of the veil, they saw one of the many enormous mountains surrounding them erupt in a massive explosion that completely took out the impressive natural landmark. The sight of the 1,000-meter-high chunk of rock blasting high into the sky, sending huge slabs of rock, ice and snow in all directions, had the two men gawk in awe, until the earthquake caused by the unexpected calamity caused the path beneath the director to give way. The man hurriedly tried to grab hold of something, but the floor disappeared too quickly, resulting in the project leader dropping like a stone and his cry echoing out over the ranges while his DOP dove for him. "Director," the man shouted, reaching out as fast as he could, only to see his boss and the head of their Princess Gale movies plummet to his death, disappearing into the mist. Stunned, the DOP remained lying as he was, staring over the side of the damaged highway they'd been following in silent shock, until a loud rumbling sound reached his ears and caused him to avert his gaze. When he did and looked up, he saw the mountain above him give way and a wall of ice and snow start thundering towards him. Eyes widening in horror at the approaching avalanche, the man was about to get up to move. However, as if reading between the lines of the metaphorical script perfectly, the road the DOP was lying across made his decision for him and collapsed just as the section beneath the director's feet did, dropping the man down the side of the mountain. The orange-haired adult cried out in terror as he plummeted, followed closely by the avalanche. Arms flailing, the DOP attempted to reach out and grab something, but when he found himself spinning with no signs of stopping, he closed his eyes and waited for the inevitable. However, the moment the man resigned himself to his fate, the falling crew member then felt a light weight crash into him and catch him in their arms, before the direction of his fall was changed several times in the span of just under a second. In the blink of an eye, the yellow blur that had been traveling through the air with the DOP in hand landed against the side of the cliff the camera operator had fallen from, before springing off of it and away, barely avoiding being wiped out by the avalanche altogether. With one last flip, the mysterious figure landed upon solid ground, their feet burying in the snow before rising up and focusing their attention on the person whom they just saved. At the same time, they completely ignored the sight of 1,000 tons of snow and ice crashing to the ground safely behind them. The feeling of his fall ceasing had the DOP open his eyes and look to see what was going on, where he quickly saw he'd been caught by the very person that he and the director had been sent out in search for. Whisker marks emblazoned upon his cheeks, short, spiky blonde hair waving on the high winds and sapphire blue eyes fixed firmly upon him, the DOP could do nothing but grin in sheer relief when he recognized the young adult face of one Naruto Uzumaki hovering above him. "Oh man, am I glad to see you." Hearing his friend's exclamation, Naruto grinned. "I get that from a lot of people, mostly from the ones I end up saving. You'd be surprised how much the chicks dig that material." Without another word, the boy set the man down and watched him stumble away, before straightening up and giving the poor camera operator his full and undivided attention. "Anyhow, what brings you all the way out here, Hideo?" Panting and adjusting his snow hat, the orange-haired DOP and coworker to the blonde turned to the shinobi behind him. Looking him over through the fall and the snow, Hideo saw that the blonde he'd been working for these past couple of years hadn't changed much from the last he'd seen him. Aside from the fact that he was now no longer the boy he once was when they first met, he was also taller, appropriate for someone around 16 years of age, healthy, and strong. His build suited an obvious increase in strength and power, with the noticeable outline of abs and powerful, athletic muscles, and a firm upper and lower body making up the bulk of his new, cut form. What was even more obvious of course was the fact that the young man was wearing nothing but a pair of tight-fitting spandex shorts with orange trim on them. The fact that they were all the way up here in the mountain ranges in the middle of a blizzard had the DOP do a double take before chuckling weakly. "A little bit drafty, don't you think?" Blinking and looking down at his frame, Naruto quickly saw what the problem was and laughed offhandedly. "Ah. This? Don't worry. It's part of my endurance training. I've been doing this for so long the cold barely even affects me anymore." Breathing in and out and taking in the surrounding air, he then looked back at the sheepish-appearing Hideo and grinned. "But enough about me. What about you? Snow expedition much?" Spreading his arms and looking down just as his colleague had done, the orange-haired DOP smiled. "Yeah. I might be a little bit decked out, but I'm not as used to the cold as I am to the heat. I'm more of a spring weather type of guy, you know. The mountains are no place for a man like me." Hideo then remembered the exact reason as to why he was here in the first place and quickly shot back into panic mode, rounding on the Jinchuriki with wide eyes. "Oh no, the director." "Huh? Oh," Naruto blinked before a grin pulled across his lips and he thumbed over his shoulder. "You mean this guy?" The teen then stepped away and revealed a still slightly winded movie director approaching the pair from behind. Seeing the gray-haired head of production shake his head and look up to show his crew member that he was alright drew a relieved sigh from Hideo. "Thank Kami. Man, I thought I was done for," the ambitious team leader murmured, stepping over to the blonde that had saved him and clapping him on the shoulder gratefully. "Thanks for the save, kid. I owe you one." "Don't worry about it, director. I was in the middle of training and you guys just happened to walk right into the middle of it. I was only able to sense you two after my attack went off and by that time it was already too late," Naruto replied with a smile, looking between the two while placing his hands on his hips. "Sorry about that. Next session I'll be a lot more careful about where I launch it." Staring at him silently for a moment, Hideo then pointed in the direction of the explosion that had rocked the region just minutes ago. "Wait, was that you?" "Yeah," Naruto said with a proud smile. "I was trying out my new jutsu and using the mountains as target practice." He then looked up when he felt another strong gust of wind and snow hit them, prompting him to fix his gaze on the skies above. "Hang on a second. This storm is getting kind of annoying." Wordlessly, the boy lifted his hand towards the sky and began focusing his chakra, an action that the two men responded to by quickly pulling out one of the cameras from their carrier pack and using it to film the Jonin. If this was anything like the material they'd captured before for the last Princess Gale movie, then they definitely wanted a shot of this. After a moment of concentrating, Naruto then seized control of the wind blasting into them from the sides and willed it to begin circling the area around the group, forming a twister that blocked out the entirety of the storm and cut through the other surrounding slipstreams effortlessly. Moments later, the Jinchuriki then fired a massive tornado up towards the clouds, a blast that acted like a drill that was able to pierce the heavens themselves. When the head of the technique struck the thick cover in the atmosphere, the grey fields of the netherworld were parted, the masses of clouds separating like a ripple in water, which immediately revealed the clear blue sky above. Moments after the anomaly, the blizzard raining down upon the region cleared up and the storm dissipated, leaving the hikers and the shinobi standing in the pristine winter wilderness left behind in the wake of the squall. The director and the DOP gawked as they gazed up into the now sunny sky above, before turning their attention back to the mountains. It was then they spotted the field of rubble a few hills away that marked the remains of one of the many enormous monoliths circling the valley. Judging from how large and imposing the other surrounding mounds were, they were simply astonished that one of them had been transformed from a once great landmark to a canyon the size of an entire village. It was simply gobsmacking. Whoa, Hideo breathed out, holding the camera as steady as possible while at the same time surveying the dramatically altered landscape. There. That's better. Grinning at his handiwork, Naruto lowered his hand, turned and nodded toward the crew. Well, seeing as you guys came all the way out here to meet me, why don't I show you to my home? With a gentle wave, the young man bade them to follow him, which the crew members ultimately did. For the next hour the blonde led his two clients across the valleys of snow and up into another distant mountain, nestled comfortably between two larger ones that blocked it from view of the rest of the world. When he eventually guided them through a narrow pass down a winding highway and through a chasm, they inevitably exited into a place that could only be described as a quarter of Shambhala, a small village nestled inside a forested paradise. The winter snowstorms didn't even come close to touching this area, as the clouds and changing air pressures were blocked off by the walls of towering rock, making this the ideal training place for the Jinchuriki. Leading the pair through the main boulevard, which the director and DOP couldn't help but admire and appreciate for its architectural significance, the blonde eventually harried them up the steps of a large temple at the end of the main road. Nudging his way through the open doors, the Jinchuriki dried off, while his two guests took off their coats in order to adjust to the sudden increase in temperature. Hey, boss. We should really think about shooting our next movie here with Yuki. You're right, Hideo-kun, the director responded, rubbing his chin thoughtfully while his assistant removed his boots. Grinning, he then held his hands out and formed a metaphorical banner. Yes. You're absolutely right. I can see it now, Princess Gale, Raiders of the Lost City. Yeah, the DOP chirped, his eyes also shining at the prospects of the above-mentioned title. It's perfect, a story about our little wandering princess discovering a fiendish plot to uncover an ancient treasure in a lost city that would bring about the destruction of the entire world. It'll be the next, big summer blockbuster. Starring Yuki Fujikaze and Naruto Uzumaki, the project leader shouted gleefully, their next epic installment. It'll be a spectacular hit. Agreed. Chuckling, the blonde Jonin looked back towards the temple entrance where he saw the two filmmakers radiating with excitement. It was something that had the Jinchuriki grin. I think it's a great idea, guys. Thinking of continuing the partnership between me and Haim? The director nodded, of course. It'll be a continuation from our last film. Your character Sanada Nobunaga will be taken along with the princess on her next adventure, where your hatred and begrudging admiration for one another culminates in your feelings for the other eventually being realized, and the two of you embrace passionately in the hotel segment. With stars in his eyes, the man then struck a pose with his fist raised. The female audience will be flocking to the theaters. Naruto smirked, my fate is in your hands then, Akira. Hideo-kun. Just don't make any death scenes look ridiculous like the last movie I watched. Apparently the special effects guys working for the company made the blood in all the gory bits pink because the film was so unapologetically violent. Seriously, if they wanted to make murder scenes look any more ridiculous, they may as well have colored the blood white to make it look like the victims got bukkake to death. Nodding to the two men respectively, the Jinchuriki marched further into the temple and smiled when he eventually arrived at the enormous courtroom, its cracked ceiling and many statues allowing light from the outside world to bleed into their midst. Descending the stairs and feeling the heads of his work colleagues follow soon afterwards, the boy turned his attention to the figure in the center of the hall and addressed him with both fondness and enthusiasm. However, this wasn't any normal figure, nor was he one that was hard to miss. Yo, Saito. I'm back. The moment his announcement was made, the voice of the enormous swallow lying in the center of the temple rang out with a yawn and a grunt. You were causing quite a racket outside, runt. Problems? Nah. Just training. Didn't I tell you I was going out to work on my stuff? The blonde asked, collecting up a rice ball he had lying on the table at the foot of the stairs and popping it into his mouth. Passing the desk completely, he continued his trek across the room, where he saw the large, winged form of his boss companion lying in a large bed of pillows he'd set for himself. Since the last time he'd seen him, Saito had grown much larger, about half the size of the boss toad Gamabunta, showing that as a summon he was still capable of aging and developing. It was quite an extraordinary spurt if he did say so himself. Anyway, when the blonde eventually made it over to the large avian, he gave the imposing form of the bird a grin and a courteous nod. What? Don't tell me you got bored waiting around for me to get back? I figured somebody as lethargic as you would prefer being left alone. With one of his sharp eyes open and his head resting in the groove of his shoulder, the large king of the swallows gave a light chuckle before moving his beak away. At the same time he sensed the two men his partner had been known to associate with on a regular basis approach them from the stairs. Believe it or not, kid, but even I can get a tad bit restless when I'm left sitting around in the open with nothing to do. Saito then looked across when he saw his partner reach his spot and hop up to lie against his folded up wing, where the blonde then rested back with his hands behind his head. You summoned me here and told me to wait for you, so I did. You didn't have to. You could have gone outside and circled the region, yeah no, instead of being cooped up in here. I could have, but since you were so busy working on bending the weather to your will again, I decided it would be best to stay indoors and out of your hair. I'm a strong flyer, there's no question about that. But ruffling my coat by gliding straight into the heart of a raging hurricane isn't exactly my idea of recreational. I thought it was. For the Hawks, maybe, but I'm not them. If you haven't realized it yet, I'm a flyer that focuses on grace and form over rugged toughness and endurance. But that's never stopped you, has it? The only thing that can really put you down is a massive dragon made out of diamond-hard crystal. Not the proudest moment in my distinguished career, but an honorable battle nonetheless. As the pair sat there chatting away with one another, the film crew members Akira and Hideo approached their stage and watched the pair with interest for a bit. Once they'd had their fill of observing the famous Jinchuriki conversing with his most recognized summon animal and partner, the two men walked up into their line of sight and waited for the young man to acknowledge them. Once he did, the ever-energetic Uzumaki sat up and rested his hands upon his lap, while Saito decided to sit and listen. So, seeing as how you guys went through all the trouble of coming this far north, I'm assuming that Koyuki-chan has another mission she wants me to do for her. Hideo smiled and nodded, that's right. An S-rank one, and it's a doozy, Akira followed up, pulling off his pack and beginning to rummage through it. Hooked on the S-ranked part, Naruto hopped down from Sato's back and walked over, taking the scroll the director then handed to him. Rolling it open, the blonde began reading the contents of the article while the other men stepped back to give him some space. There's a commotion going on to the southwest of the continent in Oni no Kuni, Land of Demons. Apparently, an army that isn't aligned to any of the 5 great nations has emerged there and has started a slow march in the direction of Numa no Kuni, Land of Swamps. They've destroyed several villages in their path and are crossing borders one after the other without opposition. Everything that's tried to stand in its way has fallen, and it doesn't look like they'll be stopping anytime soon. Drinking in this info, the Jinchuriki looked up, whereas Saito perked to this news with interest. What, is it some kind of ghost army or something? Akira smirked, in a manner of speaking, yes. Actually, it's an army composed entirely out of stone, making conventional weapons and tactics against them useless. They've already repelled squalls of regular army forces and have practically strolled through several ambush attacks that had been mounted by the 5 great nations. However, seeing as how their path or course hasn't changed in even the slightest, it appears it's going to take a lot more than a few avalanches and explosives to stop them. Clicking his tongue in thought, Naruto tapped the scroll as he read through it. When he eventually reached the bottom, his lips turned up into a smile. So, Koyuki-chan doesn't want me to head over to the front lines to help them in destroying the enemy. Nope, Akira shook his head, at the same time adjusting his sunglasses. Your job is much more important. She wants you to head down to the Land of Demons to collect a very important package for her. Well, when I say package, I really mean person, and when I say person, I really mean Princess Cheyenne, ruler of the Land of Demons and, for the duration of your assignment, your new charge of charge. You're to head down to her palace to collect the priestess and escort her to the Land of Swamps. I'm to assume that it has something to do with this Moryu character, Naruto chirped while holding up the open scroll in his hand. Head rising up from the ground in surprise, Saito stared at the group of men for a moment before his expression reflected his sudden realization of the information. Moryu? The bird's head snapped to his partner when the adults turned to look at the giant bird. Are you saying he's back? Naruto frowned. You know him, Saito? The bird nodded as his expression became grim. Every creature on this planet knows who he is. Moryu is a powerful demon from another world that tried to destroy the 5 great shinobi nations and create a new, 1,000-year kingdom. But before his plans could be realized, he was sealed away by a priestess woman and had his soul separated from his body. Saito then narrowed his gaze and turned away. Had he succeeded in his endeavor, he would have wiped out the entire shinobi continent and covered this entire planet in darkness, but thanks to the efforts of the priestess, his evil was kept in check. While the 2 crewmen working under Koyuki appeared stunned, Naruto wasn't swayed in the least by this information and simply stared back at his friend. The information in the scroll says that his spirit was sealed away in the Land of Demons and his body was sealed away in the Land of Swamps. Seeing as how the sealing was done in this way, I'm assuming that the guy was so overwhelmingly powerful that they weren't able to find a permanent way to kill him. Saito nodded. This demon is the embodiment of darkness and possesses chakra comparable to that of any one of the 9 Biju. Conventional sealing techniques don't work on him since his spirit is so potent it can cause its host's body to rot from the inside out, and that's not just limited to humans. He has incredible regenerative and telekinetic powers, and could even resurrect himself when killed. As I understand it, the 5 great nations came close to permanently killing him at one point, but the priestess that faced him was forced to seal him away and died as a result of her actions. Ever since then, Moryu has been lying dormant, locked away from the world, but now it appears someone's decided to bring him back, just like before. It was this bit of information that had the 3 men glance up in surprise and the Jinchuriki to narrow his gaze. Like before? Naruto asked. When he was first discovered, a clan of shinobi attempted to use his powers to try and take over the world. However, the 5 great nations learned of this plot and destroyed them, while the priestess who went up against Moryu defeated the one who was in possession of him. The Swallow King then closed his eyes and lowered his head. As far as we know, the only people who can possibly defeat this demon are members of the priestess's bloodline, as they are the only ones that possess the knowledge and chakra capable of destroying his kind. Ha, well that's a snap, the Jinchuriki said, looking down at the scroll and tossing it up and down like a ball. After several moments of contemplation, Naruto looked back up towards his partner curiously. Judging from what you've already told me, this priestess I'm supposed to escort to where the demon's body is sealed is the only person standing in Moryu's way of total world domination. It seems that way. Hideo, listening intimately on the sidelines to the pair's conversation, swallowed nervously and moved forward. Though this man was accustomed to tumultuous conditions and getting into the thick of things, the stuff he was currently hearing being passed between these two was serious material, exclusively for supernatural beings and shinobi of the highest order. Even if it wasn't his domain or area of expertise to step into, it was still a story he wanted to be a part of, even if it was in some small measure. So what are you going to do, Naruto? The DOP asked curiously, while at the same time his director stood behind him with his arms folded and game face on as per the usual routine. Remaining standing in place, still decked out in his figure-hugging shorts and scarcely even feeling the cold wrapping around him, the blonde meditated on the issues and the weight of his new assignment for several moments in silence. Eventually, after carefully processing the information and giving it the necessary amount of appraisal, he then strolled over to the side of the chamber's floor and towards one of the many statues in the area, where he had all of his stuff, including his clothes, laid out next to an open sleeping bag. When he reached his bed and material, he gave it all a once-over before kicking the sheathed katana, crow sword, he had lying next to his bed into the air and caught it in his hand. Spinning it around his body and arm all cool style, he then turned back to the other 3 individuals in the room and grinned at them. With Jiraiya having headed off on his own assignment and leaving the Jinchuriki to his own devices, this meant the Jonin's diary was pretty much freed up until further notice. Holding the sword firmly at his side, the Jinchuriki spoke. Sometimes, shit happens, someone has to deal with it, and who you gonna call? Naruto asked, earning a smirk from his summoned friend and smiles from the film crew heads alongside him. Pack your bags, Saito. We're going hunting. Oh. Meanwhile, somewhere in the land of fire? The one thought currently going through the mind of a certain mask-wearing Akatsuki member was, how the hell did I get dragged into this shit? Well, it was a question that was easy to ask and even easier to answer. It's because his partner was a massive shopaholic and he couldn't do a damn thing about it. With annoyance that was almost palpable due to the way his eye was twitching, Kakuzu remained standing in his spot by the changing room doors with his arms full of shopping bags as he watched his female partner toss more clothes over the gate to land in the pile forming on the rack beside him. Already finding it hard to ignore the strange looks he was getting from other customers, including the staff, the bounty hunter, adorned in the symbolic colors of his group, and self-proclaimed treasurer of the Akatsuki organization, breathed an irritable sigh before asking the question that he normally uttered whenever he found himself stuck in this situation. How much longer are you going to take? The man asked, obviously having been dragged through this shtick countless times before yet having suppressed all memories of them due to how insufferable his new partner was. And here he was thinking he'd never meet anyone as annoying as Haiden. Now he wished he still had the mass murderer as his partner. That guy's dragged-out rituals and prayers to his imaginary friend Jashin were far more bearable than these shopping sprees his rookie associate took him on. Hearing the delightful giggle of his teammate come back to him in response to his little inquiry, Kakuzu then saw the girl's head pop up over the top of the door and her dazzling smile fall upon him like the moon itself. Would you relax, Kakuzu-kun? I only have 5 more articles to sort through and then I'm done for the day. A tick mark forming on his head, the masked man narrowed his eyes and allowed a low growl to escape his throat. You said that 15 miniskirts ago. Yeah, but then I found even more cute-looking things to try on and I just couldn't help myself. Come on. She then ducked back down behind the door and threw up another shawl over the top, lighten up a little. Clenching his fists around the bags he was already holding, the red and green-eyed man lowered his head when he heard the girl start humming a cheerful tune. Why do you bother spending your money on useless clothing that you only ever wear once? It would be far better spent on other essential items or sitting in a vault somewhere and accumulating in wealth from having it properly invested. What you're doing is such a waste. Well, unlike you, Iron Man, I believe that living harmoniously and beautifully is the only way to coast through life. After all, we only live once on this big blue ball of water and earth, so why not make the most of it while you've got the chance? She then opened up the changing room door and, no longer adorned in her revealing white sheets or Akatsuki cloak, emerged wearing an incredibly short, blue jean skirt and a white, loose-fitting sweater with her midriff exposed, complete with necklace and vans. Tossing her brown ponytail over her shoulder, the woman grinned toward her seething partner and continued, it's not how long you live, but how you live and what you make with your years that really counts. Looking the young woman over once and noticing how her legs just went for freaking ever, Kakuzu gave a low grunt and looked away. Whatever. Blinking in confusion and wondering why her partner had turned away so suddenly, a cheeky smile then formed on the beautiful supermodel/kunoichi's face as she then struck a very seductive pose, hand behind her head and another on her hip, accentuating the delicious curves of her frame from top to bottom. Oh, do you like me in this outfit, Kakuzu-kun? No. It's unsightly, the masked man begrudgingly replied. Giggling at the shinobi's abrupt response, Miss Aura sauntered up to her partner till she stood directly beneath his shadow, her cheeky grin fixed on him in an attempt to make him feel uncomfortable. Now come on, you old duffel bag you, I know there's a lot more going on in that thick head of yours than money, murderous intent and sawdust. She ran a finger through her bangs and tucked some behind her ear, while at the same time giving the bounty hunter an alluring look. Just admit it. You think I'm smoking hot too, don't you? Frowning, Kakuzu turned back to the young woman to give her his most hostile glare, one that was filled with both seriousness and impatience. Had he put killing intent behind it, no doubt he would have cracked the floor with its intensity. Showing interest in a tart like you is just a waste of valuable time and energy. So hurry up and finish sifting through this garbage so we can get moving. This drew a childish pout from Ms. Aura, who then stuck her bottom lip out and feigned a hurt expression. Party pooper. No cake for you. She then whipped her hair into his face when she turned heel and headed back into the changing room, swaying her hips at the same time in a teasing manner. Watching the girl shut the door behind her earned another growl from the intimidating shinobi, who then looked off to the side again. When his eyes fell upon two young girls whispering to each other and looking at him warily, the man stared back at them with his unnerving gaze before inevitably snapping, "What the hell are you looking at?" His sudden question and manner in which he asked it caused the girls to eep before rushing out of sight, leaving Kakuzu to stew where he was and wait for his partner to finish with her hobby. She eventually did and, with an even bigger pile of clothing in hand, a new set of clothes on her, and her usual sheets and Akatsuki cloak tossed over her shoulder, began paying for the stuff. While Kakuzu stood to the side and watched her pack her new gear with the most miserable look you'd ever see on him, he then balked when he saw a group of girls in the shop pass him by in a hurry and flock around Ms. Aura, who quickly acknowledged them when one of them tapped her on the shoulder. "Oh, hello," the Akatsuki member chirped happily. "What can I do for you?" "Ah, Miss Aura-san, we saw you over there by the jeans section and, we were just wondering, may we have your autograph, please?" one of the teenagers asked tentatively, having recognized the woman when she entered the store even though she was adorned in a whole other outfit. Blinking, the brown-haired woman beamed brightly and nodded, taking the pads of paper they had and quickly beginning to scribble in them. "Sure. No problem." Seeing the hopeful and cheerful looks in their eyes, the kunoichi acknowledged each of them with a smile as she moved from one person to the next, signing away, "You girls look so lovely together. Are all of you fans of my work?" Hearing the group giggle and answer the woman, Kakuzu rolled his eyes and looked away. Oh, good grief. He just wanted to get the hell out of this village and go kill somebody. Since they were all supposed to be in hiding, he unfortunately couldn't get away with it here. Thus, he'd placed restrainers on his temper until the time they either came across a group of bandits or were going after a bounty. Because of all the torment he'd had to go through today, he was holding out all of his stress for the next poor bastard they came across. For the next few minutes the masked bounty hunter watched in silence as the manager of the store came out and asked Ms. Aura to pose for a photograph for their business while she was dressed in one of their newest articles. As well as having a few more photos taken with several other girls that came swarming to the entrance of the establishment when they heard that the supermodel was in town, the kunoichi then went back to paying for her clothing. It was quite an amusing sight to see the billion Rio supermodel flip open her wallet, fish out several hundred Rio from a several thousand Rio bundle, and hand it over to the starstruck customer servant agent like it was nothing. Not to mention it was an even more hilarious sight to see Ms. Aura walk away with bags in hand, and Kakuzu remained standing at the front counter for an extra minute in unnerving silence and watching as the female clerk slipped away the cash, before being manhandily dragged out of the store by his partner. All that beautiful money, gone. He was just this close to grabbing that money right out of the woman's hands. It was absolutely criminal how much they were charging. When they eventually left the store after bidding goodbye to her fans and admirers, Ms. Aura was simply bubbling with joy, whereas her teammate was as stone cold and stagnant as ever. "I don't see how you guys can wear such depressing colors all the time," the kunoichi remarked while shrugging at the Akatsuki cloak she had slung over her shoulder like a towel. "It's so dark and moody. I'm thinking of redesigning mine and giving it a bit more of an artistic flair to it. I'll turn the bottom half into a mini skirt and the top portion into a long-sleeved item with a shawl. Maybe then it'll be more comfortable to move around in." She then turned to smile at her teammate. "Do you want me to do something with yours as well?" The man growled, "No thanks. I'm not interested in being a subject of your experimentation." "Ah, why not?" Ms. Aura whined before giving the man a teasing grin. "It'll be good for you, I promise." In response, the masked shinobi took a step away and glared back at the woman when she tried to poke him in the arm. "Touch me, and I will eviscerate you from behind." Freezing in place and seeing the man's menacing glare fix on her, Ms. Aura gave the dangerous rogue formerly from Takigakure a wary look over, before her surprised visage then turned into one of mischief. She then cheekily grabbed his cheek and pulled on it, like an adult would to a child who was trying to get on their better side. "You're so cute," she cooed. Snarling dangerously, Kakuzu dropped the bags he was carrying to the ground and stepped forward with his hands extended to strangulate his grinning partner. The moment he moved in for the kill however, he was forced to block the girl when she conjured a long sheet of white fabric from out of nowhere and struck him from the side, resulting in the two intercepting each other's attacks and standing in stalemate, one with his arm coated in its black, diamond-hard armor while the other ground her diamond-hard sheet against his limb. The pair remaining silent in the middle of the street and being watched on by swaths of nervous onlookers, a smirk formed on Ms. Aura's face as she tilted her head towards her companion. "Looks like it's a draw again, Kakuzu-kun." Hearing this resulted in the infamous bounty hunter grunting indignantly and narrowing his gaze. At the same time, the rogue watched as one of the sheets his partner had conjured up wrapped protectively around her arm where it had originated from and blended in with her skin, leaving the two remaining in place with their attacks still grinding into one another. Consider it a blessing that neither one of us is able to mortally wound the other in any way, otherwise I would have ripped you to pieces a long time ago. The feeling is mutual, Mizora replied. Before the pair could disengage from their scuffle and move on to their next course of action, business suddenly beckoned in the form of a person clearing their throat. Looking to the side and away from the ninja they were coming to blows with, the pair saw a man dressed in a purple shinobi uniform step forward, carrying a briefcase and a mission scroll with him. When the eyes of the two Akatsuki members fell upon him, effectively placing the stranger in the spotlight, they saw the masked figure look between them before speaking up. "Excuse me, but are you two Kakuzu-san and Misora-san by any chance?" Frowning, the bounty hunter stepped away from his partner, who also relinquished her hold over him, and the two deactivated their respective jutsu. "That depends on who's asking." Smiling at them pleasantly, the man stepped towards the more imposing of the duo and held out the scroll to him, which he snatched out of his grasp before the individual set the briefcase in front of them. As soon as he did so, he stepped away and bowed to them. "With my master's compliments." Goods delivered, a pair of mechanical wings suddenly sprouted from a device on the strange ninja's back, both of which were similar in design to the stolen glider technology used by the shinobi of Yukigakure, before the individual took flight and disappeared from sight. Staring after the escapee, the fashionably dressed Mizora returned her attention to Kakuzu, who'd also taken a moment to watch their messenger vanish above the clouds before glancing down at the suitcase he'd had placed in front of him. Kicking it onto its side, he then opened up the latches with his foot and pushed open the lid, where he was met with the beautiful sight of hundreds of gold pieces neatly arranged inside of it, a sight that even had his partner staring. Eyes crinkling with notable delight, the Akatsuki treasurer then turned to the scroll he'd been handed and, after a moment of scrutinizing it, pulled it open to read the contents. After a minute of waiting and admiring the gold in the case, Mizora turned to her partner with a curious look of her own. "So, what's up?" Brow furrowing, Kakuzu rolled the scroll back up and shut the case. Picking it up and ignoring the shopping he'd dropped, he then turned heel and began to move. "We've got a mission. Let's go." What? Mizora responded with a start, quickly jogging after him. When she realized she'd left her bags behind, she threw her hand towards the articles on the ground and cast the same sheet of fabric she'd summoned earlier over them. When she wrapped the shopping up in her cloth, the packages and clothing all vanished in a puff of white smoke when she sealed them up inside her material. After which she quickly retracted her hand and moved to follow her partner. "What kind of mission?" Kakuzu smirked underneath his mask. "Assassination." "Ooh? Sounds exciting," Mizora commented, bringing her Akatsuki cloak around and slipping it on. When she did, she threw her hands out and produced more veils and sheets, which fanned around her protectively, while one particular piece of cloth covered her head in a hood. Once her battle attire was adorned, the young woman grinned. "So, where are we headed?" Lowering his gaze, the bounty hunter formerly of Taki frowned. "A place you probably know. We're going to intercept our target at the Land of Swamps." It was a long walk, but neither of them were in any kind of rush. XXX. The very next day. Land of Demons? It was still early in the morning, and inside the large castle that served as the beacon and throne of this nation, the courtyards and walls were all abustle. Everywhere you looked, you could see countless guards and soldiers running about, running drills and moving all of their best shooters into position. Most of these men were made up of standard archers and lancers, all of whom marched in perfect sync with one another and took to their posts with all of their sights set on the horizon of the country beyond. It was an impressive collection of assets and equipment, that was for sure. But why the commotion? Why the sudden rise in activity within the palace's barriers? Well, ever since news reached their ears that the ghost army under Moryu had risen and started its march from their land in the direction of the Land of Swamps, the commanders of the forces knew right then and there that a great calamity was approaching them. So, mustering up all men fit and able to battle, the soldiers rallied to the gates and walls, coming to the protection of their priestess and leader without thought or hesitation. As men charged with preserving the peace and protecting, not just their lands, but the entire continent from the threat that their demon enemy presented, they were all prepared to fight and die for their leader. That's why many, even the most drained, remained at their posts until they were cycled out with the next batch of troops. This was an act that one soldier in particular, an officer and one of the leading commanders of the castle, was currently in charge of overseeing. Having seen to the changing of the guard the entire half hour, he soon arrived on the level not too far from his priestess quarters and gave the soldier standing wearily beside one of the shogi doors a momentary look over. Suzuki, the glasses-wearing archer, spoke, gaze narrowing when he saw the man sway on the spot. "Suzuki." His sudden rise in volume eventually jerked the trooper out of his drowsy state, drawing his attention to him in an instant. "Shift's over." Shaking his head to clear his mind, the valiant young man stood back to attention. I could keep going. Would that be okay?" "You haven't slept in 3 days," the young man with glasses replied, before gesturing over his shoulder. "Go get some rest." "That's an order." Lowering his head and giving a moment of pause, Suzuki hesitated at first. Eventually, the archer gave a nod of affirmation and smiled at his friend. "All right. I'll leave things here to you." With a bow of respect, the tired warrior then headed back down to the barracks, his feet dragging along the floor with every step. The soldier wearing the square-rimmed spectacles watched his friend descend the stairs. At the exact same time the sun peeked over the horizon and shed its light across the valleys making up their small country. Unbeknownst to the regiment at the castle, not only did the rising ball of light mark the start of a new day, but also the start of things to come. Oh. Meanwhile, on the edge of a ridge overlooking the castle far below, the same men that had been by Yomi's side when he infiltrated Moryu's domain could be seen gathered on the precipice. After admiring all the sights and sounds that the country had to offer them, as well as taking stock of the defenses encompassing the fortress, the men dressed in white battle robes and garb, with similar trigram markings emblazoned upon each of them, all formed up and turned their attention to their squad leader and second in command under their main boss. "Come on, brother. Let's get the show on the road," the albino member of the team, a man with long white hair, long sleeves and a cloth mask exclaimed as he fixed his gaze upon the pink-haired man behind him. Seeing the enthusiasm burning in all of their eyes, especially the white-haired ones, the medic Nin Kusuna chuckled and cracked his fingers. Stretching his neck out, he moved closer to them, watching as all three members of his squad formed up in front of him with their backs turned. "All in good time. Just hold still and let me work my magic." As soon as he said that, 3 black snakes suddenly appeared from underneath his collar, wriggling through the air like demonic tendrils. With the heads hissing loudly and writhing about erratically, the pink-haired shinobi gave a low chuckle before hurling the 3 serpents at his compatriots, watching each of the creatures impale the backs of their necks and burrow into them. In the blink of an eye they were gone, and after a moment of dramatic pause, shit started to happen. The 3 members of the gang of 4 jerking upright, the infected trio then cocked their heads back as a surge of chakra suddenly shot through them, causing them to groan and their pupils to expand till their eyes were jet black. "Oh yes, that's the stuff," the masked member exclaimed as his face suddenly transformed into a more beastly one, followed by a purple aura of foul chakra exploding from his body like a flame. His fists enlarging and the rest of his body changing shape, the man then let out a howl of a laugh when blue markings formed on his mug and slammed his now enormous fists into each other. The impact of his knuckles resounded with an echoing thump, seconds before he threw his arms out and his wild transformation reached its climax, the energy fluctuation fading in an instant. The same went for the other 2. The other male with blue hair had his mane spike up into 3 points as markings also formed on his face, which had turned devilish in appearance. Manic grin in play, he then threw his hands outwards and compelled the transformation to cease. His compatriot next to him with the short orange hair continued to bend over backwards as the purple chakra blasting off of her caused blue lines to creep across her face and spikes to protrude from her arms. As soon as her body was done twisting and reshaping, the kunoichi struck an almost graceful pose, arms out as the chakra flame faded from around her. "Yeah. That's what I'm talking about," the orange-haired ballerina shouted with an excited tone of voice, obviously pleased at the steroid injection she'd gotten. Thrilled at the results of the shots, Kusuna stepped forward. "You've all got the chakra strains as promised. Be sure to pace yourselves so you don't burn it all up in the first few minutes. That goes double for you, Jitai. Don't worry. These soldiers are nothing compared to us," the large-handed one responded with a leer, at the same time raising his fists to show off his changes. "We've got this one in the bag. Let's just get down there and take care of business," the blue-haired one known as Setsuna responded, flicking his hair back at the same time. "You all know what to do," Kusuna continued, looking between them all. "Don't screw up." With that warning given, the 4 of them took flight, leaping over the edge of the cliff and traveling towards the castle at an accelerated pace. It wasn't that long of a trek to make either. A skip and a hop through the evergreen forest that stood in their way, and in just a few minutes they were knocking on the castle's wall. Well, when they said knocking, they really meant running up its side before flying over the barrier, right past the first row of guards keeping watch over the area. The poor archers got the shock of their life when they saw the 4 shinobi in white soar right past them, all of them traveling at a devilish speed and causing the troopers to gawk in momentary shock. As soon as they realized that their defenses had been breached, they sounded the alarm. Oh! The sounds of emergency bells ringing and men shouting outside roused the sleeping priestess from her sleep. Sitting up from underneath the blankets that draped over her and glancing up through the veils and blinds that sheltered her from the world beyond the confines of her futon, the blonde-haired ruler of the land remained where she was with the most faraway look you'd ever see on a person. Though the commotion outside of her chambers did prompt her to move, there was absolutely no immediacy in her actions. No rush to get out of there. No attempts to make haste for the nearest exits. The only thing she did was sit there, draped in her sleeping attire and staring across her dimly lit chambers. When the rumbling of battle outside eventually made its way to her floor, the girl cast her eyes to the ground, even when the cries of approaching death echoed into her midst. This was soon followed by another sound, one that she most definitely knew. "We're entering, my lady," the voice of her captain of the guard Teruho reached her, followed shortly by her doors flying open and the light of the rising sun outside hitting her floorboards. Along with a contingent of guards, the glasses-wearing head of security rushed into her room alongside his friend Suzuki, who had also decided to come along the moment the alarm bells rang. Despite his commander's attempts to dissuade him, he came anyway. "Lady Cheyenne. We have intruders. They've broken through our forward lines. We must get you to safety." The soldiers hurried to her side, but while they were about halfway across the room, the entire ceiling suddenly collapsed on top of them. The rubble and debris crushed the archers in the rear, sparing Teruho and Suzuki, who spun around to face the cloud of smoke now blocking view of the entrance. When they skidded to a stop and drew swords, they suddenly saw the fog in front part violently, and a monstrosity of a man with enormous hands and wearing white robes rush out at them at a ridiculous speed. The masked man let out a manic laugh as he darted toward the stunned men, decking Suzuki with a single swing and sending him flying across the room. The guard let out a cry of pain and, trailing blood from his mouth, crashed into the blind's veiling Cheyenne sleeping area, causing the veil to fall away when he dropped to the ground in a heap. This act revealed the priestess to the intruders, with the one that had busted through the ceiling making small talk with his one remaining obstacle. Effortlessly slipping between sword slashes from a furiously attacking Taruho, Jitai giggled before blocking one of his downward strikes with his rock-hard fist and backhanding him away, like he was just a fly. Upon sending the archer to the ground, the assailant set his sights on the princess, so there you are. Lowering his hand, the man was then joined by his compatriots dropping down through the hole in the roof. As soon as they formed up, all four of them drew weapons before, without warning or hesitation, hurled them across the chamber straight towards the still-seated priestess. Taruho, shaking himself out of his daze, watched the barrage of deadly projectiles fly right over him and converge on the nation's ruler, a sight that had his eyes widen in horror. Lady Cheyenne. At that exact moment, the sound of knives and shuriken impaling a human body echoed throughout the room, with silence soon falling. However, it wasn't the princess that had been struck. Blood dripping from his mouth and his form thrown protectively over the blonde-haired young woman, Suzuki had managed to rise up from the floor after the big hit he'd taken, just in time to intercept the hail of projectiles. Opening his back to the assault, the young man had ended up impaled by kunai, ninja stars, sickles, and a blade attached to a cable. The result was his vertebrae being cut and his organs struck, resulting in a slow end. Smile on his face, the valiant guard that had given up days of sleep watching over the princess, dropped his arms to his sides before keeling over. Taruho, protect. Lady Cheyenne, Suzuki uttered through a hoarse voice. A second later, his body hit the floor and the cackle of his assailant reverberated throughout the room. Withdrawing the blade from the corpse's back, the orange-haired Shizuku caught the cable and retracted it back into her sleeve. Once the way was clear, the gang of four then formed an orderly row and began marching across the room, prompting Taruho to jump back to his feet and stand at his priestess's defense once again. He held his sword steady and, with an intense glare in play, blocked the path of the powerful assassins advancing on his ruler's bedside. In spite of his bravery however, it was quite obvious at this point that it'd take more than will, determination and his sword to stop these guys. They were just too much. A smug grin on his face, Kusuna shook his head in amusement as he and his gang proceeded to within several feet of their target. What with the level of danger that the guards of this palace presented to them earlier, the four of them had little to fear from the courageous captain blocking their way. Following their overwhelming victory over the soldiers and with only one left standing, there really was no need to hurry. Pretty little priestess, Kusuna chuckled as the four of them advanced at a comfortable pace, your life is ours now. However, just as they were about to take the chamber, a shadow darting over them suddenly had them stop and look up. All of a sudden, the curious gaze of Jitai was suddenly clawed out by a tiny bird swooping down on him from above, the man letting out a cry of shock and attempting to swat the little pest away. His teammates then proceeded to duck when the swift little creature smacked all of them, going for their heads and brows, before watching it fly toward the door. When it landed on the railing outside, the four shinobi saw that it had been a pair of red-breasted swallows that had attacked them. The little avian chirped as the enemy ninja stared across at them, earning a frown from Setsuna. What the hell? Birds? Kusuna murmured, before his senses suddenly picked up something else in their midst. Hearing the flutter of a sheet that didn't belong to any of them, the man jerked upright in surprise and spun around, where his eyes then landed on a figure that had definitely not been in the room before. There, standing in the light of the sun at the foot of the platform that supported the priestess futon, a blonde-haired figure with spiky hair, sapphire blue eyes and whiskers on his cheeks, faced the four of them down. Dressed in a hooded, long-sleeved orange jacket that was unzipped with blue trim and arrow marks on both his shoulders, revealing a cut upper body and stomach, orange pants with two pouches on his back, a holster on his left leg, blue sandals, and a Konohagakure headband on his head, and armed with a katana that was belted to his side, the young man stared across at the assassins with a glare. Once he'd managed to draw all four of their gazes to him and saw them balk in shock when they realized they were no longer alone, the newcomer then gave a wide grin and saluted. Hello. Wah. Where the heck did he come from? Shizuku asked, narrowing her eyes on the stranger dressed in orange. Setsuna gritted his teeth, forget that. How the hell did he get past us? Simple. Your backs were turned and I slipped right between you guys. It wasn't that hard, the chipper-looking Naruto responded while tilting his head. Cracking his neck a couple of times, he then breathed a relieved sigh and beamed back at his befuddled opponents. Anyhow, now that I'm here, I think it's about time I got down to business. Who wants to get their ass kicked first? He then began pointing at each of them, Snowflake? Bounder Fists? Retired gymnast? Crossdresser? This little point to the pink-haired one had him bristle, crossdresser? It was a comment that had Jitai, Shizuku, and Setsuna snicker. Whoa! Hold on. You're a dude? Sorry. That was mean, Naruto chuckled sheepishly while scrubbing the back of his head. I'm a little bit jet-lagged from my flight down here, so you'll have to give me a few seconds to clear my head. I'm surprised I haven't passed out yet. Growling irritably, Kusuna threw his hand forward and across, giving his order a voice, screw you. I don't know who you are or where you came from, but no one crosses us and gets away with it. You're dead. Noticing over the meddler's shoulder a secret entrance in the wall behind the priestess's bed open and close, indicating that the one remaining guard in the room had used that opportunity to get his ruler out of dodge, the pink-haired team leader looked over at his comrades and pointed, get rid of this clown and go after the priestess. Seeing the three buffed-up super ninja step forward all at once brought a grin to Naruto's face. After acknowledging that he'd stalled long enough, the Jinchuriki brought his hands out and focused all his attention on the fiend standing before him. I'm sorry to say this to you four, but you ain't going anywhere. Hearing this from the lone shinobi had the three subordinates look at one another before laughing. When they each got their fill of chuckles out of the way, Jitai straightened up and pointed at him. Are you kidding? You're not planning on fighting us all by yourself, are you? Setsuna smirked and lifted his nose arrogantly. Who the hell do you think you are, kid? It was then the group of four saw a dark grin form on the blonde's face, a sight that had all of them stop and stare. Chuckling in amusement and running a hand through his hair, Naruto then set his eyes firmly on the squad before him while peeking under the gap of his palm. When he did, his chakra flared and a strong gust of wind suddenly picked up around him, framing the manic look that suddenly came to his face. The devil. Oh. While the swaths of wounded palace guards outside were struggling back to their feet following their crushing defeat at the hands of the four intruders, they were suddenly caught completely off guard when an explosion unexpectedly ripped through the entire front part of the castle. The blast tearing through rock like paper, the entire forward section of Cheyon's palace began to collapse in on itself, with the gang of four that had been caught inside of the blast leaping out through the crumbling entrance for dear life. Looking behind them as they sailed through the air, a slightly bruised and cut up Kusuna blinked in shock as he stared wide-eyed at the collapsing structure. From the way the four were sailing through the air and looking back, it was quite clear that they did not expect to be hit by an attack like that. Holy shit, that was close, the medic Nin choked out. I almost got hit, Shizuku also exclaimed in shock, the kunoichi glaring back at the room they'd once been standing in, which they could only see half of due to the fact that the entire front of the building was gone. Geez. Where the hell did that come from? This kid is more powerful than he looks. Watch your backs, Setsuna stated before all four of them eventually made landfall in the center of the courtyard. When they all turned back to the palace, ignoring the dozens of soldiers picking themselves up around them and gawking at the now ruined castle, they suddenly saw their mysterious attacker flash into view several yards away across the quad. Materializing out of the air in a shunshin, the orange-wearing Jonin smirked in the direction of his opponents where he then saw all of them glare back at him heatedly. Now that they'd been given a taste of what he could actually do, it wasn't surprising that they were now starting to take him seriously. Well, got the hint? Naruto asked, slipping his hands into his pockets and tilting his head, or do I need to do a little bit more before you buffed-up idiots decide to turn tail and run? Spitting to the side in annoyance, Kusuna smirked and raised his hand, a gesture that had the other three behind him take crouching stances in preparation. We'll see who'll be running at the end of this fight. Gitai, Setsuna, Shizuku. Hit this punk with an earth, fire and wind calm dash. You know, for a Jonin, your reflexes are pretty shocking. Straightening upright and eyes widening in shock, Kusuna remained standing frozen in place and staring ahead of him in disbelief when, while his eyes had been fixed squarely on the blonde 20 meters in front of him, the Jinchuriki actually stepped out from directly behind him, hands still in his pockets and eyes closed. The other three didn't even notice he was there until he'd spoken, which had all of them jump in surprise, as he was standing right in the middle of their formation. After making the untraceable jump in between the group circle, Naruto allowed his eyes to open and smirked at the pink-haired man's back. You four really need to work on your basics. The second Kusuna spun around he got a fist to the face when the blonde standing behind him plowed a punch right into his mug, with the impact sending the man rocketing across the courtyard where he then struck the temple steps on the other side 36 yards away. The moment the man crashed into the stairs, his brothers and sister responded by jumping the Jinchuriki all at once, with Jitai moving in with a swinging overhand. Seeing the other three enemy ninja advance on him with blows primed, Naruto frowned and leapt towards one of the attackers in a blur, mounting the masked man's punch as he sent it forward and kneed him right between the eyes. The blow was strong enough to smash Jitai's head back and crack the stone encasing his face, before the Jinchuriki bent over backwards to avoid the kick from Shizuku and slammed a hand into the ground. Hiking off his foe and using his palm as a pivot, he then spun like a top and slammed a kick into the ribs of an attacking Setsuna, knocking the wind and dragging him around through the air, before mashing him into his orange-haired partner. The force of the kick sent the two of them barreling across the courtyard to slam into one of the surrounding walls on the far side. Upon dispatching them with his kick, the Jinchuriki leapt back to his feet and focused his attention on Jitai, who'd recovered from the blow and brought both his fists up in defense. With a roar, he dropped them down on top of the Jinchuriki, only for the blonde to lunge forward with blinding speed and slam a hand into the man's chest. The second he did so, an ejection point for air exploded against the shinobi's stomach and sent the enemy Nin rocketing to another side of the castle grounds, with Naruto's signature jet hand coming into play. Jitai's body passed over a squad of wounded soldiers who immediately dove for cover at the sight of the human projectile, before the rock-hard shinobi crashed into the defensive barrier of the castle with the force and speed of an artillery shell. When a decent section of the wall collapsed on top of him, it was clear who the victor of the first round was. Kusuna, who'd watched the whole thing from his place sitting in the man-sized crater at the bottom of the stairs, stared in disbelief. He's so fast. He didn't even care that he was bleeding from the lip. The teen had taken all four of them down before they could even mount a proper response against him. Not only that, but it was obvious from the way he'd fought them off that he could have killed any one of them at any given moment. However, for some reason he was giving them openings to leave by not striking them down with a weapon. Why? Was he toying with them, or was he being merciful and giving them a chance to back out? Whatever he was doing, it wasn't sitting well at all with Setsuna and Shizuku, who managed to pull themselves back to their feet after their flight across the field. Both snarling angrily and glaring, the pair focused all of their ire across the court towards the person they were fighting. When they got up, they saw the Jinchuriki lower his extended hand and straighten up, before resting his hand on his katana. His eyes still focused on where he'd buried Jitai. Naruto frowned. I'll give you this one chance to leave quietly. If not... Gripping the top of the sheath, the blonde then pushed his thumb against the handle guard and drew part of his sword from its scabbard. The base of its blade flashed under the sun as the young adult held his position. Seeing the shinobi ready his weapon immediately put the shinobi and kunoichi across the way on guard, with Shizuku hissing menacingly. He's just playing around. Agreeing with this observation, Setsuna stepped forward. Don't mess with us, you miserable rat. We're the loyal servants of the almighty spirit of Moryu and Yomi's most trusted bodyguards. It'll take more than an explosion and a kick to the chest to bring us to dash. The man then stopped mid-monologue when he realized he could no longer see the Jinchuriki standing in the middle of the courtyard. Recoiling in shock, the blue-haired shinobi then looked around in bewilderment. What? Where did he go? He then turned to Shizuku next to him. Hey, did you see where he dashed? For a second time he was cut off. Not because his sister had vanished into thin air. She was still standing there as still as a statue. No. It was because the moment Setsuna turned to look at her, the top half of his teammate's head fell away, followed by a spurt of blood. The sight had the blue-haired man step back with a look of horror slapped across his face and a shout of terror escaping his lips. When Shizuku's lifeless body collapsed to the floor to join the rest of her cranium, she revealed Naruto standing on the other side with his back turned to Setsuna and his sword still sheathed in its scabbard. Stunned into silence at seeing his sister killed right before his eyes, Setsuna quickly shook himself out of his shock and, with a roar of anger, hurled a series of kunai at the blonde's back. Naruto turned his head just as the man threw them at him and vanished in a shunshin. You bastard, the man shouted, flying through hand seals before throwing his hands forward across the courtyard, where he spotted his opponent's form shimmer into view, facing side on to him. When he did, Setsuna formed a miniature tornado between his palms and launched it in the form of a blast towards the blonde, Futon, Kami Oroshur. Wind release, godly wind from the mountain, the vortex of wind shot towards his target at an incredible speed. Only for Naruto to once again vanish in a shunshin, his form condensing into a tiny speck of orange zipping through the air like the beam of a laser pointer against a wall. This little firefly traced the air around the wind attack as it tore apart the entire courtyard, sending rubble, debris and dust flying everywhere, before the tiny speck eventually flickered directly in front of Setsuna and Naruto materialized out of thin air in a flash. The boy stared right back at the man who recoiled in disbelief, mouth agape and eyes wide. When he eventually realized his enemy was right in front of him, the blue-haired assassin growled and lunged forward with a kunai, aiming to stab his opponent. The second Setsuna moved however, in the blink of an eye the Jinchuriki in front of him drew his sword, sprang into the air and struck out with a series of lightning-fast, aerial slashes, performing an acrobatic flip at the same time before landing perfectly on his 2 feet directly behind his opponent, all in a split second. The maneuver cut Setsuna's attack short, with the shinobi staring ahead of him in awe while his opponent spun his sword to remove the blood and slowly began to replace it back into its scabbard. Aido? Way of Iai, Setsuna murmured in response to the Kenjutsu style, unable to believe the speed his opponent was capable of achieving. It was unlike any he'd ever seen before. First the young male was standing dozens of meters away and then the next thing you knew, he was just a few inches behind you, having already finished attacking before you could even mount any sort of defense. The fact that they lost sight of him completely even when they were staring right at the guy and at the ready, showed that his combat skills were on a level far above their own. It was inconceivable. We never stood a chance. These were the last strained words Setsuna was able to utter, because the moment Naruto fully sheathed his sword into his scabbard and the click of his blade rang out, the man's head split into 4 segments before falling free. Blood splattered across the floor along with the quartered pieces of his head, followed shortly by the shinobi's dead body dropping to the ground with a dull thud. With his sword back at his side, Naruto remained where he was staring ahead of him. When he sensed the eyes of others drilling into his back, he glanced over his shoulder toward the spot where Kusuna was, where he saw the man staring in abject horror at what he'd just witnessed. It's obviously the first time he'd ever seen someone's head get quartered before, so it made perfect sense that when the blonde turned to look at him he nearly shit himself. There hadn't been a single person in history that had stood up faster than he did. Even Jitai, who'd managed to dig himself out of his rubble pile, gawked in shock at seeing his other 2 teammates get snuffed out. The guards scattered across the courtyard on the other hand, they were stunned. Clenching his fists when he saw the blonde turn on them, Kusuna spat in fury, "Damn you. I warned you guys what would happen if you fought me," Naruto stated, narrowing his eyes while stepping forward, making his stance on the matter as clear as possible. "If you don't want to end up like your friends, I suggest you turn around and get the hell out of here. Now." He flared his chakra warningly, sending a gust of wind across the yard and hitting the 2-man flush. Staggered by the wave of killing intent that came with the sudden power jump, Kusuna quickly reconsidered their chances against this guy. After seeing him handily dispatch both Shizuku and Setsuna in rapid succession without so much as breaking a sweat, there was no way only 2 of them could take him on. Even when there had been 4 of them, fighting him had been impossible. The guy took them all down one after the other and lopped the heads off of half of their group. Well, not in the conventional sense. The way he'd done it had been quite brutal. Nevertheless, it was obvious this guy was in an entirely different league to them, and with the amount of dark chakra he dispersed to each of the gang of 4 for what was supposed to be a simple mission, there was really only one reasonable course of action the leader could take. Decision finalized, Kusuna's attention snapped towards his remaining subordinate, with sweat clearly staining his brow. Jitai. Fall back. Why yeah, the stone-covered shinobi replied in a shaky voice, before both he and his partner vanished in a shunshin. They took off over the wall and, within seconds, disappeared over the horizon. Watching the pair vanish under the rising sun with a satisfied gleam in his eyes, the blonde-haired teen breathed out a sigh of relief and relaxed, shifting the katana at his side so that it sat comfortably behind him and adjusted his jacket's collar. Once he was certain the pair were long gone from the region, he then returned his attention to the reason he'd flown all the way down here in the first place. Upon surveying the damages done to the courtyard and seeing the wounded soldiers that were still alive pick themselves up from the ground one after the other, Naruto then began retracing his steps to where he remembered the priestess chambers were. Recalling the secret passage she and her guard captain had taken, the blonde then whistled in a very bird-like manner and held out his finger. A second later, the two swallows that had attacked the four intruders earlier fluttered down to land on his outstretched appendage, allowing the blonde to look between them fondly. Hey Swiftchan, how's the view? The young Jonin asked, before hearing the smaller of the two swallows on his finger sing in response. Seeing her head jerk to the left several times and listening to her words carefully, Naruto gave an understanding nod and focused his attention on the ruined castle. So the back door to the castle is that way, huh? No problem. Moving his hand to his side, with the two finch-sized birds flying off, the blonde kicked the ground with the edge of his sandal once before vanishing in an orange flash, surprising the soldiers that had started to approach him. Damn. Oh. At the back of the castle, far out of sight of the main courtyard and nestled safely under the shadow of a high cliff, there sat what looked like a private garden of some sorts. A small courtyard enclosed by a protective wooden wall, with a gate on one end and a reflecting pool being fed by a waterfall on the other. This small, quaint little area sat as both a place of concealment and meditation. It was a peaceful setup, and with the way the waterfall cascaded into the waters, filled the air with a fine mist and reflected the sun's rays as the orb rose higher into the sky, it was also the ideal place for contemplation. Exiting the castle's secret tunnels and through the main gate, a still slightly shaken Teruho looked over his shoulder warily, as he could no longer hear the sounds of battle taking place on the other side. Whether it was because the enemy was gone or had finished dealing with the castle's guards he couldn't say, but whatever it was, he knew he couldn't stop now. Fearful that he was being followed, the courageous guard turned back around to continue his hasty retreat. Upon shouldering the priestess further up his back and making sure she was okay, as the blonde-haired girl was still in an unresponsive state, the young man then turned his attention back to the waterfall. It was only when his eyes landed on the pool before him he jerked upright in surprise when he saw the same blonde-haired young man from earlier sitting on the edge of the pond surrounded by a small contingent of swallows. Reacting instinctively, the man reached for a blade, a reaction that had Naruto quickly get to his feet and hold his hands forward. Whoa. Take it easy, the Jinchuriki replied with a kind smile, I'm a friend. Seeing the man continue glaring at him, the blonde slowly made his way down the steps and onto level ground, at the same time allowing his friend Swift to land on his shoulder. My name's Naruto. I'm a shinobi from Konohagakure, sent here by Koyuki Kazuhana of Yuki no Kuni. Hearing this and seeing the symbol carved into the headband the blonde was wearing, Teruho soon relaxed and looked up in realization. The hidden leaf? Oh. He then relinquished his hold on his blade and gave the newcomer his undivided attention as the Jonin stopped in front of him. You must be the escort we sent for. I was expecting more. The Hokage has dispatched all available units to the front lines. Since all of their troops are occupied with dealing with the enemy forces, they'd asked Yukigakure to send me down here to pick up the slack from behind. Naruto replied with an affirmative nod and a smile. Apparently, this ghost army problem is much bigger than they originally thought. There are terracotta soldiers appearing all over the damn place. Knowing exactly what was going on, the captain of the guard gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Moryu. Murmuring uneasily at the news, Teruho then fixed his glare on the ground and shook his head as he considered the things that have happened so far. Then it is worse than we feared. That's. Hearing the soft voice of the girl currently resting on her guard's back, both Naruto and Teruho looked towards her in surprise. When their eyes landed upon the leader, they saw the blonde-haired priestess raise her head and her lavender eyes fix ahead of her in concern. It was something that did not go amiss by the two present with her. Lady Cheyenne? Teruho murmured, relieved that she'd finally regained consciousness. Shifting uneasily, the young princess frowned. It's happening. He's trying to resurrect himself once again. Upon saying that, Cheyenne curled up and hid her face into the shoulder of her loyal protector. When Teruho and Naruto faced each other after hearing the girl's unnerving assertion, the latter then turned to look at her thoughtfully. Though news like this would have normally come as a concern for others, it didn't affect the Jinchuriki one bit as he looked back at the girl with an expression reflecting curiosity and thought. With Swift perched comfortably on his shoulder, the tiny bird chirped and ruffled her feathers, before returning her attention to the priestess as well. Even the smaller critters could sense something amiss, and that was saying a lot. Chapter 43, Land of Demons Arc, Demon Hunting. Naruto. Drifting. Demon hunting. Later that morning. Elsewhere? For some parts of the continent, the concept of peace was a far-gone conclusion. This was because the shinobi charged with the protection and security of their homelands were currently caught up in a war against an army that was fast marching across their borders unimpeded, destroying everything in their path and clearing across lands and villages with every meter they covered. The future of the defenders' world and the lives of their families rested on those shinobi that had been dispatched to guard their borders and to stop the Stone Army from encroaching any further upon their soil. However, in a lot of other places, the lands remained quiet and untouched by the chaos and turmoil of war. This was made especially so in the country known for having the largest river of the 5 great nations flowing through it. With a village sitting on its banks on both sides, flanking the main highway leading across the enormous bridge, which could be seen for miles, the people here were experiencing a long and prosperous tranquility amongst themselves. Thanks to all the changes and improvements that had been made to their lifestyles in recent years, you would think that there was no war going on for them. For now, the land of Great River remained completely out of reach of Moryu's army. But, in one particular spot, an enemy still lurked well inside of its borders. Sitting on the edge directly in the center of the colossal structure crossing over the impressive tributary, taking in all the sights and sounds of the surrounding countryside, a cloaked figure was making himself right at home. With slicked back silver hair, purple eyes, and wearing a black, hooded coat with red trim underneath, purple sandals, and carrying an enormous red scythe with 3 blades on it, former member of the Akatsuki and mass murderer Haiden could be seen glaring out across the waterway while at the same time munching on a stick of delicious dango. Looking even more miserable than he normally would due to the multitude of stitched-up scars crisscrossing his body and face, making him look like some sort of Frankenstein masterpiece, the man sat with his legs dangling over the side while quietly contemplating over what his next mission would be. Having been stationed here for a couple of weeks now with nothing much to do except wait, his concerns were justified as he was eager to get into some action and start killing people. But knowing who his boss was and what he would do to him if he stepped out of line, the man was obligated to wait until he received details of his next assignment. Finishing up his last kebab, the man grunted and tossed it over the side, watching it fall the many stories down to the base of the former Mugen River Dam and vanishing into the rushing water far below. Fuck. I can't take this suspense anymore. I need to do something soon, otherwise I just might have to take out my frustrations on the people living in this fine place. Oh yeah. He was pissed alright. Not only was he involving himself with this group against his own will on account of the shit they'd done to him, he was also being forced to wait on them and play along with their little games. Surely something good was bound to happen to him sometime. But of course, all good things came to those who waited, and sure enough, Haiden's patience was rewarded by a messenger hawk suddenly swooping down from the stratosphere above to land beside him. Blinking at the sight of the bird, the silver-haired man reached over and took the scroll it had tied to its leg, before letting it go free and opening it up. Reading the information that sprung up the second he accessed its contents, the scarred immortal made sure to drink in everything inscribed upon the document. Upon getting a good bead of the instructions as well as the details regarding his next job, a smirk then pulled across his lips before he rolled the thing shut. Pocketing the scroll, he then stood up and stretched, groaning loudly towards the sky while rolling his neck exhaustedly. It's about fucking time. Any longer and my ass would have started to chafe. Upon working out the kinks in his frame, Haiden then turned heel and began making his way in the direction he was supposed to go. Following the mental compass he had instilled inside of his cranium, the man made haste for the west, where he knew all of the fun was taking place. Time to go hunt and kill me some shinobi. Though that wasn't what his mission was instructing him to do, the man still had high hopes about killing somebody on this trip. He couldn't wait. After several minutes and eventually getting to the other end of the bridge, the rogue shinobi then stopped and looked up. When his gaze fell upon the archway that served as both the access and exit point to this edifice, he saw the name of the structure emblazoned in bold text above him, letting him know the significance of the landmark he'd just been sitting on. Narrowing his eyes, Haiden read, the Naruto Uzumaki Big Bridge, which was the title this fine marker had been christened with. Rolling the name around in his head a few times and allowing it to slide off of his tongue, the former Akatsuki member tilted his head and murmured, where have I heard that name before? Unable to wrap his mind around it and unable to comprehend the importance of that name, Haiden eventually gave up and continued onwards, following the highway out of the village and away from the country. In a few words, his leaving ensured the continued safety and well-being of the entire village, and the lives of those within it. Even so, as he continued to march away, he couldn't help but wonder where he'd heard that name before. Naruto Uzumaki? It just kept clawing at the back of his head in the most irritating way possible. Weird. Oh. Meanwhile, back in the land of demons? Naruto had to admit, the soldiers of this fortress castle were really incredible people. Following the intrusion of the Gang of Four and their eventual defeat at the hands of the Konoha shinobi, survivors of the raid quickly went about collecting the wounded they had scattered across the area and cleaning up the courtyard from all the chaos that had ensued. What astonished the Jinchuriki the most as the villagers and soldiers on station were fixing things up was that those that had been wounded during the attack were also helping in moving the dead as well as the rubble. Even when racked by serious injury, they were still willing to help out wherever they could, all for the sake of their priestess. That was steadfast dedication if the blonde ever saw it. Hell, they even disposed of the bodies of the enemies, being extra certain to toss them onto a fire to ensure that they were actually dead. Since one of them had had the top half of their cranium chopped off and the other had his cut into quarters, they were absolutely certain that there was no way in hell that they would be coming back. Anyway, once the injured were cycled out with a new regiment of soldiers, all of whom immediately got to work repairing the damages, Naruto was called up to the priestess's main chamber to meet up with the woman he would be escorting. With the hectic events that had been the morning assault done away with, the blonde could now focus on getting on with his assignment, and that meant starting from square one, officially meeting the person who was going to be under his charge. Having suffered no injury or exhaustion during his battle whatsoever, the Jinchuriki was pretty much set for a long journey ahead. With the plans he had, he was sure this wouldn't take him very long. While sitting casually in the main hall at the foot of the stairs leading up to Cheyenne's throne, the Jonin watched on with vested curiosity as Teruho gave a low bow and the veil curtain concealing the seat from view was raised. When it finally lifted, it revealed a beautifully dressed princess, complete with crown and shrine maiden-like robes of a unique design, kneeling at the top of the platform with her eyes closed. It was truly an impressive sight, especially since the throne room itself was so extravagant and the cliff and waterfall the palace was constructed next to was sitting right outside. Apparently somebody in this place had a really keen eye for details. "Allow me to present Lady Cheyenne, priestess of the land of demons and the ruler of our people," Teruho announced, eyes closed as he slowly pushed himself up from the floor. Still sitting casually in his place, gazing up at the blonde-haired young woman with his best friend Swift perched comfortably on his shoulder, the Jinchuriki and leader of this mission nodded in approval and saluted. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Jonin of Konohagakure and chief advisor to Princess Koyuki Kazuhana of Yuki no Kuni." He was proud of that epithet. For sure. Getting a job as the right-hand guy and attendant of the country's ruler certainly had its benefits, aside from the excellent pay, connections to the movie industry, and opportunities for travel. He also got another title to attach to his name, and that was always great. Wanting to make nice, the blonde greeted the young priestess in the usual, Naruto Uzumaki manner, "How's it Hanjin?" and sent a beaming grin her way. However, when all he got in return was a twitching eyebrow in response to his smile trying to worm its way through her defenses, the Jinchuriki soon dispensed of the effort and pulled back. "I've come to escort the young lady to the Sealing Shrine. I hope that won't be a problem." "No, not at all. We're more than happy to accept the services of our allies from the east, especially the Hidden Leaf," Teruho replied, looking towards the spiky-haired Jonin and momentarily drawing his gaze. "Your reputation precedes you, Naruto Uzumaki. I hear your name gets passed around quite a bit inside of the smaller countries and even more around the Great Five. Most impressive." "Ah, shucks," Naruto replied with a bashful grin before turning his attention back to the priestess in front of him. "That stuff's all just a bonus. What really matters is what I'm able to bring to the table to make sure the mission is successfully completed." He then nodded his head towards the young woman. "I'm very sorry for your losses. Those were some really good men out there. They fought bravely against a really tough enemy and fell to the might of their blades. My deepest respects and wishes go out with them." Teruho smiled at the boy's admission of deference to those that had passed and straightened up. "We lost many good people in that assault, friends, comrades, and brothers. Just as Cheyenne foretold, my dear friend Suzuki also perished in the midst of that battle, as he gave his life to protect her from the devils that attempted to trespass upon our soil." To the blonde, hearing this about a man whose skills revolved primarily around close combat and archery with very little to no chakra involved whatever, was an admirable thing indeed. However, his moment of expressing high esteem toward this great man Suzuki was spoiled when the princess, still seated up high on her podium, decided to speak. Naturally. This very word had Naruto's thoughts stop and his eyes lock firmly on the woman at the apex of the stairs. "But as you can see, I still breathe. I'm sure they shoulder no regret." Gaze widening and reflecting a sense of shock, the Jinchuriki then narrowed his brow and rested his knuckles against the floorboards in front of him. Closing his lids and taking a deep breath to compose himself, the young male then looked back up toward the teenager above them and forced a smile. Pardon me, Haim, but I think I may have misheard you there," the blonde spoke in an unervingly calm voice. "Did you just say?" "It was exactly as you heard, Uzumaki-san," the young woman continued, cutting the blonde off and closing her eyes evenly. "Those men died for a fair and noble cause. They should feel proud at the opportunity to have been able to lay down their lives for me. There's nothing more that needs to be said." Crack. Gaze turned downwards, Naruto didn't even register to the fact that he'd literally shoved his fist into the floor and split the entire chamber from end to end out of suppressed anger. Needless to say, his sudden and violent reaction had Cheyenne and Teruho look at him in shock, before the boy exhaled steadily and rose to his feet. Pulling his fist out of the hole, he then leapt forward and landed in front of the princess, taking her by the scruff of her robes and yanking her up so that her stunned gaze met his stone-cold one in a shocking confrontation. "You've got some nerve," the blonde male hissed as he glared down at the arrogant flower with outrage burning in his eyes. "All those people out there, they gave their lives for you and you shrugged them off like they were nothing? Who the hell do you think you are?" It was painfully obvious that Naruto did not like what this girl had just said. Not only did she shake off the sacrifices of all of those brave souls that had attempted to fight of those four shinobi, but she also said it in such a way that it almost made the blonde want to throw up. The manner in which she spoke and the way she disregarded the lives of those men outside was like stomping on a loved one's ashes. What kind of person spoke like that about others, especially about the people who defended them? Shaking the girl and causing the bell pinned to her robes to fall free, Naruto's actions prompted Teruho to rise to his feet in alarm and approach the podium in concern for his priestess's safety. However, while the Jonin continued to hold the girl at point, Cheyenne's eyes shimmered in surprise as the blonde shinobi's face resonated with one of her memories. It was a vision she'd seen quite recently, one of a man with the exact same bearing standing against a powerful force inside of a distant fortress. The flashes of battle crossing her line of sight in montage, she then watched the boy keel by the helm of the flying city, before it went up in a brilliant explosion that lit up the entire sky. The memory replayed inside of her head several times over, before the man holding her by the collar shook her again and snapped her out of her reverie. "Well? Say something." Expression calming as she stared back at the Jonin from her recollections, Cheyenne remained quietly where she was being held for a good long minute. Eventually, the stillness of the moment was broken by the priestess, who said something that had the Jinchuriki freeze in place. "You're going to die." Jerking back slightly, Naruto continued to stare straight down at her, while at the same time spotting Teruho's expression change through his peripherals. Upon processing her words and giving her face a good look over to make sure she wasn't playing games with him, he then decided to chase up on her no-nonsense visage and frowned. "Excuse me, but, do you mind repeating that?" The girl blinked. "You're going dash." "Yes? You're going to dash." "Uh-huh. You're going to D-dash." "Speak up please. I don't think the people on the other side of the room can hear you." Completely disregarding the fact that there were only 3 people in the room, himself included. An irritable exhale from the princess soon followed. "You're going to die," Cheyenne said, loud and clear, finally managing to get her message across in spite of the insufferable blonde's constant attempts to disrupt her. With her proclamation made, she then saw the Jonin's expression switch and her own visage calm in the wake of his stubbornness. "There will be a war, many moons from now, and in it you will fight a great battle, win, and perish inside of an exploding fortress above the planet." Immediately after that, a deathly silence fell. Meeting with the priestess Cheyenne and having an up-close encounter with her personality had left Naruto in a bit of a sour mood. After managing to storm out of the chamber without breaking any doors on the way out, the young Jonin eventually ended up waiting in one of the many rooms in the palace specifically reserved for clients moving in to do business with her worshipfulness. From his place over by the window and frame, Naruto could hear the waterfall outside crashing away into the meditation pool, which helped him to calm his irritable nature in the wake of his meeting and realign all of his priorities. Honestly, the last time he'd met someone with problems of that kind had been 2 years ago, and Koyuki was doing just fine now. In fact, she was doing better than fine. The Snow Princess was generous, kind, thoughtful, beautiful, and if he dare say so himself, she was incredibly fond of him too. Perhaps a little too fond to call them acquaintances. Thoughts of her actually brought a smile back to the Jinchuriki's face. Naruto's meditation leading up to the beginning of his mission however was short-lived, as he was shortly interrupted by the arrival of Teruho. The Jonin acknowledged the man when he entered his temporary quarters and dropped down to his knees in front of him. His actions had the blonde step off of his post to give the guard captain a proper reception, one that he wished to return in kind. Upon seeing the man's greeting, the Jinchuriki pretty much guessed why he was here and what he had to say, which had him chuckle in amusement. "Geez. I've met some hard-boiled eggs in my time, but she just takes the cake," Naruto remarked, massaging the back of his head uneasily. "That's the first time in a while since I've actually gotten mad at someone." "I hope you will forgive her, Naruto-san," the glasses-wearing officer spoke, at the same time rising from the carpet with his hands placed upon his lap. "Lady Cheyenne often sees visions of other people's deaths." This piece of info had the blonde glance up curiously. "Visions? But you shouldn't let something like this worry you. It'll only upset the mission." Staring back at the man on the ground for a moment or so, Naruto then nodded and looked away, arms still folded as he set his eyes on the waterfall outside. "Oh, so, she always gets it wrong then, huh?" "No," Teruho replied with a solemn shake of his head, "so far, she's been 100% accurate." "Well, there you go," Naruto sighed, stretching his arms out and moving across the room, "just a bunch of hooey. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go bleed the lizard." He then disappeared round the corner to the chamber lavatory. "What?" Naruto roared while his head shot back into view. "In some cases, the actual deaths of the people she envisions are only off by a second or two," Teruho replied, despite how morbid it sounded. As the closest bodyguard to the High Priestess and her most loyal servant, he was obviously willing to give up his life at a moment's notice. The Jinchuriki on the other hand was not. He was still new to this setting after all. But in the end, Lady Cheyenne's foretelling has always been correct. Gawking in abject shock for the next few seconds in silence, the Jonin then slumped where he was leaning against the wall frame and groaned, "Well, that fucking sucks. It's been nice knowing ya, Gaki." The familiar, booming voice laced with an air of self-importance, belonging to a thoroughly amused Kurama spoke up from inside the blonde's mind, letting him know that it wasn't just Teruho that was lending an ear to his grievances. "Be sure to collect the bill on the way out." Bristling, Naruto then punched himself in his rock-hard abs and retorted, "Fuck off, furball. You're not helping." Seething at the rim as he heard the fox cackle away safely behind the confines of his cage, the blonde turned his attention back to the captain of the guard, who was staring across at him oddly for his sudden break in attention. The shinobi made sure to give his host his full and undivided focus once he'd managed to re-establish his bearings and continued, "So, you're saying that these visions of hers are the genuine article?" The glasses-wearing individual nodded, "Yes. And she actually foretells people's deaths?" "Correct." Shaking his head and breathing out a long sigh, the boy ran his hand through his spiky locks before leaning against the side wall and knocking his fist against it a couple of times. Clicking his tongue thoughtfully, a very cynical chuckle then came from him and he closed his eyes. "Man, just when you think life can't get any better, the universe drops a massive roadblock to try and throw you off the path. Looks like I'm going to need some serious firepower to clear this one up." Taruho smiled, "I'm surprised. You seem to be taking this news quite well." "Heh, I've crossed paths with death before," Naruto replied with a careless wave, before holding up his hand to look down at his palm. "Considering the amount of times I've spent in his company, you might even say that we're casual acquaintances." This drew a light laugh from the man still kneeling in the middle of the room. "I can't imagine what kind of life you must have lived to view death as any sort of companion of yours." "Oh, you have no idea." "Oh. Getting a bit of cheering up from his one-on-one meeting with Teruho, despite the fact he was still contesting with the news of his impending doom, Naruto was then instructed to wait while the captain readied a contingent of his forces for their mission. Despite the potential danger of the assignment and the enemies they were expected to encounter on it, the ever-humble and loyal officer was insistent on taking more men with them to help in protecting the priestess. While the Jinchuriki would have been more than happy to have an extra platoon of shinobi with him, the troops Teruho had in mind were just regular army soldiers. No matter how good their intentions were and how strong their hearts held out for their beloved leader, they were still regular troops. Based on what Naruto garnered from the job details as well as judged from his battle with the Gang of Four earlier that day, this situation went above and beyond what the regular forces could possibly dish out. This was an assignment specifically tailored for shinobi and nobody else. It was a good thing Naruto could function as a one-man army, so this mission was right up his alley. Still, dying from an explosion inside of a flying city above the planet's surface, Naruto murmured, shaking his head as he lay there on the floor of his room, his katana and small orange backpack lying next to him, and his hands resting comfortably behind his cranium. I gotta say, there are worse ways for a person like me to die. The grunt of the resident inside of his stomach resounded in the back of the Jinchuriki's head, making it clear that he wasn't just talking to himself. If I wasn't stuck behind these iron bars right now, I would slap you upside the head. What? Don't tell me you're starting to feel worried about me, Kurama, Naruto spoke, scrunching his face up in surprise. That's so unlike you. Well, you may not have realized this by now, kid, but after all these years of spending time talking with you and working together on the field, I've actually grown to appreciate your company, the Kyuubi responded while still lying comfortably on the floor with his chin resting on his arms. Tails waving behind him in a magnificent display of gargantuan size and stature, the orange, fur-covered beast breathed a heavy sigh and rolled his head to rest it on the other cheek. Counting the number of people I've met in the past 100 years and the cells I've been stuck in, you're by far the best prison warden I've had so far. Thanks. I still can't believe some of the places the villagers put you in while they were cycling you through contenders in the Jinchuriki system, Naruto murmured, at the same time absently scratching his stomach. I mean, chained to a giant ball of chakra while suspended inside of a seemingly endless void? That's fucking harsh, man. Tell me about it. Not to mention the seal of that particular one was of your mother's own design. She fashioned it from Mito's previous model, though in that one I was held down to the floor by enormous torii and not by enormous stakes bound by chains, the fox replied with a careless swing of his tail. Since this was before I had my other half sealed away by your old man, I was even stronger back then compared to how I am right now. Those seals were double standard, enough to keep even a handful of the other tailed beasts in check. Expression changing to convey a sense that he was impressed, Naruto then kicked a leg up and propped it on top of his knee. Bouncing it in place, he then took a moment to think before speaking again. Well, one way or another, life still finds a way to screw you over. No shit. But I don't see how any of your past misgivings would make you want to try and find a bright side behind all this. You know, the whole future death thing and going down in flames and glory. Look, I'm just saying that if you're eventually going to go out, then at least make your exit from the stage memorable. The last time I nearly kicked the bucket, I got a spear made out of crystal shoved through my chest after changing the shape of 2/3 of an entire island. The time before that I was strung up between two trees by some crazy, cursed seal-powered chick and her body-splitting, cross-dressing teammates like some new art masterpiece, and the time before that I got rained on by a fucking lightning storm during the Chunin exams. And your point? Don't get me wrong, I'm absolutely fucking grateful to be alive and kicking ass right now. I live life like every day would be my last. I eat my vegetables, bathe every night and appreciate all the little things the universe has created for us. But if you're eventually going to meet your maker sometime in the foreseeable future, then wouldn't you rather come barreling in through the front doors of his office in a ball of flames, striking the most awesome victory pose ever, or come lumbering in with a kunai shoved through your stomach and a miserable look on your face? Well, only you would care about useless things like that. I'm kind of impartial to the whole concept of death. Naruto snorted at that. Yeah. You're an enormous, all-powerful, nine-tailed immortal fox and I'm just a poor, sack of flesh human being with a ridiculously long lifespan and massive chakra reserves. But still, you've been in the position of death a few times before, so you should understand a little bit of where I'm coming from. Only a couple of times, brat, and yes, that does count the time you got impaled through the chest and nailed to the sand by that blue-haired chick on that island. Kurama then murmured thoughtfully and looked up through the gates of his seal again. I guess you've got a point. Going down swinging, kind of is your motto. Never giving up is my motto. Going down swinging is my worst-case scenario, Naruto replied before cracking a smile. Considering what I know about you already, lying around and not giving a shit is yours. Damn straight, the Kyuubi snorted, closing his eyes and adjusting his head's position across his arms. So, you're not worried about the prediction at all? Not in the slightest, Naruto said, closing his eyes as well and grinning brightly. Nothing is set in stone in this world. Eventually you're going to end up hitting a curb in the road ahead of you that'll throw all of your perceptions of reality into question and render all absolutes null and void. Hell, facts and figures can only give you so much when you're up against the wall and fighting to stay alive. I believe that in order to make the best with what you've got, all you have to do is make the right choices and keep moving forward. Humph, yet another motto you so honestly live by, the giant fox remarked while rolling the words around on his tongue a few times. You really are a persistent bastard. Takes one to know one. Ah, touche. All the same, it makes me wonder how a guy like you can respawn every time you're killed. I don't get it. Is there some kind of trick to it, or is it just a built-in feature to being a chakra entity? Naruto asked curiously, wondering how the tailed beasts were able to come back to life after being put down. In the blonde's mind, when you died that was sort of it for you. There's no turning back, unless there was something outside of the equation that managed to bring you back after biting the bullet. However, there seemed to be something more as to how the Biju did as opposed to some of the other would-be miracles that existed in their plane of reality. The fox gave a light chuckle at his host's inquiry. That's a story for another time, kid. All I can really say right now is that thanks to the way I was born into this world and where I originated from, my existence has been made a fixed constant in this plane of reality. I'm sure you've heard the stories. Yeah. About you being the harbinger of disaster, a force of nature, and an anomaly that pops up wherever humans' hatred has accumulated in vast quantities. Erosenin made sure to use a lot of big words in his lectures, particularly the ones regarding you, Naruto replied with a shrug. Consider myself flattered then, Kurama replied with a casual twitch to his ear. However, I wouldn't go so far as to consider us Biju immortal. There's no such thing as absolute immortality. There are ways to kill us off permanently, but too few of those exist in the hands of humans. Since we're demons as well as entities composed entirely out of chakra, you should be able to see why it's so hard to destroy any of our kind. This Moryu character is exactly the same as us, if not worse, only we know that the key to his permanent demise lies in the chakra of the priestess. An Achilles heel, huh? Everyone's got one, even you. Heh. Hey, maybe Cheyenne stuff could work on you too, furball. Who knows, if I was to pit you two against each other in a one-on-one fight, there's a good chance even someone as ordinary as her could kick your ass. Oh, please. Like I'm scared of some little girl and her magical chakra, the fox responded while rolling his eyes at the absurdity of the idea. However, the fox couldn't help but spare a moment of thought to the priestess's abilities, as well as question his immortality's limits in the possible face of them. It was enough to give him a long moment of pause. Instead of pressing the issue, since he sensed the giant fox was a bit hesitant, Naruto just gave a laugh and rolled his back into the floor to massage a particularly itchy spot. Be careful. There's always a first time for everything, Kurama. Chuckling a little at the Jinchuriki's teasing jab, the Kyuubi then paused in mid-conversation for a moment before looking back through the bars to where he knew the blonde was conversing with him. By the way, why did you let those other two nuisances go? Fair question, seeing as how they'd identified themselves as the enemy and were out for the life of the priestess. Those gang of 4 characters were a wild bunch, no question. They were dead in your sights back there. You could have easily killed them like you did their comrades, yet you chose to spare them. So why'd you let them off the hook? Pondering on it for a moment due to the significance of the inquiry, Naruto shut his eyes and let out a murmur. I didn't just do it out of some misplaced sense of self-righteousness or for my own conscience's sake. If I'd have killed all 4 of them in that courtyard, I'd have been branded a pretty fucking terrible person. There's no doubt about that. But that's not the only reason I spared them. He then opened his gaze and fixed it on the ceiling once more, where a smile then crept onto his cheeks. I have a few bird friends keeping an eye on them and chasing the pair back to where their boss is hiding. Oh, the Kyuubi muttered before his eyes flashed with realization. Ooh, you mean? Yeah. Moryu still hasn't regained his physical body yet. That means he's still stuck inside of another vessel, which is probably doing everything he can to stay out of sight. I need to find out how many more men he has working for him, if any, flush them out and, by extension, I also need to find out where the boss is so I can keep track of him. When I do, if the situation becomes worse, I'll be able to intercept him and kill him myself if necessary, and those 2 goons will lead me straight to him. He loved being able to talk to animals. They were such a good medium to have when you wanted to find something out there in the wilderness. I see, Kurama murmured to himself, before his brow crinkled in thought and he fixed his gaze back on the Jinchuriki. That's really taking your mission one step further, isn't it? If all else fails, it's always good to have a backup plan, Naruto replied. If he could kill the head honcho helping Moryu, he could at the very least prevent the demon spirit from returning to its original body and stop the world from falling into war. By also eliminating every single one of the subordinates working under him, he could also prevent a third coming from occurring. A smart shinobi doesn't kill recklessly. The blonde knew he needed to find out as much about the situation as possible, even if it meant sacrificing a few pawns by giving away some of his abilities to the survivors. The skills he displayed back in the courtyard were only the tip of the iceberg. He had plenty more tricks up his sleeve to fall back on if necessary. And, what happens if you can't find Moryu's carrier and the 2 decide to change course? Then, if those 2 goons come back to finish things off with me, then I'll kill them myself. Getting comfortable and preparing to continue the conversation for a little while longer until it was time for him to hit the road, the blonde was suddenly interrupted from his thoughts by a shadow of a person falling over his face. Cracking an eye open to see what was blocking out the light, he saw the blonde-haired priestess herself standing over him. Blinking at the odd look he was getting from her, the Jinchuriki gave her a grin. Yo! Who are you talking to? The priestess asked, at the same time looking him over strangely. Naruto took a moment to notice that the princess was no longer dressed in her shrine maiden robes or crown. Instead, she was now wearing a bra-like white top, an open, mustard-yellow jacket that looked a few sizes too big for her, and red baggy pants. Her uniform left her barefoot and meant that a bit of her skin was showing, and from his position, the Jinchuriki noted how gorgeous she actually was. It also helped that her legs were as smooth as silk, her stomach was taut and her chest was quite ample for her age. These were big pluses for someone of her position, though the blonde personally would have preferred if her personality were a bit more cheerful, kind, and matching of her appearance. Oh, I'm just talking to myself, Naruto replied following his quick survey, standing up and turning toward the girl with a smile. It's something I usually do before a mission. It helps to settle my nerves. He then started limbering up by doing a few squats and stretches, going through the motions while continuing to give the priestess his friendliest of smiles. However, unlike with other girls, his normally charming exterior didn't seem to be working on this one from the way she was glaring at him. A real challenge indeed, and one that Naruto was eager to test. You should give it a try too, you know, before confronting Moryu and all that. Scrunching her face up at the odd pre-mission exercises the young man was going through, Cheyenne then shook her head before smirking at him. You seem awfully calm for someone who's just been told they're going to die sometime in the near future. For the soldiers working under me I can understand, but for an outsider. Hey, I'm always calm. Well, not in the normal sense, but, you know what, let's just say I'm always positive, Naruto replied, returning to a normal standing position and placing his hands on his hips. How can you expect to do the impossible if you're not positive? Besides, I don't believe in all of that fortune-telling stuff being concrete anyway. Fate doesn't exist in my books. Well, it does in mine, Cheyenne replied while stepping toward the boy, poking him in the chest and prompting him to act like a rocking horse, which had her smirk in amusement. And whether you want to believe me or not, I saw you die. No matter how much you try to fight it, you can't escape death. Naruto looked back at her confidently. Nobody can escape death. It's a fact of life, your worshipfulness. He then wordlessly flicked the sword lying on the ground next to him into the air with his foot and caught it with one hand, before hooking it under the belt at his side. After adjusting it, he smiled toward his host, but that doesn't mean I can't kick his ass when he tries to come after me. The future isn't written yet, so there's always a chance we can change it. Now, seeing as how we're both ready and waiting to go, why don't we skip the small talk and crack on? Staring back at him defiantly, the blonde-haired priestess huffed, stuck her nose in the air and turned heel. You're such a stubborn fool. She then began walking for the exit. Okay then, Hidden Leaf Shinobi, let's go. Watching the priestess exit round the corner, Naruto stood in place for a few more seconds before shaking his head and collecting up his bag. Once he'd slipped it on, he grunted and moved for the door as well. Heh. I can see where this mission is going. From the sarcasm laced in his voice, you could tell he was experiencing his own moment of clairvoyance. Hopefully this won't turn out like his previous job with Koyuki. That one had been a real shot to the shins. Following the woman through the hallways of her castle, at the same time avoiding any guards that happened to be walking around, the pair of them eventually made it down to ground level. However, instead of heading towards the front of the castle where the courtyards were, the blonde-haired priestess led the Jinchuriki toward the back. Figuring Teruho or his priestess client had a plan, Naruto just followed after her silently, shouldering both his bag and katana at the same time as they moved in step for the gates. So, I'm going to assume nobody else is coming along with us? I specifically requested a small team from the Hidden Leaf to be sent for this mission, Cheyenne replied haughtily with her eyes closed, not even bothering to dignify the blonde with a glance. Any more than 3 would likely draw attention to us, and I'd rather not rely on my soldiers to protect me on such an important quest. They would more than likely slow me down. While Naruto could agree with that last part, he didn't like how the woman was speaking so condescendingly about her loyal troops. It had him frown distastefully when they eventually arrived at the gates leading to the next yard over. You really don't have faith in the people that serve you, do you? Humph, hardly, the priestess replied, waiting for the blonde to unlatch the doors and open them for her, which he did. I have absolute confidence in my subordinates to do everything in their power to protect me. After all, you've seen their commitment to their work, so you should know how much I can depend on them for their services. Scowling in disgust at the young girl but choosing not to voice his opinion due to the fact that he'd just started his mission, Naruto begrudgingly allowed her through into the yard behind the gate, only to realize then they were out near the waterfall again. Wordlessly closing the doors in their wake, the boy moved to walk beside the priestess again and watched her approach the spring. Isn't this like a dead end? What gives? This waterfall is where I purify myself, Cheyenne informed, eyes still closed as she moved forward. It also hides an escape route. Oh, Naruto murmured and stopping in his tracks. Staring up at the towering pillar of cascading water for a second or two longer, the blonde then smirked and brought his hands forward. He popped his fingers when he stretched them out and rolled his neck. Well then, why don't we just avoid this altogether and get to the ceiling shrine my way? His words causing the princess to stop in mid-stride and look back at him, the Jinchuriki then moved his hand to his lips, bit into his thumb and slammed his palm into the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. Summoning technique. With a burst of chakra, a white cloud of smoke exploded around him, which quickly lifted to reveal the enormous form of a giant swallow standing before the Jonin. The creature's appearance prompting Cheyenne to back up in surprise, Naruto moved around and petted his black and white feathered partner, and directed his gaze towards the princess. Throwing her a grin, he then thumbed up at the avian. Hop on. We'll be there in no time. He then balked when he saw the priestess retreat a few more steps while giving the bird a wary look. Blinking a couple times, Naruto moved forward. Hey, what's wrong? I refuse. What? Cheyenne frowned and childishly stomped her foot into the ground. Didn't you hear me? I said I will not ride upon such a filthy-looking creature. Her exclamation had the giant bird's head snap in her direction and glare. When the large critter stepped around in preparation to attack the girl that had referred to it in such a derogatory manner, Naruto responded by placing a hand on its beak and petting it soothingly. Upon seeing the swallow settle down, the blonde turned back to the girl with a displeased visage. Try not to insult my friends. They're very respectful animals and have a very short temper, your highnessness. Huffing indignantly, Cheyenne looked away. I don't care. I'm still not going. Why? I already told you. It's a filthy dash. No. Really. Why? Naruto pressed forward, frowning at the girl and seeing her look back at him, confounded by the harshness in his tone. The world is on the brink of war and you're refusing to take the quick and easy way to the only place that can prevent it. So why? And mind you, if you don't answer me in the next 20 seconds, I'm going to grab your selfish ass and toss you over my friend's back whether you like it or not. This statement had the swallow behind him chirp in satisfaction. Meeting the other blonde's gaze head-on, the priestess looked away defiantly for a moment. After feuding with her innermost pride as well as with the knowledge that if she didn't answer quickly she was going to pay, the country ruler gritted her teeth and glared around at the Jinchuriki angrily. The tint of blush on her cheeks showed just how conflicted she was about revealing this, because. Sensing her hesitance, the Jinchuriki glowered, go on. Because I'm afraid of riding on animals, the girl shouted back before clenching her eyes shut. Happy? Jaw dropping at her startling admission, Naruto then turned to his swallow summon and saw the bird also look at him. Both baffled by her answer, they then looked at the girl to see her quivering on the spot, possibly in anticipation of being hoisted onto the bird's shoulders and taken for a flight across the continent. Seeing her wrap her arms around her waist and her trembling continue, the Jinchuriki's arm dropped in defeat. Are you serious? Oh. Half an hour later? As it turns out, she was. Cheyenne ended up admitting to the Jonin of Konoha that she was terrified of directly using animals as a primary mode of transportation, on account of a horse throwing her when she was little and just learning how to ride. The result was her nearly splitting her head open and being hospitalized. This was probably the reason why Naruto didn't see any stables around the castle area and that she probably had her attendants carry her in a rickshaw or something. She was fine with horses towing a wagon, but when it came to riding an actual animal, that was an entirely different story. He contemplated knocking her out and taking her, regardless of her disposition. However, since this girl was so delicate and wasn't as strong as other people due to not learning any ninjutsu or alike, Naruto dismissed the idea, partly because he didn't want to smear his good name and mostly because he didn't want any side effects from the attempt affecting the sealing ceremony. The last thing he wanted to be was an accessory to starting a world war. So that he didn't end up having to give his swallow a scrub down should the girl get sick on the way or something, or have any other issues with noise or alike, Naruto begrudgingly sent his summon back to his realm and ended up going cross-country. With the priestess on his back, the boy soon found himself sailing through the trees, having to slow down some due to the fact he had a passenger on board. The flight through the forest was pretty smooth sailing for the most part, with the branches providing excellent jumping points. During which time, the Jinchuriki couldn't help but acknowledge how light the priestess was, as well as how nice she smelled. She had a very pleasant air about her, despite the fact that she had a rather foul personality underneath. And she was continuing to highlight this fact with every mile they covered. Are you sure you didn't want to bring Teruho with you? Naruto asked while looking over his shoulder curiously. The girl nodded and closed her lids. I am the priestess of the land of demons. If I want to leave my attendants behind, I will. That's kind of a harsh thing to say about the person in charge of your security, don't you think? A smirk followed shortly afterwards. If there was something loudish about the way I speak, then my servants would have pointed it out to me. This remark had the Jinchuriki chuckle weakly. I seriously doubt that. His little back and forth had the priestess scowl at him. This isn't something I would expect a commoner like you to understand. It is between me and my soldiers, and no one else. Naruto rolled his eyes, deciding right then and there that he didn't want to push the issue any further than that. Seeing as how he was already being forced to carry this girl on his back across a vast and largely unchecked wilderness, there was really so much he wanted to do with his time right now. The only plus side he could find in any of this was that he was giving a piggyback ride to a very attractive girl whose abundant chest was currently pressing into his shoulders. It was the only plus he could actually find, and this was his Jiraiya side talking to him. Damn Erosenin and his subliminal brainwashing. It was ruining him. Naruto made a mental note to grill his perverted teacher the next time he came around the Yuki no Kuni capital. Any other benefits he would probably be able to garner from this particular assignment would have to involve him getting into a fight with an enemy to blow off all the steam he was building up trying to trade pleasantries with the person he was escorting, because none of his Uzumaki magnetism was having any effect. Yet, ugh, your back is so uncomfortable. What am I sitting on? Rocks, came Cheyenne's annoyed question several hundred meters later. Twitching, Naruto forced a grin back at the teen and spoke with as level a voice as he could possibly muster. Those would be my deltoids and rhomboids, your highnessness. He saw the girl recoil when his eyes flashed a dangerous coloration before he continued on daringly. If she so wishes, I could remove my jacket and go bareback for her. Maybe then you would be a lot more comfortable and I'd have some semblance of peace around here. Blushing at the tone of his voice, the prospect of him going commando and the seriousness in his eyes, Cheyenne shut her gaze and looked away with a grunt. After which, she tightened her grip on his jacket and shook her head. How you are now is just fine, thank you very much. Tisk, whatever, Naruto muttered, glaring back ahead of him with a childish pout. Kurama actually snickered at how alike the two of them seemed. It was like his host was arguing with a female version of himself, who looked very much like that Hinata Hyuga girl, only with blonde hair. Odd. However, before any more time could be invested in pondering over this realization, the snapping of twigs followed by a flash of metal prompted Naruto to dive for the forest floor, barely avoiding the arrow that impacted his branch moments later. Flipping to slow his descent before touching down lightly, the blonde rose up and gripped the handle of his sword, at the same time glaring towards the canopy. When he did, he then expectantly saw a shadow drop down and land in front of him, the mysterious attacker revealing themselves to be the all-too-familiar captain of Cheyenne's guard. "Teruho," Naruto spoke, a smile forming, "Boy, am I glad to see you." The determined soldier smiled as he approached them to make his greeting, only to be met with the infuriated glare from Cheyenne when he stopped beside her. Swinging a fist out, the girl cursed his way, "What are you doing here?" "No matter where you go, it is always my duty to watch over you, Lady Cheyenne," the young man replied while facing his leader's fury with an unwavering gaze. Even when the girl gave a frustrated snarl, he did not shirk. "You'll only be a burden to me," the priestess shouted and pointed at him, "now go back to the village." Teruho steeled himself against the raging tide, "I will not. Go home. I will not. Go. Back. Home. I will not. Go. I mean it. I will not. Leave. I will not." And so the long argument began, much to Naruto's annoyance as he was still carrying the priestess and had his ear well within whispering distance of her. Kami. What did he do to deserve this? Oh. Many hours later? Eventually, Cheyenne gave up on convincing her most loyal subordinate Teruho to return home. His broken record of a defense held true and the girl surrendered from a combination of exhaustion and frustration. After which, the three of them then set off for the Sealing Shrine, one following the other and the other party member being stuck to the first escort's back. The mood following the palace guard's arrival turned frosty for a couple of the squad's members after that and spoiled a lot of the pristine wilderness they ended up traversing past. This included the long stretches through evergreen forests and over the high mountains. With the light of day fading into night, the convoy eventually stopped in the forest by a cliff overlooking the entire region. When they did, the Jinchuriki took the time to scout ahead, communicating with bats to help get a bead on the approaches ahead of them as well as to check to see if there were any enemy forces nearby. He also utilized his clones as extra warning devices, sending them in all directions to warn him if there were any unsavory characters converging on their position. For now, the blonde saw that they were safe. Making audible clicking noises that sounded very bat-like, the Jinchuriki held out a finger and allowed one to land atop his arm. Communicating with the pygmy bat for a moment under the curious watch of Teruho, the Jonin then let the creature fly and turned around to face his clients. Both of them were sitting by a pool where the priestess had her feet submerged and was currently washing them. "There's no sign of any enemy shinobi in the area. We should be all right for the night." Teruho nodded in understanding, not at all put off by the boy's ability to communicate with animals. "Good." The Jinchuriki smiled as he stepped over, slipping his hands into his pockets and adjusting his katana at the same time. "If it was just me, I would be able to carry on for several more days without sleep. But since I've got you two as passengers, I expect we should arrive there in another day or so without interruption." Growling angrily, Cheyenne spun around and flashed the spiky-haired Jonin a glare. "I told you, I'm fine." "Lady Cheyenne, please," Teruho spoke in a calming voice, removing his hands from scrubbing the girl's feet to trying to ease her impatience. "The sealing ceremony is very taxing. You need to make sure you get enough rest tonight so that you have the strength to perform the jutsu tomorrow." Gritting her teeth, the girl growled impatiently again and turned away, sticking her nose in the air like she normally did. "I'm hungry. Make me some food." This was a demand that had the Jinchuriki behind her recoil in disbelief at how childish and selfish she was sounding, which inevitably brought on a very displeased look from the Jonin. Teruho nevertheless bowed, "As you wish." "Seriously, whatever happened to please and thank you? Maybe this girl murdered them." And so, with orders received, that's what Naruto and Teruho went about doing. They made the girl a quick spot of dinner from the supplies they'd brought with them, including soup, rice cakes and bread, all of these items not requiring fire due to the fact they wanted to try and keep a low profile. A bonfire would easily be spotted by the shinobi that had attacked them earlier that day and that was the last thing any of them wanted, in spite of Naruto's conflicting feelings over the matter. However, when the food was presented to the priestess, Cheyenne was obviously unsatisfied with their efforts and chucked the food to the floor, complaining about how it was cold and whatnot. "I can't eat any of these." The girl then stuck her nose in the air and looked away, appearing severely irritated. Naruto, having been the one to make the soup, stared down at it like he'd just dropped an entire jug of milk and mumbled a sad and quiet, "I would have." While the priestess sulked, Teruho got down to his knees and apologized to the young village leader unreservedly. "I'm very sorry, Lady Cheyenne, but lighting a fire to cook any food would alert our position to the enemy." Exhaling once again, the girl stood up and walked off, heading towards where her subordinate had set up her sleeping gear. "I'm going to bed." She then ducked into the brush, where she was quickly followed by a couple of shadow clones Naruto produced to watch over her. Oh. Silence eventually fell over the region for the final time that night, giving way to the breath of nature and her sumptuous vocals to soothe the pains of the weary travelers. The forest chimed with the song of crickets and the stars shone brightly in the veil of night overhead. It was perhaps the most perfect setting any hiker and merchant could ask for, one that the determined captain of the guard wished to enjoy before they continued their excursion the very next morning. Finding a comfortable spot on top of a fallen log, the young man in glasses sat looking out over the valley. It was relatively quiet for the most part, with the only sounds being the chorus of insects and the light breeze drifting down from above. Eventually though, Teruho had his attention drawn to the disturbance of rustling bushes and approaching footsteps. Glancing to his left, he saw a chipper-looking Naruto Uzumaki step into view with a grin on his face and 2 rice rolls in his hands. When he arrived at the guard side, he promptly handed one of them over. "We're gonna be running all day tomorrow as well. Your body will need the food to keep going." "Thank you," the glasses-wearing soldier responded with a smile. "That's very kind of you." Gladly accepting the blonde's offering, Teruho peeled back the leaf and dug right in. At the same time the Jonin alongside him did as well. The two males proceeded to sit and eat quietly from that point onwards, with Naruto acting as both guard and lookout, and the head of Cheyenne Security also doing everything he could to make use of his own skills. They both functioned to their utmost capacities as officers, conserving as much energy as possible, as there were only two of them on this assignment. However, not wanting to dwell in complete silence and in the wake of recent events that had given him cause for concern, the Jinchuriki decided to speak with the close friend and companion he found in Teruho. "So, hey, about these predictions and all, I'm just curious." His half-assed question drew the man's gaze for a moment, after which Teruho then looked ahead of him and gave it a split second of contemplation. Lady Cheyenne can only see someone's death if they are an attendant or someone close to her. Naruto raised an eyebrow, "And you can't ever avoid it, even if you know what's going to happen?" "That's correct," Teruho nodded and turned his gaze to the sky. "Based on the laws established by Lady Cheyenne's predictions, no matter what you do, death cannot be cheated in the end. However, every vision that the priestess has ever had, has always centered on the people who were honored to die for her and did so without question. If they had fought fate and tried to live, I am absolutely certain their actions would have resulted in the death of Lady Cheyenne." This bit of information had the Jonin next to him look towards the man in surprise, which allowed him to proceed once he'd acknowledged his audience was listening. "Lately, many of the people in our land have begun to fear her foresight and have been going to great lengths to avoid her. Whenever I take her out onto the streets, the villagers clear out, and nobody dares to approach her ladyship, not even to say hello. Now, I can't say for certain if all of her visions will come true, but so far, of the dozens that have already died in her stead, it has been 100% accurate. Perhaps it all depends on the people who are revealed in them." Taking this all in, Naruto looked away with an expression of forlorn coming over him. "I see. Well, that certainly explained a few things for him. Cheyenne acted bratty, snobbish and spoiled, and had very little human contact in her palace as far as the Jinchuriki could tell from his brief trounce around the grounds. Really, the only person who he could see that has stuck by her side this entire time without any intention of leaving has been Teruho. However, considering how the man described the young woman's situation, he was basically stating that the people of their homeland have begun to regard her as something of a bad omen, a black cat, a crow, and something not to be crossed, even on the best of days. This was mainly due to the terrifying power she possessed, the ability to predict another person's end. To most, this would unnerve a lot of people. After all, it also sounded like an unconscious action, something that went far beyond the girl's power to control. She couldn't help it, just as much as she couldn't stop the sun from setting. With this in mind and upon analyzing what Teruho had just said to him, the Jinchuriki couldn't help but feel sorry for the girl. "She must be lonely," Naruto murmured, at the same time his mind played back to him similar memories from his own past, the days before his coping mechanism settled in. This went double to the months before he'd met Tayuya, where his life had hit rock bottom. "I guess, that's why she acts so spoiled then." "Her story isn't a kind one," Teruho replied, closing his eyes. "Though to some her power is viewed as a wonderful gift, to others it is a frightful curse." He then trained his gaze across to the Jinchuriki, who he saw was still looking ahead of him in deep thought. "It's rather remarkable. You're probably the very first person she's ever envisioned that was neither a servant of hers nor someone who was closest to her. You weren't even in the same country and she had a vision about you." Naruto smiled slightly at that. "What can I say? I have that kind of effect on people. Mostly girls though, which I think is really weird." His relationships with Tayuya, Isaribi, Samui, Tenten and Koyuki could definitely attest to that. Those girls could not leave him alone. He still received his 2 telegrams a month from Isaribi whenever he was in Yuki and returned them in kind, bless her heart. His previous statement had the young guard chuckle. "So, you really aren't worried about her visions at all?" "Nope," the Jinchuriki groaned, stretching his arms out and placing them behind his head in his characteristic manner. Turning to beam at the man, his own cheerful demeanor clashed head to head with the honest one worn by his teammate. "Like I said, I don't believe in that kind of stuff. So what's there to be afraid of? All I know is that this world works in mysterious ways. There are surprises around every corner and even more interesting stuff hiding under every rock. If I let myself be grounded where I am because of some prediction, then how can I expect to accomplish anything great in my life?" "You really do place an incredibly high value on one's actions," Teruho said with a pleasant gleam in his expression. "That goes without saying, you also have a very interesting philosophy." "Yeah. Some people might call my opinion straddling the fence in a way, but really, the only side I'm speaking from is my own, and it all comes from here," Naruto replied while thumping himself in the chest, right above his heart. "Everybody else owns property, right? Me? I'm just a humble drifter going wherever the wind takes me." The glasses-wearing man smiled at his metaphor and turned back towards the horizon, where the stars could still be seen twinkling high up in the sky. "I hope this course you've taken brings you many more adventures and good fortune to come." "Thanks," Naruto smiled, before then tilting his head towards the officer. "And, you? What if Cheyenne said you were going to die?" was the question the Jinchuriki asked with all sincerity in his tone. Without even having to stop and pause, another warm smile tugged at the corner of Teruho's lips. "My clan is deeply indebted to Lady Cheyenne's mother. If I can repay that kindness by safeguarding the priestess's life, then I would gladly give up my own." Nothing can change one's destiny, as long as the heart remains true. Acknowledging the man's declaration with a beam and a nod, Naruto slapped his hands against his thighs and rose to the occasion. Stretching his back once more as well as his arms, the blonde sighed and gripped Crow's sword hanging at his side, before turning heel and heading back into the woods. He spared one last glance at the man to see Teruho smiling towards him respectfully, after which the blonde moved on and leapt into the dark of the woods. Oh. Many hours later? Waking with a start at the sight of bloody murder and death, the once peacefully sleeping Cheyenne gave a gasp of horror and panted heavily with a tremor in her hands and sweat dripping down her face. The chime of the bell ringing in her ears to conclude the hallucination she'd just been plagued with, the blonde-haired priestess gritted her teeth and looked about her surroundings. From her spot under the covers of her sleeping bag, the girl saw the bags belonging to Teruho and Naruto lying beside her, but nothing else. All she was able to make out afterwards were the dense shrubbery of the forest's undergrowth as well as the many oaks and evergreens towering around her and blocking out the morning-turning sky. From first glance, it looked like the girl was all alone, with no sign of her protectors anywhere. However, just as the priestess was starting to come around from the nightmare she'd been woken out of and began adjusting to the cool of the morning, she gave a light eep and a jerk when she suddenly saw Naruto drop down from the canopy to land directly beside her. With leaves cascading all around him, the young adult Jonin gave the girl a welcoming smile and held out a giant leaf with small food items inside of it. At first baffled by his appearance, Cheyenne then regarded the material he was offering her. Upon taking in the sight of cooked meat with vegetables, and considering the person offering it to her, the girl gave a frown and turned away. I don't want it. Come on, Naruto said with a smile, I promise it'll be good. You haven't eaten anything since breakfast yesterday. If you don't eat anything today, you won't have the strength to be able to perform the ceremony to stop Moryu. Hell, you might even collapse from hunger before we even reach the ceiling shrine. Gritting her teeth and clenching her fists around her sheets, the aggravated blonde-haired priestess snapped back to him and shouted, You're so stubborn. Didn't you hear me? I said I refuse to eat that pig's will. It was this that had the Jinchuriki frown before he held the leaf further out to her. Listen, princess, you're lucky to be getting any food at all. The places that I've been to over the years had villagers who only ate twice a week and drank from shitty water. Hell, some families only ever got this much throughout the entire day, so suck it up already and eat. His firm words and the tone of his voice had Cheyenne turn and stare at him with a slightly startled gaze, which in turn caused the Jonin to hold his offering out a little bit further. I don't want anything to happen to you, alright? Looking between the boy's serious face and the food in his hand a few more times, Cheyenne quickly meditated on his words. When she heard her stomach rumble and placed a hand over it in response to its irritated call, the priestess soon came to a decision with her pride and stubbornness, and eventually conceded defeat. She took the leaf from him, placed it gently in her lap, and began to eat from it with her fingers. Her actions were slow at first and filled with caution, but she eventually picked up speed when she got a taste of his forest-cooked meal and was soon groaning in satisfaction. Her facial expressions and change in tone had Naruto smile, like it? Seeing the boy grinning at her and quickly realizing what she was doing, Cheyenne blushed to the roots of her hair and looked away. It's all right. Ah, good, Naruto exclaimed, beaming positively at the teen and rising to his feet. I thought I'd fallen out of touch in making bush tucker, but it seems it's become a life skill of mine. He then gestured to the girl as she continued to eat, albeit at a more reserved pace this time. Be sure to finish that quick so that we can get a move on. The sun should be coming up shortly. Pausing in her eating, Cheyenne then lowered her hands to her sides and stared down at the blanket in front of her. Ignoring her breakfast for but a moment and allowing her face to become filled with worry, she then turned toward the blonde with a look of discontent coming into play. So, Teruho is still here. Aha, Naruto replied with a nod, at the same time slipping his hands into his pockets. He hasn't left his station since you went to bed. I gotta say, he's one hell of a bodyguard. Gritting her teeth at the news, the young girl then looked up at the Jonin speaking so candidly with her to see his expression switch to one of confusion. When he got a look at her eyes and the way she seemed to be focusing all of her frustrations and woes on the one subject, the Jinchuriki soon processed what she was trying to say to him. Her silence as well as her current visage was enough for the emotionally in-tuned male to get what she wanted to say and balked in surprise. You've had a vision of him, haven't you? Cheyenne looked away, an action that more or less confirmed Naruto's fears. Oh, many miles elsewhere? Overlooking the valley along the same route that Naruto's squad had taken, a pair of shinobi dressed in black uniforms and wearing masks could be seen perched atop a large evergreen. Able to see the entire region from one vanishing point to the next with the mountainous areas not too far behind them, the figures held their spots and watched as the sun rose over the distant hills to greet them for another long day ahead. However, while these figures appeared puzzling and sinister in nature, their presence here was only in the capacity of support. They were both Hidden Leaf shinobi. To be more precise, they were both shinobi of Konohagakure's ANBU Black Ops, and the two of them apparently meant business. One of them, standing on the lower branch, was an adult male with short brown, spiky hair. Aside from wearing the standard uniform of the village's special force, consisting of dark pants, arm guards, and a padded vest specifically outfitted for their kinds of missions, he also had a sword strapped to his back and wore a Nico mask. This helped conceal his true identity. His partner and obvious leader of their two-man team was a young woman who stood shorter than him and looked to be around her late teens, with long, flowing reddish-pink hair that she let loose and grew down her back. While she wore the same uniform as her partner fitted especially for her, she also had on a tanto strapped horizontal to her lower back and had 2 leg holsters, one on each thigh, with the left being designed for kunai while the other held a different kind of instrument. Instead of a cat mask like what her teammate was wearing, she was instead wearing a kitsune mask that did well in concealing her identity just as well as the other. The young woman was currently writing something in a notebook she had on hand, and would occasionally look up to survey the landscape before returning to its pages to continue her research. After maintaining silence for a good several minutes, the man sitting on the lower branch looked over at the red-haired young lady with an obvious query. "Are we on the right trail, Captain?" With a few more checks, the kunoichi clapped the book shut and stood up, pocketing it in the pouch on her back. Yes. The priestess and her bodyguards came by this way en route for the Sealing Shrine. They seem to have slowed down a bit, probably due to the person they're escorting. We'll keep tabs on their progress and make sure they're not being followed by any other interested parties. Tenzo nodded and looked ahead of them again, the wind descending upon their position and gently ruffling the leaves of the surrounding forest. "I believe they're already being followed, only this particular pursuer has chosen to stay ahead of them as opposed to tailing them." They're a smart fucker, whoever they are, the kunoichi replied, placing her hands on her hips. "By keeping downwind, they're able to avoid being detected through conventional means. I think it would be best for our side if we catch up to this guy and take care of him before they cause any more problems for the escort group." Agreed, the other ANBU member nodded before glancing back at her. "How should we proceed from here?" "We'll hook around and cut across the highlands. That way we'll be able to hold an advantageous position even if we're found out," the captain replied, earning an understanding nod from her compatriot. "On your go then, Meijo, Enchantress," Tenzo replied, before watching the girl vanish in a shunshin. He too disappeared in a flicker, the two leaving their lookout point and heading back down into the forest to continue their trek across country. As far as they knew, they were making good progress. Oh. Later that morning. "Ga. Stop. What are you ahhhh? P put me down this instant. Stop. Cheyenne's cries echoed out across the chasm as her carrier and current mode of transport, Naruto, hopped the two of them from tor to tor up the river they had found cutting through the valley. With his drive set on forward, the priestess in the meantime remained comfortably perched on his back with a perfect view of the scenic route the Jinchuriki had decided to take them up. Put me down. Well, all manner of comfort and relaxation was completely lost when the Jinchuriki started traversing the land via the canyons making up the territory they were in. Due to having to jump from pillar to pillar in order to avoid swimming in the rushing waters below, the blonde was inadvertently making life extremely frightening for the ruler of the land of demons, who in turn was making life incredibly unbearable for him thanks to her shrill cries of terror. After traversing for several hundred meters more and having her speaker blaring incessantly in his ear, the Jonin just couldn't hash it anymore and stopped on the next widest tor he came across. "Damn it! Would you please keep it down?" Naruto shouted, feeling the girl punch his back before forcing herself off. Turning to face the panting teenager, the Jinchuriki frowned and massaged his shoulder. "Man, you're noisy. What can you expect? I thought you were going to take the long way around, not take a shortcut through the cliffs." Cheyenne shrieked back at him, catching her breath while turning all of her ire on the young man. "Geez, are you trying to get me killed?" "No. In fact, I'm trying to do the exact opposite, your worshipfulness," Naruto shot back in a very smuggler-like manner, wink, while clearing out his ear. Damn. Even though this girl didn't possess the same physical dexterity and fitness that he and his other shinobi friends possessed, she certainly more than made up for that in her voice. "This path will lead us to the Sealing Shrine much faster than on level ground. We'll also be able to keep out of sight of the enemy and avoid the high passes where we'll be exposed. But if you keep screaming the way you are, then we'll be found out for sure." "Well, I'm sorry. But I just didn't know you would be taking me up such a dangerous way," Cheyenne replied, exhaling sharply and turning away. "Warn me next time." Giving a sigh of his own, the spiky-haired man stepped towards the girl, at the same time checking to make sure his katana was still on his person. "We're not that far from our rendezvous point with Teruho. Since he isn't able to travel this way, he had to take the long way around. As soon as we get there, we'll follow the last road leading towards the mountain." "Humph," the priestess responded expectantly while fixing her gaze back onto her guardian. "Just go slowly this time. The last thing I want to do is fall." "Believe me, priestess, there are even worse things you have to worry about around here than falling," Naruto replied, crouching down and allowing the girl to clamber back onto him. Once he'd shouldered her high enough so that the position was once again comfortable for both of them, the Jinchuriki then turned his gaze toward the path they'd been following. "If you don't know what they are, then you and I are." He then stopped dead in mid-step, the whistle of a bird reaching his ear when a couple of swallows swooped past him, warning him. Sensing his sudden hesitance, Cheyenne looked around at his face to see the Jinchuriki staring ahead of him in shock. Wondering what was up, she tried to seek out what he was probably looking at, but found nothing. "Hey, what's wrong? Damn it!" Naruto suddenly shouted and jumped, startling the girl at his sudden increase in speed and direction. At first screaming and wondering what the hell he was doing, the priestess then saw the reason for his sudden leap into the air when the tor they'd been standing on suddenly exploded in a shower of rubble. The blast sent debris and smoke flying in all directions, but the pair were able to avoid the brunt of the anomaly by mounting the cliff and starting to ascend it. Leaping from rock to rock, the Jinchuriki kept his gaze sharp as he made his way to ground level, at the same time looking back to see more rock faces he was passing detonate one after the other. There wasn't any fire, so they were not mines or paper bombs. However, in spite of this, the earth seemed to be combusting all on its own and sending stones pelting in all directions. Not wanting to get caught up in any of them, Naruto picked up speed and eventually arrived at the top seconds later. Leaping into the air once again, he barely avoided a huge slab of the earth suddenly split before jutting upwards in an enormous tower, startling the young man at the sheer size at the piece before he landed safely away on another flat patch of ground. Even Cheyenne was looking on in surprise. What's going on? It's them, Naruto replied, setting the girl on the ground and going for his sword. Shit. I was hoping they would lead me back to Moryu, but it looks like their boss doesn't approve of failure in his ranks. They moved a lot faster than I thought they would. Hearing the remark, the blonde responded with, the priestess balked. What? Them? I thought you said we wouldn't get spotted if we followed the river. I don't know how, but somehow we were, the Jonin replied, keeping his eyes glued on the monolith and ignoring the girl's comments from behind. They must have been waiting for us. So then, they knew that we would be coming this way to get to the Sealing Shrine, Cheyenne said, catching on to what the blonde was saying. Yeah. Well, that's just great, the priestess cursed, narrowing her gaze on the rock formation in front of them. Now that your plan's shot to bits, what are you going to do now, smart guy? Sensing the ground begin to tremor again, the blonde gritted his teeth and formed a cross-fingered hand seal. Focusing his chakra, a puff of smoke exploded beside him and an exact copy of him emerged to collect Cheyenne up in its arms. The girl gave a yelp of surprise when she was suddenly scooped up by the shadow clone and she looked across at the doppelganger in bewilderment. Hey, what are you doing? Ignoring her, the Naruto copy then turned to the original for orders, which the Jonin did without question or hesitation. Get the priestess to safety. I've got this. Wait, what? Cheyenne babbled in surprise, before then giving a yell of shock when the clone took off for the woods at high speed, vanishing within seconds. Hey, what are you doing? Slow down, you jerk. The girl's cry echoed into the distance, allowing the original to concentrate on his new problem. Responding quickly, the Jinchuriki leapt backwards and out of the way when a series of stone spikes shot out of the ground all around him. Quickly dashing out of range, the blonde then skidded to a halt and looked to the top of the tor that had jutted out of the ground in front of him. It was then he quickly spotted the form of a familiar opponent appearing on the apex of it. Emerging out of the monolith in the same manner it had sprouted from the earth, the masked, white-robed form of Jitai stood giggling before the blonde, at the same time bearing the markings and enlarged fists of his transformed state. Hello there. Ready for another round, you blonde-haired prick, the man asked loudly, a grin visible through the cloth he wore over his mouth as the markings on his skin flared a dangerous blue. Taking a stance, Naruto prepared to take the man on head-to-head for another sure fight, only to then notice something off about the person at the top of the small cliff. Gauging the robe-wearing man for several moments in silence, the Jinchuriki then balked in shock at what he sensed coming off of the guy and a bead of sweat formed on the side of his face. Whoa, hold on a second. The last time he faced those four gangsters back at the castle, they each only had the chakra equivalent of a Tokubetsu Jonin, obviously enough to take on the regiment of foot soldiers stationed there. Aside from having a few impressive tricks up their sleeves and good teamwork, their individual prowess as shinobi had only been superficial at best. However, this guy's chakra was only about as strong as those other two the last time I met them. So why the hell is his energy level through the roof all of a sudden? What the heck's going on here? Taking note of the Jonin's change in expression and the bewilderment reflected in his gaze, Jitai snickered in amusement and held his arms up. Oh, you can feel it, can you? How strong I've become. Raising a hand, the man balled his fingers into a tight fist, an action that caused the sounds of rocks grinding to reverberate throughout the area. Well, you can thank the generosity of my brother for this one. After you took care of Shizuku and Setsuna back at the priestess's castle, I had Kusuna give me a jump using all three of the chakra snakes. Now I'm even more powerful than I was before. Hearing this had Naruto grit his teeth in frustration. Seriously? He said he got shots of chakra, from snakes? The idea of an external energy booster was bad enough, but whatever serum this guy had been given wasn't an ordinary steroid formula. The aura coming off of him felt like Gaara on a really, really bad day. Not to mention the chakra wafting from his pores smelled foul and sickly. It was almost poisonous in nature. Giggling ecstatically, the white-haired ninja then swung his fists out before slamming his hands together to form a hand seal. Okay, time to stretch my legs. Let's go, you rat. Doton, Kokujutsu. Earth-style, hardening technique. All at once, his chakra level skyrocketed and a rock-like substance started to bleed out of his skin at an accelerated rate. His shoulders and arms pulsating, the shinobi's form suddenly started to bulk up as his body was literally coated from neck to toe with a ridiculous amount of stone, a sight that had the Jinchuriki's glare harden at the man's radical transformation. Within seconds, the crazy idiot's form had increased to 3 times his original size, and the gray stone encasing his entire body found out to form into a more human-like shape with visible muscles, making him hulkish in appearance. Come on. Gritting his teeth, Naruto flicked his wrist and produced 3 kunai between his fingers in both hands. As soon as they appeared, he pulled his arms back and chucked them forward, the knives trailing explosive tags which he used to pepper his opponent. The man crossed his arms over his face and took each projectile on one after the other. Each of the paper bombs went off on impact, but the stone-covered man shook them off with a cackle and burst out of the smoke with a yell. You'll have to do better than that. Leaping from atop the enormous wall of stone, Jitai crashed atop the spikes he had produced below, shattering them effortlessly before charging forward. Like an angry rhino, he advanced upon his foe, his footsteps shaking the earth with every stomp. For someone covered in stone, he was moving at a ridiculously high speed. You're mine. Gripping the handle of his katana with one hand and holding the sheath with the other, Naruto crouched low and charged forward, moving in the form of an orange flash to meet his adversary halfway. Undeterred by his size or intimidated by his chakra level, the blonde gritted his teeth and leapt through the air, drawing his blade to decapitate the bastard with a single swing. However, the moment he struck, his opponent responded with a wide hook, which intercepted the boy's blade and clashed with it in a shower of sparks, effectively deflecting it. Growling in frustration at having his lightning-fast attack parried, the Jinchuriki kicked off of the back of the person's shoulder and leapt through the air, performing several acrobatic flips and rotation spins before landing a safe distance away. Turning, the Jinchuriki brought his sword around in a defensive stance, just in time to see his foe sprinting towards him in another thunderous charge. In spite of his massive size, Jitai's enormous chakra boost had also boosted his speed and reflexes to an insane degree, allowing him to match the blonde's lightning-fast movements with his stone-hard strength. Bringing his enormous arm back, the man formed a club out of his right fist, which he then swung down at the boy with a roar. Naruto, teeth clenched, struck out at the incoming melee weapon and sliced it in half. When Jitai struck down at him with his other arm on a follow-up swing, the Jinchuriki sliced that arm off too, before spinning on the spot using his momentum and thrusting his blade straight into the golem's chest. His katana cut into the concrete like a knife through butter, the two fighters freezing in place when the supposedly decisive blow landed. For the next few seconds the two held their positions, Naruto clenching his sword tightly while his opponent remained where he was with the blade thrust right through him to his back. Eventually though, the masked man began to snicker, before his chuckles transformed into full-blown laughter. Missed. Looking up at the man oddly from his position beneath his shadow, the Jinchuriki left his guard open for the briefest of moments, which allowed his opponent to slam one of his enormous, rock-encased fists across his mug in a wide blow. The attack knocked the blonde flying off his feet and barreling across the plain, kicking up dust on every roll before he eventually slammed into a far wall with a shout of pain. Dropping to all fours with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, Naruto glared up at his enemy to see him charging towards him once again, Crow's sword still impaled in his chest. The sight of the approaching adversary had Naruto grit his teeth and spit out the blood from his mouth. Wiping his chin clean on the back of his hand, the Jinchuriki then allowed a smirk to form as he then crouched upon the hard soil. That's the last free shot you're ever going to get on me. With a frown, the blonde then vanished in an orange flash, his form flickering across the stretch of open ground toward his sprinting foe in an instant, before his body rematerialized in the air directly in front of Jitai. With a yell of effort, the blonde threw a punch right into the man's unguarded face. When his blow connected, the sound of a gunshot rang out, with enough force behind the attack to shatter a human skull. However, instead of smashing his opponent's mug in like he normally would others, Jitai was unfazed by the blow, grinning in amusement as his face pushed back against the fist before the stone man uncorked one of his own punches into Naruto's. The Jinchuriki had a split second to gawk before his opponent's punch slammed into his mug and sent him flying backwards. Stunned by the force of the attack as he sailed across the valley, Naruto was unable to react in time when his face was grabbed by Jitai's enlarged hand and had his body slammed into the ground skull first, a tsunade-like shockwave ringing out that formed an enormous crater in the earth. The force behind this blow was so great, not only did it bury the blonde halfway into the rock, it also began to collapse the entire area they were fighting on into the ridiculously large gorge beside them. Enormous plates and chunks of earth stretching about as far as a small village began to cave in on itself, with the two shinobi plummeting with the line of cliff to the river far below. His face still being smothered into the ground by his enemy, Naruto decided he'd had enough of being smacked around and responded in kind. Slamming a kick across Jitai's face, he managed to knock the man off of him across the falling plate of rock they were on and yank his sword out of the man's chest at the same time, allowing him to leap out of the crater he was in and begin scaling the precipice they were falling from. Hopping from one cascading chunk of earth to another like stepping stones, the blonde climbed the wall of falling rocks as fast as he could before reaching the top. Landing on the edge, the Jinchuriki looked over the side to see the enormous landslide sink into the river and bury half of it all along its bank, sections of the large redwood forest also toppling in with the avalanche. Cheeks bruised from taking punches equivalent to a train, Naruto rubbed a particularly sore spot and shook his head in frustration. Damn it. This guy is insanely tough. It was like fighting those cursed seal guys again, or, more appropriately, a wall that could hit back. Compared to other opponents he'd faced in the past, this rogue ninja's durability was on a whole other level. He was physically stronger than Jiraiya and hit harder than anyone he'd ever come across before, Sans Tsunade, and his defenses were even tougher than Gaara's. That was saying a lot for someone who was using chakra steroids to increase his power. Frowning distastefully at the battle thus far, Naruto looked back down over the cliff to see what would happen next. It didn't come as any surprise to him shortly thereafter when he suddenly heard a low rumbling followed by the enormous slabs of stone lying at the bottom of the gorge starting to come together like metal shards to a magnet. With the earth shaking from the rolling boulders converging and mashing into one another to form a singular mass, the blonde then watched with great intrigue as the piece of earth rose up from the bottom of the canyon like a monolith. Moments later, the rocky mass took on a very human shape, no different from the one his opponent had taken on before, only this time the size of the monstrosity was twice that of Gamabunta's. The fact that half of it was still inside of the canyon meant Naruto was able to get a clear view of its head, where he saw his opponent standing clear as day. Doton, Yama Sifuku. Earth release, Mountain Conqueror. The still armor-covered Jitai giggled ecstatically as he gestured grandly to his awesome new creation. What do you think, little man? Does this baby strike terror into your heart or what? Staring up at the entity for a second or so allowed a smirk to form on the blonde's face before he retorted in kind, is that honestly the best you can come up with? What? The Rockman shouted, before a snarl escaped his lips. Naruto frowned back at him. You really are a bunch of helpless fools. I figured you guys would have learned something the first time you faced me. I gave you a chance to leave with your lives, but you decided to come back and start more trouble with me? He shook his head pitifully at the madman glaring at him. This time, I'm not letting you get away. I'm taking you down right here and now. Fuck finding your boss. Grr, don't underestimate me you little shit. Let's see how tough you talk after I squash you. Taking control of the enormous stone giant, the transformed Jitai gave a loud holler as he then instructed the gargantuan body to move. Stomping forward, the earth-like creation reared its left fist back for a punch, which it then sent forward with the intent to flatten the blonde in a single stroke. Naruto responded to the incoming attack with a glare, before vanishing in an orange flash. The result was the great monolith's blow slamming into the ground and causing an enormous shockwave to ring out across the region like an earthquake, as it not only took out another section of cliff, but caused an entire area of trees to splinter from the force winds. Jitai cackled madly at the sheer amount of destruction he was able to bring, before following after the blonde who'd managed to get the hell out of the way. Where do you think you're going? The madman shouted, prompting his inanimate servant to raise its foot and slam it down onto another part of the cliff where Naruto was standing. The Jinchuriki leapt out of the way to avoid being stomped into the ground, after which he then backflipped for several yards before skidding to a stop at a distance. Position taken, he then began letting off Hien, Flying Swallow, rounds up at the enormous giant, striking it in the upper body, head, and shoulders. His shots however bounced off of the monolith's form like they were nothing, prompting him to then cork his right hand back, gather chakra into his fist, and fire off his next big attack. Futon, Senpuken. Wind release, Whirlwind Fist. With a yell of effort and a sonic boom, an enormous tornado exploded out of his palm and blasted the stone giant directly in the center of the chest. The increased power behind the wind attack was enough to crack the plating and lift the body off the floor a couple of feet, before throwing the gargantuan statue into the cliff wall on the other side of the gorge. Jitai's giant stumbled backwards under the gale force winds cutting into it, its arms being brought about to try and deflect the attack but ultimately being knocked away under the force. When the giant careened into the side of the canyon, it collapsed whole sections of land into the river, at the same time losing balance and dropping onto its rear. The masked man controlling the mountain-sized warrior glanced up in shock and disbelief. Whoa! What kind of an attack was that? Unable to comprehend the power of the wind technique that had been used to topple his giant, Jitai then turned his gaze skywards when he felt a shadow fall over him. When his eyes fixed onto the blue above however, the shinobi's eyes widened when he spotted his opponent diving straight towards him with an attack already formed. The sight of it had the mad Jonin gawk. What the hell dash? With his right hand brought back and an intense look on his face, Naruto had formed an enormous blue ball of spinning energy in his palm. Having created it in a record-breaking time of a few milliseconds, not only was it spinning at an insane rate and making a loud whirring noise at the amount of power put into it, but the sphere of chakra itself was about the size of a house. It was so big in fact, it pretty much eclipsed the sun from where Jitai was lying and looking up at it, prostrated and helpless. Taking aim at his enormous target, Naruto dove towards the still intact monolith with a howl of wind and a yell of effort as he then thrust his attack straight into the earth. Eat this! Kurama Rasengan. Ultra Big Ball Spiraling Sphere. Responding in desperation, Jitai prompted his enormous giant to punch up at the descending Jinchuriki, only for its enormous fist to miss and the approaching attack to slam straight into the center of its chest. The impact caused a large thunderclap to ring out followed by a shockwave equivalent to a meteor's impact, which shattered the stone giant before an explosion great enough to carve away at an entire mountain blasted outwards in all direction, punching an even larger hole into the canyon and sending the remains of the stone shinobi's creation onto the wind. The howling winds rocked the area, startling birds from their roosts and ripping nearby redwoods out of the ground. With much of the surrounding forests toppled, the smoke hanging in the air cleared to reveal a gorge several times larger than it previously was. The river that had been running through it had ceased its flow due to the amount of damage and rubble littering the area. When the explosion stopped and silence fell once again though, the river washed its way back in and continued to run as it previously did. However, at the top of the cliff on the other side, Naruto could be seen crouching down and staring across at the large hole he'd punched into the land face. Considering the power he'd put behind the blast, it would be a big stretch of the imagination for even his insanely durable foe to have survived that. But of course, since the universe didn't seem to be playing ball with him today, the Jinchuriki watched on in interest when the ground several yards ahead of him popped open, and the head of his enemy appeared, transformed back to what he guessed was his normal form. Red eyes narrowing, the slightly bruised and burnt man chuckled. Now this is fun. You're finally starting to take this fight seriously. Jitai then threw the boy a nasty grin from behind his mask. I have to admit that was an impressive move back there. But if you think you've beaten me just because you've got something like that in your arsenal, then you're sadly mistaken. Letting out a laugh, the shinobi's body burst completely out of the ground in a shower of debris, after which he held his arm in front and concentrated. His muscles tensing and veins popping, a strange protrusion under Jitai's skin began snaking its way up his forearm. Naruto then had the pleasure of watching morbidly as a small snake of some kind popped out of his skin, which Jitai grabbed and ripped in half. Then, upon removing his mask, the Jonin held the head part of the snake above him, squeezed it, and swallowed the green, slime-like blood that fell from its tubing. Gulping it down, the shinobi gave one last manic grin before dark, purple chakra began pouring off of him in a storm. Yes. That's it. That's it. Yes. The power. So much power. Energy exploded off of him like hellfire. The sight of his chakra level skyrocketing again had Naruto Gak in shock, as the aura of energy ripped apart the ground and his body began to contort and take on a new shape. When the radiating energy ceased, slabs of stone suddenly burst out of the ground around him and slammed together, encasing him in rock that glowed a ridiculously hot orange, transforming the surrounding area into molten slurry. Moments later, the stone shell that had enveloped the madman blasted away in a shower of rubble, prompting Naruto to cut away at the debris with a few quick slashes of his katana. When the shower ended and the blonde sheathed his sword, his opponent emerged from the smoke, only he didn't look human anymore. To go along with the darkened skin and markings of his previous transformation, the man had also increased in size and taken on the appearance of a spider. More accurately, the man had taken on Azura-like features, with 2 extra faces on either side of his head, and 3 arms on each side. He was also lankier than his previous, bulky form with enormous fists, as he'd opted to become taller instead of wider. However, Naruto figured that this wasn't of his own design. The shinobi's fluctuating chakra signature was proof of that. Kahahaha. Oh yeah. This'll do nicely, Jitai said in a sneering voice before grinning across at the Jinchuriki staring in his direction with a confounded expression in play. If you thought I was strong before, wait till I start coming after you like this. Blinking, Naruto gritted his teeth and gripped the handle of his katana once again. Well, one thing's for certain, you've definitely gotten a whole lot uglier. Shut up, you smart aleck rat, the Spider-Man roared before bringing all 6 of his arms up and burying his fingers into the ground. Take this. Doton, Tsuiseki Hisho no Jutsu. Earth release, tracking projectile technique. With a loud holler, the man then launched a series of fiery missiles through the ground, all of which kicked up dust and rocketed towards the Jinchuriki through the earth like a barrage of torpedoes. The sight of the approaching rounds had the blonde balk at the way they'd been launched, before kicking himself into action and getting the hell out of the way, only to realize that they were homing. Burn, you little bastard. Burn. Sprinting across the area in an orange flicker, Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Why did I get stuck with this nutjob? He then picked up speed when the torpedoes following him exploded one after the other, tearing apart the stone field, and sending smoke and rubble hurling into the air. This was going to be tough? Oh. Meanwhile, further into the forest, the Naruto shadow clone the original had sent away had managed to cover a lot of ground to get the hell out of the way of the fight. Even at this distance, the copy could feel the tremors from the battle taking place, as not only had one of the surviving members of the Gang of Four gotten even stronger and more powerful than before, but he was also managing to give some problems for the real Naruto. Normally the Jinchuriki wouldn't have had any issues in dealing with another shinobi, but this guy was using such a wide array of unorthodox and strange abilities, it was almost mind-boggling. Upon darting through the trees undetected for a few more minutes, keeping as silent as possible and out of sight, the copy and his priestess client eventually stopped on a branch of one of the surrounding redwoods. Holding his ground and looking over his shoulder at the girl he'd repositioned onto his back, the Jinchuriki doppelganger saw that she was still sound asleep. Good. I don't need you waking up just yet. After all, there had only been one figure that had appeared to attack the original, which meant the other member of the Gang of Four and its leader was probably still lurking about somewhere. It was odd that he hadn't seen or spotted this particular guy yet. Even with his long-reaching senses, he was getting nothing. The pair of gangsters had obviously been staying well ahead of the escort party for quite a while now, waiting for an opportunity to attack them. Knowing how strong the priestess's hired help and bodyguard was, they'd opted to keep their distance and observe him from afar, before coming up with an effective strategy to either beat him or take him out of the equation. The first part was simple, pressuring the blonde into a battle that would prompt him to get Cheyenne far enough out of harm's way, thereby separating the primary bodyguard from the priestess. After driving him to this point, the next step was to go for the target while she was vulnerable. That meant the head of the team and the member charged with specifically assassinating Cheyenne had to be nearby. They knew we would be heading in this direction for the shrine, so there's a good chance that the enemy has laid traps in the area for us, the Jinchuriki thought while scanning the forest in silence, listening to the birds and getting a bead on the air. In order to avoid detection more effectively, he'd stuck to the trees, followed a non-linear retreat and straight off of the path for the sealing shrine itself. Having taken these countermeasures, he hoped it had been good enough to shake whoever was supposedly following them. Hearing Cheyenne groan uncomfortably, giving a clear indication that she was slowly waking up from their sudden flight through the forest that had rendered her unconscious in the first place, the blonde looked over his shoulder at the young woman and sighed, "Sorry, your highnessness. Just a little bit longer until dash." Before he could even finish his thought, the bark of the tree at his foot burst outward and a black snake, just like the one Jitai had pulled out of his arm in his fight with the original, shot out and bit the blonde in the ankle. "Ah, fuck," the clone shouted, diving off of the branch and dislodging the snake's fangs from his flesh. Cursing profusely to himself as he descended towards the ground, the blonde shinobi did his best to keep Cheyenne on his shoulders before they were both safe. However, following the sneak attack, any and all feelings of safety just vanished with the wind. Looking back up at the branch where he'd been bitten, the doppelganger gritted his teeth. What the hell? Why the fuck didn't I sense that thing? Whatever it was able to conceal itself inside of the tree and use it as cover to hide its presence until the right moment. It hadn't been able to attack them while Naruto had been moving, but the second he stopped to survey the area, that was his biggest mistake. Not knowing what kind of snake it was or what kind of poison was now starting to course through his body, the Jinchuriki copy figured he had just a few seconds before something bad happened. However, just as he was only a few feet off the ground, his body suddenly froze up and the clone lost control of his descent. As a result, his legs buckled when he crashed painfully to the ground, rolling across it and losing the sleeping priestess in the process. Bouncing a few times, the shadow clone eventually slid to a stop on his front, a pained expression on his face as he slowly glared up towards where he could see Cheyenne now lying several feet away. Damn it. I can't move. Whatever this was, it was an anesthetic technique that induced paralysis in the victim. And a powerful one, the shadow clone thought before looking up. His eyes fixing upon Cheyenne, whom he saw was starting to stir from her slumber, the Jinchuriki then picked up someone fast approaching them on the wind. Eyes widening fearfully when he detected the person, he didn't have to wait for long till the pink-haired member and leader of the gang of four appeared from out of the canopy. Materializing between the two fallen young adults, Kusuna, draped in white and sporting a malicious grin, glanced down at the paralyzed blonde and stepped towards him. Taking a moment to look him over as well as take in his expression, the medic Nin snorted, "Look at you, the blonde-haired hero who killed my teammates. Not feeling so good now, are you?" Receiving a glare in response for his question, the pink-haired shinobi grunted, "It took me a while to hunt you down in this stupid forest. Changing your route to try and throw me off? That was a smart play. Why you?" Naruto struggled out, his fingers curling in the soil and digging up grass. "Unfortunately, not smart enough. I know you're not the real one, since my teammate is busy taking care of him, but that doesn't matter. My business is not with you." He then turned his back on the clone and started marching towards the immobile Cheyenne. Seeing the team leader begin marching towards the priestess had the Jinchuriki's eyes widen, who then tried to get to his feet. Falling and failing, the blonde tried to crawl, but was unable to move more than a couple of feet before his arms lost all feeling and strength. Growling in frustration when he saw the shinobi stop over the inert Cheyenne, the Jonin shouted, "No! Don't you touch her!" Chuckling in amusement, Kusuna glanced back at the defeated shadow clone. When his eyes met the Jinchurikis, the man then summoned the same snakes he'd used to ambush the copy from his body, which then opened up his cloak and revealed he was carrying dozens of malicious-looking medical utensils on him. Drawing one from his pocket, a scalpel, he held it out so that its blade was positioned threatening towards the priestess. It was a sight that had the shadow clone look up in horror. "Give your creator a message for me." Eyes widening, the Naruto doppelganger then gave a furious glare and, with great effort, bit into his thumb. Oh. Meanwhile, darting around, explosions going off all around him, the original Naruto gave an annoyed snarl when he saw even more underground projectiles come flying towards him after the barrage, which pretty much gave him the green light to hit the accelerator. Disappearing in a flash, he started flickering between the fiery geysers one after the other in the form of an orange bead of light and rematerialized on the edge of the cliff, where he saw the wall of fire and smoke lift off of the area and reveal his opponent standing in the center of the field. As soon as the view was clear, the blonde glowered. Cackling madly, the six-armed Jitai leered at his target and brought all of his hands up. "You really are a quick little speck. Well then, how will you deal with this?" The shinobi then rammed all of his hands into the floor and unleashed a storm of fiery projectiles through the earth, which shot off in all directions and began bombarding the entire clearing, destroying redwoods and peppering the very precipice they were fighting nearby. "I'll just destroy everything." For the third time this fight, they reshaped the entire landscape by lighting up the whole area with explosions. The air filled with fire and rubble, pelting the ground with debris and forcing Naruto to dodge them. Unable to avoid them all, he threw his hand out and fired off a few hien rounds to deflect the stones until the ground gave way beneath them and they started falling once again. The entire section of land they were fighting on vanished beneath them, prompting Naruto to level out and take position on one of the larger slabs. Glancing up, the blonde saw an enormous boulder above him explode and, emerging from its confines, the enormous spider form of his opponent, who'd once again jacked up his armor by coating his lanky body in rock again and taking on a more demonic appearance. "This guy's power is getting out of hand. I'm ending this stupid fight. No more restraints," Naruto thought, crouching down low before blasting towards his descending adversary at full speed, putting his Tsubaime no Kodo, soaring swallow, into action. The air jets exploded off of his feet like rockets, giving him the extra boost he needed and beginning to travel at supersonic speed. Recoiling in surprise when he saw his blonde-haired target flying toward him, Jitai reared back one of his arms and flung it forward. His limbs suddenly extending at an accelerated rate, he attempted to take out the Jinchuriki in one hit but ended up missing when Naruto dodged it. The resulting pass caused it to slam into one of the falling boulders, stamping a chunk of red stone into it before it exploded. "What the heck dash?" Eyes widening when his target slipped around his attempt to finish him, Jitai tried for one more shot but was unable to respond in time when the blonde appeared directly beneath him and rammed two hands into his chest. Palms planted upon his target, the Jinchuriki then fired off his signature move, Jet Hand. Wind chakra exploding from the man's chest like a hurricane, the transformed shinobi with 6 limbs suddenly rocketed up into the sky and broke the sound barrier twice, as he was then mercilessly plowed through falling boulders one after the other before he inevitably soared above the treetops. Crying out at the top of his lungs as he was propelled backwards at an insane rate, the buffed-up Azure Jitai attempted to correct course, but was so preoccupied with trying to get himself out of his spot that he didn't notice his opponent reappear in the sky above him in the direct path of his flight. Flickering into view from his lightning-fast Shunshin, Naruto grinned and slammed both his feet into his opponent's back, getting Jitai's attention and forcing the man to look over his shoulder with one of his three faces in shock. Huh? How the hell did you do that? Smirking, the Jinchuriki took aim and gripped the handle of his katana. Wouldn't you like to know? He then drew his sword and in a white flash, sliced right through his six-armed foe and sliced him in two. The blow caused Jitai's eyes to widen in horror and blood to fly out of his mouths. At the same time the open wound started to gush with purple chakra. Seeing his foe's form begin to splinter like glass, with the cracks revealing a hot orange light that was glowing dangerously underneath, Naruto felt it was time to bail and kicked his foe out of the sky. His air ejection point still propelling the man, albeit on an out-of-control flight, the blonde managed to get far enough away to watch Jitai's body light up like a firework, his final scream being drowned out by a purple explosion that filled the entire sky. The fire and sparks were a magnificent spectacle, which drew a grin from the slightly banged-up blonde before he made a complete descent back down to ground level, where he landed safely atop one of the redwoods. Flicking his sword out, Naruto cleaned its blade and sheathed it back into its scabbard all cool style, marking the end of his epic conquest. When the smoke and debris faded, the Jonin was allowed a moment of post-duel reprieve, taking a few seconds to admire his handiwork and the absolutely ruined patches of forest and valley he'd left behind in the wake of his match. Heh. I guess it's just one of those days, the blonde mused to himself, wiping his cheek on the back of his hand as he added this final score to the countless other conflicts he'd been involved with in the past. Out of all of them, this one had to be the weirdest one by far. However, before he could completely relish in the aftershocks of his victory, a sudden flash of memory from a shadow clone dispelling hit him like a blow from a sledgehammer. His eyes widening when his mind managed to process the entire picture at light speed, the Jinchuriki's head then snapped in the direction it had come from. No! Expression reflecting fear and disbelief, Naruto turned heel and took off in a flash, before beginning to sprint through the forest at an accelerated rate. Chien. Chapter 44, Land of Demons Arc Conqueror's Nightmare. Naruto. Drifting. A conqueror's worst nightmare. Sprinting through the woods in the biggest hurry he'd ever been in his life, Naruto continued following the phantom trail left behind in the wake of his shadow clone. Remembering every step, every jump and every hop his doppelganger had made across the landscape, the Jinchuriki made sure not to stop for anything, as he was determined to get to the last place his clone had ended up in before he was dispelled. It wasn't just the fact that his copy went up in the first place that he was in such a hurry, it was what had transpired from his doppelganger's point of view that terrified the blonde the most. Panting rapidly as he pushed through the undergrowth and trees as hard as his body could carry him, after 2 minutes of trekking through the thickest woodland he'd ever come across, bingo. The Jonin eventually arrived at the very clearing, hidden within the thick of the dense forest, where his shadow clone had made its last stand. There he found laying on the ground, still and peaceful as if she were asleep, the priestess of the land of demons Chien. With blood leaking out of her mouth, notable burns dotting her form from head to toe, and eyes closed in a deep and serene slumber, the priestess lay there in the earth and grass, with her body turned and facing the canopy high above. On first glance she appeared to be alone. However, lying several feet away from her spot, with their body burnt even worse than hers and a shocked gaze slapped lifelessly across their muddled face was the mangled, pink-haired form of Kusuna. These two bodies were positioned well away from one another. Not to mention standing guard over the priestess herself, adorned in a blue vest and with a sad gaze fixed squarely upon the fallen angel beneath him, sat an enormous orange toad. Naruto wasn't at all surprised to see the large amphibian there, nor was he surprised at the sight of the bodies. Recalling his clone's last moments of existence, his doppelganger had managed to summon his companion to this plane at the last moment before all hell had broken loose. It was obvious a very quick exchange had taken place. However, the results of their skirmish were glaringly obvious and the Jinchuriki didn't need to be recounted in its entirety. Catching his breath, Naruto approached the area and saw the toad look up at him. When he stepped into the rays of sun breaking into the clearing, the shinobi looked over the battered form of the princess with a momentary gleam of defeat. However, after a few seconds of staring, his attention then turned to his battle companion and he spoke in a low, hoarse voice, "Good to see you again, Gamakichi." The giant toad looked back at the blonde with a small smile, likewise, bro. Naruto, acknowledging his partner with a gentle nod, once again locked his gaze on the fallen Chien and continued to speak, "I assume from the bodies that you guys won." "Yeah," the toad replied, before looking across at the enemy shinobi's corpse lying smoldering several meters away. "It was a messy win, but we got the guy in the end." "Uh-huh." Cringing slightly at his friend's dry response, Gamakichi continued on while gesturing to the one that was formerly their adversary. "That freak was about to cut this girl up when your half-dead clone summoned me here, and I was able to jump between them to stop the bastard. However, the pink-haired shrimp was quick and managed to get around me when I tried to take him out." His eyes then turned to the girl's broken form in front of them and his expression saddened once more, but then this pretty little thing responded by attaching paper bombs to the fucker when he got too close and set them off. She ended up frying both herself and him in one hit. Absorbing this information, the blonde quickly processed what he'd been told and surveyed the scene for a few minutes longer. Taking in the sight of the battered Chien as well as the man she managed to bring down with her before he could finish her off, Naruto balled his hand into a fist and nodded in understanding. "Good. That's good." He then turned and began to walk away from the kill zone, his pace set on slow and his voice unsettlingly level. "I mean, one less for us to worry about, right? B bro?" Gamakichi murmured, watching quietly as the blonde staggered to the other end of the clearing. From the toad's tone of voice, you could hear the exact amount of worry he was feeling for his partner and friend from the hidden leaf. Of course, he didn't have time to really delve into the conversation and ask how the blonde was doing or how the fight on his end had gone. That's because the moment the Jinchuriki reached the edge of the clearing, he immediately put his fist through a tree straight through to the other side. The sharp thump followed by flying splinters brought a dead silence to the entire area, at the same time scaring a few birds out of their roosts. Panting and gritting his teeth in frustration, Naruto gave a low snarl through a clenched jaw and expressed his anger in the most subtle way he could at the moment. After which he removed his fist from the trunk and looked back at the body of the priestess lying in the center. Staring at her lithe form for several moments in thought, the boy then shut his eyes tightly and snapped his head away. A look of sadness then fell upon him a little while later. I fucked up? I fucked up big time. Clenching his fist again, the Jonin rapped it a couple of times against the bark and turned to face his battle companion once more. I was too focused on going for the head of the snake, trying to find the brain behind all of this, when I should have been focusing all of my attention on keeping Cheyenne safe. Concerned for his compatriot's emotional status, Gamakichi rounded on him and gave the kid a firm look. It's not your fault, bro. Yes. It is. Naruto snapped, eyes fixing on the toad for a second time before he yanked them away out of grief and frustration. I spared those two fuckers to try and find out where Moriya was, but they came back to try and kill Cheyenne instead. Though I knew they would come after us eventually, I never expected them to come back swinging the way they did. The group used powerful steroid shots to increase their chakra reserves, allowing them to fight for extended periods and at completely different levels. Despite how big of a shortcut that was, it had still been an effective, albeit dangerous way, to fight. Not even Niji or Shikamaru could have seen that one coming, not without first fighting them for a couple of rounds. It was a calculated risk and I screwed it up, because I got cocky, Naruto said, stepping further into the clearing with his head lowered in defeat. Gamakichi, taking in a deep breath to compose himself, then gave the Jonin a half smile. It's just you, bro, stuff like this happens every day and no matter what you try to do to stop it, sometimes you can't help it. What's done is done. There's no turning back. Coasting to a halt beside his summon once again and staring down at the priestess lying peacefully in the grass, Naruto slowly assessed the words that had been shared with him, before his expression sunk to a whole other level. Well, I can tell you this, that's the last time I'm ever going to leave an open window for anybody like that ever again. That's it. No more. Glancing across at Gamakichi to see the giant toad nod his way, the blonde then acknowledged his firmly spoken remarks and fixed his sights squarely on the other end of the clearing. Since I was the one who screwed things up and let this happen, I'll bury him myself. I told you so. A female voice suddenly breaking into the area, Gamakichi and Naruto looked around to see stepping out from behind the safety of one of the enormous redwoods, an alive and perfectly healthy Cheyenne. Though the sight of her would have left anybody else questioning what the hell was going on due to the fact that there was not one but two priestesses, one of which was lying on the ground between them, the sight of her reappearing didn't faze the two companions one bit. Instead, the giant toad just watched as the teen approached them from the perimeter and the Jonin furrowed his brow at the girl when she eventually pulled up alongside her lifeless counterpart. Teruho knew what he was doing. He was adamant in taking my place, Cheyenne stated, her brow creasing when she glared down at the body double lying in the soil. No matter what I said, I could not dissuade him. His own eyes falling upon the twin, the Jinchuriki also frowned in a displeased manner. He sacrificed himself, not just to take down the enemy, but to protect you as well. Fixing briefly on the well-dead Kusuna, the blonde then knelt down beside the transformed Teruho and placed a hand atop his forehead. Even though the young soldier had permanently transformed himself into an exact body double of the priestess, a process that was pretty much irreversible, the blonde still saw the same, spirited young warrior that he was behind the physical veil. It was a face he would never be able to bring himself to forget, just another soul he could add to the dozens of people he'd already seen come and go in his life. Though I respect him for what he did. I only wish it didn't have to turn out this way. I could have saved him from this. But you didn't, Cheyenne replied, her eyes turning to the Jonin to see him narrow his gaze on the fallen comrade in response to her harsh retort. I told you before, no matter what you do, you can't change fate. I saw Teruho die, and that's exactly what happened to him. You are a fool for believing you can sway destiny, and he was an even bigger fool for coming with us. It was this statement that had Naruto's shoulder jerk before the blonde turned his ire towards the priestess. From the look in his eyes, you could see the offense burning, even when Cheyenne turned her back on him. Death was his choice. There's no need to mourn the idiot. Muscles tightening, Naruto jumped to his feet with a look of outrage and anger flashing into view. After which he then pointed down at the defeated Teruho. Is that so? Well, maybe you've forgotten who he gave his life for. Be quiet. Cheyenne suddenly screamed back at him before taking off, sprinting into the woods. Just leave me alone. Balking at her unexpected reaction, the Jinchuriki quickly gave chase. Hey, wait. The Jonin barreled into the bushes after the girl, leaving Gamakichi behind to watch over their fallen friend. Cheyenne ran far and fast, following a random path through the forest that wasn't even a path at all. She sprinted through shrubs, pushed past branches, ran around trees and climbed. Hell, the Jinchuriki following after her shadow believed she didn't even know where she was going. It was obvious from the directions she was taking that she wanted to get away from him and away from the scene as fast as possible. However, after what she just said, Naruto wasn't going to let her get away so easily. What with all the crap he'd had to put up with and in the wake of probably his biggest screw-up since his fight with Orochimaru's henchman all those years ago, he'd had enough. This time, he wasn't going to let the priestess out of his sight, nor was he going to let this sit quietly. Where do you think you're going, huh? Naruto yelled, purposefully lagging behind as the girl ran on. Keeping within distance of her, the Jonin made sure the priestess could hear every word he had to say as they continued running up the hill to where the ladder was going. Teruho gave up everything for your sake. He threw his life away. All for you. And you have the nerve to shrug off his sacrifice? You can't even shed a single tear for him? Are you seriously that cold-hearted? Eventually, after what felt like hours of running, Cheyenne stopped. Planting her hands against the side of a tall standing tree, the priestess kept her head lowered and back turned, even when the Jinchuriki stopped behind her. The shinobi held his position, glaring at the girl's shoulders as she remained where she was, catching her breath from a hard sprint and shutting out everything else around her. But in the end, she couldn't lose him. She would now have to take her tongue lashing, whether she wanted it or not. It's bad enough that I let this fucking happen. But not only do you turn your back on him, you also tread on his sacrifice, a man who spent his entire life looking out for you, Naruto said, at the same time starting to walk towards her. Don't you feel anything for him? Her breathing ceasing, Cheyenne allowed one of her arms to drop to her side before, in a voice shaking and quiet, she answered in kind, how can I not be heartbroken? Clenching her teeth and shaking her head, the girl then let fly the tears she now had pouring down her face, showing the world just how she really felt with one loud and decisive holler, when someone so close to me is gone. The girl's outcry had Naruto stop dead in his tracks and look at the priestess in astonishment. Why, you're actually... Sobbing silently, the nation leader clenched her hand against the bark and shut her eyes. I can't allow myself to cry. It would only desecrate the memory of the many, who've given their lives for me. Confounded by the priestess's admission, Naruto's expression steeled and he gave the young woman his undivided attention. But why? He had a feeling he knew what she was talking about. However, as he wasn't too sure, he lent the girl his ears to her plight. Cheyenne slowly looked up and faced the tree she was leaning against, at the same time allowing her sadness to flow freely when she opened her heart to the shinobi standing behind her. Foresight is the power that ensures the life of the priestess of the land of demons. When she perceives her death, the soul leaves the body and shows the past self the image of her demise, as well as the people who are near her in that final moment. The priestess then reveals this vision to her attendants, who believe they must take her place to prevent her death. That is how our foresight works. In the end, the future death of the priestess is replaced by the one who will sacrifice their life for her, so that she may live. Her fists clenched at this, so that I may live. Watching the princess sit upon the ground and bring her knees up to her chest, at the same time wrap her arms around them to hide her face, Naruto remained standing where he was watching, listening, and processing everything the girl was saying to him. Now it all made sense. Cheyenne's arrogant, spoilt nature, her supposed disgracing of her subordinate sacrifices and her disregard for the concept of change, it was all because of her powers. All of her poor social behaviors and attitudes in front of others was just a front for the cameras, a coping mechanism for her, something that ensured both herself and the people that served her that things were going to be alright, and that life could carry on as per normal. Though that last part may have been a bit of a stretch to believe, Naruto figured that this was something Cheyenne had been doing ever since she became conscious of her own voice and thoughts. Concealing both her loneliness and sadness behind this mask of a priestess, one who'd seemingly trampled upon the lives she'd left behind, but in reality had been grieving for them the entire time. That was a weight the Jinchuriki knew was impossible to live with. After all, he had his own demons too, and so did Cheyenne. I think I get it, Naruto spoke, stepping forward while placing a solemn stare on the poor girl. These visions are a warning that the priestess' life is in danger, and that she must act in order to prevent them. Cheyenne nodded and closed her eyes, once again obscuring them from sight. So many times I thought to myself, that maybe I should leave this world and be done with it. But I can't. If I die, there will be no one left to seal Moryu away, or any more of his kind should they suddenly appear. Our world will be lost. No matter how much pain or sadness I swallow, more will die so that I can live. Choking on another body-racking sob, the priestess shook her head and whimpered, I just don't know what to do. That's just ridiculous, Naruto said loudly before throwing his arms out in exasperation. How come it's the people of the land of demons that has to sacrifice? The priestess then looked up, her eyes brimming with tears and anguish. It's just how it is for us. No matter how unjust, we endure. Her gaze then morphed into one of anger. It's my people's fate, and mine. At that, Naruto stared long and hard, his expression becoming stone-solid as his sapphire blue eyes remained transfixed on the girl sitting on the ground. After silence reigned over the pair for what felt like an eternity, the Jinchuriki decided to ask his final question. And you're okay with that? Cheyenne, eyes shimmering, turned away and started to cry again, something that had even Naruto close his eyes and avert his attention. All this talk of cruel fate and such. It really sucked. Oh. Many hours later? Elsewhere? Sitting upon a throne on top of a raised platform lit by torches and surrounded by a battalion of 100 stone soldiers, the pale form of Yomi was currently in a deep state of silent meditation. His form bathed in the orange glow of flames flickering from the posts on either side of him and his hair waving on the wind passing him by, the man remained steadfast and still in his position. With the number of troops protecting and watching over him, it was apparent he had little to fear of an assassination attempt, and with the powers he had at his disposal he had a strong backup plan too. However, judging from the dark circles under his eyes and the way the muscles in his hands were starting to twitch, it appeared as though he was reaching the limits of his endurance. He had Moryu's spirit sealed safely inside of him. Even so, the demon's chakra was not an easy thing to contain. Even with all his knowledge of dark medical ninjutsu, his body's natural strength, and the fact that it was his clan who had been bred to hold the soul of the great conqueror, the demon's energy was so potent that even in an ethereal form, it was causing his insides to rot. That pretty much meant the man had more to worry about dying from the power dwelling inside of him than of any outside forces that wished to interfere with his plans. It was for that very reason he held on, waiting for the right moment to make his final move on the sealing shrine. Until the priestess was destroyed, his master's plans for world domination would only be half complete. There was nothing else for it. But then, just as the man was in the midst of calming yet another muscle spasm from the potent chakra disintegrating his body from the inside out, Yomi's head snapped upwards when he suddenly sensed a disturbance on the ether. Gaze turning towards the horizon, the man gauged the issue properly for several long moments, before an irritated snarl escaped his lips. Clenching his fist, the dark-haired man expressed his displeasure with both his expressions and his voice. So they failed, the shinobi mumbled, at the same time focusing on the soldiers in front of him. Damn it. I thought those worthless scum would put up a better fight. We cannot wait any longer, the disembodied voice of Moryu echoed in on the wind, drawing Yomi's gaze in its direction. I sense the priestess is approaching. Get me to the sealing shrine now so that we may begin the ceremony. Why yes, my lord, the shinobi bowed, at the same time instructing his guard of rock warriors to move. With a thunderous stomp, the battalion proceeded onwards. Just as a couple of them approached the podium and prepared to lift the man's seat to carry him to their next destination, the demon's voice flooded over the field once more. This prompted the warriors to stop and for Yomi to again address the spirit with his attention. Once I have returned to my original body, I will take care of the priestess myself, her and the mortal rats following in her wake. Moryu-sama, I sense a group of powerful presences nearby. We must hurry. And so they did. Oh. Meanwhile, back in the clearing, Naruto, Cheyenne and Gamakichi were long gone. Having taken Teruho's body and buried him far away from the area where he'd made his last stand against the enemy, the Jonin leader of the assignment and the one charged with the protection of the priestess then sent his fighting companion and summoned back to Mount Mayaboku, before carrying on with his client alone. After giving her all the time the poor girl needed to calm herself down and mourn over the loss of her closest bodyguard, the blonde then set their sights on the final step of their mission. Before long, they were well on their way to the sealing shrine. Because of all the chaos that had ensued the group and the quick passing of time, the Hidden Leaf Shinobi had ended up leaving Kusuna's body behind as well, having found no use in dragging it along with him. He just left the man there to lie well into the late evening, with the only acknowledgement being spared for the rogue ninja being a few furtive glances and words regarding the brief battle that had been fought there. However, this meant that the pink-haired ninja's corpse had also been left out in the open for the whole world to see. It had also been left out for somebody in particular to find. Having been tracking the priestess's party for the past couple of days at the behest of his master, the form of a silver-haired man carrying a large, triple-bladed scythe on his back dropped down into the clearing to investigate the body lying in the middle of it. Adorned in a black, hooded cloak with red trim underneath, as well as sporting the usual attire of a shinobi, the man covered in stitches, with purple eyes and a snarky grin on his face approached the smoldering remains of the gang of four squad leader and absently kicked at his sandal to see if he could coax any life out of him. Much to the man's disappointment however, the guy was long gone. Man, that's a fucking shame, Hayden exclaimed as he took a quick look around at the woods surrounding him. Adjusting the enormous scythe strapped to his back and slicking his hair with his palm, the shinobi then gave a tired sigh and shook his head. All this time I spent tracking these motherfuckers, and somebody's already gone and done them in. That's just swell. In spite of acting his usual, cheerful, murderous self, complete with profanities and all, the man was actually there on a mission to oversee the progress of a certain operation. In other words, he was there to ensure that everything for the priestess was as right as rain. His orders were simple: the priestess needs to get to the sealing shrine of Moryu's body in one piece. It didn't matter who else died on the trip over there. As long as the girl successfully manages to seal away the great conqueror or destroy him, whichever one came first, the scythe wielder could consider his mission over and done with. Ridding this world of that demon is all well and good, but why does this mission have to be so damn boring? Hayden groaned, looking up towards the trees and letting out a loud whine. I want to kill somebody already. If I don't, then Jashin-sama is going to have a fit. Hence the main reason for his displeasure. However, just before he could get into the full swing of his misery, the assassin and follower of the genocidal faith then had his gaze turned towards the canopy above him. His senses picking up the sounds of twigs snapping, the man with greaseback silver hair then spotted two unknown figures standing on the branches above. Both of them adorned in black outfits and masks aligning them to the ANBU Black Ops of Konohagakure. It took a moment for the hunter to really identify the two people who were staring down at him, before an excited grin spread across his lips. Reaching up and gripping his scythe, the man turned to face the figures glaring down at the clearing. Well, what do we have here? Are you guys after the priestess as well? Receiving no response except for a slight head movement from the shinobi when they looked at one another, Hayden drew his scythe and slammed the tips of his blades into the ground. The sharp ends burying into the soil was the only clue the pair needed to know that this man was out for a fight. Heh. It doesn't matter either way. Since nobody else is following the girl, I don't have to worry about keeping up with her tight little ass anymore. For now I can just kick back and have some fun, and I think I'll start my lunch break by lopping the heads off of you fuckers and sacrificing you to the good Lord up high. Hearing this blatant threat prompted the ANBU with the Nico mask and brown hair to draw the sword from his back, while the other, red-haired one wearing the Kitsune mask, unclasped the holster on her leg. Seeing the two react brought a more menacing grin to Hayden's face, who then licked one of the stitchworks on the corner of his mouth before bringing his scythe up to run the same tongue over the end blade. In spite of the weapon being a new one, it was still his accessory of murder. You want to play with me as well? Alright then, come and get me, asswipes. Hayden cheered, before springing into the air and flying towards the two ANBU with his characteristic battle cry, Aurea. This day just kept on getting better and better. Oh. Elsewhere? Night, and all was quiet across the land of swamps, for the most part. Wow, what a depressing place, came the sarcastic remark from an obviously unimpressed Naruto as he looked across the rocky hillsides down toward the base of the enormous mountain that was their final destination. With Cheyenne supported comfortably on his back and his arms occupied in keeping her up, the Jinchuriki continued looking from one flat of the region to the next before his eyes rested on the very place they'd spent the past 2 days trying to get to. Couldn't the guys who built this make it look, I don't know, more good-looking, or at least cooler so that people know that it's actually a shrine? The blonde-haired girl sitting on his back frowned. This is a holy place and a domain of one of the greatest evils to have ever walked the earth. It's not supposed to be good-looking. That doesn't mean they can't dress it up a little and put up warning signs telling people to stay away. Naruto shrugged before nodding down the field they would be traversing in the next few seconds. I don't see a banner anywhere saying, humans keep out. Do you? The entrance to this mountain is hidden from sight and is well out of the way of any known human settlements in the region, Cheyenne shot back, at the same time scowling at the Jonin looking back at her. Besides, if any travelers should happen across this area by chance, they would know not to trespass on these grounds. Relying on people's instincts to stay away? Naruto murmured and frowned distastefully. That's just asking for all kinds of trouble. Cheyenne's eyebrow twitched as a result. Well, I'm sorry. But my people couldn't be bothered erecting a temple for every piece of Moryu we had scattered across the continent. Why would we? A monster like that doesn't deserve even the comfort of a tombstone. Well, I agree with you on that bit, the Jinchuriki shrugged while scrunching his face up in disapproval. The first bit, not the second bit. Come on. Even a demon of absolute malevolence and destructive power deserves a home. Thanks, brat, the voice of the fox spoke up from below, a red eye cracking open to stare through the bars of his cell. That means a lot. Don't mention it. Scowl tightening, Cheyenne looked away with a huff. You're such a weirdo. This comment brought a grin to Naruto's face. I know. But don't worry, my kind of weirdness has a habit of growing on people. Ugh. Just get us down to the shrine already, the priestess grumbled while tightening her hold around the boy's shoulders. I swear, if I keep talking to you for any longer, I'm going to end up with the worst brain tumor ever. Well, excuse me for being such an annoyance, your highnessness, Naruto responded in a snarky tone, shaking his head and crouching low. I'll make this quick. That way you won't have to listen to my insufferable ramblings any longer and I won't have to listen to yours. Deal? Humph, deal, Cheyenne responded, at the same time turning her gaze elsewhere. She was obviously still showing a continuing disapproval toward the young Jonin's roguish way of talking, especially since she'd had to put up with the rugged shinobi the entire time. They were practically stuck with each other, day in and day out. Believe it or not though, but only after a couple of days of hanging off of the orange-wearing clown's shoulders, she was actually starting to get used to the routine of speaking with him, even if he was a tad bit irritating. However, the feeling was mutual and the two of them admitted to rather enjoying their frequent verbal feuds. It helped them to kill the silence. And so, their trek down the valley road began. Hopping down from the cliff, Naruto led a full-on charge against the shrine's entrance while at the same time avoiding the hundreds of boulders lying about the valley. It was only a few seconds and the Jinchuriki then noticed how many of the giant rocks were actually lying around, which made him question the purpose of their positioning and the reason that they were there in the first place. About a minute of leaping across the valley later, the Jonin stopped dead in his tracks, right in the middle of a whole mass of boulders. The expression he wore at that very moment conveyed a sense of surprise and realization. Oh. Cheyenne, blinking in confusion, looked at her protector in concern. What's wrong? The boy then glanced over his shoulder. Sneaky bastards. I knew there was something wrong. Before the girl could question him about his sudden redirection of attention, a low rumbling followed by the sounds of rock exploding drew their gazes toward the collection of boulders surrounding them. At first baffled by the sights of the many hundreds of rocks going up in a shower of smoke and debris, the pair then saw an army of soldiers dressed in battle armor rise up from out of the shells. Dispersing of the gravel covering them, the terracotta warriors made their presences known with a flash of their eyes and a drawing of their weapons. The sight had Naruto recoil. Okay, now that's something you don't see every day. The Ghost Army? Cheyenne murmured, her eyes darting around the army of enemy troops she could see starting to gather around them. If they're here, then that means Moryu is somewhere nearby. Heh, that's comforting to know. The guy must have brought at least 5 battalions with him for protection, Naruto replied with a frown, at the same time watching the dozens of rock men in their area begin to advance on them. When he saw them raise their weapons for an attack, the Jinchuriki clenched his teeth. Alright, we're going through these guys. Hang WHOA. Before he was even ready to start, he leapt straight into the air, avoiding a terracotta soldier popping up out of the ground directly beneath him and thrusting a spear up at him. The result was the blade barely chipping the Jonin's leg, but startling both teenagers, especially Cheyenne, who lost her grip on her protector and fell free from his back high above the ground. Naruto spun to try and grab her, but the priestess had already fallen too far and was now plummeting over the side of the cliff. Expression reflecting her shock as she felt the air rushing around her and saw the cliff passing her by, Cheyenne closed her eyes and braced. Her hair whipping at the sides of her face and the bell on her jacket chiming loudly, the priestess allowed herself to curl up while she continued to plummet further from the precipice. It was a sensation that was all too familiar to her, yet at the same time new and terrifying. She knew what was coming. But then again, she was praying for a different outcome. Will I be saved again? The priestess asked, wondering if at this crossroad she would once again have someone put their life on the line for her or whether death would finally come and claim her. It was a question she had asked herself many times in the past, and each and every time she'd gotten an answer, it had led to the deaths of many who were closest to her. It was then, as the chiming of the bell on her collar echoed into the farthest corners of her consciousness, the girl's eyes flew open in realization of her position. Turning in her fall, the girl faced the level that waited for her far below. While the rock wall continued to pass her by in bullet time, the sight of a lake pooling at the base of it came into view, growing closer and closer with each passing second. The sight was one that she marveled at and at the same time opened her arms to embrace. And maybe, if I died here, the girl continued, at the same time gripping the bell on her collar between her fingers, Naruto, and my people, won't have to give their lives for me anymore. She had to save them. She wanted to save them. Save them from the fate of having to sacrifice their lives for her. If she was to leave this world, then she would be able to free them of that horrible burden. However, just as she was about to accept her fate, Cheyenne was caught completely by surprise when, just milliseconds from crashing into the ice-cold lake, she felt a pair of arms wrap around her and Naruto's face appear alongside hers. Looking across at him in bewilderment, the priestess saw the grinning young male turn their bodies so that his back was aimed towards the water's surface, before they both hit it a split second later. The splash was high and the ripples from the impact reached the banks, and for the next few seconds there was no sign of them. Eventually, the surface of the lake was once again broken by the reappearance of said Jinchuriki and his charge, the Jonin cradling Cheyenne carefully in his arms as he made his way back onto shore. His sandals making a loud squishing sound with every step, he eventually set the equally soaked girl at the base of a tree, before standing upright and doing a full-body cringe. He then turned around, slowly, and staggered to the lakeside while attempting to rub his stinging shoulders. NGH, oh man, back flap, Naruto groaned, slowly adjusting to the agony and glaring up at the cliff. Due to the nature of the girl's fall, the Jinchuriki had to course correct prematurely and use his Tsubaime no Kodo, soaring swallow, to catch up to her. Unfortunately, since they were so close to the water, he couldn't pull up in time, lest they wind up crashing through the trees of the surrounding forest. He was going to have to work on proper repulsion over water-based surfaces by the time he got back to Konoha. That was just embarrassing. Stupid stone soldiers, the blonde cursed and waved a fist, I'll show them. Nobody throws me off a cliff. You shouldn't have saved me, Cheyenne suddenly spoke, interrupting the Jonin from his tirade and causing him to freeze in place. With her eyes cast downwards and her body drying off under the veil of night, the priestess brought her knees up closer and continued to speak, the moisture glistening off of her deliciously smooth skin. If you'd have just let me go, you wouldn't have to die. The girl then lowered her gaze further in distaste. Well, at least, not until Moryu gets around to destroying the world. Processing her words carefully, the Jinchuriki gave a light chuckle and removed his jacket, showing off the impressive, athletically toned muscles on his back. Upon squeezing out the water from his top the good old-fashioned way, he then flung it over his shoulder and went on to removing his headband, which had also come loose in the fall. Scrubbing his hair, the Jonin waved his head to rid his locks of the excess water, an effect that threw up a spray around him and showed off his dazzling debonair visage from the side. The sight of the blonde drying himself off by the lake had Cheyenne stop and stare at him in awe. Her heart literally skipped a beat when she got a good look at his dashing face, framed by both his wild, golden locks and the water flying off of him, drawing a stifled gasp from her throat. This was really the first time she'd ever considered him so intently before. It drew an almost primal response from within, one that she concealed behind a silent gaze and red cheeks. Her heartbeat eventually returned to her, only at a more erratic pace when she saw the healthy young male slick back his hair, unwittingly flex his arm, and move to tie his headband back on. She eventually managed to return to their plane of reality. But when she did, it ended in her balking in surprise and looking away with a glowing red face. But, I tell ya what, Naruto murmured, at the same time tightening the knot on his headband, I'm not dying. It's useless, Cheyenne replied, unable to hide her inadvertent stammer. Turning back around, the Jonin smirked at her, it's not useless. The priestess growled, that just means I'll be the one to go. Screw that. I'm not letting you die either. In response, Cheyenne gritted her teeth and shut her eyes angrily, one of us will be dead, it's just a question of who. Don't give me that. Naruto responded, slipping his jacket back on and adjusting it at the collar. After which he placed a hand on his hip and grinned brightly, the future isn't written yet. We can still change it. Still looking away with her eyes shut, the girl stubbornly shook her head and held her ground. They were arguing again. Why did it always come down to this? The guy was so annoying. For the 100th time. You can't dash. I'll protect you, Naruto interrupted, his face suddenly appearing directly in front of the priestess and startling Cheyenne out of her sentence, drawing a sharp inhale from her. Feeling her breath catch in her throat, the girl stared back at the smiling mug of the handsome young man hovering directly in front of her. With her cheeks starting to redden once more, Cheyenne quickly turned and faced the tree, meekly placing her hand against its side and beginning to tremble. Her response had Naruto tilt his head in surprise, but he continued to listen to her as she spoke in a quiet tone. How though, it's impossible. At this, Naruto smiled, trust me. Her body continuing to shake as her heartbeat quickened, Cheyenne shut her eyes and shook her head, why can't I look at him? She'd never felt anything like this before. What was this sudden inability to look the boy in the eyes? Was it because he was so unbearably irritating, because she couldn't rid her mind of his dashing smile and face? Was it the conviction in his voice that he spoke with? What was it? Trust you? Unable to answer these questions, the girl looked back at the Jonin, where she saw him beaming and crouching down beside her. Her eyes widening at how close he was, she then watched Naruto cock his head and give her his usual, characteristic grin, before speaking up in earnest. Hey, tell me, what was this vision you saw of me? The blonde asked, surprising her yet again before he rested his arm across his knee. Did you see me dying tonight in a dark, smelly old cave in the middle of nowhere? Or tomorrow? Or on a beach on a distant island? How about in a field of flowers? Where did you think you saw me die, and how? Mouth moving but no sounds coming out at first, the priestess then gulped before speaking quietly. I saw you die, in lava and fire, in a fortress above the skies. Aha. And when? And many, many months from now. And was this Moryu bastard anywhere to be seen? Cheyenne's eyes widened and shimmered in astonishment, before she shook her head, and no. This drew another grin from the Jonin, who then reached up and pushed some hairs out of her face, a gesture which drew an even deeper shade of scarlet from the girl. Do you know why? Cheyenne shook her head once again, because the world doesn't end today, nor does it end tomorrow, because I'm going to destroy this bastard and send his ass straight down to hell. He turned and showed her his back, extending his arms out and signaling Cheyenne to climb on. I'm not going to die either. I have a plan, and I want you to be there with me when I see it through. Staring at him for up to a minute, looking at his back, taking in the sight of the shinobi's broad shoulders and the way he faced ahead of him without fear or hesitation, Cheyenne quickly came to a unanimous decision. Curling her fingers, the girl produced a smile and rose to her feet, before allowing her body to drape over the Jonin's back. There was tenderness in her actions as she openly accepted him as the one who would carry her over the rise. She brought her face close to his and wrapped her arms completely around him, embracing the warmth that was his strength. When he stood up, with the girl held securely on his back, Cheyenne whispered, Naruto, do you swear? The blonde-haired young man nodded, of course. I swear on my ninja way, and that's a promise. Oh. The earthly constructed ghost army under Moryu experienced very little to no action following their intended targets croaking early and plummeting over the side of the nearby cliff. This pretty much left hundreds upon hundreds of stone soldiers walking around the now deserted valley not knowing what to do or what to make of themselves. All they did was just stand, walk around, and keep watch over the region, making sure that nobody else crossed them and entered the mountain via the small entrance at the base of it. For the next few minutes it was all quiet across the valley and the 1,000-man battalion present and at attention continued to hold their ground. However, when it seemed like silence would once again become the dominant force in the area, their gazes were eventually drawn to a nearby ridge overlooking the plain, where they saw Naruto reappear with a perfectly alive and well Cheyenne on his back. The two blondes stood before the attention of the army with a steadfast grin on one of them and a nervous look on the other. Upon securing a comfortable spot on the precipice, the Jinchuriki then began taking count of the enemy's numbers, just to see what he was up against. Let's see. I'd say there's just over 1,000 stone soldiers down there, Naruto murmured, before his head gave an affirmative nod and he readjusted his stance. Yeah, this'll do just nicely. How are you going to get through them all? Cheyenne asked, shirking uneasily when she saw the regiment on the levels down below turn to them at the same time, their footsteps shaking the ground with its single-about face. Bringing his hand up, the Jonin looked down at the center of his palm and flexed his fingers. Testing the waters for a moment or so, he then grinned at the nervous girl behind him and formed a fist. This jutsu isn't complete, but it should do the trick. Upon warming up his muscles, he then held his left hand up towards the sky and began focusing his chakra. In that instant, a devilish smirk formed on his face, time to send the world a message. Cheyenne was puzzled. Her protector sounded so confident and sure of himself. Even when facing down an entire army of a supposedly indestructible force, he was unshaken. However, there was something about what he'd said and how he'd said it that eased the priestess somewhat. With a front-row seat to what she was expecting to be a fierce battle against an impossible military, the blonde-haired ruler of the land of demons sat in silence as she watched the Jinchuriki get to work and execute his newest jutsu. Taking a deep breath, Naruto went for it. Futon, Hikasiku Tenku Shinkajioku. Wind release, sky-tearing vacuum sphere. The second he spoke the incantation, the air around them began to stir. A hurricane wind suddenly picked up, kicking dust into the air and carrying it into a twister that circled around the Jinchuriki, who stood at its center. The breezes cutting across the valleys quickly transformed into gales and those gales grew in ferocity, building and building until the howl of the weather became deafening and the trees started to bend like bows under the invisible forces ripping through them. Above the noise and the raging storm, Cheyenne watched on in amazement as the clouds in the night sky above suddenly started to rotate and spin, transforming into a vortex with an eye that had a clear shot to the cosmos above. This cyclone formation itself continued to stir the atmosphere around it and grow, with the twisting, 100-mile-per-hour winds expanding even more so before they suddenly started to converge on the eye. The gusts of powerful winds hitting the countryside then began to pull inwards, sucking up dust, debris and leaves and carrying them all up into the sky towards the eye, where an enormous ball of wind began to form. Cheyenne, sitting directly underneath the anomaly with her guardian, stared up at the unnatural formation in disbelief as the ball of wind grew to an unimaginable size, dwarfing even a small village. This glowing white sphere of energy soon became the epicenter of the tempest and, within moments, began to suck everything into it like a vacuum cleaner. The priestess looked on in silence as the fierce squall ripped trees out of the ground by their roots, crumbled towers as big as buildings and boulders, and carried their remains up into the sky. She then proceeded to watch as the entire stone army in the valley far below, once desperately fighting against the high-speed slipstreams, was also picked up by the nor'easter before all of them started to get pulled up towards the eye, following the path of the currents with no signs of slowing down. Naruto, with his hand still extended towards the enormous sphere, along with Cheyenne, then watched closely as thousands of stone soldiers caught in the updraft spun around the entire valley and into the enormous, moon-like ball. The moment the first dozen warriors crashed into it, they were ground into it and crushed into dust, the spinning anomaly of wind transforming them into mulch. Soon enough, the rest of the terracotta soldiers joined them and their bodies were instantaneously mashed into nothingness, one group after the other. The glowing white sphere of wind wiping out the entire force of soldiers under Moryu was one of the most spectacular sights Cheyenne had ever seen. The sheer size of the technique was biblical and the glow lit up the entire countryside. Her hair also being caressed by the winds, the priestess spared a momentary look up at Naruto, the one who was bending the weather to his will. Seeing his face as it was framed by his wild hair and his grin fixated on the amazing technique he'd conjured out of nowhere, brought a look of awe to the girl's face once again. Naruto. The blonde murmured, a small smile forming on her lips when she heard the young man laugh, "You're incredible." Oh. Meanwhile, across the nations in the direction of the Land of Fire, way out of the way of the amazing calamity taking place in the Land of Swamps, the sprawling, industrial village of Amigakure sat silently, held up in their little piece of land. The infrastructure and constructs making up its entirety stood like a metropolis in the heart of a country forever plagued by the veil of rain clouds and winter. To the people who resided in that village, it was home. To another resident, however, it was a base of operations. Above the main streets and overlooking the country that was under his protection, the leader of Amigakure's forces and chief overseer of the community could be seen perched on the rim on one of the many balconies of the village's central towers. With the villagers bustling in the streets below and going about their daily lives, this particular individual sat as both a spiritual figure and the town's unquestioned ruler, who oversaw everything from one edge of the hidden village to the next. Considering he not only wore the colors of the Akatsuki organization but also carried eyes of a legendary figure that had pretty much ascended into myth, his powers, sense of awareness and perceptive abilities were all of an incredibly high level. With his cloak and spiky orange hair trailing on the breeze drifting across the skyline, the man with pale skin, ripple-patterned eyes and black piercings dotting his body, gazed across his village in a meditative state. At first only paying attention to what was going on in his village, he then decided to extend his senses a little to the rest of the shinobi nations to see how the chaos and strife was doing beyond his borders. It then came as an apocalyptic shock to the man at what he sensed next. Eyes widening when the jerk of a power surge yanked on the back of his neck, the orange-haired leader of Akatsuki stared ahead of him in momentary shock. Picking up a sudden change in her companion's mood, the blue-haired woman, also wearing the colors of the Akatsuki and standing close to the man's shadow, stepped toward her teammate in concern. Though her expression said otherwise, her actions said more than words ever could. "What's wrong, Nagato?" Ripple-patterned eyes shimmering in disbelief, the leader's gaze then narrowed and looked over his shoulder, with his unnerving stare fixing on the distant horizon. Through his incredibly sharp gaze, he was able to make out the thick clouds over that region moving across the mountains and towards a land far beyond their own in an irregular manner, indicating that something otherworldly was taking place in that direction. It was a sight that had the orange-haired individual scowl. What the hell is that? His senses were fluctuating like crazy. There was an enormous concentration of chakra, more than he'd ever sensed in any of the other members of his group, that was for sure. Whoever's signature was registering on that level, however, he had no idea. Back in the Land of Swamps. Seeing that all of the soldiers had been dispatched, Naruto decided that he'd used his technique long enough. Slowly releasing hold of his chakra, he and Cheyenne then watched as the storm above them faded. The winds died down, the clouds dispersed and started to drift normally once again, and the entire area was showered by dust and a light hail of debris, which were the powdered remains of the once indestructible ghost army. Well, considering what had just happened to them, to call them indestructible now was probably a bit of an overstatement. It sure as hell made an impact on the priestess, that was for sure. "Wow," Cheyenne murmured. Rubbing his hands down, Naruto once more looped his arms under the girl's legs to support her. With a smile still in play, he looked back at the princess to see her gazing across the now empty valley with astonishment reflected in her eyes, before nudging her to get her attention. "So, what do ya think?" What do I think?" The blonde teen gulped while glancing around, before her focus turned to the Jinchuriki once more. "Well, you destroyed the army, just like you said." "Yeah," the Jinchuriki laughed brightly and gave a shrug. "That technique I just used takes hold of the vectors in the atmosphere and compresses them into a spiraling ball of wind. That sphere then transforms into an element capable of generating a vacuum powerful enough to wipe an entire battlefield and countryside clean of enemy soldiers." That was pretty much what had just happened and what the two of them had just witnessed. However, that enormous ball didn't just bend the weather and take out all of Moryu's forces in the region, it had also ripped an entire forest out of the ground, toppled towers and turned once proud hills into flat stretches of valley. Looking around for a kilometer in every direction, all Cheyenne saw was a flat stretch of landscape that had practically been reshaped. The only thing Naruto didn't destroy was the mountain, even though it had large chunks taken out of it. So, this was what a Jonin with full mastery over their wind element was capable of? Amazing, Cheyenne murmured. Smiling at the girl's continuing disbelief, Naruto shouldered her further up his back and took flight, beginning his trek down toward the shrine's entrance, which was now clear of all guards. With the gateway still miraculously intact due to the precise yet destructive nature of his jutsu, the Jonin set his charge back to her feet and crossed the threshold into the place that contained the other half of Moryu's being. Ignoring the ceiling rope, the two of them slowly and cautiously made their way into the bowls of the earth and, by extension, the heart of the mountain via its long stretch of caves. For the next few minutes they walked in silence, with Naruto slipping his hands into his pockets and beginning to hum a jaunty tune. It was this little song he started to compose that drew the priestess's gaze and brought a little smile to her face, his voice calming her nerves and filling her with a sense of hope. His presence alone was enough to make her feel like everything was going to be alright, and as they started to approach the orange glow at the other end of the causeway, the princess hadn't even realized she was walking just a few centimeters off his side. Deciding to mess with him a little more, the priestess sniffed and stuck her nose in the air. Honestly, do you have to make such an annoying racket? Hey, I don't sense anything ahead of us, Naruto shrugged before grinning across at the girl he was escorting. Even if I was being quiet, I doubt anyone down here wouldn't have heard the commotion going on upstairs. That jutsu I just used could be seen and heard for miles. Cheyenne maintained a haughty posture, but then looked back at the Jonin and gave him a more cheerful grin, which he returned with gusto. Eventually, the peace of their moment was interrupted when the pair finally exited the tunnel they were following and into an enormous chamber right in the center of the mountain. Well, Naruto initially thought it was a mountain. But as soon as the two of them entered the chamber and got a good look at the expanse in every direction, he now knew that the ground they were intruding upon was volcanic. A maze of open, winding pathways could be seen stretching across glowing hot, molten surface of lava, which bubbled and sizzled away, lighting up the entire room with an eerie, orange aura. It was almost like stepping into a colander. The image that immediately came to the minds of both individuals was that of hell, the fires burning and falling upon them in the form of heat. The scent of brimstone perforating the air was so thick, they could almost choke on it. The Jinchuriki especially, who waved his hand in front of his face and coughed on the fumes. Damn. Who copped the big one and died? Welcome, dear guests. Speak of the devil, the guilty party had just shown up. With Cheyenne stopping in place, the two teenagers glared across the stretch of smoldering rock towards the center of the mountain, where they saw a man sitting slumped atop of a mobile seat positioned at the base of a platform. His face concealed by his long, black hair and form draped in sinister dark robes, the physical body of the one responsible for this whole mess emerged from the darkness, greeting the newcomers with a leer and a smile. The sight sent a chill coursing down the priestess's back, while Naruto just stared with an expression that was a mixture of curiosity and boredom. Cheyenne gulped. Why Yomi? I trust you two had no problems getting down here, the bearded shinobi continued speaking, his exhausted voice bouncing off of the chamber's many walls and echoing towards them. While Cheyenne brought her hands up and braced them together nervously, the Jinchuriki decided to step forward and admire the dwellings more carefully. Giving the place one more go-over from top to bottom, assessing its condition as well as the room space, he then gave a slight nod before pointing towards the man barely able to keep himself upright where he was stationed. I gotta say man, you really know how to throw a party. No food, no drinks. He then expressed a careless shrug and smirked, and the other party guests just left. Yomi, chuckling weakly, grinned across at the pair. My sincerest apologies. I was so eager to see the priestess I couldn't concentrate on preparations for the bash. Well, at any rate, we're here and ready to kick your ass, so clench up, pal. Naruto spoke and waved his hand towards the priestess behind him. Okay, your worshipfulness. Do your thing. The incredibly dismissive tone he used managed to smack Cheyenne out of her nervous reverie and had her scowl at the blonde's back. Answering the call nonetheless, she pushed his arm out of the way and glared at him. Would you please stop calling me that? What? What's wrong with me calling you your worshipfulness, your highnessness? Naruto asked teasingly. The princess quickly returned her disapproval. If you're going to call me something, at least call me by my name. Shaking her head at the shrug she received as her answer, Cheyenne quickly turned heel and began leading the charge toward the center stage. Watching her spearhead their last leg earned an admiring twinkle from the Jinchuriki who, shortly thereafter, quickly fell in step with her for their final stop. Remaining where he was, his face pale, wrinkly and sweaty, Yomi watched the duo approach his position with a smile. As they did, he began to speak again. This takes me back. Breathing in deeply, he then waved his hand and beckoned the squad of stone soldiers he had surrounding his spot forward. The armored warriors did as they were told and lumbered towards the pair slowly. Long ago, your mother Miroku stood in the path of my clan's ambition. I wonder if you remember that day, my dear priestess, the day we summoned Moryu to our world to usher in the dream of a 1,000-year kingdom. The new world, our utopia, it was within our grasp. A harsh chuckle then escaped him as his head dipped forlornly. If only your mother hadn't been there to ruin it. Seeing the soldiers box them in on separate paths, Naruto and Cheyenne stopped in their tracks and looked between the two approaching pairs respectively. While one stood nervously, trembling like a leaf, the other had a calculative look on his face as he gripped the sword at his side and thumbed the handle, pushing the base of the blade out of the scabbard so that the steel flashed threateningly. However, just as he was readying to draw his katana to slice the 4 cumbersome soldiers down, the second they came within range of him, a shot of pink light from the side stopped Naruto dead when he suddenly saw streaks of lasers cut the armored troops down. Watching the terracotta warriors fall to pieces and scatter across the floor, the blonde turned to look at the priestess, where he saw the bell she was currently wearing on her jacket glow brightly for a second until its light faded altogether. Looking from her surprised face to her accessory a couple of times, the also slightly bewildered Jinchuriki relinquished his sword and gently harried the girl forward, while taking notice of the scowl upon Yomi's visage. "The surprise on your face, is it possible that you're unaware of the power you possess?" the dark shinobi murmured as the pair closed the last remaining distance between them via the winding causeway. "This is certainly surprising. As old as you are, have you really learned nothing?" Cheyenne, glaring at the man talking down to her, shot back at him a courageous stare. "Every day I've prepared for this moment. I've mastered the sealing jutsu? Have you now?" Yomi chuckled, closing his eyes and gesturing to the array behind him. "Then by all means, seal me away, if you can." Quietly, he watched Cheyenne approach the stage with her loyal bodyguard dead on her heels. When the girl walked up to the podium, keeping a wary eye on him at the same time, the shinobi also noticed Naruto hold back, one hand in his pocket and the other on his sword, at the same time glaring across at the boss. The sight of the pair and the positions they'd taken up drew another snicker from the tired villain. "Just so you know, it's actually impossible for me to kill the priestess. By the same token, she doesn't have the power to eliminate me either. We're one in the same after all, 2 halves of what used to be a single entity." His words stopping the girl at the edge of the circle, Cheyenne spun around and stared at the demon spirit's host. Seeing his snide smile, the priestess snapped, "Liar. What reason do I have to lie?" When he saw the girl grit her teeth and turn her back on him, Yomi closed his eyes and continued to speak. "The truth is, the seal's sole purpose is to join you and I into one. Miroku, your dear mother, accepted that." He then snickered when he felt the princess coast to a standstill again and listen, which filled him with a sense of amusement. "Yes. That's right. Your mother exists within me. In order to prevent ourselves from abusing our great power, the original entity split into 2 pieces, 2 hearts, 2 beliefs, and thus have lived forever at odds, staring each other down. Although somewhere down the line, one of those 2 halves became the evil Moryu, and the other, the priestess of the land of demons, Miroku. You know, I don't know where this feeling suddenly came from, but I have this sudden urge to chop this guy's head off," Naruto said, using his thumb to push the blade of his katana out while he grabbed the handle, his muscles tensing for another Shunshin kill. Cheyenne, hearing this, turned to the young male with a warning look. "No. Don't. You can't kill him like that. Let me handle this." When her firm gaze met his in a momentary stare-off, the Jonin eventually relaxed out of his battle-ready position and nodded concedingly toward his charge. With that alarming matter sorted, the princess quickly returned her attention to the engraving in the floor and started the ceremony. Bringing her right hand out to the side, the girl began drawing signs with it, at the same time reciting each individual seal before throwing her hand skyward. The moment she did so, the area around her was lit up by 4 glowing balls of pink light, which suspended themselves in separate corners of the ring. Naruto watched on with silent intrigue as the priestess then proceeded to levitate off the ground and the entire seal at her feet light up with a bright, ethereal light. The circle surrounding her also illuminating, Yomi allowed a sick smile to pull across his lips and opened his eyes to the feeling tugging on the back of his neck. A barrier, eh? Hearing this drew Naruto's focus toward the slumped shinobi, still sitting on his movable throne. The blonde's gaze narrowing upon the host of Moryu's spirit and listening to him chuckle, the Jinchuriki's sapphire eyes then averted back to the platform. Seeing the priestess flow through the motions one after the other, at the same time speaking the incantation that he figured was the sealing ceremony itself, the boy's eyes quickly cut back to Yomi. Again, he saw the man chuckling, his body trembling painfully with every heave of his lungs and shake of his shoulders, which had Naruto's glare tighten. It was only after a couple more glances, hearing Cheyenne speak another series of signs and seeing parts inside of the sealing circle itself begin to rise up from the ground that the Jonin suddenly realized what was wrong. Fuck. It was sitting right in front of him. At that exact moment, Yomi's laughing ceased and the man threw Naruto his most cruel, manic grin he could muster, his eyes dilating to reflect his nature. Instantly disappearing in a flash of orange, Naruto's form shot towards the dark ninja like a lightning bolt, covering the distance of 10 meters between them in the bat of an eye. However, the second he moved, so did Yomi, the man's form disappearing in a black blur and flying straight through the energy barrier directly behind him. As a result, the Jinchuriki's sword ended up slicing through air, his katana's blade hitting nothing when he slammed on the brakes immediately upon passing the seat and glaring back towards the podium. Motherfucker! Cheyenne's terrified scream echoed out across the chamber shortly thereafter, which immediately had Naruto's eyes widen and the young man reel towards the barrier, Shion. He knew that there had been something wrong the second he got close enough to see the heart of the shrine. When he saw Yomi just sitting next to the stage, unable to move from what he suspected to be strain, alarm bells began tripping inside of his head. He then spent the next few minutes after that questioning why the man hadn't just gone on and unlocked the seal for himself when he had the chance. The guy had obviously gotten there earlier and knew the exact mechanics of the technique binding the demon's body down. So why the hell hadn't he just gone on and opened it? That's when it clicked for Naruto? He'd been waiting for Cheyenne to intervene. He'd been waiting for her. Snarling, Naruto cranked back a fist and slammed it into the barrier standing between him and the priestess, his knuckles slamming into an invisible wall followed instantly by a shock of electricity, which repelled him in a shower of sparks. Glaring through the shield, he saw Cheyenne lying on the ground, staring in terror at the body of Yomi now lying several feet away, his eyes hollow and showing them all that he was dead. Though the man was gone, the Jinchuriki still sensed the presence of the demon, which had both him and Kurama glowering. "You son of a bitch. This was your plan all along. Be careful, brat," the fox warned inside of him, having sensed the problem as well and responded in kind. A moment later, the chamber was filled with the deep, echoing laugh of the head honcho himself, the real boss. As if rising from the depths of hell itself, the spirit of the entity from another world spoke to his guests in a voice reflecting nothing but a condescending tone. "You were too hasty, young priestess. You should have waited until this one was dead before you raised your barrier." Cheyenne, shaking from head to toe, looked up from the body to where she could see Naruto, who was staring back at her from the other side of the purple wall of light. He killed him, to get inside the barrier. It was then she realized that the tomb holding Moryu's body had been raised and her eyes snapped towards it. Without even a second thought, she rushed towards the stone block and leapt on top of it, covering the doors with her body. However, the second she threw herself upon the coffin, Yomi's body ruptured and a blackish-purplish mass of cloud flew towards her. When it landed in front of Cheyenne, it blew her off with a powerful gust of wind, sending her fragile form and the soul's previous host body across the platform. While the corpse of Yomi simply slipped through the barrier, the priestess's body slammed up against it, a cry of agony escaping her lips when she was zapped by electricity before being tossed back to the ground. While Naruto gritted his teeth desperately from the other side, Moryu's laughter filled the air. "Once the barrier has been raised, there is no escape for either of us. Not until one consumes the other, and that will be decided by our chakra." Like hell, the Jinchuriki on the other side shouted, bringing his hand around and instantaneously creating a spinning ball of blue chakra. As soon as the enormous ball appeared, its streams waving about like whips, he pulled it back and slammed it into the pink barrier, Rasengan. Spiraling sphere, his attack ground into the fluctuating wall for several glorious seconds before the energy ball exploded and sent him blasting backwards. Skidding to a stop and dropping to one knee at the edge of the island, the young male looked up and cursed, "Oh, so you want to play rough, huh?" Moryu, seeing the man struggling to get through the wall, snorted confidently, "You're wasting your time, boy. That barrier is pure chakra. Your pathetic shinobi ninjutsu will never pierce it." At that, Naruto grinned widely, challenge accepted. Clenching his right fist again, wind began bellowing around his limb like a tornado before the end where his knuckles were formed into a point. The drill of wind then grew to a gargantuan size, kicking up dust behind him and vapor trails spiraling with the rotation of his next attack. If ninjutsu alone doesn't work, then how about nintaijutsu? Without another word, the blonde exploded from his spot and rocketed towards the chakra barrier at speed, his wind-coated fist pulling back until he was within range and plowed it straight into the wall. With the sound of a thunderclap, his attack collided with the energy barrier and caused it to warp inwards at the point he made contact with it. His wind chakra blasting off of his arm in the form of a tornado, his fist eventually managed to push through till it was sticking out the other side. As soon as he'd gained entry, his chakra faded, and the blonde grinned back at the astonished Cheyenne and the sifting mass of smoke on top of the tomb that was Moryu's spirit. "See? I got through," Naruto stated with a proud grin. That grin faded seconds later when the electric barrier began to vibrate against his arm and try to seal the hole shut. The muscles in his limb developing an immediate pins and needles feeling, the Jonin threw his head back and gave a wail of pain, which echoed throughout the chamber as the chakra shield attempted to expel him. The sight of the young man continuing to keep his arm stuck through the barrier had the currently faceless Moryu give him a deadpan look. "Sticking your arm through a vortex of energy? Are you some kind of idiot?" It was then he heard the Jonin screaming stop, a split second before the young man spun around and decided to shove his entire head and upper body through the barrier face first. Hearing the man's pained roar had the spirit of Moryu balk in shock, while Cheyenne just stared at the blonde being toasted by electricity in astonishment. "And Naruto, what are you doing?" With a mad grin on his face as electricity coursed over his entire body, the boy leered across at Moryu's cloudy form, which looked back at him nervously and leaned away at the dangerous look he was being given. "Ninjutsu might not break this, but I can still reach through with physical attacks." Moryu's ethereal form fluctuated, insane buffoon. A chuckle then filled the chamber once again. "So, what do you plan on doing now, human?" His grin widening even more so along with his eyes, Naruto threw the demon specter his most terrifying smile yet and snarled, "Easy? I'm going to rip you to pieces and scatter your ashes to the winds. That's what I'm going to do." With one final roar, the boy forced the rest of his body through the barrier, the resulting breakage causing the entire thing to overload and shatter. The instant he was through, the Jinchuriki immediately collected Cheyenne up in his arms and hightailed it out of there, leaping across the lava flats and heading for the exit in a shunshin. Frustrated, the phantom form of Moryu opened up the tomb beneath him and quickly slithered inside, reuniting with his body. "You will do well not to underestimate me, boy. I'll show you the true depths of my darkness." At that, the gates behind him shut and, moments later, the ground began to shudder. Managing to get some distance before looking back, Naruto held Cheyenne bridal style in his arms and set his sights back onto the heart of the volcano. Standing by the entrance, the pair then watched on with unblinking stares as the ground began to shake and the entire mountain started to rumble. Moments later, they saw the shrine rupture in several places and masses of purplish-blackish smoke shoot up into the air. Well, at first glance it appeared to be smoke. Overlooking the entire center of the chamber as it filled up with the stuff and began snaking through the air, the two teenagers were then presented with the full form of Moryu himself. The withering masses of thick, liquid smoke taking shape and growing in size comparable to that of the Kyuubi, the pair saw several dragon heads form on the ends of the enormous tendrils, and the eyes of each and every one of them turn in their direction. As soon as the two of them fell within sight of the multi-eyed entity, the heads gave out respective cries and hisses, and began to writhe around more erratically as they spread themselves out across the space provided. Eyes reflecting nothing but pure horror, Cheyenne wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck more firmly and murmured, "It's him, the monster. Moryu." Blinking a few times, Naruto then pointed up at it with a thoughtful look on his face. "I had a nightmare that started out just like this before, only the dragon heads were made out of ramen and not weird, black smoke." He then looked across at the princess to see her staring at him strangely, which had him grin and shrug, "I'm just saying." Turning their gazes back toward the snarling beast with the many heads, the blonde narrowed his gaze and frowned. "Anyway, I'm going to venture a guess that most of that story he just told you was a complete load of horseshit." Cheyenne, eyes shimmering, nodded her head. "My mother and Moryu were always separate entities, yet they shared the same strength and chakra." She then looked up at him. "Many years ago, he once walked this plane as a mortal priest doing good for the people, but his desire for power corrupted him, and he became a demon. That beast you see standing before you is a byproduct of that man's desire for power." "Oh, good," Naruto breathed out before smiling wryly. "For a second there, I thought that your mother actually was once a part of that thing. I mean, considering who I've been protecting this entire time." He was then punched in the chest by the girl, earning an audible oof from him, which then led to the Jonin looking toward the priestess scowling in his direction. "Ow. Okay. That was a low blow." Seeing his grin up close had the girl blush and look away, idiot. However, their eyes were once more pulled towards their main concern, and that was the humongous dragon bearing down on their position. What are we going to do now?" "Don't know," Naruto cringed, glaring at one of the serpentine being that was now steaming at the mouth. "From what I can sense, this guy's chakra is even greater than Kurama's. I was gambling on that sealing technique to be the thing to finish him off, but since it didn't, and I assume you don't have any priestess-style ninjutsu that can get us out of this pinch, it looks like I'm going to have to beat him the old-fashioned way." This earned a startled look from said teenager. "You're going to fight him?" "Of course. But you can't," Cheyenne followed up while shaking her head. "Nobody can." "Hey, what did I tell you?" Naruto asked, staring at the girl and seeing her recoil at the warm smile he sent her way. Remaining silent for a moment to allow his question to sink in, he then showed his teeth and gestured to himself, "Trust me." With Cheyenne giving the boy her most awe-filled stare, the pair was soon drawn back to the immense form of Moryu towering over the chamber. Both of them fixing their sights upon him, they saw the multitude of heads curl through the air, before several of them suddenly reared back and opened their mouths. When they did, balls of pink energy began to form in their jaws, the spheres growing in size at an exponential rate and alerting the Jonin to danger. When they saw the heads take aim, both blondes' eyes widened in alarm before the dragons reeled forward and unleashed the charged-up energy blasts at them in a torrent of raw energy. Freaking out at the sight of the approaching lasers, Naruto, still carrying an equally terrified Cheyenne, sprinted off to the side at flash-like speed, avoiding the barrage of energy that ripped apart the cave wall behind them and carving through the entire volcano. The attacks were so powerful they actually shot straight out of the side of the mountain to strike the surrounding countryside, bringing down lines of trees and carving through other nearby edifices. However, the Jinchuriki didn't know that. All he did know was that the attacks blasted the fuck out of a wall of rock and he wanted to stay the hell away from them. The dragon heads tracking the fast-moving shinobi and his baggage across the room, the demon gave a loud hiss and fired off more bolts of energy, chasing the Jonin with salvo after salvo of lasers. Sprinting several laps around the inside of the mountain, leaping over countless gaps between pathways and not stopping for even a second, Naruto continued retreating at a ridiculous speed, staying well ahead of the hail of lasers chasing after him. Making a variety of hilarious, panicked sounds as he ran in the funniest manner imaginable, he was miraculously able to stay ahead of the rounds and keep himself and Cheyenne out of harm's way. Still, that didn't mean he couldn't voice his complaints. Shit. 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 Lasers. I fucking hate lasers. Naruto shouted with every step he leapt while the walls behind him exploded one after the other from the bombardment that was meant for him. This is so unfair. Why the hell does this only happen to me and nobody else? This was the third time he'd run into someone who could shoot lasers. More specifically, this is the third time he'd run into someone who was able to shoot lasers at him. Why couldn't somebody else take the heat for once? Like Sasuke? Fuck off, already. Naruto shouted, starting to run up the cave wall as the laser bolts flying at him at a machine gun rate continued to pepper the area. With Cheyenne giving a terrified scream as the lasers came barely within a couple of feet of them, the Jonin then kicked off of the wall and spun to the ground. Flipping several times, he then landed firmly on 2 feet, looking up with a glare to see the enormous, multi-headed Moryu charge up another attack in the form of electricity, which coursed over his entire form, before he unleashed a hail of lightning straight towards the pair. However, instead of running, Naruto gave a wide grin and held his ground. The electricity then struck him like a tsunami, tearing apart the rock and ground at his feet and pretty much toasting everything in sight. In spite of the tremendous show of power however, the lightning didn't even touch him or Cheyenne, as the bolts were literally stopped by an invisible barrier appearing around the boy. With his hero's wind coming into play, the Jinchuriki was able to neutralize the lightning-style chakra and deflect it completely, rendering the attack useless. Seeing his attack fail and his two targets still standing amidst the smoldering area untouched by his efforts, Moryu gave a loud snarl and sent one of his many heads flying forward. You little pest. Without even needing to wind up, he fired another onslaught of fire bolts that blasted the hell out of the chamber floor. Gritting his teeth, Naruto leapt into the air and performed an acrobatic flip, dodging the blasts that reduced the area he'd once been standing into rubble. Leaving the fiery blasts well behind, the blonde looked back at it and clicked his tongue. All right, enough of this ring around the rosy. Landing flat on solid earth, the Jinchuriki turned to face the demon. When he saw the massive entity round on him, he then looked down at the priestess he was cradling in his arms. Hang on tight. We're going for a ride. Cheyenne, seeing the fires of determination burning in the blonde's glare, nodded affirmatively. All right. And that's what she did. As soon as his parcel was secure, Naruto leant down and blasted forward as fast as he could, heading straight towards the demon in an orange flash. Moryu however saw the boy approaching and reacted accordingly, charging up another attack with two of its heads and launching a barrage of concentrated beams that decimated the ground ahead of the Jinchuriki. The blasts created a barrage of concussive explosions, sending rubble, debris and smoke flying in all directions. However, in spite of the impressive onslaught, the blonde-haired Jonin was undeterred. He zipped around the blasts of flame in a blur, flickering from left to right utilizing his Shunshin abilities before springing high into the air. Soaring above the multi-headed dragon, he was soon targeted by another barrage of energy balls that rocketed towards him in a hail. The blonde gracefully dodged each and every one of them, going so far as to even kick one out of the way before colliding with one of the dragon heads when it tried to devour him. His feet slammed into the back of its head, causing it to shudder to a stop before springing off of it and onto the neck of another head. When another one of the dozen reptile mugs dove towards him with its mouth wide open, the Jinchuriki kicked off of the one he was on and spiraled to the ground, the dragon ending up biting itself when it missed. The demon screeched in pain. At the same time Naruto managed to get directly underneath it and draw his katana. With a single-handed grip, he immediately slashed through the neck of one of the fleshy pillars, easily cutting it free from its host and sending it toppling to the ground. When the disembodied head crashed into the floor of the chamber, it exploded in a shower of purple and black smoke, before dispelling completely. Ignoring it, Naruto proceeded to battle the demon when its platoon of giant serpents converged on his position, biting, snapping and diving for him this way and that. Despite Moryu's best efforts to try and consume and drive its attacker off, the Jinchuriki skillfully danced around it, dodging its fang-line jaws and countering each of its strikes respectfully. When one of the heads overshot its lunge, Naruto cut into its side, causing it to cry out in pain. Another attempted to flank him, but the blonde leapt over it and sliced the head off, making that 2-0 in favor of the Jinchuriki. He then jumped high when another dragon attempted to get him from behind, landing against the length of another and expertly springing off of it. He then barreled across the ground with Cheyenne in hand and skidded away, drawing his sword back and glaring up at the monstrosity. When he saw its remaining heads come about to glare at him, he then noticed the sections he'd managed to cut off wiggle up to join the remaining entities, before the two heads he'd removed suddenly grew back. The two dragon heads jutted out of the stumps with a pop and a shriek, causing the pair to look up at the demon in morbid surprise. That might be a bit of a problem, Naruto murmured, expressing astonishment at the lightning-fast regenerative abilities of his opponent. He then gritted his teeth and brought his blade up defensively. All right. Plan B. Cheyenne, also shaking her head, looked across at the blonde. You had a plan B? The infuriated Moryu gave a loud roar, before two of its heads morphed into tails and the wielder flung them straight down at the Jinchuriki. Its enormous appendages slammed into the ground at the same time, fracturing the floor and causing a shockwave that blasted sections of the surface upwards in a shower of rubble, which flung the Jinchuriki into the air. Managing to correct his fall, the Jonin then spun towards the dragon heads now converging on his airborne position and began lashing out at them with lightning-fast strikes of his sword. His blade streaking through the air in a series of lightning-fast flashes, the heads ending up getting turned into mulch the second they came within range of their target. Blood and smoke flew in all directions when 4 more heads were diced up by the spinning top that was Naruto and his weapon, before the Jinchuriki eventually landed. Sword out and a frown on his face, the Jonin then looked down to check on Cheyenne, only to see the girl's head was dipping from side to side woozily, and her face was green and sweaty. Showing signs of nausea and fatigue, Naruto then realized he must have discombobulated her from all of his extreme acrobatic maneuvers and cringed apologetically. Oh. Sorry, Cheyenne-chan. Unfortunately he didn't have time to offer her compensation for her air sickness, as another dragon head suddenly came around and tried to devour them. Rolling right out of the way, he then brought his sword around and sliced it at the neck, decapitating another one, before seeing 5 more dive straight towards him. Thinking fast, the boy looked down at Cheyenne to see her staring up at him in awe once again, which drew from him a grin. You're going to hate me for this. What? Cheyenne murmured, only to suddenly give a cry of shock when Naruto chucked her straight into the air. Eha! Flying towards the ceiling, the young priestess's arms flailed about as she soared out of reach of the enormous form of Moryu, allowing Naruto to temporarily battle him on his own. Jumping out of the way of the 5 dragons, the blonde avoided being taken out when the heads crashed through the ground, decimating the area. The moment he avoided the attackers, the Jinchuriki threw his arm out and cast a length of wire with a kunai attached to it from his gauntlet, managing to wrap it around one of the dragon's necks. As soon as he was hooked, he swung around the head and threw himself through the air, slashing out with his katana, taking off another head on a pass, and sheathing it in the blink of an eye. He then landed against the cranium of another and sprang off of it, flipping through the air and catching a screaming Cheyenne when she started to fall back towards the ground. With the priestess safe in his arms again, he hopped, skipped and leapt from one dragon head to another before then dropping back down to ground level. Managing to get some distance from the demon, the Jinchuriki turned around in the midst of an epic power slide and glared back at the multi-headed entity he'd been facing off with, where he saw another pink ball of energy waiting for him. The beam shot towards him like a spear, drawing another cry of terror from Cheyenne while Naruto threw his hand up. Jet hand. In a flash of light and a clap of thunder, the boy caught the beam and deflected it with his palm. Sparks and bolts flew everywhere as he was pushed back along the ground by the attack, his feet digging trenches into the earth beneath him as he was forced towards the edge. Managing to stop, the Jinchuriki bit and held against the blast attempting to take him out, before reflecting it back with his own chakra and causing the attack to split into several beams, sending them shooting off in all directions, carving into the walls and floor, and decimating the landscape outside. The stream eventually stopped, freeing Naruto from the strain of having to hold it back. When Cheyenne eventually looked to see what had happened, she saw the Jonin was still standing with his hand extended and smoking. At first the Jinchuriki remained perfectly still and upright, a glare mirroring his face and a battle-ready composition painted upon his visage. Seconds later however, the boy's expression scrunched up into one of pain before he gave a loud howl and pulled his hand back. He started blowing on the face of his palm, which was currently on fire, a sight that had Cheyenne watch on fearfully before he started skipping on the spot like a whimpering child. Ha! Hot! 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 Naruto repeated over and over, looking about momentarily for some water before dropping down to his knees and burying his hand into the dirt, smothering the flames. Once he'd put out the fire, he sighed and looked up towards the ceiling in relief. Ah, that's better. Staring at his pleased face for a moment longer, Cheyenne then stifled a laugh before beginning to giggle, earning a grin from her courageous protector. Their joy was short-lived, because they were interrupted once more by the still intact dragon heads of Moryu's form rearing back and unleashing a torrent of purple fire straight towards them. The blast of flames formed into a raging inferno that charged the pair down like a herd of enraged animals, which prompted Naruto to take action. The Jinchuriki brought his singed hand forward and, without needing to focus, quickly formed a ball of spiraling wind chakra. The ball was small at first and didn't seem like much, but as soon as the purple wall of flames crashed into the pair, engulfing them and seemingly disintegrating the pair in a spectacular end, the flames suddenly got pulled into the wind and drawn towards the spot where the Jinchuriki had created the spinning orb. Moryu continued feeding the fire with all of the air in his lungs until he realized something was wrong and stopped, where he then proceeded to watch the fields of hellfire get sucked into something like water in a drain. Within seconds the airspace was clear and it was revealed that the inferno that was his attack had been sucked into the helix of spiraling wind, which continued to suck in air and dust from inside the chamber. The end result was the Jonin holding not just a ball of wind chakra, but a ball that contained all of the fire Moryu had breathed on him. Futon, Shinkajyoku. Wind release, vacuum sphere. While Cheyenne gazed in astonishment, Naruto grinned. Hey, bitch! Catch, the Jonin shouted, before cocking the ball of wind back and throwing it forward. A crack of wind reverberated throughout the cave, followed by an ear-splitting howl as the flames and wind he'd sucked into the vacuum orb exploded outwards all at once. He returned the blast of fire to the dragon-headed Moryu tenfold as the entire chamber in front of the Jinchuriki was lit up. The demon's entire form was racked by the torrent, the demon letting out screeches and cries of agony as he was toasted by his own attack. Grinning widely as the wave of death leaving his palm ended, Naruto stepped away and took Cheyenne into two hands again. Admiring the burning floor ahead of them and the purple flames reaching up to the ceiling of the mountain cave, the Jonin then glanced down at the girl and nodded toward his burning foe. Fire release techniques would have been a big problem for me 2 years ago, but not anymore. He transformed fire release techniques from a big weakness in his fighting style to a strength he could now use against his enemies. Upon witnessing the feat Naruto had been able to accomplish, Cheyenne was speechless. Any moment of conversation however was sadly placed on the back burner moments later when the firewall before them parted violently and the scorched form of Moryu made his grand re-entrance. Giving a loud roar of anger, the multiple heads of the demon appeared before them, bathed in the glow of his toxic breath. The pair proceeded to look on from that point onwards as the heads and body parts the entity had lost from all the damage it had taken from the blonde regenerated at an alarming rate, the fires coating him extinguishing and being replaced by freshly healed skin. Within seconds, the gargantuan evil spirit was back to his previous state, with even more heads suddenly appearing from its central body to join the others. The sight had Naruto curse, this guy is unbelievable. His body just absorbs everything I give him, and no matter how much damage I inflict, he just keeps getting stronger. His chakra level was just climbing and climbing. If it kept growing at the rate it was, something bad was going to happen. Setting the priestess back to her feet and moving her behind him, the blonde then formed a hand seal and produced a clone, which immediately stood protectively at her side. After which, the Jinchuriki tugged on the cuff of his jacket and cracked his neck. If I'm going to kill him, I'll need to take him out in one shot. Granted that attack he'd used would have done a tailed beast a wicked amount of damage, this guy's powers went far beyond that. He was going to need a bit more kick if he was going to kill this freak permanently. Cheyenne, though under guard from the clone, stepped forward with a concerned look in play and eyes shining with worry. Naruto. I? Looking back at the princess, the Jonin smiled at her and gave the country ruler the thumbs up. Don't worry. I've got this, alright? Watching the dragon heads throw off the rest of the flames and extinguish the affected areas surrounding him, Naruto crouched forward and gripped the handle of his sword. Ensuring that he had a tight grip on it, a smirk pulled across his lips. "Watch me." The priestess, her eyes fixing on his shoulders and the way he was currently facing off against one of the greatest calamities to ever exist in their world without a hint of fear or hesitation in his face, then gave him a smile and a nod of acknowledgement. "Go, Naruto-kun." Feeling his spirit lift at the girl's utter of encouragement, Naruto focused his chakra at his feet, which caused a blue aura to start radiating off of his legs. Then, upon taking aim at his foe and digging his sauls into the ground, he attacked. "You thought I was fast before, well watch this. Iato, Senko Danto." Ai, flash beheading, he then vanished in a crack of wind. The next thing Moryu knew was every single one of his dragon heads freezing in mid-lunge, before all of them slowly turned to see Naruto, who'd once been standing about 30 meters in front of him, standing directly behind him on the other side of the chamber. Sword about halfway drawn from its scabbard, the Jinchuriki remained locked in position, looking as though he'd just stopped from a blindingly fast dash. Eyes closed, Naruto gradually looked up and, exhaling sharply, pushed the remainder of his sword back into its sheath with a loud click. The instant the metallic sound echoed across the room, two flashes of white light suddenly flew through Moryu, before the necks of every single one of its heads were sliced through in two separate places, like tree logs cut into thirds. Having been decapitated twice in one hit, all 12 of the dragon heads flew into the air before dropping to the ground in segments, the demon smoke like blood flying through the air. As soon as he'd removed the top half of the demon, Naruto spun around and formed his cross-fingered hand seal. Tajuukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Mass Shadow Clone Technique, a wall of white smoke exploding all around him, it was quickly parted by an army of shadow clones sprinting out of it and scattering across the chamber. With all of them leaning forward and running at full speed, the forward group continued on gallantly while the platoons in the rear leapt into the air, all of them suspending themselves around the decapitated form of their enemy. When the battalion of copies converged upon Moryu's stricken form, they all threw their hands back and each formed a Rasengan in their hands, before the spinning balls of chakra grew to gargantuan sizes, till it looked like their target was surrounded by blue suns. All at once, the attacks closed in on the headless but still alive demon as a spinning wall of death, howling winds ripping out in all directions and threatening to bring the entire mountain toppling to the ground. Kurama Rasen Terengan. Many ultra-big ball spiraling serial spheres. However, just when it seemed like the demon would be taken out by the onslaught, the necks that were still intact suddenly morphed together and formed into a massive tail, which suddenly whipped through the air in a spin and collided with all of the attacks head-to-head, taking the blow in place of the central body. The dozens of enormous spinning balls of chakra collided with the enormous dragon appendage and ground into it, the shadow clones doing their best to compress the giant demon into a fine paste. Several seconds of struggling later, with the entire chamber being subjected to gale force winds that nearly threw Cheyenne out of the mountain were she not being protected by a Naruto clone, the stalemate ended with an enormous explosion. A shockwave cracked every wall in sight when Moryu was bombarded by combusting chakra spheres, his tail getting ripped to shreds while the army of doppelgangers was dispelled. The blasts of wind and smoke concealed the immense dragon form behind a dense layer of cloud, only for it to be blown away by a second shockwave when Moryu and his dozen regenerated heads remerged with a roar and a shriek. The instant he appeared though, he was immediately set upon by another platoon of shadow clones zipping around him at an insane speed. Like a colony of ants, the Naruto clones assaulted the enormous demon from all sides with kunai and wind blades, cutting into the demon and occupying his flanks. The multi-dragon head snapped out at the bugs surrounding it, attempting to get rid of them but finding extreme difficulty in this chore. One bold shadow clone leapt down from above and shoved its hand into the corner of the serpent head's mouth, using his momentum to pull it down and spin around it. When he swung to the other side, he landed against the back of its neck and pulled, snapping the dragon head's neck and causing it to crash to the floor dead. Another shadow clone dove into the gaping jaws of another and decapitated the serpent while it was going down its windpipe, freeing itself from a premature demise. Through use of another one of its tails, Moryu attempted to throw off the shadow clones in one shot, slamming his appendage into the ground and causing a shock blast that sent a squad of the hapless clones into the air and dispelling them. However, with the sting of blades still cutting into his body all over, the demon knew that writhing about wouldn't be enough to defeat this stubborn adversary. Snarling agitatedly, the intact dragon heads curled back and, after several seconds of charging, let out a loud howl that sent a telekinetic wave reverberating outwards. The attack throwing all of the shadow clones off of it, Moryu was able to relinquish himself of the pests clambering over him and effectively defeated the assault. The army of Naruto doppelgangers vanished with a cry of shock and a puff of smoke, once again clearing the entire chamber and allowing the demon a moment of reprieve. With his open wounds closing at record-breaking speed and all of his heads regenerating at the same time, the demon began making a plan to defeat this insolent shinobi once and for all. However, just as he was in the process of seeking out the original, the demon was caught completely by surprise when all of a sudden, golden chains of chakra suddenly appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around him at light speed. With the strange cords flying out from beneath the floor to not only bind his heads but his body as well, Moryu then felt himself get yanked closer to the floor and his ethereal form become enveloped by a powerful seal. Red eyes glowing furiously, the demon looked about in alarm. What? His gaze tracing the chamber, he then saw another party of shadow clones scattered around him leap out of the crevices of the footpaths making up the room's floor. When they appeared, he saw that each of the copies had produced a chakra chain from their arm and was holding onto them with both hands, the Naruto shadow clones concentrating hard and focusing on keeping the multi-dragon-headed beast from moving. "You're mine, pal," a copy of the Jinchuriki shouted, clenching his teeth hard as he fought back against the sheer strength of the would-be conqueror of the world. Having not expected to get blindsided by such a strategy, the demon gave a loud snarl and began thrashing about violently to free his body from its confines. It was at that moment the Naruto army pinning him to the ground and Cheyenne watching on from the sidelines got the surprise of a lifetime when they saw the golden chain start to burn and dissolve, as Moryu's toxic chakra started to bleed out of his skin and dissolve the powerful seals restraining him. Judging from how the chakra was bubbling and starting to snap, it would only be a matter of moments till the serpent broke free. However, Naruto was not about to give him that chance. The instant Moryu started to rot his way through the chakra chains, a feat not even the all-powerful Kyuubi was capable of, a bright blue light unexpectedly fell upon him, drawing the demon's gaze upwards where he saw the real Jinchuriki descending towards him with his katana sheathed at his side and his hand held high over his head. It was there, spinning like a top directly above his palm, sat a glowing blue ball of chakra, a Rasengan. However, not only was this blue ball of energy coated in a strange white light, it was also being orbited by spinning white rings, giving the attack a disc-like shape very similar to the planet Saturn. With the attack giving a loud screeching sound as it cut through the air like a buzzsaw, the Jinchuriki then gave a loud roar before chucking the wind disc straight down towards his temporarily incapacitated foe, the attack flying at blinding speed. Futon, Rasen Ringu. Wind release, spiraling fear wheel. The sphere ring slammed into the tightly bound Moryu with a clap. A split second later and in a blinding flash of white light, a tornado suddenly exploded around the enormous demon and engulfed him in a vortex of death. This large tornado, shredding the rock and ground beneath it, grew to a preposterous size and width, reaching the very top of the inside of the mountain and nearly taking out the ceiling. The whole of the volcano, for the second time that fight, was engulfed in hurricane winds that ripped apart the ground and took out enormous chunks of the surrounding landscape, with Cheyenne giving a cry of terror when she and the clone were nearly blown off their feet, forcing the copy of the Jinchuriki watching over the priestess to take her up in his arms and shield her, turning his back to the tempest. However, just before the technique could reach complete critical mass and wipe the demon off of the face of the earth, there was another flash of purple light and a shockwave, which blasted the slicing winds off of the demon and nearly split the mountain in two. Smoke bellowing out of the crater that had formed the demon Moryu also emerged and, with a ball of pink energy glowing between its many mouths, launched a blast of energy straight towards the priestess. Cheyenne, seeing the attack coming in at speed, gasped and shut her eyes tightly, the shadow clone quickly repositioning her to evade. But then, just as the beam was about to take them out, the real Naruto teleported in front of them and drew his sword. With a deafening clang, he intercepted the laser with the tip of his weapon, splitting the attack as it pushed him back several feet. The blast continued to rip into Crow's sword, causing the bolts to scatter and cut through the walls of the mountain around them, once again decimating the landscape outside the ceiling shrine. Eventually, Moryu cut off the flow of chakra to his attack and stopped, leaving the Jinchuriki standing at the end of the trench the blast had formed, sword still extended and still holding a firm stance. Though it looked as though Naruto had been able to stop the attack perfectly, the result of it had indeed left its mark on him. The powerful laser, which would have taken out the entire half of the mountain they were in, had managed to damage his sword. As he continued to hold out Crow's katana with his unwavering stance, the Jinchuriki saw the blade crack and splinter, which had him grit his teeth nervously. Cheyenne noticed his uneasiness and, when the shadow clone stepped away, she too moved forward out of concern and fear. "Naruto, are you okay?" Examining the blade momentarily, Naruto's face twisted into scowl and he nodded. "I'm all right. Don't worry." Laughter suddenly falling upon the group, the Jonin and the princess looked up to see the badly scarred-up form of Moryu emerge from the crater the blonde's attack had formed. When the dragon heads managed to whip the cloud of smoke out of the way, they saw the ridiculous amount of injuries he'd sustained heal and his chakra level once again make a drastic increase. "Pathetic." Moryu exclaimed, his many dragon heads coming about to leer at his opponent. "Your pitiful ninjutsu won't be able to harm me, only the priestess has the power to do that. Unfortunately for you, her chakra is nothing compared to Miroku's. So there's no way you'll ever be able to defeat me." A loud hiss came from all of the heads, prompting the Jinchuriki to rise up to full height and bring his sword around. "You might as well give up. If you surrender now, I promise your deaths will be swift." Frown deepening, Naruto sheathed his sword back up and brought his hands around. When he took another stand, his chakra flared and he rolled his shoulder, cracking his neck. "Save your breath. I haven't even started yet." Moryu, scowling back at the Jinchuriki as he felt the blonde's chakra rise to compete with his own, gave a loud snarl before preparing himself for another bout. His heads converging around a single spot again, the demon began gathering chakra for a final blast. "Very well then. You've decided your fates." Opening its mouths, pink chakra began to swirl and gather in front of them, a singular orb shaping to take out the demon's adversaries as well as a portion of the land behind them. However, just before Naruto could prepare to intercept the attack and continue the fight, a barrage of fireballs suddenly flew past him and bombarded the demon from above with murderous precisions. Its heads writhing and a loud screech escaping the dragon, the Jinchuriki and Cheyenne blinked in surprise before looking over their shoulders, where they saw, standing beside the entrance, two figures dressed in black cloaks with red cloud patterns on them. with one wearing a facial mask and a scratched-out Takigakure headband and another, a young woman, wearing a white hood and sheets that fanned out around her, stood firmly upon the path leading into the cave and staring across at the multi-headed abomination in the center. The former having raised his hand to attack the serpent with a fire release technique, Kakuzu slowly lowered it to his side and relaxed, while Mizora flicked her hair back and placed her hands on her hips, grinning ecstatically. "Tada!" the kunoichi sung, at the same time striking an alluring pose. Oh boy. Chapter 45, Land of Demons Arc, Saving the World. Naruto. Drifting. Saving the world. Naruto could only stare in silent surprise at the two people he could now see standing by the entrance of the sealing chamber. He was so surprised in fact, he completely forgot that he was currently battling the world's greatest calamity of their era, which was still standing in the center of the room. After all, how could he have ever anticipated this? The last thing the blonde ever expected to encounter when he first accepted this mission was to run into members of one of the three groups he and his master had been on the lookout for. In fact, they were one of the very reasons why he'd been training his ass off for the past 2.5 years. But in all that time, the only news he and Jiraiya had heard about any of the groups around the elemental nations, particularly Akatsuki members, were rumors from villagers, and that was it. The organizations running around in the shadows had done well in staying off of the radar and out of sight of any of the hidden villages and their shinobi. This just showed how experienced these guys were and how talented they could be in espionage. While everybody else was running around like blind dogs trying to sniff out even the slightest sign of their quarry, these guys were able to stay downwind of their hunters. They were able to keep their cool while at the same time go about their daily lives like normal. Maybe the reason why they'd been able to stay so well hidden is that they hadn't been causing any problems for the civilians whatsoever. I mean, even for the Land of Fire's most wanted, what ordinary person would be on the lookout for someone like Itachi Uchiha of all people when he wasn't killing someone in a back alley? These guys were smarter than that and the proof was in their profiles. Even so, that didn't mean Naruto hadn't been able to learn a thing or two about them. His missions outside of Yuki no Kuni, his frequent meetings with Jiraiya, the connections he'd been able to establish, and his own research had allowed him to collect a vast pool of useful facts and figures. The information that stood out the most for him in his book of many things was of course the details he'd been able to acquire regarding the organization's current members. These included Itachi, Kisame, Kakuzu, and, as of a few months ago, Sasori and some blonde-haired mad bomber named Deidara, whose handiwork Naruto had only caught glimpses of during several missions where those two had been directly involved. In the list of former members also included in the lineup, there was also Orochimaru and Haiden, one of whom was currently running his own show and another whom the blonde remembered beating about 3 years ago, but at great cost. The past couple of years Naruto had been training to fight and kill shinobi in the above-mentioned pool of monsters. By this point in time, there were very few things out there that could really take him by surprise anymore. The only exception to this rule had been Jitai, who'd used pure strength and raw power to combat his swiftness, which had proven more of an annoyance than a real problem. And now, thanks to a series of improbable circumstances and chances, he was now facing off against two of them down on one end of the cave, while at the same time squaring off with a demon out to destroy the world on the other. Weighing the value of both issues in hand, he just didn't know how to appropriately respond to this situation. All he could do was shift his expression from surprise to serious, and focus that glare on the newcomers when they decided to join him and Cheyenne further inside the mountain ring. Though he knew who one of them was from a previous encounter, he didn't know anything about the other person. In fact, this was the first female member of the group he could recall coming across. She was probably a replacement for the other guy they'd lost. Heh. This day just keeps getting more interesting by the second, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes narrowing as he and Cheyenne were soon flanked by the pair of cloak-wearing cult followers. Kurama, growling agitatedly when he sensed the new presences and their chakra enter their midst, narrowed his eyes through the bars of his cell and spoke, "Whatever you do not let your guard down kid, not even for a second." Their attire swishing when they coasted to a stop, both Kakuzu and Mizora looked across the chamber towards the multi-headed dragon sitting in its center where, upon shaking off the damage from the unexpected bombardment, turned to glare at them. A menacing snarl escaped its many lips when it surveyed the newcomers, which brought a smirk from the one adorned in the white sheets. "It looks like we're a little late to the party, Kakuzu-kun," Mizora chirped, earning a grunt of annoyance from her mask-wearing counterpart. "It would seem that way, yes. So, are you going to take the blame for this one or are you going to peg it on me like you normally do?" the woman asked, genuinely curious as to what his opinion on that particular matter would be. In response, the bounty hunter merely snorted, "Humph, today I'll make an exception. Instead of burdening you with the guilt, I'll blame your little shopping sprees for our tardiness." Though this answer made the girl slump slightly in dismay, Kakuzu still had a little bit more to add to his statement and slowly raised his head in acknowledgement of this fact. "Don't worry too much about it though. As long as we get paid with the other half of our check at the end of this job then that's good enough for me. I'm not getting paid to be on time anyway." This drew a giggle from his companion. "You really are the kind of person who places a high value on almost anything, huh? If our client had wanted me here earlier, then they would have specified that in the mission details. Unfortunately for them, they didn't, so tough luck," the imposing Akatsuki member replied, before then turning his gaze to the two blondes standing alongside them. His gaze falling on the spiky-haired one with whiskers on his cheeks, the easily agitated yet still calm Kakuzu gave him a good look over before deciding to speak up once again. "I remember seeing your face somewhere before." His remark drawing Misora's gaze over to the Jinchuriki as well. Naruto furrowed his brow and responded in kind, "That's funny, since I'm positive we've never met before." That was a lie. Well, a half-lie anyway. He'd in fact seen Kakuzu before in a similarly vexing circumstance, but that had been a long time ago. Not to mention he'd been stuck behind a set of grates when that happened. Perhaps you're mistaking me for someone else. However, considering the state of affairs, all he wanted to do right now was avoid an early confrontation with these people as much as possible, which was why he was doing his best to maintain a straight face in light of what he knew would eventually become one of his bigger problems in the future. The two sides squared off for several seconds longer, with Cheyenne looking between the two groups warily. After a few moments of silent shivering and wondering what was going to happen, she then saw the pair turn their attention back to Moryu, who was at that very moment taking in the sight of the new competition. If the malevolent demon had been having problems with his one opponent before, then the difficulty of his battle had just gone up by several notches. Judging from the people standing in front of him, then that was most definitely the case. It doesn't matter. Our quarrel is not with you today, Kakuzu informed, placing a hand on his hip and smirking under his mask, finally figuring out who he was. I can come after you and whatever bounty you may have over your head on a later date. But right now, we've got an even bigger problem to worry about. You can say that again, Mizora added, at the same time pulling back the sleeve of her coat and grinning ecstatically. So, what exactly are we up against here? From what she could see, they were facing off against some freaky titan of a beast with multiple heads and one hell of a recovery time. Judging from what she'd heard of this demon adversary as well, this foe was apparently on a whole other level of terrifying. A most promising challenge indeed. Kakuzu grunted as he sized up their target for himself. The abomination of nature you see standing before you is the embodiment of all evil on this earth and the result of mankind's lust for power, Moryu, the devourer of worlds. Centuries ago, before the time of the great sage, a race of humans wielding a powerful chakra that was completely different to the kind we use today and even greater than the progenitors, came to this continent seeking enlightenment. This monstrous creature with the multiple heads is a descendant of that race of humans and one who fell into darkness. Oh, creepy, the sheet user murmured before summoning a length of her hardening cloth to her hand. When it extended, she whipped it through the air and slammed it into the ground next to her, startling Cheyenne at how loud the impact was and how prominent the dent became. Still, it amazes me that a human being can actually transform into something as grotesque and gaudy as that thing. How it looks and how ugly it is of little concern to us. Our mission here is to kill this thing and its host, and that's exactly what we're going to do, Kakuzu replied, curling his fingers and causing the muscles in his digits to pop. Stepping forward, he spared a brief glance over to Naruto, who did the exact same thing to him before they both looked back at the demon. You and the priestess take a seat. Let the professionals handle this. You won't be able to beat him, Naruto replied, drawing Misora's gaze over to him and stopping the pair in their tracks, at least, not on your own. This guy's regenerative capabilities are insane and even if you try to seal him, he'll just burn his way out. You're going to need one hell of a jutsu if you're going to try and put this thing down for the count. Taking this information in, Kakuzu gave a dignified grunt and glanced back at their target, duly noted. Watching the enormous, serpentine form of Moryu writhe about in front of them, hissing loudly with its eyes glaring red daggers in their direction, the trio of ninja spread themselves out. After Naruto spared a moment to ensure Cheyenne was well guarded and that his shadow clone had everything under control, he joined the two Akatsuki members in an orderly row and faced off against the towering beast that was their opponent. Like a standoff in a classic western, the two sides faced each other down in silence, with the only noises being the wafting of chakra from the demon's ethereal form and his occasional snarl. Eventually, after standing against one another for several minutes and sizing up their respective targets, the second round of the final battle began. Taking off from their spots, Naruto and Mizora charged forward in a blur, heads down and clothes ruffling on the wind when they broke the sound barrier at the speed they set off at. At the same time, Kakuzu dropped into a stance and brought his hands forward, baring his fingers like claws and glaring down the beast when it gave a loud roar and sent four of its heads flying in their direction. Mouths open, the enormous serpents prepared to devour the trio as soon as they got within range. Gobbling up his targets however was going to be an incredibly difficult chore for the demon, for as soon as the dragon heads came within reach of Mizora and Naruto, the pair struck out. Forming a drill-like lance around her arm out of her sheets and hardening it, the kunoichi gave a loud holler and jabbed, impaling the head bearing down on her and drilling right through it, before leaping on top of the second head when it came at her and jumping off of it. This left the Jinchuriki following close behind to pick up the slack. With a kunai in hand and blue chakra coating it, extending the weapon into a longer, finer blade, the Jinchuriki sliced through his first target effortlessly before impaling another that came immediately afterwards. Leaving his kunai buried in its skull, the blonde then vanished in a flash of orange, avoiding the third giant head when it dove straight down at him from above. When it ended up striking the ground and getting a mouthful of dirt instead, it became clear to the demon that it had missed. Spinning through the air after rematerializing above the gigantic Moryu, Naruto sprang off of the neck of one of the dozen riding pillars making up the entity and threw his hand out, producing a chakra chain with a kunai attached to the end of it from his wrist and catching it. Upon feeding the line through his hands, he then began spinning it above his head like a lasso and, upon leaping off of another dragon head and passing his adversary's immense form, spun around and hurled the chain forward. Like a modified Kusarigama, he effortlessly sliced through 3 of the dragon heads with a single swing and hooked the counterweight around another, tugging on the chain to tighten it around the tower of flesh and effectively strangulating the serpent. Once he was hooked, Naruto used the chain to yank himself in and swing back into the fray. Watching Mizora and Naruto take the fight directly to the demon, Kakuzu decided to get involved as well. Seeing a couple of the elongated dragon heads weave through the air and fly towards him, the masked man stretched back his left hand and threw it forward. Thanks to the abilities granted to him by his Jiangu, Earth Grudge Fear, Kenjutsu, he was able to use his threads to fire his arm right at the approaching dragons and harden his limb at the same time. The result was his extending palm slicing the head off of the first neck and catch the other one on the other side. The dragon he caught gave a screech of agony as it was strangled by the limb before being pulled towards the S-rank shinobi and punched across the face, the blow smashing it into a pulp and splattering its brains across the floor in gory fashion. Cheyenne, still standing on the sidelines, watched closely as the 3 ninja began to torment the great demon Moryu from all sides. Using the space provided to his advantage, Naruto began flying about all over the place to confuse his opponent, casting his chakra chains to link 2 dragon heads together and mash them in one blow. Mizora on the other hand manipulated her unique sheet style of fighting to slice into the serpents and remove them from the body, even going so far as to cut off one of the demon's tails threatening to impale her. And Kakuzu swung in to bombard the gargantuan form of their adversary with lightning bolts and strikes from his diamond-hard limbs, killing several of the appendages with terrifying efficiency. Needless to say, the whole thing was turning into a bloody mash-up. "Hey! I think I remember where I've seen you before," Mizora chirped out loud, avoiding one of Kakuzu's fireballs as she danced across the flailing heads of the demon lord, landed upon one of them and glanced across at Naruto. The blonde, slamming a kick across one of the snake heads and sending it to the ground, also landed against a flailing tail and looked over his shoulder. "Yeah." Mizora grinned, "You're Sanada Nobunaga from the Princess Gale films, the wandering samurai from across the seas." Her enthusiasm was marked with a whip of her shawl, which effectively decapitated a second dragon head. Ducking under a strike from another determined serpent, Naruto grinned and sliced it off with a decisive strike from his kunai. "Yep. That's me, in the flesh. Oh Kami. Oh Kami. I'm such a huge fan." Mizora squealed ecstatically, leaping through the air and throwing a graceful kick that she connected between the eyes of a 12th dragon, effectively blinding it. "Hey. After we finish things here, do you think I can get an autograph?" Though a little taken aback that he was getting a request for an autograph from a would-be enemy, the Jinchuriki gave the question a moment of thought. After disintegrating the skull of a 10th persistent Moryu summon with a well-placed Rasengan, he then gave his answer to the expectantly waiting woman. "Sure. No problem." Dodging a sideward blow from an incoming tail, an untouched Kakuzu slid backwards across the ground to a stop and slammed a fist into the earth. When he did, he deployed a string of steel threads into the floor and fed them towards his demon target. The strands then exploded out of the ground and entangled themselves around the dragon's necks in an instant. When the wires looped over the serpents and tightened to restrain the damn things, Moryu gave a loud shriek of pain, at the same time a couple of its appendages were sliced off by the wires. Bound to the ground by the diamond-hard strands, all the demon could do was writhe and struggle against the binds, until his form started to bleed out of the net in the form of ether once more. Sprouting several more tails that weren't tied down by the threads, Moryu began making countermeasures against this deadly assault, until a shadow overhead fell upon him in the form of Mizora. The kunoichi, suspending her lithe body in the air, summoned a vast quantity of white sheets from her cloak, which quickly fanned out like a frill and reared back like cobras. "Ninpo, Teni no Mai." Dance of the heavenly garment. Once she'd taken aim, she hurled the lengths of cloth forward with a shout, the extending sheets twisting and coiling through the air, before striking the discombobulated demon in a storm of rock-cutting death. The attack enveloped the multiple serpent heads in a vortex of fabric, which sliced into them and slashed the dragon heads into ribbons. Upon dicing up the bijou-sized entity with her cloth, Mizora brought them back, revealing a stricken, quartered ethereal being lying underneath on the ground. Freed from the wires thanks to the assault, Moryu slowly began putting himself back together. His bisected body parts turned into smoke and his limbs started to grow back at an alarming rate. However, just as he was in the process of recovering, Naruto's form rematerialized out of the air a dozen yards away on ground level, where he immediately set himself into a firm stance and brought his hands up to form a diamond-shaped window with his palms, at the same time crossing the fingers. Taking aim, he pushed his straightly linked hands forward and yelled, "Futon, Ten no Fukin." Wind release, wind sword of heaven. A massive shockwave then rang out when he fired an enormous tornado from his hands, which rocketed towards the flailing form of Moryu and tore into him with the force of 1,000 wind blades. The blast was so strong, it not only plowed an enormous trench through the ground, but it also sent the demon's shredded body onto the wind, or so it seemed. An explosion of dust and debris occurred shortly afterwards when the attack punched a small hole through the side of the mountain on the way out, allowing the light from the rising sun outside to pour into their midst. Following the execution of the technique, Naruto lowered his hands and watched the cloud settle. At first glance, it seemed like the assault had done the trick. However, just when it seemed like they'd managed to send Moryu into the next world, a loud snarl echoed throughout the cave when the wall of dust blocking their view was suddenly cut away and a single-headed dragon with 11 tails emerged from the crater. His body reforming out of the fumes and his wounds healing in seconds, the red-eyed demon gave a thunderous roar and leered down at the blonde-haired boy standing in his line of sights. While Cheyenne trembled at the re-emergence of the beast, Naruto clicked his tongue and gave an irritable scowl. I figured that wouldn't do him in. This guy's ridiculous. A fine hit, but not good enough. Misora's voice cut in when she dropped down from the ceiling and landed alongside the blonde. Her eyes fixing on their group's problem, she then glanced across at the Jinchuriki and looked him over. You know, your techniques in real life are a lot more different from the ones you use in the movies. Oh. That's because the techniques were made by the special effects crew. The writer designed them and I just posed for the executions, Naruto replied before smiling back at the woman. All of the stunts were done by me though. Wow, the woman exclaimed, her eyes tracing over the superstar more thoroughly. After getting a good look at his bare chest and abs under his unzipped jacket, a more pleasant grin spread across her lips and she murmured in satisfaction, you're a lot better looking in person than you are on the big screen as well. Stop flirting with the brat and pay attention, Mizora. Kakuzu growled, dropping down to flank the Jinchuriki on the other side and startling the Kunoichi out of her starstruck state. Once he'd drawn the pair's gaze back to the demon now making its way towards them, the masked bounty hunter flew through seals and slammed his hands into the ground. Doton, Sando no Jutsu. Earth release, mountainous earth technique. At that exact moment, two enormous sections of the room on either side of Moryu suddenly broke away and came together like sliding doors. The humongous masses of earth, taken from the mountain itself, slammed into one another and sandwiched the multi-headed dragon inside of it with a loud thunderclap, terrifying Cheyenne at the size and scale of the technique and the way the collision it shook the earth with its power. Even Naruto and Mizora were astonished at the size of the jutsu the bounty hunter had just executed. Upon mashing the demon between the walls of the volcano and watching its form squirm in between, tails flailing and jaws snapping away as it attempted to push the slabs off of it with its body, Kakuzu frowned and snapped his eyes towards Mizora. Take him! Reacting fast, the Kunoichi leapt forward. Pulling her arms back and concentrating, she then hurled a stream of cloth straight up at the creature, who attempted to attack its targets with two more jaws that sprouted from its body. The extending serpents however were caught by the diamond hard sheets and yanked out of the way, the woman giving a wide grin and focusing her chakra through her arms. After which, she then sent her accumulated energy down the sheets in a single wave. Katan, Hibashiri. Fire release, running fire. At that moment, streaks of flame shot up her lengths of cloth, where they inevitably reached the demon and set him ablaze. Moryu gave a loud shriek as his body was lit up by the material wrapped around its heads, its smoky form bursting into an inferno. With the flaming cloth keeping its body wide open and pressed between the mountainous slabs of stone, this gave Naruto the perfect opening for him to utilize and for Kakuzu to follow up respectively. Taking advantage of the flames, the Jinchuriki took the center, cranked his hand behind him and thrust it forward with a yell. Katan, use a Senpuhi no Jutsu. Fire release, fire whirlwind vortex technique. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a spinning blast of wind from his palm that expanded widthwise at a ridiculous speed, catching the flames on the ground and transforming his tornado shot into a blazing firestorm. At the exact same time, Kakuzu flew through seals of his own and cocked his head. Katan, Zukoku. Fire release, searing migraine, throwing his body forward, he then unleashed a stream of fire that grew at such speed, it melded with Naruto's technique perfectly and lit up the entire chamber, as if the sun itself was exploding in their faces. The fast expanding wall of flames collided with the encased form of Moryu with a mighty howl of fire and wind, ripping the rock walls to shreds and taking the multi-headed demon with it. The cry of the entity being enveloped in flames was drowned out by the sound of an enormous blowtorch incinerating the inside of the cave, as the technique tore across the rest of the chamber and drilled into the mountain wall. Seconds later, the attack blasted an even bigger hole out of the edifice to the world outside, carrying the demon's flaming body with it and filling the sky with flames as the respective techniques bellowed across the valley and high into the clouds. It was almost like the volcano itself had just erupted. The land shook under the ferocity of the final attack as it slowly came to an end. When the ground eventually ceased its shuddering, Cheyenne looked up from the shelter of the Naruto Shadow clone's arms to see the results of the combined assault, which consisted of an enormous gaping hole in the mountainside with a clear shot to the outside world and rubble lying on the floor all around them. And there, standing at the head of all this, Naruto, Kakuzu and Mizora, bathed in the light of the rising sun and their backs turned to her. Their eyes fixed on the gigantic new entrance they'd created, the two Akatsuki members remained in place for several moments before going to see for themselves if the deed had finally been done. They vanished in a shunshin, leaving the blonde standing alone for several seconds in silence. Remembering he still had others to worry about, the Jinchuriki turned back to Cheyenne and smiled at her. Wait for me here, okay? Completely overwhelmed by the performance thus far, the blonde-haired priestess gazed back at the young man in awe. Once his words finally managed to get through to her, Cheyenne then gave a silent gulp and a nod of acknowledgement, which inevitably gave way to a grin of her own. Okay. Teeth sparkling, the Jinchuriki also disappeared in an orange flash, leaving the volcanic chamber smoldering from the chaos of the battle thus far and exposed to the light of day. Silence fell shortly thereafter over the decimated ceiling shrine, giving the princess a moment of reprieve. Oh. Emerging outside the mountain like the other two Akatsuki members, Naruto pulled up alongside them to see where they were. Having moved to the side of the gaping hole for space, the duo dressed in black cloaks could be seen looking about the ruined mountainside that had served as the shell for their battleground and, up until half an hour ago, a prison for their current enemy. With the debris and dust finally settling from the conflict that had been taking place within, the pair of hunters at first found nothing on their initial search. The Kunoichi acknowledged this with a smile and a huff, at the same time massaging her brow with her thumb. Well, that takes care of that then. Just as she was starting to feel at ease though, a sensation of dread suddenly fell upon them and the trio's gazes were pulled across the mountain slope to one of the crevices that had been formed in their battle. When his eyes landed on the disturbance, Kakuzu's hands tightened into fists and his expression darkened. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Making out the issue for themselves, Naruto and Mizora formed up on either side of the masked shinobi and took up defensive stances. As soon as they did so, they saw, wafting up from a crack in the ground several meters ahead of them, the remains of their demon adversary making his grand re-entrance to the scene. This took the form of a blackish-purplish pool of liquid on the ground, which gave off a weird, dark aura that moved upwards in the form of fire and smoke. Needless to say, it was a rather disturbing sight. Forming seals and preparing to wipe the pathetic stain off of the face of the earth, the three ninja then froze in surprise when they suddenly saw the ethereal mass leap off of the ground and drastically expand in size, as if reacting defensively to their preparations to finish it. The sight of the phantom smog had the powerful shinobi stop dead in their tracks and look upon the black sentient mist seriously for a moment. As the fluctuating cloud flared away with its tendrils whipping through the air aggressively, it suddenly started to collapse in on itself, as if the smoke were being drawn into a vacuum. Within seconds, the bellowing plume, which had once blown up to the size of a boss summon, quickly shrunk down to something comparable in size to a human and began to form into the shape of one, which had Kakuzu, Naruto and Misora's eyes widen in shock. The smoke, which had compressed into the outline of a man, then started to lift away to reveal an actual figure hiding underneath. Beginning from the ground up, a pair of legs emerged, consisting of brown sandal boots, dark blue, baggy pants and an orange belt. After that a stomach and chest also formed, covered by a purple, priestly robe with orange prayer beads around its neck and a medallion hanging off of the end. A head then appeared from the smoke, with the face of a short-haired man around his 30s, sporting a black Kazori eboshi. Shaking off the rest of the fumes, not only did this person stand 5 feet taller than Kakuzu, he also revealed a pair of black devil wings and a long, lizard-like tail sprouting from his lower back, which he slammed into the ground and cracked the surface under the force. Transformation complete, the individual opened his eyes and looked up. The moment he did so, purple lightning bolts started to shoot off of him, scorching the ground wherever they struck and kicking up dust clouds, a sight that startled all three shinobi currently present. Mizora, blinking a few times in astonishment, then shook her head in disbelief and frowned deeply. I don't like the feel of this. The moment she said this, a wide grin formed on the stranger's face and his eyes flashed a dangerous red, something that seemed eerily familiar to the three shinobi standing under his shadow. Ah, yes. It feels so good to be back in my original form. I'd almost forgotten what it was like. Another spark of purple lightning shooting off of him, the new Moryu then began sizing up his quarry properly. You fools have tried my patience long enough. Once I've destroyed you three and the priestess, all of the obstacles standing in my way will be eliminated. Then I will finally fulfill my destiny and establish an empire that will last for 1,000 years, a one, true kingdom, where I alone will reign supreme as the most powerful force on the face of this planet. A dark chuckle escaped his lips shortly thereafter. Game faces coming back into play, Naruto, Kakuzu and Mizora quickly dropped into their respective fighting stances. Eyes narrowing and teeth clenching, they faced the large man down with full intent to finish him off once and for all. However, the second they synced up into battle-ready positions and started to get a better feel for the new incarnation Moryu had taken on, the trio were soon gobsmacked by what they sensed next. Sweat forming on each of their brows, looks of abject horror slowly pulled across the team's faces, with Naruto's jaw also dropping when he eventually gauged the chakra signature he could now feel coming off of the demon. Holy shit, his power is incredible, the Jinchuriki choked. Was this for real? Deep within the bowels of the Jonin's stomach and locked safely behind the iron gates of his seal, the Kyuubi, who'd previously taken a back seat when the commotion of the fight outside had died down a bit, also picked up to the dark aura wafting into his midst. When his senses finally registered to the intruding presence and the energy signature that was his host's opponent, the fox's head shot upwards with a start and his eyes widened in disbelief. Kurama soon found himself gaping in the direction of the aura just like his container was. What the hell? It was mind-boggling. Initially, all the Kyuubi could sense from his spot was his partner in crime fighting against something roughly comparable in strength to him and the other Biju. This at first didn't give Kurama cause for concern, since he was certain his host would be able to take care of the problem like he usually did, which allowed him to sit back and take it easy to this point. Now though, after a good half an hour of hard fighting, the situation had suddenly taken a drastic turn for the worst. Why the fuck do I sense 10 Madaras out there? It was the only way he could describe the feeling that he was getting right now. What the fuck was going on out there? Her body starting to tremble, Mizora gritted her teeth and shook herself out of her stunned reverie. Though confounded at what she was picking up on the airways, she couldn't let herself get snapped out of her funk just yet and braced herself against the oncoming storm. This is bad. Giving a snarl of impatience, Kakuzu got fed up with all this muscle flexing and decided to take action. Exploding from his spot, the man blasted forward in a lightning-fast dash, one that kicked up a cloud of dust and had Naruto reel forward with a start. Wait! You two stand back. He's all mine, the masked Akatsuki member shouted back, pumping chakra into his fists, which quickly turned metallic black. Doton, Domu. Earth release, earth spear, arms hardened to that of diamond and ready to carve through the bastard, Kakuzu closed the final feet of distance between himself and his target and, in the blink of an eye, struck out at the demon with a roar. His punch buried straight into the human Moryu's chest with an ear-splitting crack, the bounty hunter expecting to run right through him and out the other side like he normally did everything else. However, the second his fist made contact, the rogue ninja got the surprise of a lifetime when instead of going through his target, he was stopped dead in his tracks, his diamond-hard knuckles bouncing uselessly off of the demon's body. The blow didn't even make the man flinch. What the dash? Looking up with a start, Kakuzu then began drilling continuous punches into Moryu's chest. A chorus of loud thuds rang out as he drilled the person's chest over and over again with his iron-hard fists, unleashing a storm of attacks that would have effortlessly leveled a mountain. However, after several seconds of relentless attacks, the bounty hunter unloaded a full-on right straight into the demon's chest, only to have it hit the individual's pectorals and nothing. The demon didn't even budge an inch. Assault over, Kakuzu took a step back and gawked up at the towering individual, where he then saw the humongous man smirk at him. A split second later, the former Taki ninja was then smashed across the chest by the demon's tail coming out from behind him, effectively backhanding the bounty hunter towards his teammates and sending him flying. Watching Kakuzu shoot past them across the mountainside like an arrow, both Mizora and Naruto looked back in disbelief as they saw the man bounce twice before barreling to a stop 50 meters away. Spinning back around, the duo then saw Moryu raise his hand towards them and grin, before the two ninja were suddenly hit by what they first thought was a shockwave. This in fact turned out to be a telekinetic blast that sent both of them blasting across the volcano's slopes just like Kakuzu before them, where they sailed across the gaping hole they'd formed and towards the spot their companion had landed. Knocked senseless from the attack, both Naruto and Mizora managed to regain their bearings in mid-flight and correct themselves, flipping backwards and slamming their feet into the ground to cease their momentum. Sliding to a grinding halt in a cloud of dust on either side of Kakuzu, the three of them quickly locked their sights back on their enemy and glared. "What the heck was that just now?" Mizora asked. It felt like they were just hit by a train. Snorting and lowering his hand, the now human form of Moryu grinned and crouched low to the earth. "Useless. It will take more than that to bring me down." He then sprang into the air in an amazing jump, soaring over the enormous hole in the side of the mountain before beginning to descend towards the three shinobi recovering down below. He wanted to toy with them some more, and that's exactly what he was going to do. Reacting with a start, Naruto leapt to his feet and cupped his hands to his side, hit him with a combined attack. Now! And that's exactly what Kakuzu and Mizora did. The moment they saw the demon begin falling towards them, all three of them were on their feet and flying through hand seals. Upon finishing their signals and accumulating the right amount of chakra in the correct places, they launched their attacks, hitting the human Moryu at the exact same time in an effort to take him out. Futon, Ten no Fukin. Wind release, wind sword of heaven, Naruto roared while throwing an enormous tornado of wind from his hands. Katan, Goka Mekyaku. Fire release, great fire annihilation, Kakuzu spewed an enormous torrent of fire from his mouth, which spread out into a massive wall that stretched throughout the airspace above. Raiton, Raikyu. Lightning release, lightning ball, Mizora threw her hands forward and unleashed an enormous sphere of electricity, which also joined the other techniques in their ascent. The three long-range moves twisted through the air and molded together to form a single attack, a raging, tornado hellfire that struck the approaching Moryu and swallowed him up inside a vortex of pure destruction. The collaboration technique was so great, the trio literally filled the sky with a towering twister of flame, wind and electricity that dwarfed the lonely mountain they were fighting upon, at the same time blowing whatever cloud cover was hanging over them out of the way. This inevitably gave them a fine shot of the perfect blue morning sky above. Seemingly disintegrating their target when he ran headlong into their attack, the three shinobi initially believed they'd won. But then, just as they ceased feeding chakra into their jutsu and the sky above them started to clear, they suddenly saw their foe emerge from the explosion, bursting out of the smoke with the same wide grin on his face. The sight alarmed all three shinobi. "It didn't work?" Mizora shouted with a bewildered look on her face. Responding to the incoming threat, the squad split, Naruto leaping left, Mizora retreating right, and Kakuzu jumping back, just in time to avoid their adversary crashing into the ground right where they'd been standing. A split second later, just as Kakuzu was backpedaling as fast as he could, Moryu's form suddenly appeared directly in front of him in a lightning-fast teleport, which had the bounty hunter choke in shock. Before he could even respond, the human-demon hybrid brought his right arm over his left shoulder and backhanded the Akatsuki member across the face, smacking him flying across the mountain slopes for several hundred meters. The moment Kakuzu barreled into the earth and plowed a trench through the ground to a painful stop, Moryu rotated right and held the same hand he'd used to hit the bounty hunter out, where a pink sphere of energy quickly formed in his palm. Taking aim, the man grunted and unleashed his attack, the ball of chakra splitting into multiple shots that he launched in a hail towards Naruto. The Jinchuriki only had a split second to give a startled yelp before dodging, avoiding the multiple shots that rocketed past him like bullets. One of attacks came within just a few inches of his body and in spite of his quick evasion, the speed and force of the blast burnt the Jinchuriki's shoulder. The sonic boom that occurred moments later sent the blonde blasting across the terrain and tumbling towards the base of the mountain, yelling out in agony before he eventually ground to a stop. He then had enough time to look up and see what had happened to the other blasts. Watching the dozen broken energy spheres soar over the horizon to pepper the valleys beyond, Naruto could only look on in disbelief as the attacks exploded with ridiculous force and wiped out several mountains in one go, at the same time decimating the rest of the surrounding country. The single attack literally nuked the entire region in several places, bringing down a few edifices while also taking enormous chunks out of a much larger mountain nearby. The amount of chakra that must have been used in that instance was phenomenal. Bringing his palm back and looking down at it, Moryu gave a quiet grunt and shook his head. It's been so long since I last used this body, I'm unable to control my power properly. No matter. Lowering his arm, his gaze then trained upwards, where he saw the silhouette of the other Akatsuki member plummeting towards him. Taking advantage of the demon's distraction, Mizora leapt into the air directly above her target and dove straight down at him. With his attention set elsewhere, the young woman formed another enormous drill-shaped lance out of cloth around her right arm. The weapon hardening to that of diamond, the girl let out a battle cry and, the second she was in range, lunged straight down at her opponent. Shoru Ransu. Shaw Lance, with an ear-splitting crack, she struck the man, only to realize Moryu had lifted his hand and blocked her spear with his forearm. The blow causing a shockwave to ring out, Mizora attempted to push her way through, but found she could not budge the limb hanging in her way. Giving a loud growl of frustration, she then shunshined around and reappeared directly in front of the demon, kneeing Moryu in the chest and uncorking a left hook across his face, a blow that only managed to press in his cheek in before her arm was thrown back. Trying again, she zipped around his body and attempted to impale him in the back with her spear, only for her weapon to bounce off of his muscles before she came around and elbowed him in the base of the neck. After hitting the demon in separate places with a dozen more punishing blows and kicks that would have staggered the most durable of targets, the young woman then kicked off of the entity's shoulder and retreated. When she landed safely a few yards away, Mizora took a moment to catch her breath and wipe the sweat from her brow. When Moryu's eyes fell upon her, she saw the man wasn't fazed one bit. Panting and gulping, the kunoichi spoke, "He's a monster. 200 million ryo isn't worth any of this." Cocking her left back, she formed another lance of diamond hardcloth around it and blasted forward. Rocketing towards the imposing figure at lightning speed, Mizora gave a loud yell and threw her attack forward, only to see Moryu sidestep it and grab her arm the second she blew past. His hand gripping her sheet-covered limb like a vice, the demon then flung the small woman around like a ragdoll and put her in an arm lock, snapping her arm the wrong way at the elbow. The loud crack of bone that rang out was shortly followed by a scream of agony from Mizora, whose eyes glazed over before she had a fist mercilessly plowed into the back of her head. The mammoth blow sent her bouncing across the mountainside, where she eventually rolled to a stop, bleeding from the mouth with her arm broken. Smirking at the fallen woman's form, Moryu stomped towards her and prepared to finish her off, only to be hit across the face by a ball of wind that cocked his head to the side. Caught off guard, the demon turned to see where the attack had come from, where he quickly saw Naruto flying towards him in a blur. Tsubame no Kodo, Soaring Swallow, activated, the Jonin used his wind jets to propel him in the direction of his adversary at a speed very few would be able to keep up with. "Pick on somebody your own size, you son of a bitch," the battered and slightly bruised Jinchuriki shouted. Blinking, Moryu chuckled, "You want some more? Very well, let's see what you've got, boy." Flying up the mountain slope and coming in low, Naruto pulled back his right fist and threw it forward, ascending at the same time to catch his target in the chin. Moryu however effortlessly slipped around his uppercut and moved to get behind the Jonin. Tracking the bastard, the Jinchuriki then performed a back flip from his missed attack and dropped a kick straight down onto the demon's neck, the blow connecting with the sound of a gunshot. In spite of the force put behind it, all the kick did was cause Moryu to backstep and take a defensive stance, allowing the Jinchuriki to right himself and drop back down to the floor. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Naruto exploded forward and, with a roar of effort, encased his right arm in a drill of wind and rammed the tornado-enhanced fist into the demon's jaw. Tsubame Geishi. Swallow return, the attack impacted Moryu's chin with a thunderclap, cocking the demon's head backwards ever so slightly. But despite the power that had been put behind the blow, all the demon did was smile. Gawking in shock, the Jinchuriki withdrew his punch and leapt away, drawing his hand behind him and forming a spiraling sphere of blue chakra. As he retreated and watched Moryu start towards him in a casual stroll, the blonde coated his Rasengan in a shell of spinning wind chakra and fired it, the sound of a cannon ringing out when he propelled the ball straight towards his approaching target. Resenden. Spiraling shot. The blue ball sheathed in a wind drill struck the demon in the chest, where it quickly exploded with concussive force, punching a large crater into the ground and filling the air with smoke and debris. As soon as he hit the man, Naruto vanished in an orange flash. A split second later, the blonde reappeared in the sky about 300 meters above the mountain, where he used his wind jets to keep him suspended as he glared down at the cloud of smoke from his exploding attack bellowing into the air. Looking on expectantly, the blonde waited for the plume to lift and reveal what kind of damage he'd managed to inflict upon the fiend, if any. But before the smoke could even begin to clear, Naruto was suddenly blindsided by Moryu appearing out of nowhere and crashing into him with a knee. The Jonin's body wound up flushed up against the demon's leg, a gasp of pain escaping his lungs as he was pushed backwards through the air at breakneck speed. After watching the surrounding countryside race past him in a blur for several seconds, the blonde was then rammed into the side of a cliff, a loud crack ringing out on impact. A split second later, Moryu brought both his hands up, laced his fingers together, and slammed a hammer blow right down on the male's head. The attack sent Naruto plummeting like a rock into the lake 15 stories below, where he vanished in a splash. Moryu, still suspended in midair, then turned around and looked down into the water. Upon assessing the glittering surface for several seconds, the demon quickly repositioned his body and dove for it, his form shooting in after the blonde's like a bullet fist first. The force of his impact with the lake surface was so great the splash he sent rocketing into the air emptied the entire basin. With the splash remaining suspended on the lake's perimeter, forming a wall of water around 100 square meters of rock bed, Moryu could be seen kneeling in the center of the water crater, with a fist buried into a sprawled-out Naruto's stomach. A stunned expression slapped across the Jinchuriki's face. The Jonin let out a cry of agony and gripped the fist, nailing him to the ground, moments before the demon took off back into the air and stopped 100 meters above the lake. Moryu then proceeded to watch as the lake flooded back over the exposed bottom and the water suspended in the splash crashed back into the basin, filling it up and drowning the blonde under thousands of kiloliters of water. Within seconds, he was gone. Moryu, grinning widely, barked a laugh of amusement. I love doing that. Gaton, Makuhoidan. Fire release, Hell Bullet Siege. Hearing the voice echo up from down below, the demon hovering in the sky then looked over to the ceiling shrine mountain on his left, where he saw a barrage of fireballs rocketing up towards him. The small spheres of fire quickly converged on his position at blinding speed, but just before any of them could hit him, they all suddenly veered off course and began scattering throughout the sky one after the other. The string of shots and the barrages to follow continued flying randomly in all directions for several seconds, until Kakuzu, the man who was firing the attacks from the mountain slope, retracted the mask he'd produced from his arm and threw his hands out. Now, disappear, the battered Akatsuki member roared and crossed his arms sharply. With that single command, Kakuzu had all 50 of the fireballs spread throughout the sky converge on their target. Moryu, a smile still in play, watched curiously as the fireballs surrounding him shot towards his position from all sides. Just as he was only seconds away from being swarmed though, a bubble-like purple shield formed around the demon's body, which caught the 100 balls of flames that attempted to batter him. Then, with a mighty yell, the would-be conqueror expanded his shield sharply and deflected the balls with a single blast, a sight that had the Akatsuki treasurer recoil in alarm. The fireballs the bounty hunter launched scattered across the countryside and crashed into the surrounding fields, hillsides and in mountains. The second the orbs impacted the ground, they combusted into enormous, dome-shaped explosions, punching craters into the region and literally transforming the landscape into Swiss cheese, as well as setting forests ablaze. When the tremors of the explosions died down and Kakuzu watched the blasts disperse into nothing, the man clenched his fists and snarled in rage. Looking across the way and seeing his target float back down to the mountain to land gracefully 24 yards from his position, the man let out a yell and took off towards the demon at blinding speed. Mizora, lying stricken on the ground, looked up in shock, and oh. Kakuzu, don't. Throwing off his Akatsuki cloak, the masked shinobi approached his target in a dark blur, dashing right up to Moryu and opening up with a right punch. Without even needing to block properly, the demon slowly began backing away as Kakuzu rained hell down upon him with a taijutsu assault that would have given even Guy pause for thought. Fists and kicks flying at ridiculous speed, the enraged masked man's movements became a convoluted blur as he hit the demon over and over again, only to have every single one of his attacks parried and deflected effortlessly. Eventually, after hammering the man with over 80 connecting attacks that didn't even faze him, Moryu then decided he'd had enough and caught the masked shinobi's incoming left fist, stopping his unending onslaught dead. Grinning, Moryu then yanked his prey forward and, with a mighty yell, plowed a fist right across the ninja's face. Even though Kakuzu managed to coat his body in his protective, diamond-hard armor, the blow still managed to throw his head back and ring his brain like a bell. After that, the demon continued on with his punishing retribution. Burying a kick into the shinobi's stomach, doubling him over and drawing a yell of agony from the bounty hunter, Moryu then cupped his hands above his head and slammed a hammer blow into Kakuzu's back. The impact of each hit was marked by the sound of a cannon firing, before the demon ended it with a kick right into his opponent's head that sent him packing. Kakuzu's limp form flew off of the volcano slopes and across the valleys surrounding its base, before his body eventually collided into the side of another mountain 2/3 of a mile away. His impact with the side of it sent a cloud of dust hurling into the air. Seeing the man's form bury itself into the face of the distant edifice, quickly prompted Moryu to raise his hand and extend his finger. The second the demon human pointed at the mountain, the tip of his finger lit up with a bright, purple light before it fired a beam straight toward the mountain, causing loud sonic booms to ring out along its flight path. A split second later, the attack struck the edifice and in a blinding ray of light, completely disintegrated its top half in a concussive, fiery explosion. More explosions occurred seconds after that as the attack continued traveling onwards, wiping out mountain after mountain, melting rock and transforming it into molten slurry. Once about half a dozen mountains had been leveled, including those that had suffered damage from the demon's previous energy attacks, the laser stopped and silence returned to the area. Watching the clouds of dust and smoke bellow into the atmosphere over the horizon, Moryu brought his finger back and blew on the tip. After lowering his arm to his side, the demon then gave a satisfied murmur, only to then have his train of thought interrupted when 4 golden chains of chakra exploded out of the ground and wrapped around him. Arms snapping to his sides when he was unexpectedly tied down by the chains, the demon gave a few surprised blinks before looking to see 4 Naruto Shadow clones pop out of the earth, all of them holding onto a chain. Now, one of the copies shouted. A little bit perplexed by the ambush, Moryu's eyes then snapped to the side, where he saw the female partner of Kakuzu, Mizora, flying towards him at dashing speed. With her broken left arm wrapped in a sling, the young woman charged the demon down and, with a loud battle cry, cocked her right fist back and formed another drill-shaped lance out of her cloth. A smirk appearing on his lips, Moryu turned his attention to the clones tying him down. Glancing between them and counting how many there were, the demon then brought his tail up, curled it around his body, and flung it outwards in a sweeping arc. His appendage extending, he slammed all 4 of the clones across the chests and knocked them flying, dispelling them and the chakra chains they deployed to stop him. This freed the demon from his binds, allowing him to teleport forward, intercept Mizora while she was still charging at him, and elbow her in the face. The concussive blow sent the Kunoichi flying back across the mountainside, where she shrunk away into the distance and slammed into a distant forest, downing an entire line of trees. A few seconds later, and after watching the cloud of dust and leaves fill the air, the woman came flying right on back. With her nose bleeding and a battle cry escaping her throat, the young woman quickly closed the distance between her and her target, and chucked a right kick into Moryu's face. Her blow connected with the side of his cranium with a loud crack, cocking his head to the side, before she threw a right kick into his neck. The moment she landed that last kick though, the demon grabbed her leg and dropped down on top of it, crushing it under his body. As soon as they hit the ground and caused a loud crunch to ring out on impact, Mizora let out a cry of agony, her eyes widening in horror before her scream was silenced by Moryu slapping a hand over her mouth and gripping her jaw tightly. Looming over the stricken Akatsuki woman, the sinister demon gave an excited grin, before the palm over the girl's face started to glow a hot purple. Her scream of pain muffled by his hand, Mizora was unable to do anything as her opponent charged up an attack to take her head off. Rasengan. Fortunately for the Kunoichi, Moryu was cut off from his murderous intent by Naruto teleporting directly beside the demon and shoving a spiraling sphere right into his surprised face. The ball grinding into his skull and exploding several seconds later, the blast then sent the demon rocketing up the mountain slope and to its peak, where his body inevitably slammed into it, burying him under a pile of rubble and a cloud of dust. Landing firmly beside the wounded Mizora, the original Naruto, soaked to the bone and bruised from the beating he'd taken, panted heavily as he glared up towards the volcano's peak. When the Kunoichi on the ground gave a few coughs and pushed herself back to her feet, she gave a momentary glance to the frazzled blonde and looked him over. When she saw who it was that had saved her life, a weak smile formed on her bruised face. My hero. The Jinchuriki gave her a smirk, we're not out of this yet. Eyes snapping towards the mountain's top, the blonde saw the cloud lift and the pile of rubble where the demon was lying get pushed away. Moryu shoved the boulders lying on top of him out of the way and rose to full height. Upon dusting his shoulders of the debris coating him, he then looked down at the pair glaring up at him on the lower levels of the slope, where he saw them take defensive stances and ready themselves for another bout. When he took in the battered states that both shinobi were in, an amused smirk pulled over the demon's unscratched face and a snort escaped his lips. Even though continuing this battle is absolutely futile, you two can still find the strength to stand. I truly admire that fighting spirit of yours. Teeth clenching, Naruto cocked his hand out and gave a loud growl, and I admire your ability to die. A large, blue sphere of spinning chakra forming above his palm, the Jonin then poured his wind-style energy into the technique and sheathed the orb in a white coating, before a large shuriken shape formed around its center. The blade spinning like a windmill and a loud screeching sound echoing out across the countryside, the Jonin then cranked it back, took a step forward and, with a mighty yell of effort, pitched it straight towards the demon smirking down at him from up high. Futon, Raisin Shuriken. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. His technique flew at an incredible speed up the mountain slope toward its target where, a split second later, it struck the demon flush in the chest and exploded. A dome-shaped blast soon engulfed Moryu and the entire peak of the volcano, expanding outwards while countless microscopic wind blades shredded the top of the edifice into oblivion. The expanding blast radius of the wind technique was so immense, it not only parted the clouds in the sky above, it also caused hurricane winds to rip across the region and nearly knocked the two shinobi off their feet. While Mizora looked on in astonishment at the sheer power of the technique that had just been used, Naruto grinned when he saw his jutsu make short work of his target and wipe the demon off of the face of the planet. Huh. How'd you like that? Well, that was what he initially thought. When the explosion eventually faded and the smoke lifted from the mountain top, revealing the entire top portion of it was gone, it also revealed Moryu, standing perfectly still in the heart of the blast zone. Smoke coming off of his body and wafting into the air, all the demon did from that point was stretch his neck and shake his head in a condescending manner. What a sad attack. Naruto and Mizora gawked. Why you couldn't have survived that, the Jinchuriki shouted in bewilderment. Grinning like a madman, Moryu then brought both his hands forward and extended all of his fingers. The instant the palms started to glow a bright purple, both of the ninja standing further down the slope of the mountain took a massive step back. A split second later, a flash of light blinded them, followed immediately by a stream of pink energy blasts that shot off of the demon's fingertips at a machine gun rate and spread out from its user in a wide cone, raining down upon the two shinobi in a hail of glowing death. The storm of energy attacks came in merciless waves, peppering the entire mountain base with a continuous onslaught of shotgun-like blasts that proceeded to spread till it was raining down across the entire countryside. The attack carried on for several glorious seconds, before it eventually subsided and revealed a landscape brought to absolute ruin. Resembling no man's land after it had been carpet-bombed a million times over, Moryu slowly lowered his arms and looked across to admire his handiwork. Deciding to get a closer look, the man disappeared in a puff of black smoke and made his way down the hill. Teleporting to the spot where his targets had been standing, the demon surveyed the mountain face and kicked at the ground. After several moments of looking, he eventually spotted the forms of Naruto and Mizora, buried under a ton of dirt, lying several meters further down the way, their bodies scorched and riddled with bruises. With their faces in the ground and practically eating soil as they began showing signs of life once again, Moryu gave a light laugh and crossed his arms. Oh, you're still alive? Senses perking as soon as he saw the two down below glare up at him, the demon then looked up and raised his arm just in time to catch a hand that shot down at him from above. Feeling the diamond-hard nails digging into his forearm, Moryu then heard the distinct sound of his other adversary approaching on the wind. Eyes front, fucker. Following the extended arm composed entirely out of steel threads to its source, the demon saw Kakuzu descending upon him from above, pulling his body in while using his hand as an anchor. An irritated growl escaping Moryu's lips, the entity then tensed his limb and tossed it outwards, in so doing whipping his enemy across the mountain slopes to land elsewhere that wasn't on top of him. As soon as the hunter's feet hit solid ground, Kakuzu continued reeling himself towards his foe and thrust his other arm out, extending it just as he did the other with the intent to grab the demon's throat and decapitate him. His bullet-fast hand however was effortlessly head-slipped by the demon, which drew a snarl of frustration from the Akatsuki member and prompted him to start withdrawing his arms. However, while he was retracting them, Moryu charged at him. Traveling in a black blur, the demon beat Kakuzu's retreating limbs back to their user and nailed him in the stomach with a left uppercut, sending the shinobi sliding back across the hard ground with a sharp yell of pain. Continuing to advance, Moryu then cocked back his right fist and slammed it across Kakuzu's face, knocking him toppling to the ground. As he fell, the bounty hunter quickly flipped through lightning-fast seals before throwing two fingers up, pointing them directly at the demon's face while he was only 3 feet from the ground. A spark of blue electricity zapped off of his arm the instant he was done charging, right-on, John. Lightning release, false darkness, in a flash of blue light, a concentrated beam of lightning shot out of Kakuzu's fingers and flew straight up at the demon, causing Moryu to balk in slight surprise and throw his hand up defensively. The blast impacting its target resulted in a concussive explosion that kicked up a cloud of dust and smoke around the two combatants, blocking them from view of the other two shinobi several meters away. When the dust inevitably settled, it revealed Kakuzu lying on the ground, fingers still extended towards his target, and his foe standing over him, with his hand smoking and hovering 2 inches in front of the man's extended digits. A cocky smirk shortly pulled across the human Moryu's face and a laugh escaped his lips. How does it feel being beaten? Kakuzu could only gasp in shock as his eyes widened in horror. A split second later, the demon's hand flashed a brilliant purple, before an energy blast encompassing a wide range exploded off of his palm and engulfed Kakuzu at close range. A geyser-like explosion occurred a split second later, which tossed the Akatsuki member's body high into the air and across the mountain slopes, where he hit the ground 50 meters away, dug a trench along the hard earth, and rolled to a smoldering stop. A split second later, he was out. Shaking his head in pity, Moryu then spun around when he sensed another attack incoming and swiped his hand out, shredding a length of cloth that attempted to wrap around him. Upon getting rid of the sheet, he saw Mizora flying right at him with her one good arm wrapped in fabric and extended in a large drill. "You bastard!" With a yell of effort, she thrust her attack forward, attempting to impale the demon with one last, gutsy hurrah. Responding in kind, the human monstrosity blocked the opening hit, before parrying a couple more strikes when she attempted to cut him up and smacked her weapon down when she tried to run it through him. As soon as he did, the demon grabbed the back of her cloak, brought the woman down to his other hand so that it was right in front of her, and unleashed a blast of purple fire right into her face. Gah! Mizora let out a cry of agony as she was lifted off of the ground and sent flying through the air, before her smoking body plummeted back to the mountain slopes and crashed into a useless heap several yards away. Upon dispersing of the useless trash, Moryu did a quick look around to see who was left. Finding no one, save for the two Akatsuki members lying lifelessly in their craters, the demon then looked over his shoulder when he picked up another presence appearing nearby. His eyes landing closer to the base of the ruined mountain, the all-powerful entity quickly spotted the terrified face of Cheyenne looking right back at him. Coming outside to see how the battle was going, Cheyenne soon found herself facing down the embodiment of destruction and the demon's true form standing victorious on the field. Her shadow clone bodyguard long gone, thanks to the beating the original Naruto had taken that it caused him to lose consciousness momentarily. This ultimately left the priestess all alone. With the Akatsuki members knocked out cold and the Jinchuriki nowhere to be seen, there was no one around to come to her aid. Cheyenne knew this, and shortly upon spotting her, so did Moryu. A sinister grin appearing, the demon rounded on the pretty young blonde and leered in her general direction. "I told you before, my dear priestess, attempting to resist my will is impossible. Now that these pathetic fools have been defeated, you are the last remaining obstacle standing between me and total control over this world." Sending her a wave of killing intent that had Cheyenne take a step back and tremble from head to toe, the demon then cocked his head to the side and gave her a thoughtful look over. Murmuring to himself quietly, the man wearing the priestly robes fanned his wings out a couple of times to stretch them and smirked when a most interesting idea came to him. "I should kill you. But, seeing as how your clan and I have been doing the same, graceful dance for so long, I'll honor your people's struggles by letting you catch a glimpse of what is to become of this reality before I destroy you." The priestess then felt a crushing sense of dread fall upon her. Not only was she overcome with fear in the presence of this entity, she was also uncertain of his true intentions, the true depth of his power, and the fate that he had in store for this world. Her mind was drawing up complete blanks, and with no visions or insight to aid her in her troubled thoughts to help her reach a solid conclusion, she had no idea what to expect next. All of her questions and concerns however were answered moments later when Moryu rotated his body east and brought his hands up. Flattening his palms and pointing them forward, he then began gathering chakra in vast quantities, the concentration of energy skyrocketing to an unprecedented level as he took aim at a target that was beyond the priestess and everybody else's sights. Nevertheless, the demon knew exactly what he was aiming for and, as the ball of purple energy between his hands expanded in front of him to an enormous size, big enough to fill an entire room, he let slip his intentions to his one conscious audience member with a grin of excitement. I'll start my conquest of this world, by wiping the whole of Oni no Kuni, land of demons, off of the face of the earth. Eyes widening in horror, Cheyenne threw herself forward. No. No. Please. Don't. My people haven't done anything wrong. No way. Moryu was intending to destroy, not just her village, but her entire country. The soldiers who swore to protect her, the farms, the markets, the villages, the lakes, the forests, entire clans and families, innocent men, women and children, he was going to destroy all of them. With the amount of chakra he now had gathered in front of him and after witnessing the demon effortlessly change the shape of the entire country in his battle with the three ninja, there was no doubt he had the ability to do so. Tears welling up, Cheyenne clapped her hands together and watched on, helplessly. Her cry had fallen upon deaf ears. Say goodbye. Moryu laughed, his energy sphere crackling with electricity as he prepared to fire. However, just as he was seconds away from launching his powerful blast towards the land of demons, the terrified priestess suddenly saw Naruto materialize out of the air directly behind the large man. Appearing in a flash of orange, the Jonin didn't hesitate for even a second as he wrapped his arms around the demon's waist and, with a gallant roar of effort, lifted the villain right off of the ground. His sudden teleportation and suplex redirected Moryu's attack skywards, startling the hell out of the demon and causing him to lose control over his technique. What? Why you? Let go of me, the entity roared, before unleashing the enormous ball of purple energy and firing it straight up into the sky. The ball of light shot up past the atmosphere and up into space, covering hundreds of miles in fewer than 5 seconds, before the attack reached the end of its grand journey and went up in spectacular fashion. As soon as it hit the vacuum, the ball ruptured and exploded, filling the sky with fire and smoke that could be seen for hundreds of miles. The explosion was so large and so brilliant, it replaced the sun's light for several long seconds, before it quickly died down and the sky became its normal blue once more. Hands cupping her mouth in shock, Cheyenne looked back to see what had happened to Naruto and Moryu. After a few blinks of scanning the area, she quickly spotted the two of them squaring off further along the battered slope of the volcano, with the demon standing tall with his arms at his sides and his shinobi foe dropped into an offensive stance, and looking like he'd been run over by a tractor. From the burns and grime covering his body, as well as his bleeding lip and head, the Jinchuriki had obviously seen better days. With the last embers of the explosion above the planet dispersing into nothingness, Naruto took several deep gulps of air and growled, "You have a weakness." "Everything does." Then, upon digging his feet into the ground, the Jinchuriki sprang forward and vanished in an orange flash. Blinking when he seemingly lost sight of the ridiculously fast Jonin, perhaps the fastest man he'd ever come across, Moryu then remained standing in place as if waiting for something to happen. Staring ahead of him for several long seconds in silence with his tail waving lazily behind him, the demon was left in suspense for what he felt was like forever. But then, just when it appeared that nothing was going to happen, the demon looked off to the side and threw his right fist over his right shoulder in a backhanded punch. "Hello." With a loud thud, his knuckles slammed into Naruto's face, the Jonin rematerializing out of thin air with a kunai in hand in an obvious attempt to blindside the bastard. However, with reflexes that were easily beyond Rinnegan capable, the humanoid demon had managed to read the Jinchuriki's movements with ease. Knocked senseless and out of his Shunshin mode of travel, the Jinchuriki quickly performed a back flip and slammed his feet into the ground to a grinding stop. The second he did so, he vanished in another orange flash, once again teleporting out of sight, whereas his opponent remained in place with his fist still raised following the reverse blow. Moments later, the blonde reappeared directly beside Moryu and attempted to cut off his head with his blade, only for the demon to vanish in a puff of black smoke. Skidding to a stop, the Jinchuriki looked about in alarm, before his opponent reappeared in the exact same place, dropping the raised elbow of his still propped-up right arm down on top of him. The blow slammed Naruto straight into the ground, punching a massive crater into the rock surface. Stunned, the Jinchuriki kickstarted his wind jets on his feet into action and rocketed out of the hole in an orange flash, intent on getting out of range of his foe. Glaring up as he retreated backwards across the mountain slopes as fast as he could, the blonde kept Moryu's shrinking form and shoulders in his sights, before his back suddenly slammed into something hard and solid, which stopped him dead in his tracks. Feet touching ground, the Jinchuriki then stared ahead of him with wide eyes. It wasn't because he'd flown backwards into a wall. No. He'd in fact flown straight into Moryu, who'd managed to instantaneously super speed directly into his path and was now towering over the blonde. The demon's shadow fell upon the boy like an omen, the Jonin remaining frozen in place with an expression reflecting nothing but fear and disbelief. So this is the strength of the priestess's great protector. What a laugh. Sweating profusely, Naruto peeked over his shoulder nervously. After a moment of waiting, his expression quickly became intense once again and he spun around, throwing a kick straight into the demon's side. His blow connected with a sharp thud, only to realize it was blocked before the blonde leapt up and slammed a punch across his face, and then buried a knee into his stomach. After receiving the shot to the body, Moryu frowned, threw his arms up and grabbed the blonde in a bear hug. The instant his arms snapped around the Jinchuriki like a trap, the demon gave the young man a tight squeeze, the sounds of bones and muscles popping filling the air as Naruto let out a cry of agony. When that treatment didn't give the satisfaction of torture the entity was looking for, the being of darkness then grabbed Naruto by the arm and leg, held him up high so that he was stretched out above him, and slammed his back right down on top of his knee with a sickening crack. The Jonin let out a scream of pain as his bones and muscles cracked from the leg digging into his spine, with his body starting to bend at an angle it wasn't supposed to. Cheyenne, hearing Naruto's bloody cries of agony, kept her hands clamped over her mouth as her eyes shimmered with abject horror. Looking on from her spot as still and quiet as a lamb, she saw the blonde she'd come to admire above all others begin to suffer under the merciless hand of his foe, who began the task of taking his life away from him one bit at a time at an excruciatingly painful rate. It was obvious the demon had not liked being assaulted by the shinobi, and judging from how he was now trying to bend the Jonin like a pretzel, was paying him back for the damages with interest. Shaking from head to toe and tears of despair beginning to fall freely from her eyes, the priestess could do nothing but watch and listen to her guardian as his body was gradually broken in two. She felt so helpless. So powerless. She hated this, not being able to do anything. With the fate of the world resting on this very moment and Naruto's life hanging on by a thread, Cheyenne knew she had to do something. Anything. Anything to stop this monstrosity from destroying them all. I can't stand here and watch Naruto-kun die. I have to save him. Her ears being filled with the blood-curdling cries of the young male and getting another chorus of bones crunching, the priestess clenched her eyes shut and, with her hands brought together, pleaded to the gods. I want to save him. I have to save him. Okasan. Her heart and soul overcome with despair, pain and grief, Cheyenne felt as though everything was over. Until eyes flew open again and a bright, purplish glow suddenly shone from her pupils. Feeling the knee dig even deeper into his spine as Moryu grabbed his head and continued trying to snap him in two, Naruto could only writhe and groan out in agony. His strangled screams echoing across the mountain, the Jinchuriki attempted to think of a way out of it, but thanks to the ridiculous amount of pressure being placed upon him and the way he was being handled by the bastard, he could not muster the mind or power necessary to break out of this. Hell, not even Kurama was able to help, as his chakra was being suppressed by the sheer force and will of his adversary, who was delighting in the suffering he was now causing. His foe was unstoppable. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, Naruto prepared to fight back with whatever he had left. But then, just as the humanoid Moryu was readying to finish him off and break him for good, there was a sudden flash of golden light followed immediately by an explosion that struck squarely between the demon's shoulders. The force of the attack knocking him forward, the entity unwittingly released the Jonin from his torture hold and onto the floor, eyes widening from the shock of pain and drawing the fiend's gaze back. When he looked, Moryu suddenly saw Cheyenne standing many yards away from him with her hand extended towards and her head lowered. Her palm clearly being the source of the sudden surprise attack, the ancient ruler of darkness looked on as the priestess slowly lifted her head and, showing off a face stained by tears of anguish, glared daggers in the direction of the world's greatest calamity. The sight of her bell shining a brilliant pink went amiss by all those standing in the area, as Moryu was too focused on the teen to worry about anything else. As soon as her eyes landed on the startled demon, Cheyenne spoke, "Leave Naruto-kun alone." Said Jinchuriki, lying crumpled on the floor directly in front of the demon, looked up towards the priestess and blinked in shock through a blurry vision. Sensing a strange chakra now starting to radiate off of her and begin to grow to an outrageous degree with each passing second, the Jinchuriki could only gaze in silent awe, while at the same time pass a momentary glance back to the all-powerful entity next to him. What the heck was going on? Cheyenne. Which, Moryu snarled, before throwing up his hand and unleashing a purple blast straight towards the girl. The second he fired his attack, an orange blur darted past him traveling even faster than it, the demon watching on as the two raced each other to the priestess before the flash of orange beat it. Appearing in front of the teen standing bravely in the attack's path, the battered Naruto took a defensive stance, drew his sword, and stabbed out at the incoming attack. Not even caring that his katana was damaged, the Jonin intercepted the ball of chakra with an almighty clang, before a tug-of-war match between the two began. The blast pushing against his blade like he was trying to stop a train, the blonde felt his body slide back along the ground till he was just a couple of feet away from Cheyenne. Growling with effort, the Jonin pushed back against the hot sphere with his sword in an attempt to parry the damn thing. But then, just when it seemed he was about to deflect it, his weapon suddenly shattered. In an instant, the shards of the blade that was Crow's sword, which had been cracked from blocking the laser attack from earlier, scattered through the air like pieces of broken glass, stunning Naruto when his prized weapon finally gave way under the pressure. At first he thought he was done for and that the energy attack he was trying so valiantly to hold back was well on its way to taking him and Cheyenne out once and for all. But then, the second the black blade's shards were cast onto the wind and turned into dust, there was a sudden flash of light, followed immediately by the ball of energy being shot back at its user. Moryu only had a split second to give a surprised blink before he was unexpectedly hit in the chest by his own blast and sent barreling up the mountain slope. Flipping backwards to correct himself and slamming his feet into the ground, the demon knelt down on the floor and gripped his pectorals in surprise, where he saw a scar had been carved into it and was bleeding. Baffled by the sting of pain and the sight of his purple blood, the demon looked up with a start and towards the Jinchuriki. What the heck was that? When his eyes fell upon Naruto, who was still standing directly in front of the priestess, his eyes quickly cut toward the blonde's supposedly destroyed sword, which was being held threateningly in his direction. However, instead of seeing the blunt blade of a broken katana, the demon saw a completely new blade that had been hiding underneath the surface one. With a silver coating of steel that shone a brilliant white as if it were made by the stars themselves, the equally astonished Jonin held his weapon toward his foe and held it tightly in a single-handed grip. Upon looking his sword over, Naruto felt a new wave of familiarity to the weapon wash over him. It was a strange feeling, one that he'd never felt through his bond with this blade before. However, upon assessing the katana and admiring the glimmering new blade that had appeared from under the old one, he then held it up and gave it an admiring smile. Whoa. His eyes then shot towards Moryu, whom he now saw had a look of terror written across his face. Sensing the aura wafting off of the blade and his body responding in kind to it, the demon rose to his feet and took several steps back, his tail whipping about in panic and his wings spreading in alarm. I know that sword. That's the Yawarakaite, Tender Hands, the legendary blade created by Goro Nudo Masamune. Where the hell did you get that? Blinking as he looked between the demon and the shining katana in his hand a couple of times, the Jinchuriki then gave a sly grin and pointed the weapon towards his now terrified foe. Oh, so, you're saying this is a famous sword? That's good to know. Playing on a strong hunch that he now had thanks to his adversary's inadvertent slip of the tongue, Naruto decided to test this new item he had in his possession. Crouching forward, the spiky-haired Jonin then launched himself towards the demon at blinding speed, his form vanishing in an orange blur. Face showing fear for the very first time in this battle, Moryu gave a loud snarl and conjured a weapon for himself out of black smoke, a shakujo. The rings on the end of the pole chiming loudly as soon as he manifested it, the demon let out a bellowing roar and rushed forward, meeting the Jinchuriki in the middle and intercepting his swing with his own. Sparks flying when the blonde's katana clashed with the staff, the two adversaries exchanged earth-shattering blows. The instant the weapons impacted against each other, a powerful shockwave rang out that punched an enormous crater beneath the pair, leading to a momentary stalemate between the enraged Moryu and the intensely glaring Naruto. But then, just as their weapons were grinding into one another in a test of wills, the Jinchuriki changed tactics and pulled away, causing Moryu to fall forwards. The instant the demon lost balance, the blonde moved forward with a lightning-fast swing, swiftly slicing straight through the man's priestly staff and cutting it in two. When the top half flew off, Naruto came right back and sliced another part of the staff off, just inches above the demon's hand, stunning the would-be conqueror. Then, with his sword cocked over his shoulder and lined up, the blonde lunged forward with another decisive, flash-like swing, cutting straight across to decapitate the man, only to have his target lean back at the last second. Leaping away to get some distance, Moryu landed a safe several yards away and panted heavily in fright. Seeing the blonde standing in place with his sword in hand and extended outwards following his terrifyingly fast attack brought a smile to the nervous demon's face, before a sharp pain hit the entity's chest. When his eyes widened, blood flew out of his mouth and splattered across the floor. Overcome with pain, the demon staggered away, coughing and groaning in agony before his form dropped down to one knee. Remaining there for several long seconds, breathing raggedly and gripping his staggering wound, Moryu then slowly but surely looked up. When his eyes fell upon the sword-wielding shinobi once more, he saw the Jonin rise up and reposition his weapon in another stance, which drew an angry growl from him. "D-damn you!" Kakuzu and Mizora, both of whom having regained consciousness some time ago, were now looking across the way in amazement. After all the time they'd spent trying to kill this fucking demon, the blonde-haired wonderboy suddenly came out of nowhere and damn near cut his chest open with his katana. It was a sight that left both Akatsuki members gobsmacked and wondering how in the world he'd been able to do that. But of course, the knowledge of how became all too clear to the Jinchuriki, who was now regarding his favorite sword with the utmost respect and care. It was like a miracle had just appeared directly in his grasp. "Looks like I found something that can damage you." Moryu, the blonde chirped. His enthusiasm and joy was also shared by the Kyuubi, the nine-tailed fox now sitting up behind the bars of his cage and grinning victoriously. "You got him, brat." "Yeah. And now I'm going to finish him." Now that he was in the possession of a weapon that could damage the motherfucker permanently, seeing as how he wasn't healing from the wound across his chest, Naruto was now going to capitalize on this advantage. Tightening his grip on his katana and digging his feet into the floor, the Jonin was all set for a fight that was sure to be the last. However, just before anything else could happen, a gust of wind and a sudden increase in chakra nearby suddenly drew his and Moryu's gaze away from each other and down the slope of the mountain. Both figures recoiling in surprise, the two fighters looked across the volcano's ruined surface to see Cheyenne, still standing in the same place she had been before, with her hair and jacket waving on a powerful updraft, one which seemed to be originating from her. When all eyes landed on the young woman and watched as the wind enveloping her kicked up in strength, everyone then suddenly became aware of a bright, white light, which began to radiate off of her body like a lantern and illuminate the entire area around her. While Naruto, Kakuzu and Mizora were baffled by the sight of the priestess and her growing energy levels, Moryu expressed the most intense shock out of all of them when he managed to get a good bead on the power growing inside the girl. The feeling of impending doom causing him to rise to his feet, the demon stumbled backwards and choked. What is this?" The moment he uttered those words, the bell on Cheyenne's jacket chimed, before a bright flash of pink light exploded from it and the seal that existed inside the stone shattered into dust. When it did, whatever restraints had been placed upon the girl's form was released all at once, allowing an ethereal light to fill the vortex wrapping around her body. As soon as her form became bathed in that celestial glow, the girl's eyes flew open again and red markings flashed across her face, giving her the appearance of a Sannin, before her chakra burst forth. "I understand. I know now how this power must be used. Her words echoing across the plain, one that was heard by all those present on the battlefield, the girl gritted her teeth and allowed her strength to unveil itself. I will not allow you to lay a single finger on my people or Naruto-kun anymore. That I can promise you, Moryu. After letting her intentions known, her body shone brilliantly, an effect which slowly faded moments later and revealed her clothes had transformed into a thin, yellow dress that was nearly see-through. Furthermore, not only was she still bathed in a bright, otherworldly glow, her hair had also turned pink and was floating upwards to fan around a golden seal that had taken shape above her head. Additionally, a blue cloth had also appeared behind her to cover her arms, and the same red markings that had spread across her face were now tattooing her skin from head to toe. Her drastic transformation startling the three ninja in the area, Moryu took one last step back and gave a menacing growl. With the light of the priestess's angelic form falling upon him, the demon could literally feel his skin start to crawl and burn, bubbles forming on the sides of his face and causing him to shirk away in agony. Gah. I see. Your true power was sealed inside of that bell of yours, wasn't it? What's more, it seemed like her chakra was even greater than Miruko's. What kind of creature was she? With her true powers fully unleashed, Cheyenne looked down at her hand momentarily and clenched it into a fist. Upon which she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, where she then heard her mother's spirit whispering to her, as well as the voices of all those that had died before her time. Now that her chakra had been released from its seal, her true gift and her true strength could now blossom forth, allowing her access to a plane of reality no other being could achieve. Cheyenne, your mother was unable to protect you. I didn't have faith in you. Do you hate me? Of course I don't. Mother? I love you so much, Cheyenne answered back, a tear falling free from her eye before her gaze glued back onto the stunned Moryu standing 50 meters away, with Naruto also falling in her line of sight. Too many lives have been lost because of this man's evil, including the life of my mum. I'm going to finish what she started, and bring you down once and for all. As soon as she said that, she saw Moryu's expression twist into a fit of rage and the demon assume a fighting stance. The moment the fiend took aim at her for a blast, the now transformed Cheyenne vanished in a flash of white light, which the entity gasped at and followed up into the sky. When he saw the girl reappear several hundred meters above the ground and saw her start flying towards him like a bullet, the humanoid demon gave a loud roar and threw his right hand forward. His fingers transforming into serpents, the entity sent them rocketing forward, extending and growing from his arm at a ridiculous speed. You will die. His dragon head soared upwards to intercept the young woman and devour her. However, even though they shot towards her at a ludicrous speed to cut her off, the transformed Cheyenne gracefully evaded each and every single one of them. Their jaws snapping at her this way and that, the girl effortlessly flew between all of them, before her form disappeared from sight and reappeared directly in front of Moryu. The demon only had a split second for his eyes to widen when a leg suddenly flashed into view and he was kicked in the face, a blow which caused a shockwave to ring out and sent him barreling across the landscape painfully to crash further up the mountainside. A cloud of dust hanging over the spot where he inevitably stopped, at the very top of the mountain's flattened peak, Cheyenne gently floated back down to the ground, where she was quickly joined by Naruto. The whisker-marked Jonin looking the girl over for several moments, marveling at her glowing body and the way her transparent dress accentuated her wonderfully curvaceous figure, the Jinchuriki then grinned and glanced up at her. Love your new look. Hearing the boy's compliment, Cheyenne looked back at him to see his smile. When she processed his words and took in his charming grin, a blush quickly formed on her glowing face and she turned away bashfully. Thank you. Naruto-kun. Compliments shared, the pair quickly returned focus to the field when they heard the sound of boulders sifting. Upon fixing their sights on the crater at the top of the edifice, they saw the still human but now battered form of Moryu emerge from the debris. Covered in cuts and bruises that he'd received from the absurdly fast kick, the demon stumbled into view and collapsed to his knees. Panting and groaning, the man gritted his teeth and looked down the slope, where he saw not only Kakuzu and Mizora back to their feet, but Naruto and Cheyenne standing side by side and glaring up at him. One wielding the sword that had managed to wound him and the other brandishing the chakra of the priestess, capable of nullifying his chakra completely. The demon could only dig his nails into the dirt and snarl in anger. His fist clenching tightly and muscles popping one after the other, the once thought to be invincible demon of destruction spat out his fury for the entire world to hear. How can this be? I don't understand. My power is far greater than any other creatures on this planet. That scum Hagoromo and his rabid mother Kagaya? I have far surpassed both of them and ascended beyond this mortal plane to that of the gods. Still bleeding profusely from the mouth, Moryu's glowing red eyes developed veins as he then hollered out across the region to what he hoped was every corner of the globe. I am the most powerful being who has ever lived. Hearing his voice echo down to them had the four individuals on the side of that mountain react defensively, while Kakuzu's eyes widened when he sensed something dangerous growing in their adversary. Recoiling slightly, the man clenched his fists and stepped forward with a serious glint in his gaze. His chakra is climbing at an alarming rate. What is that monster planning now? He was obviously furious. Having been beaten down to his current state, there was no way Moryu was going to accept his defeat lightly, not after coming this far. He had something in store for all of them. The question now was what? Brushing his hand over his mouth, Moryu looked down at the back of it and snarled at what he saw next. Blood? My divine blood spilled by the sheer luck of such trash. No. No. I will not allow this to stand. I cannot allow this to stand. His scream reverberating across the valley, alerting the four warriors to danger when his manic gaze fell upon them. The demon then blasted the group of shinobi and priestess with all the killing intent he could muster. Your insolence just cost you this world. I'll blow it all to pieces. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. With a roar of vehemence, dark purple chakra then exploded off of the man's body like a torch and stunned the audience watching below. Misora's eyes widened, both at the ridiculous increase in the demon's chakra and his sudden declaration. He's gonna what dash? Before any of them could respond, Moryu crouched down low and rocketed into the sky, his wings carrying him at a ridiculous speed into the clouds where he quickly punched a hole through them, separating the white masses and clearing his airspace. After ascending a kilometer into the atmosphere, the demon then suspended his body in the sky and, with his chakra still blasting off of him like a storm, brought both of his hands forward and began focusing his energy into his palms. With chakra beginning to cluster into a singular orb in front of his grip, the Mad Conqueror's insane laugh filtered across the region. Try to dodge this if you can. You might manage to save yourselves, but your precious world is doomed. Naruto, eyes also bugging out at the insane amount of chakra he was now feeling, sheathed his sword at his side and stepped back as he watched the glowing purple light in the sky that was their opponent charge his final attack. He's not serious, is he? Brat. Kurama's voice suddenly shouted inside of his head, causing the Jinchuriki to balk at the fox's call and lend an ear to his words. He doesn't have to worry about destroying himself. He can just regenerate and transport his body to another dimension. Everyone else will be destroyed. You have to stop that fucker. Alright, Naruto. The voice of Cheyenne drawing the blonde's gaze across, the Jonin quickly saw the girl step forward and bring her hands around. Cupping them at her side, the priestess then began focusing her energy in a similar manner to Moryu's and took aim at him. A yellow orb of chakra quickly forming, the girl gritted her teeth and kept her eyes locked on the man in the sky high above, a sight that had Naruto staring at her in awe. I'll stop him. Moryu originally came from my clan, that means he uses the exact same jutsu that my family uses. Once I deflect this blast, you finish him off. As she continued to charge the sphere of light in her hands, the shape of it started to fluctuate like crazy, which had the girl wince painfully. No. Seeing and hearing what the teen was intending to do, Naruto responded quickly and leapt over to her. Cupping his hands around hers tenderly, the boy began adding his chakra into the mix and helped the girl to focus her energy. His sudden actions had Cheyenne look toward him in surprise, where she then saw the grin on his face. Just focus. Don't worry. I'm here, the Jonin whispered to her, drawing a gasp from the priestess before confidence slowly returned to her expression. Nodding in acknowledgement, both Cheyenne and Naruto turned back toward the sky, where they saw the burning flame that was Moryu increase in size and his chakra output flare up once more. Responding in kind, the priestess, still new to using her powers but spurred on by the encouragement of her shinobi protector, began pouring more energy into her palms while the boy kept it stabilized. The Jonin's chakra aided in encasing hers and maintaining its shape, allowing her to tap deep into her well of energy to combat the one that would be Moryu's. The orb in her grip quickly growing to an even larger size, its increase was marked by a massive shockwave. Seconds before debris scattered across the mountainside started to lift into the air and the priestess's own chakra output increased tenfold. The feel of the earth beginning to tremor as both sides squared off had Kakuzu and Mizora look on uneasily. With energy perforating the wind and ground, drowning them all under the pressure of this world-deciding moment, the two Akatsuki members held their ground and waited to see what would happen next, wondering which side would prevail. The fate of the shinobi continent rested on this very moment and the strength of the two facing off against the entity intending to erase them all with a single shot. Within seconds, the entire mountain began to give way around the four as massive chunks of rubble were ripped out of the ground and levitated into the air, Cheyenne's chakra blasting upwards again and again, before the sky was filled with the loud hum of both attackers reaching the end of their energy-gathering processes. Under the sound of thunder rolling across the heavens and lightning bolts raining down upon the country from Moryu's concentration of chakra, the time had finally come. Expression twisted in rage, the demon's yell echoed down to his targets, prepare to join this filthy orb in oblivion. Then, with an ear-splitting roar and a thunderclap, Moryu opened up his hands and unleashed an enormous purple blast that shot straight towards the earth's surface. Seeing the beam approaching them at lightning speed, Cheyenne and Naruto responded in kind. With a combined cry of effort, both teens threw their hands forward and let loose a beam of light back at the approaching laser, shredding the ground under the force of its execution and sending the spear in the direction of their adversary. Both jutsu blasted towards each other like rockets on a collision course, seconds before they collided in midair, and the tug-of-war over the continent's fate began. The attacks impacted against one another with a deafening thunderclap, shockwaves ringing out across the countryside that downed trees and tores in all directions. The energy of both attacks reverberating for miles, Kakuzu and Mizora watched on in shock as surrounding mountains began to collapse in on themselves and entire forests were flattened, the rolling sounds of the energy battle washing over them and nearly knocking them off their feet. The two powerful shinobi had to shield their faces to stop the debris from pelting them, as well as to properly hold their ground against the demonic assault taking place in front of them. So, this was what a battle between Biju or, more precisely, demons in human form were capable of. The beam struggle carrying on, with the attacks spraying outwards from the point they were intercepting one another, Moryu's eyes widened in horror as he saw his attack start to get pushed back. Impossible! Her blast is exactly the same as mine. Feeling his body tremble as he continued pouring chakra into his attack, the demon gave another infuriated roar of effort and attempted to push their attack back down. Feeling the weight of 1,000 suns crashing on top of them, Cheyenne and Naruto continued feeding the attack and maintaining its form. With their jaws clenched and legs shaking under the strain, the Jinchuriki, sweating profusely from the effort, gave one last growl and shouted above the storm raging in front of them, Cheyenne, NOOWWW. Hearing the young man shout, the priestess brought her hands back and thrust them forward, a cry of agony escaping her lips as she poured everything she had into the final burst. A second, colossal shockwave soon struck the land beneath them when the beam the pair was unleashing expanded to an unbelievable size. The mountain ripping to pieces like it was sand, Cheyenne sent a second mass of light running up the highway that was her blast, which then struck the end of it with a crack of lightning and began drilling into Moryu's beam with ease. Continuing to hold back the tide, the demon could only gawk in shock before the blinding yellow beam that was the duo's overwhelmed his and consumed him in a flash. His cry of agony drowned out by the blast, Cheyenne's attack sent him and his human body blasting into the atmosphere like a missile, where he eventually vanished seconds later. The sky returning to normal color and the light from the two beams feuding for dominance fading, the results of the fray were quickly revealed to the audience. With Kakuzu and Mizora staring across the hellish, smoking mountainside towards the priestess and her bodyguard, they saw Naruto standing tall with his hands still pointed skywards, while the girl's arms flopped to her sides and the angelic girl swayed on the spot. A low moan escaping her lips, Cheyenne suddenly collapsed, but was quickly caught by the Jinchuriki. Gently lowering her to the ground, the Jonin saw the girl's goddess features fade and her body revert back to its normal form, complete with jacket and blonde hair. As he balanced her head in his palm, the girl's eyes fluttered open and the priestess looked up at the young man holding her, whom she saw was smiling down at her with a wide grin. Did I stop him?" Cheyenne asked. Her voice was faint and her mind was all a-clutter. Seeing she was completely exhausted from the battle, this being the first time she'd ever accessed such vast quantities of chakra before, Naruto gave a light chuckle and ran a finger across her fringe. "Yeah, you stopped him." When he saw a happy smile pull across her face, the Jinchuriki then narrowed his eyes and glared up, his attention fixing on the heavens above and his senses stretching out. When the pair was shortly joined by Kakuzu and Mizora pulling up alongside them, both Akatsuki members also gluing their attention on the clouds, the Jonin spoke, "But it's not over yet." Oh. The energy blast rocketing him past all the layers of cloud and atmosphere on the way off of the planet, the demon Moryu could only cry out in terror as his body was corkscrewed into orbit. For a full minute he continued climbing in altitude, the blast breaking through several sound barriers as his speed increased and the light chakra that was Cheyenne's energy scolded him from head to toe. Eventually, after being simultaneously toasted by the attack and having his body pushed to the absolute limits of endurance at the amount of G-forces impacting him, the demon got fed up of being on the receiving end of this shit and disengaged. Rolling to the side, Moryu managed to get off of the blast and watched it soar past him into outer space. Finding his form adrift in the uppermost stratospheres surrounding the planet that he could literally see the curvature of the Earth, as well as where the blue of the sky stopped and the dominant starry night of space began, the demon gave a loud hiss of frustration and glared straight down at the continent where he'd just been fighting. Able to spot it through his incredibly sharp eyes, the humanoid entity of malevolence clenched his fist tightly and shook off the third-degree burns that were now permanently racking his body. "No. This is unacceptable. I refuse to believe that a pair of mere humans can do this to me, the all-powerful and undisputed ruler of this universe." Moryu barked in rage, allowing his anger to stew for several seconds before a dark grin pulled across his face. Eyes taking in the sight of the delicate world far below, he allowed a chuckle to escape his lips before running a thumb over his broken nose. "You may have stopped my first attack, but let's see you block this next one. Yes. I will focus all of my remaining chakra on the continent and turn this entire planet into dust, and Naruto and Cheyenne with it." He was still in breathable air thanks to his chakra coating, so he was in the perfect position to finish things off. He didn't care whether he sterilized the planet or blew it to pieces. All he wanted to do was rid this world of the vermin and secure his rightful place as god of the one, true kingdom. Repositioning his body in orbit, the demon brought his hand back and prepared to charge, his laugh echoing out across the skies as he aimed his sights straight onto the ceiling shrine 60 miles below. Oh, cover us!" Mizora shouted, fanning her sheets out around her and glancing down at the whisker-marked blonde kneeling next to the exhausted Cheyenne. When she saw the male look in her direction, the Kunoichi nodded her head and fixed her crosshairs back onto the heavens. "That sword is now the only thing that can put that bastard down for good. We'll distract him while you get ready." Hearing the plan thrown at him without prior conference or discussion, Naruto gave her an affirmative nod before watching the woman spread her cloth-like wings and take off, using her chakra to propel her makeshift glider away from the ground and up into the air. After seeing her leave, the blonde then looked across at Kakuzu, where he saw the man crack his neck and stretch his arms out, before the red, fire mask on his back repositioned itself and aimed downwards. The second it did, its mouth cracked open and began spewing flames out like a blowtorch, which lifted the bounty hunter off of the ground and up into the air at rocket speed. Upon seeing the two Akatsuki members launch into their flight modes and go after the demon that was currently out of their reach, Naruto looked back down at Cheyenne to see the priestess looking up at him tiredly. When his gaze met hers, he gave the teen a warm smile and lowered her gently to the floor. "We're finishing this fight, right now." Resting a hand on her shoulder and patting it to assure the princess that he was going to be all right, the Jinchuriki then began to rise up. But just before he could stand, he felt a tug on his sleeve and looked back to see Cheyenne still gazing up at him, her fingers wrapped around his jacket tightly and keeping him from moving. When he stopped and gave her a confused look, he heard her whisper, "And Naruto-kun." The blonde murmured, a smile slowly forming on her face as she gazed up at him like he was the only person in the world who mattered. "Promise me that you will come back." A little caught off guard by her soft words, Naruto gave her his characteristic look and a thumbs up. "I promise." The priestess' eyes twinkled in response. After a moment of staring back at him, she then conceded and relinquished her hold of his top. "Go get him." Words of encouragement given, the Jinchuriki saluted and brought himself up to full height. Upon doing so, he pulled all of his attention toward the sky and rolled his shoulders. Limbering up and ignoring the pings and pangs riddling his body from the long, bone-crunching battle he'd been fighting, Naruto took several steps back for space and set his sights on the atmosphere above. Once he was certain he was in the right spot, he gave a nod of certainty and focused his chakra. "Let's finish this, brat." Kurama spoke up, with a grin framing the fox's face. "Right," Naruto shouted, his sapphire blue eyes momentarily flashing red, before he crouched low and took off into the sky at bullet speed, the air jets on his feet blasting him up into the clouds and toward his nemesis. He climbed higher and higher, intent on catching up with the Akatsuki members and joining them in taking on their airborne foe. However, upon passing through several layers of cloud and increasing speed to break through the layers of atmosphere hanging in his way, a flash of purple light high above suddenly drew his attention to an incoming problem, which immediately had him slow his ascent. Whatever that was, it wasn't good. Oh. Sensing his three adversaries approaching his position in close orbit of the planet's atmosphere, as well as the approaching threat of the sword that had left the glaring scar across his chest, Moryu quickly moved to counterattack. While building up his chakra for his final jutsu, the one he planned on using to turn the entire planet into rubble, the humanoid demon extended his left hand and pointed it straight down at the continent far below. After several seconds of taking aim and gathering chakra into his palm, the would-be conqueror then opened up with a barrage in an effort to shoot his enemies out of the sky and stop their advance. Considering his position, it was the only thing he could do while he was floating thousands of feet above them. Daiiii. With sniper life proficiency, the crazed Moryu unleashed a continuous chain of purple energy blasts that he sent raining down onto the planet's surface. The multiple shots took the form of beams that fell from the sky like meteors descending from heaven, the first onslaught leveling several mountain ranges and transforming several large forests into smoking craters, before the string of beams started falling upon the ceiling shrine. Kakuzu and Mizora, who were still on fast approach of their target, saw the string of beams plummeting towards them and took evasive action. Maneuvering themselves using their respective flying methods, the two dodged the rain of energy attacks and watched them nuke the country below, before turning their gaze back up and picking up speed. The Kunoichi propelled herself with a blast of chakra from her cloth-like wings while Kakuzu used his fire mask to increase his thrust, the two of them breaking the sound barrier. Naruto on the other hand, having slowed his ascent at the sight of the hail of blasts, quickly gripped the handle of his katana and drew it in a swift, iai motion, slicing through a beam that threatened to strike him down and several more that were aimed directly for Cheyenne's position. With quick, precise attacks, he mowed down the barrage of blasts and watched the assault end. After which he then took aim once again and continued rocketing up into orbit. "Now I'll destroy them all," Moryu yelled, cranking back his right hand and producing a bright purple ball of chakra above his palm. This sphere continued to grow in size and strength, and with flames starting to burn off of his arm, it was clear that he was intending to end the world's existence in both fire and brimstone. However, just as he was loading his arm and preparing to scorch the world into oblivion, the sound of two approaching war cries from below suddenly stopped him dead in his tracks. "What's this?" Expression reflecting a sense of surprise, the demon narrowed his gaze and tried to find out where the hell that noise was coming from. Moments later, the source of the disturbances soon revealed themselves to him when Kakuzu and Mizora suddenly came blasting out of the cloud cover and collided with his stomach. The impact causing a loud gunshot to ring out, Moryu let out a grunt of surprise when he felt the two Akatsuki members bury themselves into his chest, knocking him further up the stratosphere while also causing him to dispel his attack. The force of the simultaneous hits shaking him, the demon glared off to his left, where he saw Mizora glide to the side with her good arm wrapped in sheets to form her signature lance, which she had dented in her effort to try and impale him. Snarling in annoyance, the demon prepared to take her out, until the sight of Kakuzu's fire mask appearing directly in front of him stopped him. The porcelain item cracking open, the next thing Moryu knew was getting a face full of the rogue ninja's searing migraine attack at point-blank range, which drew a yell of agony from the demon as he was knocked drifting away from his position. When Kakuzu eventually leapt off of his target's chest and watched him float away with his face on fire, Moryu soon turned his sights on his two attackers and gave another irritable growl. "Is that all you've got? Your pathetic planet is about to die," the demon laughed, raising his right hand and once again producing the purple ball of chakra. The sight of the attack up close had Kakuzu and Mizora look upon it in frustration, as even their surprise attack had done little to put him off. Grinning at the looks of anger and fear he could see reflected in their eyes, Moryu gave one last cackle before turning his attention to the planet down below. "Say goodbye. Wakusei Funka." Planet Geyser, with a yell of effort, the demon took his hand and pitched his attack straight down towards the earth with an ear-splitting thunderclap. In a flash of blinding light, the entity unleashed his most powerful blast onto the planet in a great flash of raw energy, a beam that dwarfed even the largest of mountains plummeting at a ridiculous speed. As it descended, it expanded, with enough force to drill a tunnel right through to the Earth's core. The winds of the concentrated pillar of light as well as the sight of the gargantuan attack had Kakuzu and Mizora look on in horror as it descended through the clouds like a comet. "Oh no," the Kunoichi shouted. Due to their position up in the sky, the two Akatsuki members immediately thought their world was done for. However, thanks to lagging behind for a couple of minutes to see if any more attacks would appear to bombard the country below, Naruto quickly found himself in the direct path of the approaching death ray. At first stunned at the sight of the incoming wall of energy and its sheer size, and even freaking out a little since he wasn't expecting something like that to come after the smaller ones, the Jinchuriki quickly shook himself out of his daze and gripped the handle of his katana. Making sure he had a good hold of it as he took aim at the blast that would surely incinerate him should it hit, the Jonin focused all of the chakra that he could into his weapon. At the same time, the blonde drew on more power from the friend he had resting deep inside of his stomach, who was gladly doing his best to supply him with the energy his container needed to stop the incoming monstrosity. His form becoming coated in the bubbly, orange cloak of the Kyuubi's chakra and with 7 tails appearing behind him, the Jinchuriki gave a low, throaty growl before drawing his blade with lightning-fast speed. In doing so, he unleashed his attack in a single, fluid motion. "Eat this, motherfucker." Futon, Sara Sashiki Ken. Wind release, sky-cutting sword. With a loud crack of air and a flash of white light, the Jinchuriki produced an enormous blade of wind chakra from his sword and hurled it straight up into the approaching blast. Because he produced this attack directly from his katana, his attack followed the exact line, direction and angle of his slash, and took the form of an enormous arc which only grew in size until it stretched out across the entire sky from one horizon to the next. This massive arc of blue energy traveled as fast as lightning and along a sweeping arc, which collided head-on with Moryu's beam and effortlessly sliced it in two. In fact, not only did the enormous arc of energy slice the purple blast down the center, true to its moniker, it also sliced the sky in two, splitting the beautiful blue canvas and revealing the stars of space beyond. The color and clouds parted sharply, and the remains of the planet scorching attack disappeared into thin air. Seeing his blast from above split, as well as the clouds and sky, caused Moryu's eyes to widen in shock. Impossible? Bringing his arm around to follow up on his failed attack, the all-powerful demon suddenly saw the approaching arc of the ridiculously sharp wind blade rocket up towards him where, in the blink of an eye, it effortlessly sliced off his arm at the shoulder. The attack making a clean cut, Moryu let out a scream of agony as blood spurted out of the wound while his arm flew off and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Yelling out at the top of his lungs at losing his left, the entity bit his teeth and tried to find who was responsible for the attack. However, seconds of fruitless searching later, Moryu became aware of a dangerous chakra signature directly behind him and turned towards the black of space to see Naruto, reverted back to his normal form, had Sunshine behind him. His katana drawn, the blonde plummeted towards the villain at lightning speed, his expression twisted with fury and eyes blazing with determination. Gaze widening in alarm, Moryu brought his right arm around and prepared to bisect his approaching enemy in two. But the moment he started forming an attack, his body was suddenly wrapped up in lengths of cloth and steel wire, freezing him in place and drawing his gaze. What? When his eyes glanced to his sides, he saw Kakuzu and Mizora had cast out their respective signature techniques and tied him up, preventing him from moving. "You're not going anywhere," the masked bounty hunter growled. What he said, the Kunoichi also chirped with an equally intense expression in play. Annoyed at the interference, Moryu let out a roar and unleashed a telekinetic blast that ripped the binds off of him and knocked the two Akatsuki members out of orbit, smashing them back down towards the planet. Though the blow disorientated the pair at its force, they were still conscious enough to prepare for the fall, with the former Taki shinobi hardening his body using his Jiangu abilities and the supermodel wrapping her body up in her diamond hard sheets for re-entry. Upon dealing with the two attackers, the demon then spun back around to Naruto, only to realize the blonde had managed to cut through his invisible blast wave with his legendary sword, meaning he was still flying towards him at full speed. One arm free, the winged Moryu swung it forward in an attempt to smack the rat out of the sky and off course. However, the blonde effortlessly managed to read his movements and parried the blow with his left arm, easily deflecting it. This left Moryu's body wide open, the demon only having a split second to look shocked before the Jinchuriki let him have it. The demon's guard gone, the Jonin began slicing into his opponent with an onslaught of lightning-fast attacks that struck home. A cry of war escaping his lips, Naruto drove forward an assault that had both him and his enemy plummeting back toward the earth at an alarming rate. The flashes of his blade cutting through Moryu in a storm, streak after stake passing through him one after the other at a machine gun rate, it almost looked as though the all-powerful destroyer was caught in a blender. Feeling his body being diced up like an onion, the entity's eyes widened and a demonic screech of anger escaped his lungs. Blood flying out of his mouth, the entity then conjured a shield of fire rings around him to slam into the boy's sword in an effort to stop him. An explosion occurred seconds later when the Jinchuriki's blade sliced through the barrier, filling the sky with a mass of flames and smoke. Cloud blanketing the air, Moryu's limp body shot out of it seconds later, blood trailing out of his numerous wounds and his eyes reflecting his rage. However, the second he emerged, he was quickly set upon by his shinobi opponent rocketing after him once again, the katana cocked back and blade glowing white. Desperate, the demon lashed out with a palm strike in one last-ditch effort to decapitate the fly. "Dai!" Moryu roared, only to see his jab dodged and feel Naruto bury his long sword straight into his chest. Steel impaling the great monster, the Jonin slammed into the bastard and blasted them back towards the Earth's surface at a greater speed. purple flames and blood escaping the demon's puncture wound. Moryu could only scream out in agony and terror as the two of them spiraled in a descent back to land, all control lost and sending both of them on a wild ride that was seemingly without end. The world spinning around him and his life draining from his body, along with the last embers of his chakra, the demon reached up, grabbed Naruto by the face, yelled out at the top of his lungs and tried to push him off one last time. Gritting his teeth and giving a spirited growl of his own, the Jinchuriki withdrew his blade and sliced the man's remaining arm off, cutting him 3 more times and knocking him away. Suspending himself above Moryu's stricken, bisected form as they continued to plummet towards the shrine far below, Naruto brought his sword over his head and, with one last mighty battle cry, struck down with his sword and cut the demon right down the middle. His scream of effort drowned out Moryu's cry of agony as the humanoid monstrosity was sliced in half, and his body burst into flames and exploded. An orange cloud of fire filled the air like a nuke, dwarfing the remains of the sealing mountain below at the same time Moryu's ashes were cast onto the wind. In that single moment, the greatest terror in the world, the very entity that started a war all by his lonesome, vanished into oblivion. Down below, having finally regained her strength to stand, Cheyenne could be seen gazing up towards the sky with her arms at her sides. When she saw the explosion fill the atmosphere and its light descend upon her in all its firework-like glory, all the priestess could do was bring her hands up to her mouth and stare in awe. Her body trembling and expression reflecting her astonishment, the young, blonde-haired ruler of the land of demons collapsed to her knees and gave a teary sob. Senses resonating with the spirits of all those around her far and wide, the girl felt the ether clear and, as the sky started to empty and the rays of light from the sun above began to shift away the clouds of war, Cheyenne felt a great weight lift free from her shoulders. Eyes shimmering with happiness, the girl could only shake her head and whisper, "He's gone. Moryu's spirit, it's completely gone." And that meant one thing and one thing only. The tyrant had been defeated. The terror of their world was now gone forever, and after all of the trials and tribulations she'd had to face on this great journey, there was only one person she had to thank for the world's liberation, as well as her own. A warm, loving smile on her face, the girl brought her hands to her chest and uttered the name of the one responsible, Naruto Kuin. The hero who saved the world. Chapter 46, Land of Demons Arc, all in a day's work. Naruto. Drifting. All in a day's work. Flashback. A long time ago. Behind a large clan building, one not so different from the dominions used by the great shinobi families of present, a young man could be seen kneeling underneath the midday sun. Adorned in a white kimono, his hands covered in dirt and fingers buried in the thick, moist soil beneath him, the man was currently in the process of tending to his garden of flowers and cherry blossoms, with a line of potted plants and a water-can sitting alongside him. Humming a gentle tune as he occupied himself with his work, the cheerful gardener then reached over and picked one of the plants from the row, a small sapling with what appeared to be a large rose bud growing from its top. After making sure the conditions were right and that the plant wasn't frayed in the slightest, he then set the tiny thing in the ground. Once it was standing upright, he proceeded to fill the hole with fertilizer and soil. As soon as he'd patted the ground down and made sure the sapling sat perfectly with the feng shui of the rest of the backyard, he then leaned away and admired his handiwork. A gentle sigh escaping his lips, the man with the dashing visage and long blonde hair tied into a ponytail was then interrupted from his hobby by a light-hearted chuckle filling the air. When he looked over his shoulder and toward his backyard patio, he saw a man dressed in a purple kimono with long black hair tied into a high knot, standing there with his arms folded. When the gardener's eyes landed on his visitor, a gentle smile pulled across his face. "You always did love planting things," the newcomer spoke with an amused grin. Sengo, the blonde spoke, a little snicker leaving him as he edged to the side, where he then grabbed the watering can and held it gently between his hands. "I wasn't expecting you for another hour." "Yeah, well, my daughter was getting restless and she wanted to see her favorite godfather so badly," the raven-haired man spoke, at the same time strolling down the stairs and into the yard. "I swear, my kids love you more than they love me. It's almost criminal." "Ah, that's not true. Your children love you very much. They just show it in a different way," the cheerful blonde replied while sprinkling water over the newly planted sapling, watching its leaves drip and the buds seemingly respond to the shower. When Sengo approached the man and saw the sapling he was watering for himself, he stopped dead in his tracks and blinked in surprise. "Is that a Shinju? A tree god?" "Yep," the man answered, pulling back the watering can and setting it back down on the ground. After which he ran his hand over the tiny leaves and beamed down at it. "It's one of the last of its kind. I found this little guy growing alongside the forest trail underneath some weeds and decided to bring him home with me." Staring at his friend silently for a moment, Sengo then frowned and gave the guy a deadpan look. "You do realize that if this thing grows to its full size it's going to cover this entire village, right?" "Forget the village. It was going to cover the entire mountainside the town was on and more." "Meh, when it happens, it happens. We'll just need to make some extra extensions to the property," the smartly dressed worker responded, at the same time shuffling back to give the plant some space. "I'm surprised you were able to identify it from where you were standing. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you've got quite a keen eye for flowers as well, Sengo Kuin." "Well," the visitor replied with a laugh, slipping his hands behind him as he moved around, "after spending so much time with you, I've managed to pick up a few things about various flora and fauna. It's actually quite scary how much I know." Strolling into view, the raven-haired man then gave his best friend a smirk when he saw the blonde simply shrug off the fact that he'd just planted a god tree sapling in his backyard. "Don't say I didn't warn you, Goro Kuin." Patting the soil down once more, Masamune regarded his plant one last time and spoke. It's funny, isn't it? That something so enormous can start out so small. But I guess we all have to start out as saplings at some point in our lives. Running his fingers along the dirt, he then pulled his hand back and rested it on his lap. With the right amount of care and with the proper nourishment, even something as little as this can become as big as a mountain. I just need to tell my kids not to eat its fruit, lest they want to anger the poor thing. Heh, yeah. That's something you don't want to do. The last thing either of us wants to deal with is another angry Deidarabachi. Those things could be really annoying, especially when they were pissed off and in groups. Nothing good ever comes from angering Mother Nature. Laughing at his friend's remarks and dreads over another monster problem, the blonde-haired Masamune rose to his feet and smiled in his direction. So, how's that project for the daimyo I heard you got coming along? Has it got your fires stoked or are you struggling to meet the customer's order? Oh man. Where do I begin? Groaning and scrubbing the back of his head, the black-haired visitor gave a half-smile to his host and rolled his shoulder. The Lord asked me to make some personalized engravings along the blade for him, as well as on the handle. And to have the scabbard decorated with his clan seal. He said it would help raise him to a higher plane of enlightenment. To top it off, he also wants all the extra editions in gold. I don't know. I think he's asking for way too many embellishments if he's just going to end up displaying this thing on his clan's dining table. Heh. I suppose if you're going to ask for a sword from the great Sengo Muramasa, then you may as well go for the whole package, Masamune replied while patting the man on the shoulder, at the same time leading him back towards his backyard pagoda. No sense in wasting such a glorious opportunity to have a weapon crafted by my rival. I'm still a little bit bummed out that he picked you over me in the coin toss. I would have made him a lovely centerpiece for his eating area. Slumping over slightly at being reminded of that, the now downtrodden Sengo turned to the sword master with a grin. Oh, so you're saying that your sword-making skills are better than mine? Masamune chuckled and reared back with his hands up. Hey. I didn't say that. I'm just saying that if I was given the opportunity, I'd be able to do the daimyo a piece that is just as good as yours. Alright then, Muramasa said loudly, turning to his friend and placing his hands on his hips. Since it's been a while since we've last competed against one another, how about we have a little competition to see who can make the best sword? A craftsman's duel? Is there any other kind? Muramasa shrugged with a grin, at the same time poking his friend in the chest. Once I've finished with the daimyo's project, we'll both make one katana each and meet up at the Forest's Creek to compare them. Then maybe afterwards, if we've got the time, we can have an actual duel. Masamune cocked his to the side and raised an eyebrow toward his friend. You do remember the last time either of us fought against an opponent of equal strength and skill we reshaped the entire country, right? Do you really want to do something like that so close to home? Come on. I'm bored as hell and I've got an itch I need to scratch. I haven't sparred with anyone in ages, Muramasa replied while clapping his hands together pleadingly. Please, Goro-kun. Pretty please. I'll buy you ramen. Alright, fine, Masamune chuckled while waving his friend's pitiful-looking gesture down, before then holding up a finger. We have 1 month. On the 30th day we meet up and compare our work. Deal? Deal, Muramasa nodded, getting the answer he was so desperately wanting and performing a fist pump. Yes. I can't wait. GG. Hearing the sound of a girl's call and rushing footsteps, both men looked towards the steps leading down from the house to see an 8-year-old child in a flower-style shirt and shorts running towards them, before immediately leaping into the arms of the blonde. The master sword craftsman let out a good-natured laugh as he lifted the brown-haired girl up and propped her on top of his arm, where he then saw her beam across at him gleefully. Aki-chan. Good to see you. How is my little firefly doing? I'm good, the little girl chirped happily. Did you miss your godfather? Yes. Very much, Aki said, nodding affirmatively before bouncing on the man's limb. My mummy missed you too. She's in the dining room talking with Kenzaki-chan. Ah. Well, I should probably go in and say hi, shouldn't I? Her head bobbing up and down, the child then beamed and grabbed her favorite uncle's robe. Nah. Can we play a game, Gigi? Haha. Of course we can. Why wouldn't I want to spend time with my favorite godchild? Hide and seek or shogi? Shogi. Aki replied almost instantly. Alright then. Shogi it is. Should we invite daddy too? Aki pouted and shook her head. No. Muramasa rolled his eyes and slapped the man on the arm when he got close, drawing his companion's gaze back over to him. See? She despises me. Watching his best friend take the lead drew another laugh from the blonde sword master, as well as a pleasant smile. Ah, that's because I spoil her too much. This thing doesn't count. End flashback. Oh. Waking up with a start, Naruto quickly found himself staring up at the blue canvas of sky above and the light scattering of cloud overhead. With his arms and legs sprawled out and body covered in leaves and dirt, the boy came to the realization that he'd crashed on top of a random hillside somewhere in the country, with a lone tree standing directly beside him. Due to the fact that no crater had been formed, even with his position on the ground, it quickly became clear to the young jonin that he'd managed to land safely following his high-altitude scrap with Moryu, and had keeled over from exhaustion. Judging from the position of the sun and the clarity of the heavens, it looked as though he hadn't been out for too long either, which was a relief. That meant that ants wouldn't be crawling all over him this time. Having insects of various kinds marching on his face and disturbing his free time though was the least of his concerns at this point. What really stuck out for him now at this hour were two very important questions he needed to have answered. Where had he landed and what the hell was that vision he'd just experienced? The faces he'd seen playing out in his mind had belonged to two strangers, important strangers from what he gathered, and considering the architecture as well as the location he'd been able to make out in the dream, it looked as though it had come from a country not too far from theirs, but in a time that was long forgotten. The clan symbols, the flora, the mountains, all of them were completely unfamiliar to him. Not to mention he didn't know of any Masamune or Muramasa, though their names did appear familiar to him. Maybe he'd heard about them from a history book or something, he didn't know. Either way, it was weird. But since the memory did not belong to him or anybody else he knew, then what the heck could have triggered it? Blinking in bewilderment and shaking himself out of his stupor, the wounded Jinchuriki glanced over to his side, where he saw that his hand was still gripping his treasured katana. Seeing the flawless blade shine brightly under the light of the sun as if it were brand spanking new, Naruto considered the weight of the weapon and the emotional connection he felt with it. The bond between him and it was almost tangible in nature. His fingers squeezing it a couple of ties to get a better beat on it, the Jonin gave it a few more moments of thought before a smile slowly crept across his lips. Tsubaki-chan was right, this sword really is something else. The things she'd said about it all those years ago were now starting to ring with a sort of truth, and today of all days. Making sure that he was still in one piece and that his nerve endings were attached, Naruto gradually managed to push himself off of the ground and, with a loud groan, faced the ruined landscape. Eventually managing to get to his feet, the youngster saw the peak missing mountain the majority of the Moryu battle had taken place on, standing about a kilometer away, and breathed a sigh of relief, relaxing when he felt the wind whip past him and watched the sky completely clear. At that moment, Naruto was shortly joined by his beloved companion Swift fluttering down from the sky above to land on his shoulder. Sharing a smile with his lifelong friend and hearing her sing, the boy began to walk, at the same time ignoring the sting of the wounds racking his body from the greatest and toughest battle he'd ever fought. In spite of changing the map several times over, the Jinchuriki knew exactly where he was going and what he needed to do. After all, he still had to get back to his princess. Oh. Meanwhile, the front lines. The past few days for the shinobi forces had been pretty hysterical, especially for the Hidden Leaf side. With the Stone Army marching across country and Moryu's shadow looming over them in the distance, the Alliance's main objectives had consisted of attempting to corral the seemingly indestructible stone soldiers and keeping them far out of the way of any and all villages as much as possible. This involved a bulk of their forces breaking off into smaller groups to mount ambush attacks on the stone soldiers, using every means available to stop them. When those attacks failed, the shinobi eventually rallied into a single line to fight off the thousands of troops encroaching upon their respective homelands. Suna, Iwa, and Kumo had all been involved in setting up blockades to stop the soldiers from continuing their advances. Hell, even Kiri had lent a hand to her allies when they'd heard Moryu's ghost army had once again been summoned to wage war upon the world. Within hours, over 50,000 shinobi from the 5 great nations had assembled to combat the imposing force. Sticking to their respective borders, shinobi and kunoichi left and right prepared for battle, one that was sure to shake the very foundations of their world. But then, all of a sudden, without any warning or reason, Moryu's army just disappeared. After 2 days of assembling their forces along the trenches and forming up walls to repel the invaders, Konoha and her associates were confounded when they suddenly saw the stone warriors just up and vanish. Scouting parties were sent out to check and see if Moryu's army was still on the march toward their lines. But upon scanning the woods, forests, canyons and deserts the invulnerable troops had previously been sighted. The only remains the Allied forces could come up with were piles of dirt, stone and ash. Indications that they had previously been terracotta soldiers were obvious. However, this unexpected turn of events immediately raised the question amongst the ninja that had discovered the remains of the stone army were what the hell had just happened and what had they just missed? Was the army suddenly struck down by some sort of cosmic force when their explosives and traps did nothing to even budge them? Did Moryu cut off his connection to his warriors? Did they march out of range of their master? Was there some sort of anti-chakra pulse or something? Hundreds of inquiries and yet no answers. This of course was all from a frontline's perspective. All of the shinobi that had been sent out to scout couldn't put words to reason. For the shinobi in the background working in Konoha's sensor division though, it was an entirely different story. The shinobi charged with analyzing the changes on the battlefield had set up their Kangchi Shisutimu Jutsu sensing system technique to watch out for any sudden changes and anomalies across the country. For most of the time following the establishment of the device in the reserve areas, it had been pretty easygoing with no abnormalities whatsoever taking place. The sensing water ball remained unchanged for the most, with only the ghost army and the shinobi they were fighting against registering on its surface. But then, out of nowhere, the unthinkable happened. The water sensing ball suffered its first and most dramatic change in history when the sensors were suddenly hit with a colossal chakra surge. Stunned by the signal they received from the entity emitting that chakra, the sensing ball was completely distorted when it looked like a second one sprouted from its head like a tumor. This second sensing ball that appeared not only messed up the shape of the original water ball, but it eventually became so large it turned the original water ball into a moon that orbited it as opposed to the foreign chakra source. No matter how they looked at it, the sensors were completely baffled by the development and immediately began trying to figure out what the problem was and where the hell this enormous chakra signature was coming from. However, after 45 minutes of running around and having their senses flooded by the outrageous abnormality, a second orb appearing on the radar alongside the other one nearly knocked the entire sensor crew out. This second anomaly, which was much bigger than the first and making a total of 3 interlocking planets, lasted for only a few minutes before vanishing moments later. Then, several minutes after that, the intruding chakra signature, far greater than the entire Shinobi Alliance combined, also disappeared into thin air. While in the midst of investigating the phenomenon yet still reeling from the shocking development that had appeared on the sensing globe, Inoichi Yamanaka and his crew were shortly interrupted by the arrival of Shikaku Nara and Tsunade. Both having just been in conference with the Hokage back in the map room, the pair had now come by the sensing department to check on the team's progress. Upon entering the building, the two of them made their way over to the main desk, where the heads of the division were still in a row over the irregularities they'd been able to record and were apparently still in the process of sorting through. Well, anything? Shikaku asked his companion of years past, who was currently piling over the documents that had been thrown over the table. Acknowledging his teammate's arrival, the blonde-haired man murmured uncomfortably and turned around, sheets in hand. That all depends on what anything is. Just give it to us straight then, Tsunade spoke, hands on her hips as she glared back at the still winded-looking head of the sensor division. After spending countless hours moving between the medical departments to check on their progress, you could tell the Sannin was knackered and in desperate need of a break. Hell, everyone was in need of a break at this point. After a week of constant fighting following the resurrection of the Ghost Army, every single shinobi who was on the front lines was due for a rotation. Compiling the information we were able to gather over the past few days, we were able to identify the source of the enormous chakra spikes on our radar, Inoichi informed, while at the same time looking down at the report he'd written up, which he would later present to the Hokage and his war staff. The cause of the irregularity originated from way inside enemy territory in Numa no Kuni, Land of Swamps. The first massive chakra signature came from the leader of the Ghost Army and the demon Moryu. From the facts we were able to obtain, we assumed that he was somehow reunited with his body and managed to regain his full power. Ugh, well isn't that a real kick to the crotch, Tsunade cringed, scrubbing the top of her head and giving this piece of news a sour look. The indent his chakra made to the radar was off the charts, unlike anything we'd ever sensed before. The second enormous chakra signature, which appeared some time after this one and dwarfed the opposing orb completely, took a bit of time and effort to figure out. But after reviewing the data and what we already knew, we learned that this second chakra signature belonged to none other than the priestess of Oni no Kuni, Land of Demons. This news had Shikaku raise an eyebrow. That's interesting. Yeah. We couldn't believe it ourselves. But there is strong evidence in the readouts that suggests that it had in fact been the priestess that was the cause for the second anomaly, Inoichi continued while looking down at the information in his hand. They were strange too. The frequencies of both sources didn't coincide with any types of chakra outputs we're normally used to dealing with in shinobi or biju. The two figures were registering in a completely different range, yet were still able to distort the sensing ball and create their own planets. Did you manage to pick up anything else while you were looking into it? Tsunade asked, out of both concern and curiosity. The Yamanaka pursed his lips thoughtfully. Well, looking at the two chakra spheres and the patterns we were able to receive from them, we believe that two things have occurred. 1. The priestess has powered down from her fight. 2. Moryu has been defeated. Seeing the smile appear on the man's face eventually drew a tug from Shikaku's lips. Really? I assume that that's a good thing and that we should be expecting to see home sometime in the foreseeable future, Tsunade spoke, crossing her arms under her ample bust while giving an excited grin of her own. Though her expression reflected nothing but unadulterated professionalism, on the inside the woman was hoping against all hope that this was indeed the case and that she would finally be able to indulge in some long-awaited alcoholism. Honestly, all of this war stuff was a really grating experience, especially on a veteran like her. Of course, Inoichi replied affirmatively with a nod. When the two commanders under the Hokage turned to smile at one another, the head censor then pulled up the page and his expression became serious once again. There is another matter I should probably point out to you, seeing as how we're still on the subject of the ridiculous protrusions that had formed on the sensing sphere. What is it? Shikaku asked. It turns out there were 3 other blips that appeared on the radar directly underneath the anomalies, Inoichi stated, at the same time looking up to the other 2 people in front of him. In comparison they were faint, but there was one that stood out above the other 2. While we couldn't exactly identify the other pair due to them being smothered by the opposing chakra spheres, the third one did make a startling bulge on the main sphere. Human? Shikaku asked for clarification. Human, or demon, we're not quite sure, Inoichi murmured, at the same time looking across at the first's granddaughter. It was weird. The results showed that the chakra signature belonged to a human, but the spike was so massive we assumed it belonged to a biju, like the Kyuubi or something. A human with a chakra level comparable to a Bai-dash, Tsunade murmured before her eyes suddenly widened in realization. Expression reflecting her surprise, the blonde-haired woman then made an "oh" sound and a grin steadily formed across her full, red lips. Looking off to the side, the Sannin's gaze turned west, where she suspected the chakra signatures had been coming from. While this sudden stumble in her attention would have perplexed some, she eventually gave reason for her switch in focus to the Tumi standing in her presence. It seems the little runt has gone and grown some over the years. Inoichi, blinking in surprise, turned to look at his friend, who was also giving the Sannin his undivided attention. Runt? At that, a smirk developed on Shikaku's face. I think I know who she's referring to. Oh yeah, a certain, blonde-haired hellraiser with whiskers on his cheeks. How could anyone forget that face? Tsunade's eyes twinkled, showing just how impressed she really was underneath. Not bad, Naruto. She was certain that all across the continent, his and the priestess's battle with the demon Moryu could be felt in every sensor division of the 5 great nations, as well as by every shinobi who was adept in the art of chakra reading. Oh. Meanwhile, somewhere in the wilderness? Needless to say, Haydn had experienced much better days in the past. On a scale of 1 to 10, this would probably be his worst. After a fight that lasted for quite a while, he didn't know exactly how long, but it had still lasted a considerably long time, the immortal hunter and homicidal maniac soon found himself at the mercy of his quarry. In the hour following his engagement of the 2 Konoha Anbu that had appeared on the edge of the clearing, his battle started off strong. Locking onto one of the enemy shinobi, the man pursued him through the forest, mercilessly slicing and hacking away at him with his scythe, trying to land a blow that would allow him to perform his ritual. However, as with a lot of Konoha ninja, the man found it quite a chore trying to catch the guy, as the figure in the Nico mask was making it his mission to stay out of reach of his triple-bladed weapon. It was almost like he knew what was going to happen should the guy get even a single drop of blood from him. This contest lasted throughout the entire duration of their battle, with Haydn chasing down the 2 Anbu and swinging away with his blade like there was no tomorrow. Sure, he took a few blows for his trouble, but like with every other fight he strolled through their counters like they were nothing. Hell, the guy he was focusing on throughout most of the fight even produced a shield of wood to deflect his weapon, which was weird. Eventually, after a long and drawn-out scuffle in which no side made any headway, Haydn suddenly found himself facing off against the red-haired captain and her magical flute. At first baffled by the fact the girl was playing a musical instrument in the midst of a duel and even sending her a few derogatory insults as a result, the mass-murdering psychopath then charged her down in an attempt to bisect her with a single blow. It seemed like an easy kill, the kunoichi standing as still as a statue atop a tree branch and playing a sweet melody with absolutely zero concern for her safety. But the moment the man came within range and swung at her with intent to kill, the next thing he felt was a stinging pain, a split second before his body was quartered and cut to pieces. As if being thrown into a meat slicer, the man's diced-up body parts were scattered across the clearing, his legs, arms and torso going all over the place, leaving his head being the only thing left in one piece. Bleeding from the mouth and neck, the man groaned as he glared painfully ahead of him, his eyes pulsing with veins and showing just how much agony he was in. Of course, any and all seething on his part was put on hold the moment he saw his 2 Konoha adversaries step into view, the brown-haired one sheathing his sword and retracting the wooden shield he'd produced, while the red-haired one holstered her flute. Gritting his teeth, Haydn fumed through his teeth. "Ah, you fucking done it now, cocksuckers. Look at me. I'm all over the place." Eyes glancing across the clearing to see his foot and hand lying several meters away, the now disembodied head huffed furiously and locked his gaze on the masked individuals looming over him. "That's just great, and I thought after the first time this fucking happened to me I would be over this shit. Guess I was wrong. You're finished." Akatsuki member Haydn, Tenzo spoke, his eyes narrowing behind his mask. Spitting in annoyance, the silver-haired butcher gave a bloody grin. "Former Akatsuki member, if you please. I don't work for those uptight asswipes anymore. My membership was forfeited with them the moment I was sent on a fucking one-way trip up to Yuki no Kuni." "Former?" Tenzo murmured. "Heh, it doesn't matter. Now that it's come down to this, there's not really much I can do except spit curses at you. So, to put it as delicately as I can for you fuckwits, go ahead and finish me off, you motherfucking, limp-dick sacks of anal excrement," Haydn replied, at the same time shooting the ANBU pair a tormented smirk. "Not before you tell us who you're working for," the redhead spoke up next, at the same time stepping forward to look down at the severed head. "You said you're no longer in cahoots with the Akatsuki. However, judging from your garb and the fact that somebody has gone through the effort of putting you back together from whatever accident you may have had, you've obviously sold your allegiance to somebody else." The multitude of scars he had crisscrossing him was clear evidence of that fact. Chuckling venomously, Haydn leered at the young woman. "Heh. You're a smart little cumgusher, aren't ya? Not bad for a common, hidden leaf were dash." His words were cut short by the girl lifting her foot up and stomping down on the side of his head with a loud crack. What the fuck, bitch? Two things. 1. I don't like being insulted," the captain said, grinding her heel into the man's cranium, eliciting a series of yelps, before continuing boldly. 2. There's not a fucking cockstain on this pissball of a continent that can fucking out-curse me, even on their best day, you worthless, putrid, incestuous, anal-sucking, dick-worshipping scum. The string of curses had Tenzo sweat drop behind his mask while at the same time stopping Haydn dead, who only stared up at the girl silently for a few seconds before a grin pulled across his bloody lips. "Touché. So, are you going to cooperate with us, or do I have to start cutting more things off to loosen your tongue?" the ANBU captain asked while tilting her head down at the former Akatsuki subordinate, while her form was overshadowed by her partner. Flaring at the nostrils, Haydn considered the kunoichi for a minute. Looking her over and giving the heel digging into his temple a second thought as well, the man then huffed in displeasure and closed his eyes. "So you want to know the names of the pricks that are currently pulling my strings?" "That's right," Meijo replied affirmatively. Giving a momentary giggle, the silver-haired individual glared at her once again. "Well, lucky for you too. I don't like those fuckers any more than I liked the last group I was working for, bunch of jumped-up freaks. Hell, they're the ones that gave me these scars, fucking experimenting on me and all that shit. Ever since my head was unfrozen from that goddamn mountainside, it's been nothing but stitch there and fucking knife me there." The masked redhead lifted her chin. "I'll take that as a yes then? But," Haydn suddenly interrupted, cutting the two ANBU off from any further questions. As much as I would love to be spilling my guts for you Konoha scum, I unfortunately don't have any more time. You see, the motherfuckers who sent me on this mission to watch the priestess from a distance and to make sure she got to the sealing shrine in one piece, also slapped a cursed seal somewhere on my body. No sense in having a wild dog if you don't have a leash wrapped around its collar, am I right? His words surprising the two Black Ops members, the insane shinobi then gave them a more manic grin. The seal has some sort of audible link between me and the fucker who placed it on me or some weird shit like that. It's how he's been able to survey the 5 great nations from the drones he's got walking around. He and his people can hear every fucking word. If they know that I'm lying here all fucked up and dying about to tell you everything, do you think they're going to let me fucking live? The second he uttered those words, Meijo and Tenzo got the shock of their lives when they unexpectedly saw every body part he had lying around the area and his entire head burst into flames. With all the surgical scars he had tattooing his form, it made sense that somebody would have implanted combustible material inside of him. However, his individual body parts exploding into orange flames still caught the two Konoha ANBU off guard, with the captain stepping off of the severed head to watch as his scattered remains flared into an inferno. See? I so fucking told you. Haydn laughed out loud, his eyes bugging out from their sockets as he felt his skin and brain start to cook from the inside out. As his flesh started to blacken and crumble away into ash, the man locked his sights onto the two ninja and flashed them his most menacing grin. Well, since I'm fucked, how about I piss a little wisdom on you dipshits? You can take this one? And shove it up your asses. Sticking his tongue out, the man gave one last smirk before uttering his last, beware. The land of sky. And that was it. The next thing the ANBU could be seen staring at was a flaming pile of ash and Haydn's head crumbling away into nothingness. The inferno that had once enveloped his individual pieces ebbed away moments later, leaving both Meijo and Tenzo looking down at several smoldering heaps scattered across the clearing, before their expressions became serious behind their respective veils once again. Silence reigned. Head lowering, the redhead clicked her tongue and looked across at her partner thoughtfully. The land of sky. It seems the identity of the shadow organization we've been searching for has been revealed, Tenzo replied, also feeling a sense of dread fall over him. If that's the case, then it looks as though things are going to get a whole lot more troublesome for us. Agreed, the musician replied, before turning to look out of the clearing and towards the enormous clouds of smoke rising in the distance. From their position, the pair had been able to feel every tremor and land-shaping explosion that had been taking place over by the sealing shrine. When the country had been bombarded from above by nukes, with one coming in dangerously close to their position, they'd done their very best to pay it little to no mind to focus on the immortal shinobi they'd been stuck fighting with. Now that he'd been done away with, they could now direct all of their attention to the next problem at hand. However, judging from the feel of the atmosphere, the clearing of the sky and the way everything was slowly starting to settle down now, the two of them believed there was nothing else to worry about. Elsewhere? Lying in a distant field of boulders of what used to be a mountain, there sat an enormous crater. In it, smoldering from head to toe in the tattered clothing that had managed to stick to him after free-falling thousands of meters from orbit, there lay the battered and bruised form of Kakuzu gazing up towards the sky. For several minutes since landing he'd been laying there, arms and legs splayed out and giving him the shape of a human star. Eventually though, when consciousness finally caught up with him and he'd been able to process the full extent of the events that had enveloped him, there was only one thing he could really say as he continued to stare up at the white clouds in the heavens drifting slowly overhead. Ow! Feeling every nerve ending and bundle stinging from the ferocious beating he'd suffered at the hands of what he would consider the most powerful foe he'd ever faced, someone who'd made even Hashirama and Madara look like a joke, the man decided he'd had enough of lying out in the sun. Fingers and toes twitching when his brain reconnected with the rest of his body to give him movement, the old bounty hunter gave a loud groan and sat up, at the same time reaching up to grip the side of his face and massage the pins and needles out of his cheeks. Realizing he still had his mask on, the red and green-eyed man cracked open his lids and looked around to see where he was. All around him he could see the long-reaching mountain ranges and countryside had been completely rearranged. There were barely any forests of edifices left standing and entire slabs of earth had been moved about, giving shape to an entirely new country. Even the valleys had had their once beautiful rolling hillsides replaced by craters. Judging from the extent of the damage and how nothing seemed to match up anymore, whatever ungodly battle they'd been wrapped up in had clearly been one hell of a party. Groaning as he rested his arm over his leg, Kakuzu remained sitting in place for a moment and surveying his new surroundings, before a shadow falling over him drew his gaze up. When he looked, he saw an equally damaged and beaten Mizora standing beside him. With her Akatsuki cloak in perfect condition and her cloth fanning around her, the girl not only had her arm in a sling but was also propping herself up on a makeshift crutch she'd fashioned from the same material. In spite of the bruises, her condition looked slightly better off than his, mostly because her outfit looked brand spanking new. "I see you're still alive," the young woman chirped with a warm smile. "That's a relief." "Humph. I've been in this game for too long to be put down by some wannabe god of destruction," the masked man replied, sparing a smirk to the youngster when she suddenly brought a brand new Akatsuki cloak from behind her and tossed it over to him. Having obviously made it using her signature jutsu, the girl had no hesitation in handing it over to him free of charge, something that Kakuzu had absolutely no problems with. "You look like hell though." "Yeah. I know. It's going to take a shit ton of facials to cover this mess up," Mizora murmured, reaching up and gently touching her cheek, before wincing when she felt the sting of multiple burns reverberating from the point of contact. "Ow. Damn it. Remind me to apply some extra coating the next time we get into a fight like that. That was just brutal. No arguments here, Kakuzu replied, giving another grumble as he stood up. His body voicing its complaints in the form of trembling and stinging. The man rolled his shoulders and stretched out his spine, a series of audible cracks ringing out when he did. And how are you doing? Mizora asked, looking the man from head to toe when she saw him massage his neck. Considering the amount of torment I had to go through, you're probably worse off than I am. Damage report? Kakuzu responded, earning a nod from the girl before he patted his chest down with his hand and looked at himself. 3 of my heart suffered attacks. He then looked up towards the girl to see her give him a weak grin, among a few other things. I may have overexerted myself on this one. Especially when he and an entire mountain had been nuked and he got baked by a blast of raw chakra at point-blank range. Well, what can you expect? We did just save the world from an all-powerful demon and everything. Losing a limb or in your case, an organ or two is basically a prerequisite to something like that, the girl replied cheerfully. Upon looking over the countryside and watching the rays of sunlight break through the remaining cloud cover to warm the land from horizon to horizon, the 2 Akatsuki members breathed a collective sigh and looked across at each other. After sparing a momentary thought to the hell they'd been put through as well as the damages they'd both suffered, there was only one thing either of them could do at a time like this. What now? First. Mizora replied, pointing between her and her partner a couple of times, you and I are going to go to a bar, grab a few drinks, and get smashed. After that, we're both going to split and take a month or 2 off to get our shit together. I'm going to go lie in a hospital bed and scream in pain for several days, and you can go do whatever the hell you want to do. Deal? Remaining silent for several moments and mulling over what his partner was suggesting, the masked hunter then took a second to look at his options before glancing at the brown-haired supermodel once more. A nod soon followed his meditation on the matter. Done. Oh, a couple miles away. Cheyenne, having marched her way down the side of the absolutely ruined mountain she was on and up to the top of another distant hill, found herself looking back at what was the end result of the battle with Moryu. With the top of the ceiling shrine gone, and the shrine itself having been blasted into non-existence at this point, the priestess then began scanning the horizon and taking in all of the changes made to the country. What were once sweeping mountain ranges covering hundreds of miles in all directions with forests growing at their bases, were now either vast stretches of open, scorched fields and smoldering craters grander than any gorges currently on that continent. With only small patches of woodland remaining and with 80% of the edifices in the immediate area gone, it was quite obvious that several maps were going to need some serious redrawing. Judging from the amount of destruction that had been inflicted upon the nation's countryside, there was no doubt that the conflict that had been fought today completely outshone the battle between Hashirama and Madara decades before several times over. Seriously. Even just watching from a distance it had been a terrifying spectacle and Cheyenne had had the good fortune of being caught up in the middle of it. With the wind whipping at her hair under the clear blue sky and as she watched the smoke rising from over the newly crafted, rolling fields dissipate as their sources burned out, the priestess brought a hand to her chest and rested it over her heart. Closing her eyes and breathing in, Cheyenne could feel her once latent powers, which had previously been held back by her sacred bell, flickering brightly within her. It was as if a dam had been lifted from within and allowed the spring it was holding back to burst forth. The feeling she was experiencing from it and the new strength she'd gained was both overwhelming and liberating, like a bird finally finding her wings. Now she felt as though she could move forward and face her future without any fear or hesitation. Curling her fingers and sprouting a smile, Cheyenne's gaze was then drawn up when she felt a tremor followed by a loud rumbling sound. Moments later, she saw the top of the ceiling shrine explode and vast quantities of lava start gushing out of its peak. Spewing fumes into the air in the form of thick, black, ember-filled clouds, the priestess looked on as the once dormant volcano awoke from its slumber and wiped whatever was left of Moryu's tomb off of the face of the map. After which, the lava that started splashing over the structure started to flow down into the nearby river, which was miraculously still intact despite all the abuse that the surrounding country had taken. Marveling at the erupting volcano for a good, long minute, the girl then jerked upright in surprise when a clearing of a throat startled her and she turned to see Naruto strolling up the hill towards her position, with his sheathed katana propped over his shoulder. Ugh. What an ordeal, the Jonin groaned, scrubbing his head when he eventually stopped at the priestess's side. Getting close enough to her for both sides to survey the other properly, the young man could see that Cheyenne, aside from the dirt on her knees and rips in her jacket, was perfectly fine. This at least filled him with a sense of relief that she was all right. You're still here, Cheyenne? That's a surprise. Said priestess beamed up at the Jonin as he stepped in closer so that they both shared the same peak. I was waiting for you, Naruto-kun. Heh. Well, I appreciate it, the Jinchuriki replied, placing a hand on his hip and gazing out over the countryside just as the heiress had been moments before. Taking a good look at the man who just saved the world and how he stood confidently beside her, Cheyenne saw that he wasn't just absolutely riddled with dirt and grime, but he was also sporting a ton of bruises. It was almost as if he'd just been pummeled into submission by an octopus with fists, which was hilarious considering he had in fact been fighting a multi-headed dragon that then transformed into an invulnerable half-human, half-demon hybrid. His pants were ruined, with one legging torn away and his jacket was practically shredded, exposing his arms and more of his chest. The blonde had actually had to roll up one sleeve to try and trim his appearance up a little. Aside from any scars and cuts, which were absent from him thanks to his momentary transformation into his seven-tailed Kyuubi mode, Naruto looked as spry and as healthy as ever. I'm glad to see you're okay, Cheyenne spoke in a soft voice, her eyes fixating upon his dashing visage when he glanced down at her in response. Same here. That was a pretty wild ride, wasn't it? Yeah. No kidding, the priestess giggled, turning towards the volcano as it continued sending jets of smoke and bits of earth into the air. It was close, but we finally managed to defeat Moryu and save everyone. And we all have you to thank for that, Naruto? Me? Shoot no. It wasn't just me, the Jonin chuckled while looking at the girl again. If you hadn't been there, then that bastard would have turned this entire planet into dust and debris the moment he lost his shit. The three of us were getting nowhere with the guy and you just cracked his jaw with a single blow. Stop selling yourself short, Cheyenne-chan. Giving a momentary snicker, the slightly blushing priestess then threw him an approving gaze. I nearly passed out trying to stop him. Even though my chakra was far greater than his, if you hadn't been there to help me, there was no way I could have pulled it off. She then laced her hands together and massaged them uneasily, at the same time looking at her feet with a bashful expression in play. An, if you hadn't been there, Moryu wouldn't have just killed me, but everybody else as well. Well, good thing I had this old girl here to help me out when it really mattered, Naruto said, swinging his sword off of his shoulder and tapping it against the floor. Giving his weapon an appreciative stare and a look of consideration, the Jonin then breathed a sigh and held it up. Tender hands, huh? It was clear that there was much more to this sword than meets the eye. He made a mental note to look more into it when he got back to Yukigekure and Koyuki. Maybe after consulting the spirits and the toads of Mount Mayaboku he would be able to get some more insight into this matter. Sheathing the weapon at his side so that it hung off of his belt, Naruto and Cheyenne then stood side by side and looked out across the battlefield. Watching the rays of sun hit the crater-covered nation, fallen mountains and whatever forests remained standing in the wake of their epic conquest, the pair remained in peaceful silence while contemplating the events leading up to this very moment. Hell, looking back at everything they'd been through the past couple of days, what they'd seen, what they'd learned and the events that had transpired, all of this made the sight of the end that much more spectacular in their eyes. Racked by the memories of their ordeal, a smile formed on Naruto's lips. Guess this means your priestess days are over, huh? Cheyenne lowered her head slightly and shook her head. No. There will always be a need for one. Her words catching the Jinchuriki's eye, the girl took a step forward and lifted her gaze. I realized something in there. It was the evil inside of men's hearts that gave rise to Moryu. So who's to say someone like him won't return to this world again and again? Her smile then widened that much more, and I also realized I have to be especially careful of a certain shinobi. Staring at her a little while longer, a grin then formed on Naruto's face when he understood what she was getting at. You don't have to worry. I won't curse my fate anymore, Cheyenne answered, glancing back around at the blonde and sharing a similar smile of enthusiasm with him. Now that Moryu is gone, nobody will have to give their lives for me anymore. As long as I'm careful, watch where I step and trust in the people standing next to me, no one will have to be sacrificed ever again. I have the power to do something now, and I intend to do the very best that I can to use my power to protect all those closest to me. I'm a priestess. That is my mission. Isn't that right, Naruto? Yeah, a pleased Jonin responded merrily. When the pair exchanged gazes, Naruto moved forward to join the girl at her side once again, their eyes landing on the volcano to see another spurt of lava boil over and begin flooding over the side. The sounds of its drums echoing up to them gave the pair an atmosphere to appreciate and one they were not inclined to waste. Cheyenne still had more words she wished to have spoken and she was adamant in expressing them to her protector. And of course, there's one other matter concerning my power. It has to be passed on to the next priestess too. A sly smile forming on her face, the priestess then looked across at the Jonin to see him turn to her as well, where he quickly saw her mischievous expression fix upon him. How about it, Naruto? You want to help me with that? Now, had his mental state been in a more degraded condition, this question would have flown completely over his head. However, after spending the past several months learning how to read between the lines in more ways than one, the Jinchuriki's immediate response to this inquisition was for his eyes to widen and his body to nearly buckle in shock. Huh? WWH? Swallowing heavily, the blonde raised a weak hand in shock. See, could you run that by me again, Cheyenne-chan? I think I may have misheard you. Damn, talk about deja vu. Those were almost the exact same words he'd used back when he first met the priestess in her throne room. Giggling at the look on his face, Cheyenne gazed fondly at the Jonin and turned towards him slowly. When she closed the distance between them with a few tentative steps, Naruto straightened up immediately, just in time for her to stop an inch from his chest. The moment his eyes met hers, he saw a primal emotion burning deep inside of them that had his breath catch in his throat. Oh, I think you heard me just fine, Naruto-kun, she whispered gently. Remaining speechless as he watched the girl's face inch closer, Naruto stood in place while his mind worked a mile a second over the memories of what had happened over the past several hours and how it had wound up like this. It was baffling. He'd only just met this girl no more than 2 days ago, and for most of that time, the only part he'd ever seen of her was the pushy, princess side of her, the false exterior that Cheyenne had created for herself to protect her from hurt, anguish and loneliness. It was only on the second day of being her escort that Naruto had gotten to see the honest, true side of the teen. Yes, on the majority she was still a stuck-up, timorous product of a spoiled childhood. However, she'd also shown that she possessed a strong spirit, a sense of what she believed was right and, during the fight with Moryu, displayed the qualities of a bold and determined individual. On a superficial level they'd bickered constantly in the 2 days they were together, displaying two opposing and very noticeable ideologies. Naruto even went out of his way to protect this argumentative girl, who at the very beginning of this journey expressed nothing but distaste and a willingness to surrender herself to her fate. But try as she might, the Jonin would not allow her to throw in the towel so easily, and through hell and high water he'd managed to drag her all the way out here, kicking and screaming. In the end, even she'd helped them in pushing that titanic boulder up that final stretch of hill. After all the time that had passed between then and now, something must have snapped somewhere around the middle that had resulted in this, and Naruto could not for the life of him figure out when it had happened. All thoughts on the matter of course were silenced seconds later when he felt Cheyenne press her lips against his in a tender kiss and time rolled to a standstill. Moments later, she disengaged, and Naruto found himself staring down at the deeply blushing priestess, who continued to regard him with a sense of longing, a warm gaze and with her hands held behind her back. I don't think I need to repeat myself. Blinking a few more times, Naruto then gave the girl a half-smile and tilted his head at her. My first question at this point would be, what brought this on all of a sudden? Considering how we've been speaking with one another in the past couple of days, I figured you would think of me as nothing more than a royal pain in the ass. Cheyenne shrugged, those were merely formalities that needed to be rubbed out. Besides, I think you rather enjoyed the little arguments we got into. True. But my initial question still stands. Well, if you really must know? I think your weirdness, as you like to call it, has finally started to grow on me, Cheyenne replied, putting his words right back into his mouth. Is that so? Remembering what he'd said to her much earlier that morning while they were still onward bound for the Sealing Shrine, Naruto let out a light-hearted chuckle and scratched the side of his nose. I didn't think it would have such an impact this time around. Cheyenne's eyes shimmered as she stared at him. You're the first person who's ever spoken to me like a normal person would, with an open heart and without restraint or fear. Yet at the same time you showed me great kindness and fortitude. No matter how much I tried to push you away, you pushed right on back and kept on coming. How can my heart not be swayed? Heh, when you put it like that I guess it makes a little bit more sense, Naruto chuckled, reaching up and gently running a hand through her bangs. But still, you're not afraid that you might be moving into this a bit too fast? A lot of things have happened in my life that I regret, stuff that I wish I could go back and start over. But this is the first decision I've ever made that I know I will never come to regret and there's nothing anyone can say that will convince me otherwise, Cheyenne replied with absolute certainty in her voice. As she stared into his eyes, she moved closer to him and straightened up, showing she meant what she had to say next, I love you. If her asking him to help her father a child wasn't a clear enough admission of her feelings for him, then this definitely was. Feeling his heart skip a beat, Naruto remained silent for several seconds. Staring into the deep, shimmering eyes of the girl standing before him, completely captivated by her conviction and the firmness which she'd used to utter her response, the Jinchuriki's expression softened and he stepped in closer. You really are amazing, Cheyenne-chan. Moving uneasily beneath his shadow, the priestess's look fell somewhat and she gazed at her hero with worry. Part of her was afraid that he was going to shoot her down outright, while another part of her was hoping against all hope that he would reciprocate her feelings. Nevertheless, in spite of these conflicting emotions swarming around in her head, she continued on boldly, willing to face her future without trepidation. Do you feel the same way? I mean, is it okay? Naruto, lowering his head momentarily, then looked at her with a slightly more browbeaten air about him. I care about you a lot, Cheyenne-chan. When he saw the girl's expression brighten, he frowned, but I don't think you would want to spend the best years of your life with someone like me. I may seem like a cool, okay guy on the outside, but I'm also scatterbrained and prone to getting into a lot of trouble. Oh, I don't mind, Cheyenne interrupted, a beaming smile in play and her eyes twinkling with enthusiasm. And my tact is sort of lacking. The princess shrugged, nobody's perfect. And I can also be incredibly arrogant and blunt. Humph. So can I, Cheyenne replied with a smirk forming on her face, one that drew an amused smile from the Jonin in front of her. You think a big ego really bothers me that much? Remaining quiet for a moment as he considered her words carefully, the whisker-marked blonde then placed his hands on his hips and raised his head a little higher. It was time for the final hurdle. I'm also in a relationship with several other girls, Naruto stated, stopping the ball right there and bringing a surprised look to the priestess's face. This sudden revelation had Cheyenne pause for thought. It also had the whisker-marked blonde tilt his head and give the priestess a look. Now you can see why I'm prone to getting into a lot of trouble. I don't know whether it's because I'm selfish or stupid, or maybe because I don't like hurting other girls' feelings. All I really know is that I just can't say no to anyone. It's a real double-edged sword for a person like me, but that's who I am on the inside and there's no way I can change that. He then lowered his head again and looked across at the girl worryingly. Well, since you know a bit more about who I am, do you still really want to be and was promptly shut down once again by Cheyenne leaning up and kissing him. This one was longer than the last one and just as surprising, and when the time came for it to end the priestess lowered herself back to the ground and beamed. If you're already with a few other girls, then I don't mind one bit if I have to share you. A sly smile then reappeared on her dazzling expression and she gave a light chortle. Besides, you do know how selfish and stubborn I can be, don't you? I won't take no for an answer. Looking slightly perplexed, Naruto grinned. You don't have the faintest idea what you're getting into, do you? Cheeks still warm from her previous actions, Cheyenne giggled. Try me. Grinning, the Jonin leaned in to kiss the priestess full on the lips. Cheyenne responded in kind, wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him closer, while he slipped his arms around her waist and drew her in. The pair remained like that in tender embrace, deepening the kiss and feeling their chests press against one another. The many seconds that ticked by felt like minutes as the pair's show of affection became a little bit more passionate. Eventually, the duo ended up breaking away for air, their chests heaving as they kept their arms around one another. Staring back at the other person's flushed face and reveling in the warmth in their bodies, the pair then heard the sound of someone clearing their throat and looked to the side with a start. They'd been so caught up in embracing one another that they didn't even sense the arrival of several more people to the scene. This meant it came as a bigger surprise to the Jonin when he saw Samui standing there with her arms folded, and Omoi and a squad of Kumogakure shinobi behind her. Not only that, but she was also accompanied by a team from Sunagakure being led by Temari and Kankuro. It didn't escape Naruto's notice either that there was also a squad of Iwagakure shinobi hanging off of a branch of a tree nearby, whom he quickly recognized as Kuratsuchi, Akatsuchi and Shiratsuchi from previous meetings with the team. All three groups were looking at the pair with interest, which had Naruto and Chien freeze in place at the sight of the crowd. When the priestess eventually realized that they were no longer alone, her face turned bright red and she gave an audible eep before eventually scuttling behind her Jonin protector to hide from their thoroughly entertained audience. Looks like somebody's enjoying himself, Temari spoke, grinning across at the hidden leaf ninja when he turned to face her with an expression of his own. You don't waste time, do ya, Naruto? Seducing the priestess of the land of demons over the course of your mission, shame on you, Kankuro chided teasingly. While the Sand siblings looked on in amusement, with the former shaking her head and resting it on her hand, Kuratsuchi cackled as she swung her legs back and forth from where she was positioned. Oh, don't mind us, Blondie. Just keep doing what you were doing. Pretend like we're not here. Shiratsuchi, her white IWA uniform blowing on the wind and the lantern on her head burning away brightly, giggled and smiled across at her teammate. I think we may have disturbed a rather tender moment between them. Wouldn't you agree, Kuratsuchi-chan? No duh. Why do you think we're sitting here? Rolling her eyes, the raven-haired girl then grinned down at the Konoha ninja standing on the precipice of the hill. Try to keep your public displays to a minimum, you lump of desire you. Once the identities of those who'd suddenly arrived on the scene finally got through his head, the Jinchuriki then spared the newcomers a smile and waved in their general direction. Hey guys. His gesture had Chien shift a little bit further behind him, an action that drew a few more laughs from those who were watching. What brings all of you all the way out here? Not much, Samui spoke up, smiling that gorgeous smile of hers as she ambled forward with a hand on her hip, although, headquarters did manage to pick up several strange anomalies taking place in this region and sent us over to find out what was causing them. The Kunoichi eventually coasted to a stop a few inches in front of the blonde to smile up at him, before her gaze momentarily cut towards the ruined landscape and the volcano behind him. After which she then beamed at him mischievously. You wouldn't happen to know anything about these anomalies, would you, Naruto-kun? This had the Jinchuriki grin sheepishly at the proximity between him and the Kunoichi and the way she was now sizing him up. Well, it was crazy. You probably wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Samui's smile widened and she folded her arms under her chest. Well, the war is over and I've got time to spare. So why don't you regale me in your epic tale of heroism and I'll let you know whether or not I believe you. She spared a momentary glance to the priestess peeking out from behind the man, before looking up at him once more. I'm sure you won't disappoint me. Naruto let out a laugh. You're on. With his chuckles eventually subsiding with the moment, he regarded the girl standing in front of him for what seemed like hours. Taking in her new look, shapely form, silky hair, beautiful face and gorgeous eyes, he soon gave an admiring nod to the young woman before a much softer expression fell upon him. It's good to see you again, Samui-chan. The Kunoichi responded with a warm visage of her own. It's good to see you too, Naruto-kun. Oh. Meanwhile, Amigakure, back over in the storm-covered state of the Hidden Rain Village, the leader and the most mysterious resident of the community was going through what could only be described as a phase. Having been keeping an eye on the chakra signatures he could sense battling it out in the direction of the land of swamps, the orange-haired man had spent the better half of the past few hours perched on his balcony listening to the winds, if you will, and getting a bead on his surroundings. For a majority of the night nothing major took place and even when he sensed Kakuzu and Mizora arrive on the scene, the boss didn't have any reasons to be concerned. That was until Moriu's chakra levels suddenly went through the roof and the Akatsuki member found himself on his feet and staring towards the horizon line on the other side of his country in disbelief. Unable to form words in his mouth, all the man could do from that point onwards was stand there with a small glimmer of bewilderment in his ripple-patterned gaze, while at the same time using every last bit of his willpower to keep himself from passing out from a freak tumor. Not only were there two Akatsuki members he could sense in the vicinity of Moriu's resting place, but also what he identified as the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, and the energy reading of the most powerful force of nature to ever grace this big, blue ball of water and earth. Electricity rushed through his brain as he sensed the battle with the ancient demon Moriu escalate to an outrageous degree, moments before the entity's chakra signature was unexpectedly eclipsed by what the organization's leader deduced was the priestesses. Two presences that completely dwarfed every other souls on this planet soon found themselves squaring off in a battle to the death. After several minutes of reading the ether and figuratively gripping the edge of his seat in anticipation of the final showdown, the Akatsuki boss then felt the priestess's energy level decline and the demon's life force vanish into thin air. When the sky cleared and the tremors in the earth finally subsided in the wake of the last, decisive exchange, the leader of Akatsuki relaxed shortly thereafter and slowly came to the conclusion that the world's biggest threat had finally been vanquished. The shock had been enough to send his head in a downward spin. All frustrations and concerns over the matter however were then promptly swept under the rug when the Akatsuki member was suddenly interrupted from his meditation by the arrival of another. Eyes glancing to his right, he saw the blue-haired form of his partner Conan step out from under the tower's arch. The woman, adorned in a black cloak with red clouds on it like every other group member's attire, nodded to the man with nothing but seriousness reflected in her eyes. Pain, he's here. Nodding in understanding, the Akatsuki head turned and marched across the balcony. Ducking back into the tower via its wide entrance, the ruler of the Rain Village and his blue-haired partner turned to see a man in a black cloak and an orange swirl mask step into view. Recognizing the Sharingan eye underneath his guise as he glared through the shadows of the room, the two figures stood to full height and waited for his greeting. It came shortly afterwards in the form of a question. Did you sense it too? Yes, Pain replied without a single hitch in his voice. Then I'm sure you've become aware of the problem, the masked man continued, his eye noticeably narrowing through the single hole on the right side of his face cover. The standing leader of the group nodded with a grim look suddenly falling over him, the Kyuubi's host? Naruto Uzumaki. Oh yeah. He was well aware of that problem. It seems that he's no longer the troublesome brat he once was, the visitor stated while lowering his head. He's gotten strong, very strong. And to the people who were tasked with hunting him down in the future, that was a seriously big issue. Oh. Sometime later? Elsewhere? In another country far out of the way of the conflicts taking place further to the west, another figure was presently hard at work. Having resigned himself to the lower levels of his base and the confines of his laboratories, the pale-skinned form of Orochimaru could be seen going over the various documents related to his next sinister plot, project, or insert obligatory villainous material here. Obviously having something to do with possessing another body for his own heinous ambitions, the man was surveying a collection of storage tanks with mutilated cadavers of human beings floating around inside of them. Eyes fixed upon a corpse with vines and stalactites growing off of it, the Sannin heard the footsteps of another person entering his midst. The tapping echoing to a stop a few feet behind him, the black-haired snake looked over his shoulder, turning away from his writing pad to see his loyal servant Kabuto kneeling behind him. Upon recognizing the presence of the spy, with only the top of his head and purple uniform visible under the flickering room light, Orochimaru glanced back around and returned to his writing, before a smirk formed across his face. What do you have to report, Kabuto-kun? Forgive my intrusion, Orochimaru-sama, the gray-haired man murmured before looking up, his spectacles flashing as he looked towards his master, but I think you'll be happy to learn that the Moryu crisis has finally lifted. Has it now? There's chatter coming in from all over, the man informed as a wide smile formed across his own face. I was working with the medical staff in the Konohagakure camp when I heard about the final battle taking place in the Land of Swamps. They say that the priestess and a team of shinobi hired to protect her has managed to destroy the conqueror after a battle that lasted for well over 2 hours. Oh good, the Sannin spoke with an even more delighted smile coming into play. After all, the world isn't big enough for 2 rulers. With Moryu out of the way, I'll be able to focus all of my attention on getting rid of Akatsuki and the newly resurrected Land of Sky that still continues to elude us. Of course, sir, the glasses-wearing man answered, moments before rising to his feet and pushing his glasses back up the length of his nose. But there is something else that's come up that I'm sure you'll be interested to hear. Orochimaru absently looked at the tank in front of him while at the same time responding to his assistant's statement. And what is that? It's regarding the information I was able to obtain from the Sensor Division about the battle with Moryu, Kabuto informed, slipping his hands into his pockets and lowering his gaze. The 2 chakra signatures that appeared on the sensing orb completely distorted the central hub. The blip belonging to the demon himself grew to such a ludicrous size it turned the primary sensing orb into a satellite. It's like Moryu's chakra signature became its own planet, while turning the original sensing orb into a moon. This information had Orochimaru cease writing in order to lend his ear to the rest of what the spy had to say to him. The second chakra signature that appeared alongside it afterwards became even bigger than the demon's chakra. I have reason to believe that this sphere belonged to the priestess of the Land of Demons. The snake Sannin, processing this news carefully, lowered his writing pad to the surface of his desk. Taking this as his sign to continue, Kabuto inhaled deeply and pressed on. It's obvious the priestess and the demon came to blows before both their signatures dissipated, with Moryu's vanishing completely from the radar. The other blips that appeared alongside the 2 during the battle were also substantial in comparison to others. According to my sources, 2 of those readings belonged to Akatsuki members Kakuzu and Mizora. The third one, which was comparable to that of the Kyuubis, belonged to one Naruto Uzumaki. Fingers twitching while he remained standing in place, Orochimaru continued to glare ahead of him in silent contemplation. At first Kabuto believed his master was experiencing a form of shock, unable to comprehend the information he had just been given. But then, just when it seemed like he was going to witness the Sannin lose his composure for the first time in a long while, he then observed the man closely as he slowly turned and flashed him one of his signature, menacing grins. My, that is interesting. Oh ho, the leaders of every organization from here to Kirigakure must be somersaulting at this point. Oh. With Naruto? A couple hours later, after informing the shinobi teams of what had taken place in that part of the country and sending a couple of them back to report to their respective frontlines, Naruto and his friends decided it was time for a little break. With the threat of Moryu gone and the mission of escorting the priestess pretty much over and done with, the Jonin captains now had a completely empty schedule that needed to be filled. In guiding the groups back to their separate homelands, the blonde-haired Jinchuriki chose to take a shortcut with them back towards the Land of Demons. This basically meant a quick hop and a skip down to the nearest highway where, upon following the road for a few solid miles, eventually led them to a small town in a neighboring country. There, the blonde wasted no time in locating a bar and, in the spirit of the season, treated all of his friends and the priestess to a few rounds at the counter. While the other shinobi in the 3 squads were given some downtime from their hasty cross-country excursions and went to chill out at the various tables inside of the bar, this left Samui, Kankuro, Temari, Omoi and Kuratsuchi time to hang out with Naruto and to catch up with him. Being the team leaders of their individual groups and able to recognize the crushing strain of their assignments, the squad heads were well within their rights to decide when the members of their teams needed a break based on mental, physical and emotional needs. Now that the war was over, some much-needed R&R was in store. So that's what happened, huh? Kankuro murmured upon hearing Naruto's story in full, before shrugging his shoulders and giving a look that conveyed a sense that he was deeply impressed. I guess that's why they classify those kinds of missions as S-rank, huh? Hell, I don't even think you can call it an S-rank mission anymore, Kuratsuchi interjected, adding her own 2 cents on the matter while holding up a sake shot. Judging from what you've just told us, it sounds to me like it was more like a triple S-rank mission than anything else. If that was an actual thing, then yes it was. When high-level shinobi are being beaten into the ground by an ancient, multi-headed demon of destruction that was more than capable of deciding the fates of every single person on the planet and bending reality to his will, then you'd expect things to get a little bit out of hand, Omoi concluded with a shrug. Pulling his trademark sucker out of his mouth and holding it between his fingers, he then used it to point across the counter at their blonde-haired host, who was currently sitting between Cheyenne and Samui, with Temari also positioned directly beside the Kumogakure girl. It takes a special kind of skill to actually pull through something like that. There aren't many people that can fight Biju or demons single-handedly anymore. Most of those shinobi are either dead or on the wrong side of the chessboard, Temari added offhandedly, before throwing Naruto a wide grin. Aside from the Kage, there are also guys like you. The Jinchuriki gave a short laugh. I suppose I'm kind of a weird exception, huh? He then held his arms out casually. Hey, it would give me one hell of an epithet to tack onto the other ones I've earned. He then drew a metaphorical banner in the air above him, Naruto Uzumaki, the Biju wrestler. A snort inside of his head let him know what Kurama had to say about that. I could take you, bound, gagged, and with every single one of my claws filed blunt, you smart aleck brat. Oh, we'll see about that, furball, the Jonin thought with an amused grin coming into play. Once I open up those golden gates and let you out of my stomach, it's just you and me, one-on-one, no holds barred, deal? The QB smirked while his head rested comfortably across his arms. Heh, deal. Samui giggled at the whisker-marked blonde's response and beamed across at him. You wouldn't believe how big of a blip you made on the sensing globe when you and the priestess were fighting in tandem against Moryu. It completely stunned every single man working at the radar station. Is it even humanly possible for chakra levels to get that high? Kuratsuchi asked out loud, her head shaking as she took another shot of sake. I figured the higher-ups were just pulling our legs when they sent us out here to see what was up, but damn. Well, I'm pretty sure most of that outrageously strong signal came from Cheyenne-chan over here, Naruto added, at the same time looking over at the priestess to see the girl gripping her sake cup uneasily and trying to look as small as possible. When she noticed the Jonin looking at her, the young village ruler gasped and looked away, her face turning a bright shade of scarlet. She took out that bastard with a single kick and beat his ass in a good old-fashioned tug-of-war. Without her, I doubt any of us would be sitting here right now. The priestess, getting dizzy from all the blood rushing up to her face, smiled warmly and gazed at the Jinchuriki fondly. Samui and Temari noticed the girl's affectionate gaze directed towards the Jonin, which prompted the former to stifle a laugh and the latter to shake her head and return to her drink. While the fan user took a swig of alcohol, the kunoichi from Kumo seized that opportunity to saddle up closer to her favorite hidden leaf shinobi. Linking her arm around his, she pressed her ample chest into his shoulder, which quickly drew the boy's gaze to her with a blink of surprise. It's so good to see you again after all this time, Naruto-kun, Samui whispered, a wider smile creeping across her lips and a more mischievous air forming around her. Her actions causing Cheyenne to bristle in surprise, the kunoichi was not only pressing her incredibly large bosom further into the boy's arm, but was also accentuating the juncture between her breasts and making them even more pronounced than they already were. You really should drop by to visit Kumogakure more often. Sending letters to let me know how you're doing every few weeks isn't enough anymore. Yeah. Running errands for the princess is really taxing, especially when you're her advisor/partner, and you're needed all over the place. Still, being busy all the time is a pretty lame excuse to not pop in and see my favorite Kumogakure girl. I'll try and put aside a few days to visit you over the week. That will be just fine. Tilting her head towards him, Samui made a thoughtful noise and raised her free hand up to him. Brushing back his ruined jacket and exposing his bare front, she then began tracing her finger up and down his abs in a contemplative manner, before bringing her nail up to his chest. This gesture drew an even more bewildered look from Cheyenne and a slightly staggered one from Temari. After which, the blonde girl from the hidden cloud village gave an appreciative murmur. I always enjoy your company, especially when you take some time out to give me one of your excellent back rubs. Well, these hands weren't just made for picking up stuff and punching people in the face, Naruto chuckled, raising his left and wiggling his fingers. They have other uses too. Aha, Samui nodded lazily, before then splaying her hand over his hard stomach and running her fingers down till they were resting on his lower abdominals. Perhaps I can name a few more if you decide to come visit me. While Cheyenne blushed behind him, Naruto gave the Kumo girl a sly grin. Oh? Do tell. Looking as cool as ever, Samui then leaned over to whisper in his ear, a conversation that went on unheard by a majority of those at the bar. While Omoi, Kuratsuchi and Kankuro didn't seem to take any notice of them, Temari and Cheyenne did, both of whom tried to move in closer to listen. After the two blondes exchanged a few intimate words with one another, with Naruto ending what he had to say with a devilish grin, the Kumogakure girl pulled away with a slightly redder face and her eyes shimmering with excitement. Tucking some hair behind her ear, Samui beamed at her man and winked. I'll be waiting. Cool, Naruto answered, using the girl's favorite word to elicit a fonder smile from her. After flirting and exchanging pleasantries with the beautiful Jonin from the hidden cloud, the Jinchuriki was pulled away from her shortly afterwards by someone else tugging on his arm, and looked across to see Cheyenne scowling at him with a defiant expression in play. I think you're getting a little too close to her, Naruto-kun, the priestess said, wrapping her arms tightly around his left and hugging his limb to her chest. When she did, she intentionally pressed her own chest into his shoulder, much like how Samui was doing to his other. Don't forget, I'm here as well. Hey. How can I ever forget about you, the whisker-marked Jonin asked, leaning in and pressing his forehead against the girl's, causing the priestess to shiver. I'm just mingling with the people I consider closest to my heart. That's all. Humph, Cheyenne grunted, looking back at him defiantly. Well, whether you like it or not, you're still going to have to take responsibility for this. There's no backing out of it now, you're mine. A small smile then framed her face, one that had the Kumogakure girl looking over the pair tilt her head curiously. Naruto laughed. Whatever you say, Cheyenne-chan. He then felt a tug on his other arm and looked right to see his other companion leaning forward to smirk across at the priestess. This fine man belongs to me as well, the Kunoichi replied in her usual cool tone, something that had the Jinchuriki blink as he was able to detect a sense of competition in her strains. Since you've been with him for the last 2 days, I think it's only fair that I get to spend some quality time with him. Cheyenne frowned at her opponent, but you've known him longer than I have, so I should be first in line. This had the Kumo girl smirk even more. You want to fight me for him? If I have to. As a friendly, verbal feud started up between Samui and Cheyenne over who got to spend some alone time with the Jinchuriki. Temari, who was sitting close by, had heard everything Naruto and Samui had whispered to one another earlier. Her fingers gripping the sake cup in front of her and a bright blush illuminating her face, the fan user shifted anxious in her seat before giving a very quiet and very uneasy mumble. She wants to do that with him? Baffled by the audacity of the girl from the hidden cloud village and wondering where in the world an idea like that had come from, Temari spared a furtive glance in the pair's direction. When her eyes landed upon Naruto, who was now in the process of negotiating with the two young ladies fighting for his affections, the Kunoichi developed a warm smile and exhaled slowly, relieving herself of any unnecessary stress. Well, I can't blame her. The celebratory swing inside of the bar proceeded from that point onwards. When the Jonin from Konohagakure was able to talk the two girls pulling on his arms down to an arrangement they were both happy with, he then joined them in another round of sake and spent the next half hour chatting and having a blast. Wanting to join in on the festivities, Temari also accompanied the trio, catching up on time she'd missed with the wild-haired blonde from the hidden leaf and telling him about everything that had happened in his absence. At the same time all this was going on, Kuratsuchi wandered over to the table where her fellow Jonin Akatsuchi and Shiratsuchi were sitting to make a toast and mark this momentous occasion where all of the villages came together to successfully fight off and defeat a mutual enemy. After all the shinobi hooray they'd had to go through in the past week and whatnot, it was clear to all those present that everyone was intent on making every second of this timeout count. Entertaining the girls the best way he knew how, Naruto then divided his hour catching up with Kankuro and Omoi, asking them about how things were going in their respective villages and if there were any significant changes that had taken place. In his time speaking with the two, he learned that Karui and Omoi had both been promoted to Chunin, and that Gaara had also been promoted to Jonin. This bit of information thrilled the advisor from Yuki, as the blonde learned through his time speaking with the older siblings that his fellow Jinchuriki was doing well and that he was finally getting along with the villagers of his homeland. He made a mental note to drop in and see him again soon, but for now he just wanted to relax and hang out with everyone here. Bouncing over to Kuratsuchi and laying his charms over her for a few minutes, at the same time saying hello to Akatsuchi and Shiratsuchi, Naruto then headed back over to the counter. Serenading with Cheyenne, Samui and Temari for a little while longer, he then moved to another section of the bar to order a few more drinks. After picking his poison and paying the bill, the Jinchuriki looked off to his left, absently taking in the appearance of the pub surrounding him. It would only be a few seconds afterwards did he realize he was now standing directly beside Kakuzu and Mizora, both of whom had been sitting quietly on their end of the serving area and had been listening in to the shinobi's boisterous celebrations. Staring at the still thoroughly battered pair for a minute in silence and vice versa, the Jonin with whiskers then gave the two Akatsuki members a hard stare and nodded to each of them in a cautious manner. Yo. A temporary truce had been formed between them while they'd been fighting Moryu. However, now that the demon was gone and his evil had been wiped clean from this world, whatever alliance they had was now null and void. How this will affect the three of them now was all up to the fates to decide. Kakuzu frowned. You again, huh? The bounty hunter then gave a wary glance toward the other shinobi scattered throughout the bar behind them. Despite wearing their signature cloaks, red clouds and all, nobody seemed to take any notice of the two Akatsuki members and gleefully continued on with their celebrations. Maybe everyone was so caught up in their drinking games that they couldn't really care about anything else in that place. Either way, after the rogue spared the potential enemies behind him a momentary look over, he then slowly turned back to the Jinchuriki in front of him and gestured to them. "Your friends, I assume?" "Yeah, they are," Naruto replied, barely even registering to the 2 new bottles of sake that the bartender placed in front of him. Silence prevailed for another minute, with the Akatsuki members staring back at the equally stiff Jonin with frowns all around. Eventually though, once the tension between the two sides had reached its highest point, the fist the Jinchuriki had formed eventually loosened, as did the one Kakuzu had in play. The moment they relaxed, Naruto smirked. "That was some intense shit we had to go through, wasn't it?" The masked bounty hunter grunted, "Obviously." "My leg still hurts," the hooded Mizora chimed, even though her most noticeable injury was her broken arm. Chuckling, the bruised and still healing young male took up one of the sake bottles he'd been given and a glass. Pouring a shot, Naruto then did the same for the Akatsuki member next to him, before holding up said glass and extending it in a toast. "As much as I would like to knock heads with you two, I think a fight between us now would be more detrimental than beneficial for us, wouldn't you agree?" Hearing this had the rogue Takigakure shinobi nod, of course. Though a fight between them now was an interesting prospect, as the two of them alone would probably level the entire block before they even started getting serious, the veteran knew that neither he nor Mizora were in any kind of condition to finish a fight with the Jinchuriki. On top of the injuries they'd sustained in their private war with Moryu, they were also in a public place filled with a dozen other shinobi. If a fight was to break out between them now, not only would all 3 of them be killed, but the entire village would be razed to the ground. Deciding on a course of action that would not result in a loss for him, Kakuzu wisely picked up his sake glass and held it up towards his would-be target in respect. "I'll back off for now. But as soon as I've recovered, I'll be coming after that bounty over your head, so watch yourself." Clearly Kakuzu had completely different things on his mind right now. Money really did have a way of blinding one to the truth. Not to mention both he and his partner were in no mood for a fight. After the whole Moryu fiasco, their hearts just weren't into it, at least not for today. Nevertheless, it looked as though that truce was holding out after all. Naruto smirked, looking forward to it. Saluting with his alcoholic beverage, the Jonin then took a quick swig. At the same time the bounty hunter beside him pushed the cloth over his mouth up and took a hearty swig as well. Clapping their glasses down, the pair squared off once again with a more pleasant air coming between them, before they were interrupted by Mizora standing up and approaching the Jinchuriki. When the blonde turned to face the brown-haired woman, he saw the kunoichi shuffle nervously on the spot while at the same time holding something behind her. After staring at her feet for a few seconds, murmuring anxiously and trying to muster enough confidence to continue, the sheet-style assassin then looked up at the Jinchuriki and beamed, "Would it be possible, if it isn't too much trouble?" Sucking it up, Mizora brought the item she was hiding forward and bowed. "May I have your autograph, Sanada-san?" Blinking as he stared down at the diary the woman was now holding out to him, Naruto slowly recalled his previous conversation with the kunoichi. Upon remembering what they'd said to one another back at the ceiling shrine, the blonde soon sprouted his characteristic grin and gladly took the hard cover from the woman's hands. "Sure thing." Pulling out a pen and clicking it, he then pressed the tip of it to the page he opened the book up to and looked towards the kunoichi with an amiable smile in play. "So, what's the name of the lovely young lady I'll be addressing this to?" Grinning ecstatically, Mizora gave a very childish giggle, a response that earned a headshake from her partner before Kakuzu turned back to his drinking. Honestly, kids these days,